Others work to earn money to marry a wife, but He Qiao earns money to support his older brother's education. Later, He Lin passed the imperial exam as a scholar, and the He family was very happy. The villagers also celebrated, congratulating the two elders of the He family and He Lin. Everyone said the family had hope and support now, and they looked forward to enjoying the blessings of He Lin in the future. No one remembered, not even the He family, that He Qiao was just as talented in studying as He Lin. But now, when people talk about He Qiao, they only say he is lucky and will rely on his older brother. After He Lin became a scholar, the family had more income and no longer needed to pay taxes. However, supporting him to pass the exam was still a big expense. Especially since He Lin went to a local academy in the county to study after passing as a scholar, the family still had to work hard to earn money to support him. At that time, He Lin was 22, and He Qiao was over 20. In the countryside, that was quite old for young men, and they already had several children, but neither of the brothers was married. He Lin didn't marry because he was proud and ambitious. He planned to marry after passing the scholar exam, hoping to marry a daughter of a noble family. He Qiao wasn't married because the family had no money for his wedding. All their money went to support He Lin. Both brothers carried on like this. When He Lin finally passed the exam, he was truly proud and unmatched. He quickly caught the attention of officials who arranged for him to marry their daughter and even helped him get a government position. He Lin was considerate. Before taking the official role, he remembered his younger brother He Qiao was still delayed and unmarried, so he asked his wife to find a match for him, perhaps a girl from a wealthy merchant family or someone from a similar background. He Lin's wedding was in the county town. He Qiao and his parents, along with other family members, traveled from the village to attend. They planned to return home after the celebration. Unexpectedly, after the banquet, He Qiao drank a little too much. When he went outside to sober up, he accidentally encountered some hidden trouble in the family. A young girl, loyal and brave, tried to protect her family but was also pulled into the water. He Qiao didn't think much and only wanted to save her. He pulled her out of the water, but many people saw what happened. If that girl is rejected by He Qiao, she might immediately seek to end her life. But even though He Qiao is from a farming family, he is still the younger brother of their family's son-in-law. Moreover, that girl saved the young master, which is a great deed. It's a difficult situation to handle at the moment. The girl was rescued and passed out. When she woke up, she was desperate and wanted to die. He Lin's wife's family had no way to help, so they shamelessly proposed marrying her to He Qiao. They told others that the girl was loyal and protected her master, and the old madam took her as a foster daughter. This explanation made her status acceptable. They also added a bit more dowry to ensure He Qiao wouldn't suffer losses. He Qiao's mother disagreed. She thought it was embarrassing for her eldest son to marry a noble lady, but her younger son to marry a servant girl. However, after some discussion, He Lin's family convinced her, saying he wouldn't lose anything as he gained a wife and a generous dowry. Most people would think this was unfair, but He Qiao was honest and said he would take responsibility since he had ruined the girl's reputation. Since He Qiao agreed, things became easier to handle. The girl was Meng Shi, who was not a family-born daughter and had only a short-term contract with them. They returned the contract to Meng Shi, went to the government office to cancel her registration, and held a small banquet to acknowledge her as a goddaughter by bowing to the old lady. To prevent future problems, they quickly arranged her marriage, gave some modest dowry, and covered up the matter. Because Meng Shi was a servant girl, the old lady of the He family looked down on her. After Meng Shi married into the He family, she went from being a daughter of a government official's household in the county to a village woman. She was not used to the change. Because of this, the old lady of the He family often criticized her, making Meng Shi cry every day at first. Later, He Qiao proved to be a true man. Although he was forced to marry Meng Shi, he treated her very well and never showed any resentment. He even separated his household to make her life easier. At first, the old lady of the He family was against He Qiao's decision to move out. But somehow, He Lin stepped in, suggesting they move the elders to enjoy their later years and saying He Qiao had already contributed a lot to the family, so caring for his parents was his duty. He also said that he didn't want the farmland at home and gave it all to He Qiao, since he is the eldest son. The old house then belonged to him. He also gave some extra money so that He Qiao could build a new house. So, the current yard of the He family was built at that time as a new, separate place. Later, when the two elders of the He family moved to He Lin's place, they found it uncomfortable and wanted to return to their hometown. He Lin decided to buy this yard in town, hired a woman to take care of them, and let the two elders live here to enjoy their old age. This also helped avoid conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Zhang Chuntao finally understood the family relationships of the He family. As for the feud between He Qiao's eldest uncle He Lin and He Qiao himself, it's probably more complicated than Zhao Shi described. There must be many things that outsiders don't know, such as when He Qiao married Meng Shi. The elderly lady of the He family initially disagreed, and later, during He Qiao's travels, what was his true purpose? Did He Qiao truly want this, or was he forced into it? Moreover, He Qiao had done so much for the He family and He Lin. He was always very filial and never complained. Why did he suddenly want to split the family for Meng Shi? And why did He Lin, who was in office, suddenly get involved? His way of handling it was interesting. He seemed to favor He Qiao, and even took the two elders away. Later, when the elders returned, they didn't go back to the old house in the village, but stayed in town. It seems there are many hidden issues within the He family. Meng Shi is also quite interesting and full of mysteries. Back then, she was mistreated by the elderly lady of the He family and had a hard time. Now, when she is in the position of the elderly lady, she repeats the same actions. Honestly, in modern times, any reasonable girl wouldn't want to marry into such a family or have such a mother-in-law. But in this era, this is considered a good family. At least He Yan seems reliable. In this time period, many mothers-in-law like Meng Shi are common, almost normal. Since you can't choose a good mother-in-law, you have to focus on choosing a good man. He Yan is currently the man that Zhang Chuntao considers the best. She doesn't want to change him and has no time or chance to find someone else. Even if she married into the He family, it wouldn't change much for her. She just needs to earn money and support herself. What could Meng Shi do to control her? As long as she earns enough money, there will be fewer problems in the world. No matter when having money in hand is the real sense of security. Moreover, her physical strength is quite good. Is she worried that the Meng family might steal her dowry? If the Meng family truly had that intention, I doubt He Yan would agree. If she has misunderstood the situation, and after marriage, He Yan reveals his true nature. Honestly, she has even hit women before, so what about men? With He Yan's build, can he really withstand a few punches from her? Either he would become obedient, or they would separate directly. What's there to fear? Anyway, she just can't afford to lose. As for her future mother-in-law, it's actually good that she's being so difficult now. It's better to have a clear conflict before marriage, so everyone can see the truth. That way, she won't have to pretend to be humble or overly eager to please the Meng family after she marries in. In this time period, a new daughter-in-law's role in the family is like a full-time maid. She has to cook, do laundry, and work in the fields. She must respect her elders, care for her younger sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law, and be obedient, gentle, and honest. Even saints wouldn't find it this hard to be a new daughter-in-law. Zhang Chuntao knows she can't be that kind of daughter-in-law. She was worried before, if the Meng family is the kind with a sweet face but a bitter heart, it might take her some time and effort to deal with them. From what Zhao Shi revealed, it seems the future mother-in-law, Meng Shi, is quite outspoken. Even before the proposal, everyone already knew about it. There are still big events ahead, like the dowry presentation and the wedding procession. Who knows what trouble Meng Shi might cause? Thinking this way, somehow, Zhang Chuntao actually started to look forward to it. She admits she is a selfish person. Her first thought is always herself. Marrying He Yan is her best choice right now, and her way to fit into this time period. That's why she can be more tolerant of He Yan and return his kindness. But for anyone else besides He Yan, she refuses to force herself or make herself suffer just to make others happy. That's something only a fool would do. She's clear-headed and won't do such silly things. Thinking these thoughts, Zhang Chuntao still smiled happily. When Zhao Shi asked for her birth date and time, she readily provided it. Of course, this birth date isn't her original one. She was adopted by the Zhang family, and the registration only recorded the day she was brought home. The true birth date and time of the original body were not written in the book about the farmer girl. Anyway, she married He Yan herself, so she simply used her original age and her birth date and time. It's like combining two into one. Zhao silently repeated this in her mind, then called He Yan to quickly go outside and borrow some ink, red paper, and a brush. She asked him to write down her and Zhang Chuntao's birth dates and times, then seal it up. When they returned home, they would place it under the ancestor's tablet and offer it for a few days. This was considered a respectful custom. Many families only went through the motions after all. He Yan had just finished tidying up the kitchen. He wiped his hands and went to his room. After searching for a while, he found a bald brush and a piece of leftover ink. As for the red paper, although there was none in the yard, he had prepared in advance. At home, he already had a small piece of red paper with his own birth date and time written on it, waiting to add Zhang Chuntao's details. He found a small dish, added some water, and ground the ink. Then he picked up the brush and carefully wrote Zhang Chuntao's birth date and time on the red paper. Seeing how He Yan held the brush, Zhang Chuntao knew he was serious. When she looked at the characters on the red paper, she saw that his handwriting was strong, vigorous, and plain, clearly the work of someone who had put in effort. Zhao saw Zhang Chuntao watching He Yan write without blinking and couldn't help but praise him. "Chuntao, don't think that brother Yan only hunts and works in the fields. When he was young, he also went to school for a few years, just like his father. He writes very well. In our village, during the New Year, he writes couplets, keeps records for weddings and funerals, and even helps write letters." Zhang Chuntao couldn't help but look at He Yan more. She didn't expect he had such skills. In modern times, she didn't have time to practice calligraphy while studying. At most, her writing was neat but lacked personal style. So she especially admired those with beautiful handwriting. Seeing He Yan's writing now, it was much better than the works she saw in the so-called calligraphy club. Her admiration was obvious, and He Yan naturally felt it. His whole body warmed up, especially his ears, which turned bright red. He forced himself to stay calm, put down the brush, and waited until the ink on the red paper dried. Then he carefully folded the paper, tucked it into his pocket, and patted it gently. Zhao watched this and couldn't help but smile. She hadn't expected this usually steady young man to be so nervous. He Yan's full attention was on Zhang Chuntao, and Zhao Shi was not the type to be oblivious. She knew that at this moment, the engaged couple probably had many tender words to share. With her nearby, they felt a bit more cautious. She didn't want to cause any annoyance, so she quickly made an excuse, saying it was still early and she needed to go to town to buy some things. She asked He Yan to wait here for a while, and she would be back soon. He Yan wanted to see Zhao Shi off, but she pushed him back gently, so he sat down instead. Once Zhao Shi left, the yard became quiet again. They looked at each other, and He Yan felt both excited and happy, but he dared not look directly at Zhang Chuntao. Instead, he glanced around the yard and saw the game he had brought earlier, still uncleaned. He didn't think about anything else and got up to carry the game over to start cleaning it. Zhang Chuntao couldn't help much, but helped out by going to heat water in the kitchen. He Yan was very skilled at cleaning the game, quickly skinning the rabbit and cutting one into small pieces for Zhang Chuntao to cook at night to help her regain strength. The rest was salted and left to marinate overnight, so it could be hung outside to dry the next day, which would help preserve it longer. The mountain chicken was plucked and also marinated, so Zhang Chuntao wouldn't need to buy meat for a while and wouldn't run out of fresh meat. He Yan took the rabbit skin and carefully rubbed it with sawdust, cleaning out the fat and blood inside. He then cut off the rabbit's ears with scissors. After soaking the skin in a solution made from plant ash, he left it to soak for a while, then scrubbed it vigorously until it was thoroughly cleaned. He drained the water from the rabbit skin and squeezed out the excess moisture. Next, he found some clean wooden molds, fixed the rabbit's limbs onto them, and left them in the sun to dry. As for the mountain chicken's feathers, he picked out the beautiful tail feathers before boiling the chicken. These tail feathers were cut off and set aside. The remaining feathers were washed after boiling, then spread out on a sieve to dry in the sun. While working, He Yan said, "These rabbit skins aren't perfect yet. Once they dry, I'll make you 2 hand covers so your hands won't freeze in winter. After we get married, I plan to go to the mountains to look around and find some good leather for you. In winter, I will make 2 warm coats to protect against the wind and snow. As for the fur on the tails, if you like it after drying for a couple of days, I can make you a feather fan. The remaining feathers, once dried, can be used to make a feather duster." Everything has been arranged carefully and properly. Zhang Chuntao knew that He Yan's gesture was sincere, so she didn't refuse. She accepted it openly and confidently. She thought to herself, He Yan was so kind to her. When she gets married and saves some money, she should do something nice for him in return. He Yan liked Zhang Chuntao's generous attitude. Before they confirmed their relationship, everything was clear and straightforward. No one took advantage of the other. But once they were together, he cared about her deeply. He gave her things, whether expensive or not, and she happily accepted them. There's nothing more satisfying than giving someone a gift and seeing them like it. He Yan had also seen young men in the village who, after getting engaged, saved a little money to buy treats or hair accessories for their future wives. Most of the time, the women would either complain that something was not good enough or pretend to be shy and push the gifts away. But in the end, they still accepted them. Of course, as an outsider, he could see clearly that those so-called rejections were just tricks, pretending to be shy or picky. It was just showy behavior. After seeing this often, he grew to dislike such actions even more. He thought that if he had a wife, she wouldn't be so petty. He wanted someone generous, who would accept gifts happily without pretending to refuse. The girl should genuinely want what he gave. Now, he finally got what he wished for. The girl he liked, who was about to marry him, had that kind of personality. How could he not be happy? He was so happy that he moved faster than usual. If Zhang Chuntao could read minds and knew what He Yan was thinking, she might have scolded him. As they say, outsiders see more clearly. Aren't you the same? When young couples exchange gifts and playfully push each other, it might just be their way of showing affection. As a single person, what do you understand about that? Now, looking at the girl he liked, he was seeing her through at least an 8th level filter. Everything she did seemed perfect, and even her probably smelled nice. So, accepting it openly shows that you truly like it. If you refuse, people might think you're only interested in their money. That's just how men are. Luckily, Zhang Chuntao didn't realize this, so they still had a pleasant conversation. After preparing the wild game, she also scraped half a basket of ashes from the kitchen, covering the bloodstains to keep away mosquitoes and pests. He Yan was about to say something when Zhao Shi returned. Being a matchmaker is really hard. On such a hot day, she wandered around the town under the sun, sweating heavily. She thought she had enough time for the 2 of them to be alone, so she came back. Before entering the yard, she drank some cold tea to cool down and get rid of the heat. She couldn't help but say, "Chuntao, what kind of tea are you brewing? It's so refreshing and helps with the heat. Where did you buy it or make it? Can you tell Auntie? I'd like to buy some too. It's so hot today, even fresh well water isn't enough to quench thirst. Seeing the harvest coming, with this tea, I can work in the fields with less tiredness." This reminded Zhang Chuntao, who quickly said, "Auntie, you're too kind. This is my homemade cold tea. I still have some at home. I'll pack some for you to take back. No need to buy more." She then went inside the house, rummaged through the cabinet, and found the remaining tea leaves in a small leather bag, about a jin, half a kilogram. The bag was wrapped in washed and dried cowhide paper she had bought earlier. She handed it to Zhao Shi. "Take this home, Auntie. It's perfect for cooling off and quenching thirst. Just a little is enough." After boiling water, add 2 or 3 slices of this tea, and it's ready. She pointed to the nearby clay teapot, which was made locally from red clay. It was usually used for water. Actually, this kind of clay teapot is perfect for storing cold tea. It's simple, keeps the tea good overnight, and has a suitable size. For a family of 4 or 5, 1 pot a day is enough. Of course, in hot weather or during busy farming times, 1 pot isn't enough at all. Zhao Shi took the cowhide paper, repeatedly thanked her, and noticed that Zhang Chuntao only gave her 1 pack. She felt a bit shy and wanted to share some with He Yan. Zhang Chuntao stopped her and explained, I already gave brother He a share of this cold tea leaves. You can keep the rest for yourself, auntie. He Yan suddenly remembered that Zhang Chuntao had given him a large bag of tea last time. Unfortunately, after returning home, he stored the tea in his room and forgot about it. These days, he had been outside most of the time and rarely entered his house. Meng and He Yan usually only cleaned and didn't go into his room. The tea was probably still in the cabinet. It seemed he needed to take out the tea when he returned home. It would be a good chance for his mother and sister to see that his wife was capable. Zhao Shi finally felt relieved after hearing this. Seeing that it was already late, she thought it was best to leave before it got dark. She politely said she needed to say goodbye. Although He Yan was reluctant to part, he hadn't married yet, so he stood up to leave. Zhao Shi couldn't help but smile and comforted him, saying, Brother Yan, you don't need to be so worried. In a few days, it will be harvest time. Chuntao probably will come to help you. Just prepare a clean room at home, and in a few days, you can bring her over. Hearing this, He Yan hesitated and wanted to explain that he had already discussed with Zhang Chuntao. She didn't need to go for the harvest because she had worked hard for over 10 years. He wanted her to rest and recover her health. After thinking for a moment, he said, We hire people every year to harvest the rice. We have enough workers, so she doesn't need to go. Zhao Shi replied, Brother Yan, you're not thinking clearly. Since you're engaged, you should follow the old customs. There's no need for Chuntao to do farm work. I think she's very skilled in cooking. When the time comes, she can come to your house and cook for you. If she cooks well, she'll have the strength to work. Meng's cooking skills were average, but everyone in the neighborhood knew she was good at it. He Yan's skills were even better. In previous years, when the He family hired workers or swapped shifts, Meng was the one cooking. The He family was not stingy. They bought plenty of meat, fish, and fat chickens or ducks. Every meal had meat, and the dishes were edible. Of course, rural men just wanted to eat enough and have some oil and water, but there were a few picky eaters who complained behind her back, saying that Meng's cooking spoiled the good meat, fish, and fat poultry. Zhao Shi was doing this for Zhang Chuntao's good. Since Meng was unhappy with her, she was worried that Meng might speak ill of her daughter-in-law in the future. It would be better to let Zhang Chuntao go to the He family during the harvest to cook and show her skills. Not to mention others, just the fact that she ate the food prepared by Zhang Chuntao made her goodwill towards her increase rapidly. The hired workers and those who change jobs with the He family every year are among the most capable and convincing families in the village. Surely, after eating Zhang Chuntao's cooking, they would boast about it for days. Wouldn't Zhang Chuntao's reputation spread? With such a skill, after marrying into Yuanzhi village, who wouldn't invite her to help with red and white celebrations? She would not only receive red envelopes but also easily become part of the local women's circle. You see, for these celebrations, the village usually invites capable women to help. With more contact, she wouldn't need to rely on Mrs. Meng to talk to other women in the village. Given Zhang Chuntao's personality and skills, as long as she's willing, it wouldn't be hard for her to settle down in Yuanzhi village and gain everyone's acceptance. Yan listened to Zhao's words and hesitated. The harvest was busy, and if she could enjoy some good food, that would be wonderful, especially the meals cooked by his wife. Just thinking about it made him drool. But in the end, He Yan gritted his teeth and decided to refuse. Once his wife moved in, they could enjoy good food every day. However, if his wife went to help with the harvest, preparing meals for about 10 strong workers in this hot weather 3 times a day wouldn't be easy. He was worried she'd be working around the stove all day, and the heat would be overwhelming. Zhang Chuntao's body was still weak from the water incident. She couldn't handle such heat. So he insisted, "Auntie, you're right, but Chuntao's health hasn't recovered since she fell into the water." The other day, the doctor at the medicine shop said she should rest well. Besides, having my mother and sister cook at home is enough. Zhao had no more to say. She carefully looked at Zhang Chuntao's face. Her complexion seemed okay, but she did look too thin. Although rural girls nowadays aren't usually fat, Zhang Chuntao was especially skinny, clearly indicating she hadn't had a good life at the Zhang family. Now that she met He Yan, it was considered her good fortune. He Yan was quiet but caring for his wife. It was fine. After all, it was He Yan's family matter. She was just giving some advice. Saying more might only annoy her. So she kept quiet for now. When the two of them left and returned home, He Yan saw Zhao to the door and handed her 5 coins of broken silver as a thank you for her effort today. In the countryside, the amount of money given as a matchmaker's gift is usually around this amount. Of course, after the couple officially gets married, there will be additional gifts, often a pound or 2 of meat, some snacks, and a few pounds of eggs. Seeing how generous and quick-hearted He Yan was in giving the gift, Zhao's family believed the gift would be generous too, which made Zhao happy. When they entered the house, Zhao explained everything she saw, heard, and ate that day to her husband Yang Dachuan. She finally sighed and said, "It's a pity that the girl couldn't help out at the He family during the harvest. If she had, maybe we could exchange work with the He family and enjoy a couple of free meals." Yang Dachuan found this amusing and never thought his wife was such a foodie. He became more interested in Zhang Chuntao. Then Zhao happily went into the house to boil water, making a pot of cool tea from a jar. Since there wasn't enough time to cool it naturally, she used a basin of well water to chill the tea until it was warm enough to drink. Though it wasn't as refreshing as cold tea, drinking it warm made her sweat all over and feel very happy. The taste was sweet and refreshing, but not overly sweet like what women and children usually liked, which suited Yang Dachuan very well. Yang Dachuan couldn't help but look at the tea leaves in the teapot. He examined them carefully for a moment, then picked out a leaf, chewed it, and finally said, "This looks like a pear tree leaf, doesn't it?" Zhao had already noticed the tea leaves looked familiar. Now, hearing Yang Dachuan, she suddenly realized, "I see why it looks familiar. These are just dried pear tree leaves. I didn't expect these leaves could be used to make tea. Is there any problem with that?" Yang Dachuan looked at Zhao, took another sip of tea, and said, "Who do you think you are? Someone bothering you for no reason? If they're drinking it themselves, then it's probably safe enough for guests. Besides, don't forget, the He family's in-laws are Dr. Ma from the town. Nothing serious could happen." Zhao also realized this and smiled awkwardly, saying, "Maybe I was overthinking. Since it's safe, I'll go pick some leaves myself tomorrow, dry them, and also send some to the village chief's family." Before she finished, Yang Dachuan interrupted her, saying, "You're so silly. Not to mention, we don't know about this tea outside our village. A few years ago, we traveled to many places in the south and north, and I've never heard of it. It might be someone's secret recipe or something similar. If they give it to you, it's a favor. But you should be careful. Taking someone else's things to give as a favor might block their business or income. If you really want to give a gift, it's better to wait until you go to town later. You can ask the girl from the Zhang family if her business is profitable. If it's a harmless recipe, you should ask her first before giving it." Old Mrs. Zhao blushed and gently patted herself. "What's wrong with me today? Am I getting forgetful?" "You're right, husband. I'll keep the pear tree leaves. Even if guests come to our house, we shouldn't let them see it." She then went inside and put away the 3-leaf jar, not mentioning it again. He Yan, carrying the birth dates of the 2 people, went home. Mrs. Meng thought about it all day and seemed to understand a bit more. When she saw He Yan return, though he looked less lively than before, she still gave a small smile. "You're back. Wash your hands and have dinner later." He Yan nodded and went to get the key. He explained he needed to visit the old house and would be back soon, then left. Seeing this, Mrs. Meng knew what he was about to do. She was going to offer the birth dates at the ancestral shrine of the He family. Though she felt a bit uncomfortable, she held back her feelings. The old house of the He family was a bit far from their courtyard. When they built the new house, He Qiao intentionally made the distance between the two houses a little longer so they wouldn't see each other all the time, making it feel like separate families. On his way, He Yan saw many people coming back from the fields. They all greeted him happily. Yesterday, he bought a big white goose, and early this morning, he went to town with Mrs. Zhao. Everyone knew he was there to propose marriage. Now, seeing him head toward the old He house, people guessed what he was doing. Some who got along well with He Yan asked eagerly if he had set the wedding date or when the wedding feast would be held. Others asked who the girl was, and some teased him, urging him to marry his bride soon. They hoped he would bring good news by the end of the year. Some wanted to pull He Yan aside and say they would teach him a few tricks so that after his wife moved in, she would be obedient. He Yan knew these people well. They might talk openly, but their intentions were kind. Over the years, most of the men his age in the village had married and had children. Only he was still single. They had worried about him before, and now that he was about to marry, they were naturally happy for him. Although some words were a bit rough, as a rural man, he couldn't speak refined language. So, he was not angry. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he took his leave. The men didn't stop him. Seeing him enter the old He family house, they all shoulder to shoulder walked away, muttering as they went, "Brother Yan is finally settled. Now we can relax." That's right. It's all because of his mother. I heard she comes from a big family and has seen some things, but I've never seen such a mother. She doesn't rush her son's marriage, but is busy preparing her daughter's dowry. What are you talking about? Brother Yan's sister is getting married in town, right? It's normal to prepare more dowry. It's also about the reputation of the He family, isn't it? Puffed. That's money he risked his life to earn in the deep mountains. Enough. When Brother Yan gets married and his wife moves in, she will be the lady of the house. That's good enough. Let's not talk about these upsetting things. We agreed that when the time comes, everyone will help Brother Yan, understand? Of course. A group of people laughed and walked away. Although the old He house hadn't been lived in for many years, He Yan visited annually to repair and maintain it. Aside from the gloomy feeling of abandonment, it was still well kept. Because no one lived there, the main hall became the Ancestral Hall, with the ancestral tablets of the He family's ancestors placed in the center. He Yan entered, familiar with the routine, first wiping dust off the altar with a cloth, then lighting incense and praying. He said he had found a girl he liked, was now engaged, and asked the ancestors to bless him by providing his birth details. He inserted the incense into the holder, carefully pressed the folded red paper with the incense holder, and bowed 3 times to the tablets before getting up. Near the old He house, the relatives of the family lived nearby. When they heard the noise, the neighbor's aunt came over to see. Seeing He Yan, she quickly grabbed him and asked about his visit. She had heard about his proposal and was puzzled why Meng's family hadn't told them about such a happy event. Since they were all relatives and only a few families in Yuanzhi village, any wedding or celebration would definitely be helped by them. He Yan only said that Meng's family had been busy with the autumn harvest these days. If the marriage was to happen, it would be after the harvest, so they hadn't informed everyone. Auntie was also a smart person. After hearing this, she realized that there might be some difficulties with the marriage, so she didn't ask more questions. She only inquired whether He Yan had finished dinner. If not, they could stay and eat before leaving. He Yan quickly said that everything was prepared at home. After seeing Auntie off, he waited for the fragrant incense to burn out before closing the main hall door, locking the courtyard, and returning home. Everyone was very restrained during dinner. Mrs. Meng didn't cause trouble anymore. He Yan only mentioned that Zhao had helped settle some matters and that the birth date and time had been placed in the old house for offerings. There was nothing more to say. Mrs. Meng wanted to swallow her pride and say a few soft words to He Yan to smooth things over, but He Yan started busying himself instead. Seeing the rice crops getting heavier day by day and the rice ears bowing down, it was time to start the harvest preparations. Hiring workers was easy. The He family was kind and paid fair wages. They also provided 3 meals a day with meat every time, so everyone was happy to come. They didn't need to visit each worker. The workers came on their own, asking when the He family would start harvesting, and arrived early. He Yan went to check the fields, set the date, and decided that most of Yang's village would harvest these days. With the good weather and the sun shining brightly, it was best to gather the crops quickly. All the farming tools needed were ready, and they also had to prepare food for the workers. At this time of year, villagers usually brought some meat and fish to sell, as everyone was willing to share some oil and water, often cutting a few jin of meat or buying a fish to eat. Otherwise, if they didn't have enough oil and water and the consumption was too high, even strong men couldn't hold up. However, the meat and fish delivered to the village were usually more expensive than buying in town, since it saved villagers the trouble of traveling far. Most families preferred to wake early and buy from the town to save a few extra coins. The He family was not short of money. They had already pre-ordered meat, fish, tofu, and other supplies, which were delivered directly to their home. In previous years, He Yan had already made the reservations by this time. This year, Mrs. Meng waited for several days but hadn't heard He Yan mention anything. As the date approached, the meat and fish seller came to the He house and asked Mrs. Meng why they hadn't ordered yet this year. Mrs. Meng only then realized that He Yan hadn't gone to buy anything at all, and she suddenly felt very angry. But she kept her composure in front of others and said she had been busy these days and was about to place an order. She didn't expect the seller to come directly to her, which saved her a trip. She gave the silver money, arranged the things, and sent the person away with a smiling face. When she returned, she looked for He Yan and asked what he meant. Was he deliberately embarrassing her, or still upset with her? He Yan only glanced at Mrs. Meng and said very straightforwardly, "I have no money." Mrs. Meng was speechless for a moment before asking, "How can you have no money? Didn't you give all the money to Zhang's girl?" She looked at He Yan suspiciously. He Yan's expression remained unchanged as he carefully calculated his expenses. Since father passed away a few years ago, the land's produce has been managed by my mother. I haven't touched a single coin. Most of the silver from my hunting sales has also been given to my mother. The money I have left is mostly used for daily family expenses. Not much is left. Recently, I bought a big white goose for a marriage proposal and paid some matchmaking money to Aunt Zhao. All of that has been spent. These days, I've been busy with family matters and haven't gone hunting, so naturally, I have no income. Mrs. Meng was stunned and took a long time to find her voice again. She said weakly, "If you have no money, you should tell your mother." "How can a man have no money? Didn't I forget? The money for buying the white goose and the matchmaking fee for Aunt Zhao. How much in total? I will give it to you later." "You really are. If you have no money, why not say so? Why are you so distant from your mother?" She mumbled and was about to go inside to get the money. He Yan slowly added from behind, "Mother, also include the wages for the work you're about to finish. When they finish, I still need to settle the bill." Mrs. Meng staggered and turned to glare at her troublesome son. In the past, He Yan would have paid for everything himself, buying the fish and meat, paying the deposit. Even the wages for hired workers didn't worry her. Now that he was about to get married, was he secretly selfish? She felt uncomfortable inside. Thinking back, when her son didn't mention it, she was used to managing the household income herself. Her son sometimes gave her extra money. The household expenses, big and small, seemed to have never been something her son asked her for. At first, she asked a few times if he needed silver, but he always said he had enough. Over time, she stopped asking. "Sometimes I give my little daughter a small amount of pocket money so she can buy little girls' hair accessories when she goes to market. Occasionally, my eldest daughter comes home, and I secretly give her some extra money to make her life easier at her husband's house, and also buy some snacks for my 2 grandchildren. But strangely, I haven't given a single coin of pocket money to my only son, Hijia. I always think that my son is capable of earning his own money through hunting. Even if he gives me some of his earnings, I am sure he keeps enough for himself. Besides, in our rural family, everyone's parents are around, and no one is without money. If everyone had secret thoughts, how could this family survive? So, all the money earned by the family members is shared openly, usually managed by the lady of the house. Daily expenses, including weddings and funerals, are paid from this money. Everyone in the neighborhood does the same. If anyone doesn't, it would be strange. Now I realize that, except for buying my son 2 sets of clothes each year, I haven't really spent money on him. But as a mother, I feel uneasy about this. Over the years, my son, He Yan, has been honest and obedient. He's given all his money to me, and now he's engaged. Yet before marriage, he's already showing selfishness, unwilling to spend money for the family. Does this mean that in the future, all the money he earns will be spent on that Zhang girl? Since the family split, I've been in charge, managing all household expenses, and I've gotten used to it. Looking at my son's attitude, I fear that once his new wife comes into the house, she'll take control of his earnings. In a family, there can only be one lady in charge. If the daughter-in-law starts managing the money, what will happen? Will we have to ask her for everything? If I want to buy something or give my daughter some support, I'll have to consider my daughter-in-law's feelings. Thinking about living like that, I feel so unhappy. But I can't say these thoughts aloud. I can only frown and go inside, count the silver coins, weigh 2 small silver bars, and take out some copper coins, then give everything to He Yan. I try to hold back, but I couldn't anymore. I finally said, I know you don't want to listen to your mother now, but I have to remind you. You are part of me, and I wouldn't harm you. Outsiders might flatter you and say whatever they want, but I can't just watch you be tricked, can I? Mother knows you are determined to marry that Zhang family girl. I can't change your mind, so if you want to marry her, go ahead. Since I agreed, even if I feel unhappy inside, I won't regret it for your sake. Koer, you must be careful. Don't let yourself be blinded by that Zhang girl. Do you truly like her? But does she really like you? Think about her situation. Her family has been expelled from the clan. How has she been managing these days? Isn't it because you, the naive boy, are offering yourself up as a scapegoat? Otherwise, how could you spend your money so quickly? Women like her, now with nowhere to go, are clinging to you as a lifeline. They are holding on tightly because they rely on you. Now you've even brought her to town to stay, even if it's at your uncle's house. You're the one paying for her food and clothes. Before you're even married, you've already spent a lot of money on her. I know your nature. You're kind and generous, but I worry that you're just buying her affection. Maybe lately, you've been buying her gifts and giving her everything she wants, just to please her. Don't deny it. You are like part of me, and I know you well. When do you ever run out of money? It's all been spent on that Zhang girl. Before the marriage even happens, she's already using your money openly. What will happen after you marry her? Won't she spend all your wealth? Our family is doing okay, but we're not the kind of people who spend money extravagantly. Plus, your younger sister isn't married yet. She depends on you as her big brother. You must make sure she marries well and happily. Once she's settled in the Ma family, she'll be able to support you too. Mother Meng spoke earnestly, so much so that she was moved herself. But He Yan interrupted her with a single sentence. Mother, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Hearing this, Mother Meng's sadness suddenly disappeared. She clenched her teeth and said bitterly, Mother has been clear enough. Don't you understand? I told you to spend less money on that Zhang girl. Even if you marry her, this family is mine, and I won't hand over our assets to her. Who knows how she might waste everything? He Yan impatiently put the money into his pocket and said, Mother, who told you that Chuntao has been spending my money since she was expelled from the clan? They can earn their own money and have savings. Even if your son wants to spend money on them, they wouldn't be happy about it. Furthermore, if she spends her husband's earnings, isn't that just right? As the saying goes, marry a man who can support you. If she marries a man who doesn't even give her money to spend or clothes to wear, what's the point of marrying him? If the man can't even support his wife, isn't that embarrassing? In the future, after marriage, the money I earn will naturally be given to my wife to manage and spend. Even if she spends money carelessly, I will still be happy. Isn't a man supposed to earn money for his wife? My son may not be very useful, but he can still support his wife. The harvest from our land is the same as before. I don't want any of it. I will give it all to mother. You can help yourself to whichever part you like. I won't interfere. As for my hunting income, it will all go to Chuntao. I hope mother won't worry about it. After saying this, he stormed out angrily, making Mrs. Meng so angry she nearly fainted. Just talking about the Ma family in town, a few days ago they sent someone to ask the He family about the day they would harvest the crops. They were already prepared. Although Mother Ma wasn't very happy, this was a common practice among rural families, so she couldn't stop it. Besides, after the new year, the girl from the He family would be married into their family, so there was no need to go early to help at the He house anymore. In previous years, they had agreed to this, and it didn't matter that much this year. Moreover, to save face, they went to the town butcher early and bought 2 jin of meat and 2 jin of wine, which Ma Yuanzhi was asked to send to the in-laws. In past years, when Ma Yuanzhi helped at the He family, it was tiring, but the He family was considerate and never sent him home empty-handed. The He brothers would bring back game from hunting, mountain chickens, wild rabbits, and share some with neighbors and friends. Everyone thought that marrying into the Ma family was a good match. At least, the in-laws weren't trying to take advantage of them. During festivals, they would send wild game or some local produce from their countryside to the town. Not to mention, Ma Yuanzhi's older brothers married women from the town or merchant families, which sounded nice. But their wives' families were not as generous as the He family. Because of this, Mother Ma was happy to show off this good relationship. The Ma family runs a pharmacy, so buying these small gifts isn't expensive. It's both respectable and practical. In the countryside, I prefer simple and affordable gifts. People here don't like expensive, impractical gift boxes, thinking they look nice but are useless. Ma Yuanzhi had long sneaked out to the street to buy 2 jin of pastries and candies for He Yan, along with 2 hairpins, which he secretly hid, waiting to give to He Yan when he visits her family. At this moment, he received a gift prepared by his mother, along with 2 sets of clean clothes. Excited, he quickly hired a carriage to go to Yuanzhi village. Ma's mother watched her son, who was so eager and restless, like a wild dog breaking free, and couldn't help but complain. He's not even married yet, but his mind is already taken by that girl from his family. Ma's father stroked his beard and said casually, "Young people, they fall in love, and that's normal. It's not wrong if they like each other. We can't expect Yuanzhi to marry someone he doesn't like. Besides, the other family is quite good. Even if the bride's family moves away, her mother-in-law is friendly, and her brother-in-law is capable. In the future, Yuanzhi might even rely on his brother-in-law for support. Other families might make you even more worried," his wife replied. This was not without reason. Although Ma's father had 4 sons, Ma Yuanzhi was the youngest. The first 3, except the eldest who ran a pharmacy in the county town, barely had anything to do with traditional medicine. The other 2 sons were not interested in medicine at all. Now they each had jobs. One was a shopkeeper in the county, and the other was doing business with his wife's family, traveling all over and rarely seen. Only Yuanzhi, the youngest, showed some talent and patience. He stayed honest and learned medicine, and it was likely that the family's medical practice would be passed down to him. Ma's father was a wise man and didn't insist that all his sons stay close. He allowed each of them to live far away after marriage. They could do whatever they wanted, and since they couldn't inherit the family business, they received some money to start their own households. He made it clear that the youngest son, the 4th, was to inherit the family's craft and estate. He would probably stay in Chuntao town his whole life, unlike his brothers who had seen the outside world. The medical clinic, the house, and the land would definitely be left to him. His 3 older brothers were sensible enough to understand the situation. Even if they were a little unhappy, they wouldn't want to stay in this town forever. Some daughters-in-law wanted to cause trouble, but they were directly called out by Master Ma, who threatened that if they caused more trouble, he would use family discipline to punish their husbands, like giving them 20 whacks. The daughters-in-law couldn't really watch their husbands get punished, so they held back. Because of this, after the sons left Chuntao town, they only came back once a year. However, Master Ma and his wife were quite easygoing. With their youngest son Ma Yuanzhi, life was peaceful. Ma's mother usually didn't speak about her son, but now that Ma Yuanzhi had left, she complained, the He family isn't bad, and their son is a good boy. It's not like I, as a mother, am criticizing my own son. Compared to He's son, Yuanzhi isn't even worth tying his shoelaces. There's nothing wrong with the He family. I just think our future daughter-in-law is a bit spoiled. Not to say anything else, Yuanzhi was raised well, but that girl from the He family always bosses him around. If you're the father, you should feel sorry for him. As a mother, I can't stand it. Such a delicate girl. When she marries into our family, will Yuanzhi have to keep comforting her forever? Master Ma shook his head. Children will have their own happiness. Every girl is raised with care at home. Besides, bringing a daughter-in-law into the family is your responsibility as a mother-in-law to teach her properly. Even if the girl from a He family is a bit spoiled, you, as the mother-in-law, can slowly guide her. Why are you complaining? He then went inside to let Ma's mother prepare the meal. No one knew about the Ma family's private words. Ma Yuanzhi was eager to fly to Yangzhi village to see his sister Wan. They last met during the Dragon Boat Festival, when he took the chance to give her a gift. They barely had time to chat quietly before his eldest brother-in-law took him aside to drink. It had been several months. He was under strict supervision and didn't dare meet Wan privately. At least he had sent her some gifts through his eldest brother-in-law a few times, but he didn't know if she liked them. Young men are often blinded by love, full of joy at the thought of seeing their beloved. Because he was worried about rushing over the next day from the town and being late, Ma Yuanzhi usually arrived at the He family the night before. This way, he could talk more with Wan. As soon as I entered the He family's house, I saw He Wan and her mother, Meng, busy working in the yard. When Meng saw Ma Yuanzhi arrive, she looked at him with kindness and quickly invited him to sit down. Seeing that he was carrying meat and wine, she scolded herself for being too polite and also felt sorry that Ma Yuanzhi might be tired. She hurriedly told He Wan to pour tea for him and handed him a fan so he could sit under the tree and cool himself. She also washed the fresh yellow cucumbers she had just picked, placed them on a plate, and set it in front of Ma Yuanzhi. Although Ma Yuanzhi visited every year, Meng had always been very warm to him. But this time, she was more enthusiastic than ever, almost like she wanted to personally fan him. Ma Yuanzhi was so startled that as soon as his touched the stool, he jumped up as if stung by something. Blushing, he quickly said, "Auntie, you're too kind. I can do it myself, just my own family's way." Meng realized she had gone too far and quickly took a step back. Just then, He Wan brought out the tea. She looked for an excuse and said, "You talk with Yuanzhi for a while. I'll go make dinner," then carried the meat and wine she brought into the kitchen. While busy with her work, she thought that since her future son-in-law was visiting rarely, she should prepare some good food to entertain him. The meat she brought was enough, along with a few eggs she found, to make a nice meal. He Wan handed the tea to Ma Yuanzhi. Although he was thirsty on the way here, he didn't have time to drink it. He just took it and set it aside. Then he took out some candies and small snacks he bought for He Wan, along with 2 small hairpins, and handed them to her. He winked and said, "Please take these." He Wan saw the candies and snacks, which her family didn't lack. Her older brother often went to town and brought back some. When she went to market, she also bought some, and Ma Yuanzhi often asked He Yan to bring some for her. But these 2 small hairpins caught her eye. They weren't the gaudy, bright red ones sold by traveling merchants, but delicate in pale goose yellow and charming pink. The middle of the hairpins even had tiny pearl beads embedded in the flower centers. He Wan had never seen such exquisite hairpins before. She loved them immediately. Without waiting to go inside, she eagerly put one on her head, tilted her head, and asked Ma Yuanzhi if she looked good. Ma Yuanzhi's eyes widened as he stared at her. He had already drunk half a bowl of tea, but couldn't taste anything. In the end, he took the last sip, but he forgot to swallow it for a long time, holding it in his mouth. He Juan asked him, nearly choking on her words. Her face turned red as she quickly swallowed her tea, coughing twice before nodding repeatedly. "It's beautiful. Very beautiful." Hearing such praise from someone she admired so much, He Yan also blushed. Feeling shy and a bit embarrassed, she glanced at Yuanzhi, then carried a package of snacks and candies into the house. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror, admiring herself from different angles for a while before coming out again. Yuanzhi also felt he had been too bold. He quickly looked down, pretending to drink his tea casually. After taking a couple more sips, he suddenly realized something. He looked at the deep red tea color and the familiar taste, and couldn't help but make a soft sound of surprise. Inside, He Yan was still fixing her hair in the mirror. Meanwhile, Mingshi was in the kitchen, watching Yuanzhi closely. When she heard the noise, she was still picking vegetables and forgot to put them down. She hurried out and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is it because you don't like this tea?" Before Yuanzhi could answer, she quickly called into the house, "Juan, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry, and change a cup for Yuanzhi. Find the chrysanthemum flowers from the cabinet in the main room and brew some for him. He's not used to that leaf water." She also tried to comfort Yuanzhi with a hint of complaint. It's my fault. Do you really prefer this kind of leaf water from the countryside? It's all because of Gore outside. Someone tricked him into thinking this leaf water was good, and he brought it back like a treasure. He drinks it himself, and even brought some home for us. We all drank it without thinking. I told you who would drink this leaf water just for fun. They say it's the best for cooling off and quenching thirst, but it's just leaves. Who are they fooling? He Yan listened to Mingshi's words and hurried out to see Yuanzhi. "I'll change your tea." Finally, Yuanzhi seized the chance to speak. He quickly waved his hands. "Auntie Juan, you've misunderstood. I didn't dislike this tea. I just find it strange that your family also has this kind of tea leaves." He looked seriously at Mingshi and explained, "Annie, you've misunderstood my older brother. This tea leaf may look plain, but it's actually a good thing. It's really a cooling tea that helps with summer heat and quenching thirst. My parents also drink it at home regularly. I didn't expect you'd have it here too. Where did my older brother buy this? I'll ask him when I see him later. I should buy some for my family too." A hint of discomfort flashed across Meng's face. She cleared her throat and said, "It's just some cheap leaves, brought back by Brother Yan from outside. If you like, you can take them when you leave. They're not worth much." Before she finished, He Yan entered from outside the yard. "What do you mean, not worth much? What did I bring back?" Hawan stuck out her tongue and shrank back, afraid to speak. Meng also showed an awkward smile and didn't respond to He Yan. Still unaware of everything, Yuanzhi quickly stood up to greet He Yan first, then said, "The tea I just drank tastes exactly like the cold tea I have at home. The tea leaves were given to me by a girl who sells herbs at my house. We've almost finished drinking it. My father was just saying, if we finish this tea, that girl might not come to sell herbs at my house anymore. I don't know where she would go. I didn't expect to drink it here at my older brother's house. I was asking my aunt about it, planning to ask my older brother where he bought these tea leaves so I can buy some for home. My aunt said it's not expensive and told me to bring some back when I go home. I feel a bit embarrassed about that." He completely sold Meng out. Meng's face immediately turned awkward, and she couldn't help but step back a little. He Yan only glanced at Meng and Hawan, then poured himself a cup of tea before saying, "That girl selling tea leaves isn't a stranger. She's your future sister-in-law. After the harvest, I'll ask her if she still has some. If she does, I'll ask her to sell it to you cheaply." When he said this, Meng and Hawan both frowned, wanting to say something. Yuanzhi's eyes lit up, and he quickly interrupted, "My future sister-in-law? Big brother, are you engaged? Whose girl is she?" "Oh, is she the girl who sold herbs that day? The one you told me to help if she mentioned your name at the herb shop?" He Yan nodded. At this moment, Meng and Hawan, ignoring their earlier discomfort, became a bit confused. Hawan couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yuanzhi, have you met that Sister Zhang from the Zhang family? And what's the deal with selling herbs?" This was also what Meng wanted to ask. She eagerly pricked up her ears, waiting for Yuanzhi's answer. Yuanzhi didn't know much about the He family. Seeing his dear sister Hawan ask, he honestly recounted everything he saw and heard when he met Zhang Chuntao that day. At the end, I couldn't help but praise my brother-in-law. Big brother has such good judgment. That Miss Zhang, although she looks delicate, knows herbs and can make such cool tea. She's really capable and a perfect match for you. When will you officially get engaged? When that happens, don't be distant. We're all family, so you must invite me to the wedding. Is your future sister-in-law living in town now? I'll tell my parents when I go back. I can't do much, but I can help take care of her and make sure she isn't bullied. Earlier, Meng's relationship with He Yan, which had just started to improve, almost fell apart again. Was it because she suspected her son was giving money to that girl outside? Today, she heard from her future son-in-law that the girl knew herbs and could easily buy herbs worth over 100 silver coins. She felt relieved but also a bit guilty for misunderstanding her son. However, if she showed weakness now or apologized to He Yan, it wouldn't be right. She was standing in front of her future son-in-law. If she did that, her dignity as a mother-in-law would be gone. So, she just looked at He Yan. He Yan remained calm, turned his head to sip tea, pretending not to notice. Meng clenched her teeth, thought about her own mistake, and realized she couldn't back down now. She forced an unnatural smile and said, "Brother Yan, listen to what Yuanzhi is saying. He's such a big-hearted boy. We're all family, so why argue over small things? If that girl from the Zhang family still has some tea leaves, she can send a couple of jin to her in-laws. Why ask for money? That doesn't sound good. And your sister's face isn't shining either, right?" When Ma Yuanzhi heard this, he thought it was wrong. He was about to speak, but Huan grabbed his arm and shook her head. He stopped himself. Huan also felt a bit upset. She thought her brother's words weren't nice. It was just some tea leaves. The Zhang girl was about to marry into the He family. If they didn't consider her feelings, how could they accept money from the Ma family? What did her brother mean? He seemed to favor the bride-to-be. Feeling angry, she held back Yuanzhi, wanting to hear what her brother really meant. He Yan raised his head and said, "Let's not talk about Chuntao not being married into our family yet. Just consider her as a girl who works hard early in the morning and late at night in the mountains gathering herbs to sell. The money she earns is hard-earned. You may think it's little, but that's her livelihood and her main way to support herself. This tea she carefully processes and sells. If she manages to sell a little, her life can get better. Do you think it's fair to let her give it away for free? And then she asks for just 1 or 2 jin, saying it's not good to talk about outside? Does her face have any shame? Talking about her future sister-in-law getting benefits before marriage and saying it sounds good? Does her face have any shine?" With these words, she vividly tore the faces off Meng and Huan. Both of them immediately blushed with embarrassment, especially in front of Ma Yuanzhi, which made them even more ashamed and angry. Especially Huan, who couldn't accept this. Standing in front of her fiancé and her beloved, her brother scolded her so harshly. She had been spoiled by her mother since she was young and couldn't bear such humiliation. She suddenly burst into tears, pulling Meng and crying, "Mother, what is my elder brother saying? Is this what a brother should say? My brother is supposed to protect his sister, but he's actually tearing her face off and stepping on it? How can I face brother Yuanzhi in the future? How can I marry into the Ma family?" Ma Yuanzhi never expected that just mentioning tea leaves and praising his future sister-in-law would cause such a fuss. Seeing Huan cry, he felt distressed. If there were no one around, he would have held her in his arms to comfort her. But in front of his future mother-in-law and elder brother-in-law, he didn't dare do that. He was afraid that any movement might get him thrown out by his brother-in-law. He could only rub his hands and circle around Huan, constantly comforting her. "Jua Jua, don't cry. I don't dislike you. Don't worry, I won't tell my parents. Rest assured, you'll marry into our family." A straightforward man's comfort usually backfires, and sure enough, after hearing this, Huan cried even harder. Ma Yuanzhi scratched his head and tried to comfort her again. "Jua Jua, don't cry anymore. I know this isn't what you mean, and those words weren't yours either. I believe in you. You're not that kind of person, okay?" When he said this, Huan suddenly stopped crying and Meng's face stiffened. They all looked at Ma Yuanzhi. "What does this mean? You say my girl isn't that kind of person, so are you implying that I am? Who am I doing all this for? Suddenly, Meng's expression toward Ma Yuanji lost its kindness. Ma Yuanji was still trying to find words in his mind to comfort He Yan, but Big Brother's words are also right. He's just warning us not to do such things. Big Brother is right. Our sister-in-law hasn't even married in yet. How can we take advantage of her? Besides, sister-in-law isn't well off. Life is tough, isn't it? And even if she wanted to give herself freely, our parents definitely wouldn't agree. My parents never take advantage of others, don't worry. They won't let you lose face. He Yan first cried half true, half fake, hoping to use Meng's influence to make her older brother apologize, and also to make Ma Yuanji feel sorry for her. After Ma Yuanji comforted her a few words, she burst into genuine tears. This wasn't comfort. It was like stabbing him in the heart. Better to stay silent. Meanwhile, Meng was choked and punched her chest a few times to vent her anger. Only then did she feel better. Looking at the simple-minded Ma Yuanji and her own daughter still crying loudly, she felt like she had aged 10 years, losing all her spirit. She had no strength left to care. She waved her hand, holding the unfinished vegetables, and went back to the kitchen to sulk. Outside, Ma Yuanji spent a lot of effort comforting He Yan, so Meng no longer wanted to bother. Anyway, by dinner time, He Yan had stopped crying. Although her eyes were still red and swollen, her face showed a smile, and she kept piling meat and fish into Ma Yuanji's bowl, worried he wouldn't have enough to eat. Ma Yuanji also kept putting vegetables from his bowl into He Yan's. The young couple looked at each other, each watching the other, and neither ate their own vegetables, yet they could both eat 2 bowls of rice. He Yan couldn't bear to watch. He hurriedly scooped a few bites of rice, then made an excuse to go outside and explained to the workers what time they would go to the fields tomorrow. Meng watched the two of them acting so freely, and she didn't eat much of her dinner, feeling stomach pain. That night, Ma Yuanji and He Yan temporarily shared a room. After washing up, they lay on the Kong bed. He Yan closed his eyes and said nothing. The outside was very quiet. Just as he was about to drift off, Ma Yuanji spoke. "Big Brother, does Auntie disagree with your marriage to the future sister-in-law?" He Yan hummed indifferently in response. Ma Yuanji was silent for a moment, and then said, "Big Brother, well, Wanner actually didn't mean that. She's just young and inexperienced, always being spoiled by her older siblings. She didn't think much about it." This was an excuse for He Yan, and also an apology. He Yan took a long time before speaking, saying, "He Yan is a kind girl, honestly. Some say she's naive, but really, she's just carefree. You're right. She's the youngest in the family. Our parents love her very much, and my older sister, and I also spoil her. Especially after Dad passed away, Mother cares for her even more and pampers her. Now, she doesn't understand much about social manners and just plays around happily. Even if I try to remind her, Mother protects her. When she gets married into your family, you'll need to pay more attention to her." Ma Yuanji smiled and said, "Don't worry, Big Brother. I like He Yan's carefree nature. Seeing her happy makes me happy too." Since He Yan had spoken, there was nothing more to say. He just said quietly, "Let's go to sleep," and then went to bed. Early the next morning, before dawn, He Yan and Ma Yuanji got up. They took their tools and stepped into the dew-covered fields. The workers they hired and the replacements were already waiting at the edge of the field. After greeting each other briefly, everyone focused on harvesting rice. Their sickles were sharpened to a bright edge. With their left hand holding the rice stalks and their right hand swinging the sickle, they quickly cut down a section. No one was in the mood to talk. They just worked quietly, trying to harvest more while the sun hadn't risen, the dew hadn't dried, and it was still cool. Once the sun came out and the heat increased, the rice awns and stalks with their skin, causing pain and itchiness, much worse. Everyone was skilled at their work. After a while, by the time the sun was fully up, they had already harvested a large area. It was starting to get hot, and sweat was running down everyone's necks. Their clothes were soaked halfway through, and tears mixed with sweat in their eyes, making it even more uncomfortable. Meng and He Yan also got up after He Yan and the others. They went into the kitchen to help. With so many people, feeding everyone well was not easy. At this time, making steamed buns was the easiest and most filling option. They started kneading and preparing the dough early in the morning, letting it rise, then steaming it until cooked, and finally placing the buns in baskets. They also made a big bowl of spicy stir-fried pork with chili. This was very tasty and had some oil, making it even more appetizing. They also boiled 2 large buckets of water and soaked the herbal tea leaves from the 3-layer jar to make 2 big buckets of herbal tea. Everything was ready. He Yan and Meng prepared a basket of steamed buns and a large bowl of pickled vegetables with fried meat slices, placing chopsticks and a few bowls nearby. Everything was set. Then they carried the food and the 2 buckets of prepared herbal tea to the fields. To save time, the people working in the fields didn't go home for meals. They were sent food directly to the field edge, ate quickly, rested briefly, then continued working. Along the way, they met many women delivering food to the fields. Everyone greeted each other and walked together, chatting as they went. When they reached the field edge, the hungry men, hearing the call to eat, put down their sickles, washed their hands casually in the ditch beside the rice, and came up. Everyone knew that the He family was kind and honest. Although Meng's cooking skills were average, as long as there was meat, it was tasty to the farmers, even if boiled. They sat around the basket. Each took a steamed bun and waited for Meng to bring the fried meat slices with pickled vegetables. The aroma of meat mixed with the salty vegetables was tempting, making everyone swallow hard. As soon as He Yan moved his chopsticks, everyone else, like hungry tigers, eagerly reached for the meat. The meat was mostly fatty pork. Meng slightly fried it until it released oil, then added the pickled vegetables to stir-fry. She poured in a ladle of water and boiled it all. Now, the top was covered with white, tender meat slices, oily and shiny. Yuanzhi wasn't usually short of meat at home, especially since his family mainly ate pork belly or lean meat. The white, raw fat meat boiled with water didn't appeal much to him. But he was hungry and couldn't resist eating. He just took some pickled vegetables with his bun to get by. Since He Yan had tasted Zhang Chuntao's cooking, he had lost interest in others' food. Like Yuanzhi, he only picked a few pickled vegetables with his bun. Others saw this and thought that as the head of the family, He Yan and Yuanzhi were being polite, leaving meat for others. While eating quickly, they also encouraged them to take more meat, saying everyone could share a few pieces. He Yan and Yuanzhi exchanged glances, feeling a mutual understanding and respect. Especially Yuanzhi felt sincere sympathy for He Yan, who was to become his future brother-in-law. He only came to eat his mother-in-law's cooking once a year during festivals, but He Yan had been doing this for decades. How pitiful! He Yan smiled slightly and glanced at He Yan. Yuanzhi suddenly realized that he was the clown himself, and he was the one who deserved the most sympathy. Others cook just for money, but Wanner's cooking is a matter of life and death. Sigh. Perfect Wanner. Why does she have no talent for cooking at all? No matter how heartbroken Yuanzhi was, after lunch, the pickled vegetables were already very salty, and everyone was eating bread. By the end, even the salty vegetable soup was too salty, so they dipped their bread into the clean soup and ate it. Finally, the plate of stir-fried pickled vegetables and meat was cleaned so thoroughly that only a rinse with water was needed before putting it away. After eating, naturally, they wanted to drink water. In the 2 buckets of herbal tea, a ladle was placed, and everyone took turns scooping a ladle or half a ladle to drink. The men from the farming families didn't fuss over details. They just drank like this all their lives. Someone grabbed the ladle first, poured half a ladle of herbal tea, and immediately felt refreshed all over. They couldn't help but ask, "What kind of water is this? It's so sweet." They couldn't resist scooping another half a ladle to try. When others saw this, they came over to look and saw the red-colored tea in the wooden bucket, and all wanted to try. Everyone who drank said it was delicious. The tea was made with well water, cooled down, with a hint of sweetness at the end. Drinking it cooled the heat and made everyone feel comfortable, earning a few compliments. Those who had already drunk wanted more, and those who hadn't jumped around, fighting to grab the ladle. This lively scene attracted the nearby harvesters, who had just finished their work and were resting. Seeing the commotion, they came over. They saw a crowd around the water buckets, fighting to drink and saying it was sweet, and they jokingly asked He Yan, "Brother Yan, did you add sugar to the water? Why does it look like bees are buzzing around honey?" Someone laughed and scolded, "You're full of nonsense. You're the one buzzing around like a bee near honey." He Yan's heart moved and he nodded, saying, "It's just some new herbal tea I got. It's supposed to help cool down and reduce heat, so I brewed some for everyone to try. Would you like to taste?" The few people who came over already had that intention. Since their families weren't well off and they knew He Yan was kind and generous, they shamelessly came to share a couple of ladles. The impact was incredible. Before Meng and He Yan could finish tidying up and head home, those 2 buckets of cool tea had already been drained. Even the bottom of the buckets, which couldn't be scooped out, were directly lifted and poured into their mouths in their impatience. He Yan was stunned. This was supposed to be their tea for the whole morning. Now it was all gone. What would they drink? Could they go back and boil more? The family nearby saw this and felt a bit embarrassed. Well, the main reason was that the cool tea was so delicious they couldn't help but take sip after sip, not expecting to finish it all. They awkwardly said, "Maybe you can drink water from our house? We just drew water from our well. It's nice and cool." During the harvest season, wealthier or more careful families would brew some cool tea to prevent heat stroke among their family or workers. Less well-off families, who were diligent, would go to the village's central well to draw water. The freshly drawn well water was cool and refreshing. When men were sweating heavily, they loved to drink this water. Those who were less particular wouldn't bother with cool tea or fresh well water. Instead, they'd just go to the river nearby and fill a bucket with water. Farmers didn't fuss over such details. What water wasn't drinkable? Normally, if they hadn't tasted the cool tea before, everyone was happy to drink well water. But after tasting the cool tea, they wouldn't be interested in the well water anymore. He Yan quickly told He Yan to go back and boil 2 more buckets of water from the well, then put it in the ice to serve. He also warned He Yan that they couldn't let the tea run out. Whenever there was free time, they should boil another pot. If there was no container, they could clean out the small water tank they didn't usually use and use that instead. He Yan understood that in this weather, if they didn't have enough tea, even strong men wouldn't last. She happily agreed and went to do as told. Hearing this, the family nearby couldn't help but feel envious. They also wanted to drink that cool tea, just staring eagerly at their head of the household. The head of the nearby family was named Yang Taidan. He quietly leaned over and asked, "Brother Yan, can you tell Uncle Taidan if that cool tea is expensive? If we drink a bucket of yours, it must be worth quite a bit, right?" Uncle doesn't have that much money. Yang Taidan's family liked to take small advantages. Their fields were next to his, and during the summer water rush, they would secretly open the boundary between the fields, letting water from his fields flow into theirs. During the harvest season, if you're not careful, someone from that family might secretly take a few bundles of rice from the He family's harvested crop. After the harvest, leftover rice stalks often remain in the fields, and the children and women from that family usually follow behind, collecting these fallen grains into baskets to bring home. The He family doesn't have many children, and He Yan and Meng often busy themselves with household chores, so they tend to be late when collecting rice. Meanwhile, Yang Taidan's family members and wife take advantage of times when no one is around in the fields to secretly gather the leftover rice from the He family. If they happen to run into the He family, they quickly scatter. He Yan, being a man, doesn't usually confront others directly, and Meng wouldn't argue with outsiders either. He Yan's family also prefers not to fight over such small matters, but they secretly dislike that family more and more. For example, when someone offers tea, a considerate person would only take a small sip or 2, respecting that it's bought with real money. They wouldn't drink a lot. But this family always tries to take more, even wanting to carry a whole bucket home. If it weren't for He Yan's other plans, he wouldn't want them to drink at all. When Yang Taidan asked about the tea, He Yan replied, "This was given by my future daughter-in-law. I don't know if it's expensive or not." Hearing this, Yang Taidan's eyes lit up, and he moved closer, saying, "Since it's from your future daughter-in-law, then it's not bought with money." I find this tea really good. Why don't you give some to Uncle Taidan? After all, you didn't spend any money, right? Ma Yuanzhi, standing nearby, had been listening carefully. He knew well the reputation of Yang Tiedan's family, having visited the He family many times. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. He thought, I've never seen such shameless people. It doesn't matter if the tea was expensive or not. It's the thought that counts. Why should they just give it away for free? He couldn't hold back and suddenly grabbed a man nearby, loudly saying, how can people from Yang village be so shameless? How can they say such things? That tea was given by my future daughter-in-law, and it's a token of her kindness. How can you, outsiders, claim it for yourselves? Earlier, they had already greedily drunk 2 buckets of tea and weren't satisfied. Even the town's harvesters wouldn't dare do such a thing. Isn't that shameless? At this time, everyone was having breakfast and resting, having eaten enough to take a break before continuing their work. Several families are nearby, and everyone can see the commotion. Yang Tiedan's family, not only because the He family doesn't like them, but even the Yang family doesn't pay much attention to them. They say they are from the same clan, but Yang Taidan often takes advantage of others, who can feel happy inside. Hearing Ma Yuanzhi's words, everyone feels relieved and can't help but laugh. When Yang Taidan sees so many people laughing at him, he feels a bit embarrassed. He spits out a thick phlegm, rolls his eyes, and sarcastically says, it's just a piece of broken leaf. What's there to be proud of? Being stingy and not sharing, and saying it was a gift from my future wife. Even if it was from your wife, I am still your elder, right? Is this how you treat your elders? Usually, you act kind and generous in the village, but just because of a small leaf, you get caught? Not only He Yan can't stand this, but Ma Yuanzhi beside him also can't hold back. And the workers, who have known He Yan since childhood, are about to teach Yang Taidan a lesson, grabbing their sickles and standing up. Suddenly, a clear voice rings out. I spit. You, who are not related to the He family, what kind of elder are you? Just because you're older and live longer? If so, why don't you kowtow to the turtle in the river and admit you're their elder? That thing is much older than you, and you might have to call it grandpa, making you its turtle grandson. After this, the crowd first falls silent, then bursts into muffled laughter. After a while, everyone around is laughing so hard they squat down, clutching their stomachs. Some teenage boys clap and laugh. Turtle grandson. Turtle grandson. Look at the turtle grandson. Only He Yan, hearing this voice, turns around happily and sees Zhang Chuntao standing nearby, smiling at him. He forgets everything else and quickly steps forward, reaching out to grab Zhang Chuntao's arm. Just as he extends his hand halfway, he suddenly remembers there are many people around and awkwardly lowers his hand. He can't help but smile and speak softly, less than usual. Why did you come? Didn't I tell you to rest at home? Have you eaten? Are you thirsty? Tired? Her eager look made the few men who usually get along well with He Yan feel sour and almost lose their teeth. Holding her cheeks, she looked at He Yan and couldn't believe it. Turns out, he's really like this. Even Ma Yuanzhi was stunned. Usually, his strong and steady brother-in-law, in front of his future sister-in-law, was so warm and caring that he was no less than how he behaved in front of his sister Wan. And the people nearby were almost stunned. After a while, someone finally spoke up. Brother Yan? Is this your fiancé? A few nearby families who were harvesting rice also gathered around, all staring at Zhang Chuntao. They knew that He Yan was almost 20, but he hadn't married yet. It's not that no one proposed marriage to him before. When his father was still alive, he often said that He Yan wasn't destined to marry early. After his father passed away, he had to observe 3 years of mourning. Once the mourning period was over, girls of suitable age had already married. The remaining girls were either too old or not suitable anymore. Also, since He Yan had been growing a beard during the mourning period, after 3 years, his beard had grown so long that it covered his face. He looked about 20 years older, and if he married a younger girl, they'd look like father and daughter standing together. By now, people had heard that He Yan was engaged, and everyone was whispering, curious about what kind of bride he would bring home. Now that they saw her in person, everyone couldn't help but glance at her. In Yuanzhi village, the villagers thought that, aside from her being a bit too thin, there was nothing wrong. These days, no family had a fat person anyway. As for her skin being a little dark, that was even less important. In the countryside, even girls who stayed at home doing chores rather than working in the fields rarely had white skin. Dark and yellowish was normal. Though she was a bit thin and dark, she was of decent height, and her features looked pretty when looked at carefully. If she married into the He family and enjoyed their good life for a couple of years, she might look even better. No wonder He Yan liked her, especially her mouth. Who would have thought that a girl who hadn't been out of the house could be so sharp and cunning with her words? That earlier speech was so sharp and harsh that no one knew how to reply. Hadn't everyone seen that the Yang Titan family's faces had turned pale? Most of the villagers watching felt quite happy inside. Usually because they all belonged to the same village, they often looked up to or looked down on each other. When someone took advantage of others, they would complain, but the Yang Titan family would call them stingy. If everything belonged to the Yang family, they would still have to listen to Yang Titan scold them for being disrespectful to elders and lacking filial piety. Although they didn't gain much, his behavior was like a toad, harmless but disgusting. At this moment, seeing Yang Tian's family being openly criticized by He Yan's daughter-in-law, who isn't even officially married, they were speechless. They all seemed to let out a breath of relief, feeling very comfortable. He Yan, hearing someone ask, nodded confidently and then took Zhang Chuntao to a place a bit farther from the crowd. He looked her over carefully. Zhang Chuntao carried a basket on her back, wearing a somewhat old but decent outfit. In the few days since they last saw her, her complexion had improved. Her cheeks looked rosy, and her hair was no longer so messy and dull. He Yan helped her take down the basket, signaled her to sit under the shade of a tree, and asked, "Why did you come?" He almost asked directly if she missed him, but hesitated. However, he felt happy inside, thinking that maybe she missed him after not seeing him for a few days, so she came to Yuanzhi village on her own. Thinking of this, he also felt a little guilty. Their engagement was so hurried, and they hadn't even formally introduced her to the He family. She probably came looking for him after asking around, which must have been quite awkward for a young girl. Zhang Chuntao didn't think so much. She pointed at the basket on the side and said, "I was thinking about the harvest season. The weather is hot, and everyone working under the sun is most likely to get heat stroke. My herbal tea just happens to be good to sell at this time." She clearly told He Yan that he was overthinking. She was just doing business and happened to pass through Yuanzhi village. He Yan, all right, I was overthinking. But he quickly cheered up. His future wife was in town, and there were many nearby villages. Could she not sell her tea there? Did she really have to come all the way to Yuanzhi village? Surely, she missed him. Thinking this way, He Yan no longer felt down. He looked at the basket and saw that inside, there were small packets of tea leaves. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you bring all the tea leaves from the cave?" Zhang Chuntao nodded. Since He Yan was busy with the harvest and didn't go to town, she wasn't someone who stayed at home all the time. Plus, this harvest was a great opportunity to sell the 3-layer jars, so she couldn't waste it. This tea wasn't worth much anyway. It could only be sold this season to earn some extra money. Next year, everyone will realize that this is made from dried pear tree leaves. Who would still buy it then? This countryside and mountain area is full of pear trees. With a little effort, a year's supply of tea can be easily prepared. She has no other plans, just wants to make some money this time. She considers selling the method of making these 3 jars to the villagers. At least, in the future, villagers from 10 or 20 miles around, working in the fields under the sun, won't get heat stroke so easily. In this era, mild heat stroke is manageable, but more serious cases could be life-threatening before reaching a clinic. Helping everyone reduce the chance of heat stroke is also good karma for her. If there are spirits or gods in this world, maybe it will bring her good fortune in her next life, so she can live a better life. So, she took the chance to return to the cave. During the day, she picked pear tree leaves and also gathered medicinal herbs nearby. She dried everything thoroughly and organized it neatly. In just a few days, she had dried about 20 pounds of pear tree leaves. With what she had before, she had around 50 pounds stored. She thought about the nearby villages around Yuanzhi village and the town, which should be enough. As for the herbs she gathered, she didn't have time to sell them. She kept them hidden in the cave, waiting until the harvest was over and her tea was sold before dealing with them. The villages near Shiqiao town are flatter and have smaller hills nearby. Their rice harvests are earlier than those in the deep mountains of Yuanzhi village, so they harvest earlier too. Zhang Chuntao had already tried selling her tea in a few villages near the town. At first, it was difficult because farmers didn't have spare money to buy it, and they had never tasted it before. Just relying on her words, they wouldn't be willing to pay. It was still Zhang Chuntao herself who brought the tea, paid for some, and borrowed a stove from one household. She then showed the villagers how to boil water, add the tea leaves, and let it cool in well water until it was warm enough to drink. She personally tasted 2 bowls to show it was safe. She spent the whole day in front of the villagers, occasionally helping out. In the late afternoon, when there was nothing else to do, she asked everyone to try the cooled tea. The villagers saw they could drink it for free, and since it was free, they were very interested. 1 or 2 people hurried to drink, and everyone who tasted it thought it was good. It was much more comfortable than drinking cold water or well water. Soon, they became a little interested in buying it. Zhang Chuntao also explained clearly that the tea leaves are not expensive, and everyone can afford them. She asked everyone to think about it overnight and promised to come back the next day. Sure enough, after waiting all night, the next day she returned and learned that a jin, half a kilogram, of tea costs only 5 coins. Since their family isn't large, they could drink it carefully, and it would last for half a year. Looking at the tea leaves, a big bag of a jin seemed very worth the price. Of course, some people were more careful with their money and only bought half a jin or less. Zhang Chuntao also carefully weighed their tea, making sure it was accurate, and even added a few extra tea leaves, about 2 or 3 slices, before giving it to them. Don't be fooled by just a few slices. As Zhang Chuntao said, they are enough to brew a pot of cold tea. The villagers were all happy. They thought Zhang Chuntao was honest and kind. Even those who didn't plan to buy felt compelled to weigh a little tea. Not everyone in the village was willing to sell. Only about 10 households were interested in buying, and Zhang Chuntao felt that was enough. Over the past few days, she had sold about 20 to 30 jin of tea to nearby villages. Seeing that there wasn't much left, Zhang Chuntao planned to visit Yuanzhi village to get a better idea of the remaining stock, so she carried the tea leaves with her. When she told others about selling tea, He Yan was very worried and immediately said, "You should rest well. Leave this to me. I've asked my younger sister to go home and brew some tea leaves. She'll bring some later, so everyone can try it. I'll also talk to others. Maybe someone will want to buy it." He didn't say it outright, but he had this plan in mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Yang Tiedan's family take advantage of the situation. Yang Tiedan's family liked to take advantage and talked a lot. They couldn't keep anything to themselves. Whenever they saw someone eating something good, they would spread the news in the village by evening. He thought that if Yang Tiedan's family drank this tea, everyone would find out by night. Someone would come looking for him, and he could then sell his wife's tea leaves, making it a win-win situation. He didn't expect his wife to be so capable. She had already come up with a plan and sold half of the tea leaves without even waiting for his help. At this moment, he naturally didn't want Zhang Chuntao to work too hard and wished he could do everything for her. Zhang Chuntao had been walking all day and was really tired. Her hair was sweaty and her back was wet. As the sun slowly rose and the heat grew stronger, she sat under a tree's shade. Surrounded by rice fields, the heat was intense, like being in a steamer. Today, He Yan wore a short outfit to harvest rice. Seeing Zhang Chuntao's face turn red from the heat, he just wiped his sweat with his sleeve and looked around. He picked 2 large leaves from a nearby tree and used them to fan her, trying to cool her down. This action made the men watching from afar start to tease them. Could this still be their usual brother Yan? Zhang Chuntao heard the teasing and looked over. The men had already gone back to work in the fields, but most of their minds were not on farming. They kept glancing over here from time to time. Although Zhang Chuntao was not shy and didn't mind the scene, she knew it was not good for He Yan to stay with her. She took the large leaves from him and urged, "You go ahead with your work. I'll rest for a while." He Yan also knew he couldn't delay any longer, even if he didn't want to leave. Reluctantly, he went back to the fields. As soon as he entered, Yuanzhi and a few others gathered around him, winking and smiling. He Yan stayed calm, pretending not to see them, focusing on cutting rice. The others also knew better than to bother him, so they went back to their work. Since there was no more entertainment, everyone else also went back to their tasks. This was the busy harvest time, and catching the good weather to bring in the rice early was most important. No one had time for gossip. Meanwhile, Yang Taidan and his family glared fiercely in Zhang Chuntao's direction, spat a few times, and then angrily went back to work. Zhang Chuntao had to wake early and walk a long mountain path. It was almost noon now, and she was hungry. Fortunately, she was well prepared and brought some dry food. That morning, she made pancakes with a little oil, added 2 eggs, salt, scallions, and vegetable leaves. Even if not served with side dishes, these pancakes were very tasty. Though cold, the hot weather made eating them no problem. Zhang Chuntao washed her hands in the water ditch, then took out a small bamboo basket from the bottom of her backpack, which contained her dry food. She took out a pancake and took a bite. It was not as soft as when freshly cooked. Since it had cooled, it was a bit harder and chewier. Just as she was enjoying her meal, He Yan came over, carrying 2 buckets of tea, swaying as she walked. She was also raised as a pampered child at home and usually helped with household chores. Carrying 2 buckets of tea water was quite a difficult skill for her. She thought she only needed to carry them twice a day and then rest, but unexpectedly, she had to carry them several times today, and her shoulders started to ache. Since she was walking on a narrow farm path, some families would secretly dig a small section of the path wider by hands with using a ore shovel to grow more rice seedlings. At first, a hand's width was not noticeable, but over time, as some families kept digging year after year, the once wide path became so narrow that only 2 feet could stand side by side. People walking on it had to be very careful, especially girls like He Yan who had never worked in the fields. Carrying 2 buckets of tea water was unsteady enough, almost as if she might fall into the rice fields, not just spill the water. After passing that narrow section, she reached the resting spot of Zhang Chuntao. Beyond that was the He family's rice fields. Although Zhang Chuntao didn't know He Yan well, she saw the girl about to fall into the field with her buckets. The water spilling was minor compared to the risk of falling. That spot where she might fall had just been harvested. The remaining rice stubble was still green and upright. The sharp sickle used for harvesting left a cut edge, which could easily cut her legs or hands if she fell. If she fell face first into the rice stubble, her face might be badly injured. Before she could react, Zhang Chuntao sensed something was wrong and quickly stood up, taking a few steps to catch her. She reached out and steadied He Yan's body, catching the buckets of tea water at the same time. Once He Yan was stable, she finally realized what was happening and screamed in shock. Startled, Zhang Chuntao's hand trembled, nearly dropping the 2 buckets of tea water on the ground. People nearby heard the scream and turned to look. They saw He Yan screaming unexpectedly, and standing opposite her was the bride-to-be of He Yan. Could it be that the 2 sisters-in-law, meeting for the first time, had already started a conflict? Everyone felt conflicted. Should they continue harvesting rice or go find out what was happening? He Yan and Yuanzhi heard the scream and turned around. Seeing the situation, they immediately dropped their sickles and ran over. Yuanzhi, being closer, was worried and hurriedly ran over, even falling on the farm path in his haste. He didn't care about anything else and got up quickly to rush over. He Yan arrived first, and his first reaction was to push away Zhang Chuntao, who was blocking his way, then rushed to see what was wrong with He Yan. Zhang Chuntao had already taken the water bucket for He Yan and was almost sent away by her shout. Now, she was pushed by Yuanzhi. Luckily, she was steady on her feet and didn't fall. But her anger flared up instantly. She thought, This is unbelievable. She quickly shifted her body to the side, causing the water bucket she was holding to sway and hit Ma Yuanzhi. With a thud, Ma Yuanzhi was knocked off the embankment. Fortunately, he was quick and managed to stabilize himself after a few shaky moments. He Yan, who had been silent, screamed when she saw Ma Yuanzhi fall. "Brother Yuanzhi, are you okay?" Zhang Chuntao shivered all over, feeling goosebumps. Ma Yuanzhi looked up and smiled to comfort He Yan. "Wan, I'm fine. Are you okay? What happened just now?" He then looked suspiciously at Zhang Chuntao. He Yan, angry, glared at Zhang Chuntao. "How could you be so careless, pushing Brother Yuanzhi down?" Zhang Chuntao, being clever, immediately understood that the girl in front of her was He Yan, the future sister-in-law. She looked pretty, but seemed not very smart. She gave a perfunctory glance and apologized casually. "Oh, I'm really sorry about that. I was suddenly pushed from behind and lost my balance, so I accidentally bumped into you and caused you to fall. Sorry about that." But her expression and tone showed no real regret. Ma Yuanzhi choked and suddenly remembered that he might have pushed Zhang Chuntao first. He was at a loss for words. Was it really his fault? And most importantly, the face of the older brother-in-law rushing over didn't look happy. He cleared his throat, wanting to explain himself, but before he could speak, He Yan had already come behind Zhang Chuntao. Without asking anything, he took the 2 buckets of tea from her hands, stepped back to a wider spot, then turned back to look at Zhang Chuntao carefully. He asked gently, "Chuntao, are you okay?" Zhang Chuntao smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. But it seems like these two have some issues." He Yan looked up at He Yan and Ma Yuanzhi. Ma Yuanzhi smiled politely and said, "It's all my fault. When I heard Sister Wan scream, I thought something was wrong and got too anxious. I pushed my sister-in-law aside. It's my mistake. I apologized to my sister-in-law." He then respectfully bowed to Zhang Chuntao. He Jiawan finally understood. "You're Zhang, sister from that family?" She had intended to say Zhang Chuntao's name, but under He Yan's stern look, she hesitated and changed her words. Zhang Chuntao nodded lazily, not bothering to argue with He Jiawan. She simply said, "Next time you walk along the ridge, be more careful. Don't fall again." As soon as she spoke, everyone around understood what had happened. Ma Yuanzhi's face turned bright red with embarrassment. It turned out that this future sister-in-law had saved Sister Wan, but he had still pushed her. He felt terrible about himself. He immediately stopped paying attention to He Jiawan and hurried to apologize repeatedly to Zhang Chuntao as she turned to leave. He Jiawan, though carefree, was not unkind. The danger she had just faced made her sweat on her back. She saw clearly how sharp and hard the cut rice stubble was. If she had fallen, she might have been disfigured or even blinded. If that had happened, her life would be ruined. Even if Brother Yuanzhi liked her, a girl with a disfigurement or disability wouldn't be accepted as a bride in the future. So, even though she felt a bit awkward about Zhang Chuntao, she still politely followed behind Ma Yuanzhi and thanked Zhang Chuntao. In the village of Yangzhi, with so many eyes watching, Zhang Chuntao didn't mess up her manners and politely exchanged a few words with everyone. Some people couldn't resist gossiping and left their tools to listen. They chuckled and said, "It looks like this is fate. You haven't even met yet and your future sister-in-law already saved your sister. That's so rare, even in stories. It's truly a bond only a family can have." "Exactly. I told Sister Wan, your future sister-in-law is your lifesaver. When you get married, you must treat her well." Others echoed, not noticing He Jiawan's embarrassed and frustrated face. Zhang Chuntao, seeing many people gathering around her, took the opportunity to promote her 3-piece jars. She greeted everyone confidently and even invited them to have tea. Due to the previous commotion caused by Yang Tian's family, everyone was curious about the taste of the herbal tea from the He family. When Zhang Chuntao offered to serve them some, they didn't refuse. She scooped a ladleful, and everyone took a sip one after another. Soon, most of the bucket was empty, but these people knew their limits. Seeing only 1 bucket left, they didn't dare to take more. Those who had tasted and those who hadn't looked at Zhang Chuntao. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and asked, "Brother Yan's wife, I heard you made this herbal tea? Does it sell? How much does it cost?" If they hadn't tried it, they wouldn't know how good it was. Those who had tasted it felt their mouths watering and their heat from the summer fading away. They felt refreshed and a bit tempted. They thought if it was cheap, they could buy some to get through the busy harvest days and be satisfied. Zhang Chuntao smiled. "Of course, I sell this herbal tea. Since brother he is kind, when I marry in we are all neighbors. As the saying goes, close neighbors are better than distant relatives. I sell this tea in other villages for 5 coins a jin. To everyone here, it's 4 coins a jin. The best part is you only need to put 2 or 3 leaves in a pot. For such a big water bucket, only about 10 leaves are needed. It's really cost-effective." The people nearby brightened their eyes. Some clever women stepped forward to ask, "How much is a jin?" Zhang Chuntao had already weighed and packed the tea leaves into half-jin portions of her basket. She took out a half-jin pack for everyone to see. It was a big bag, and everyone thought it was a good deal. Someone immediately decided to buy half a jin. Once one person started, others followed. Some asked for a jin, others for half a jin. It was lively. The wealthy paid on the spot and asked their wives to go home and boil water quickly to brew the tea. Those without money wanted to buy on credit, saying they would take it home first and send the money to the He family in a few days. They pretended to be polite, but in fact, they looked down on Zhang Chuntao because she was still a young bride who hadn't married into the family. They thought if they sent the money to the He family, they could ask for a discount or refuse to pay altogether. They believed the He family was rich enough to not care about a few coins or to confront them over a small debt. Zhang Chuntao smiled happily, but didn't give in. She said kindly, "Small businesses shouldn't give credit. Besides, I haven't married into the He family yet. Sending money to the He family would only cause trouble for them. Whether to accept or not accept, it still causes gossip, doesn't it? Wouldn't that put the He family in a difficult position? She hasn't even married into the He family yet, and already they are causing her trouble. How will she manage her life after marriage? We should not make things difficult for her." A few words made the people who wanted to take advantage quietly step back. They had planned to be stubborn and not buy, but seeing others buy and noticing the tea in the basket getting less and less, they were afraid there would be none left if they didn't buy now. Plus, the children nearby were making noise, wanting to drink the sweet cold tea. In the end, she couldn't resist and went home to gather some copper coins to bravely buy half a jin of tea. There was someone far away, but seeing the lively scene and noticing others leaving halfway, they couldn't help but ask around and came over. At first, they were a bit suspicious, but after He Yan let them taste the tea, everyone started saying they wanted to buy some too. In just a short while, the 10 or so jin of tea in the basket was quickly sold out. He Yan felt awkward at first, standing to the side. Luckily, everyone's attention was on Zhang Chuntao. Only Ma Yuanzhi kept watching her. Seeing her like that, he sighed inwardly and took her aside to comfort her. "Sister Wan, you almost fell into the field earlier. Didn't twist your ankle, right? Sit here and rest for a bit." He Yan was usually carefree. She had been embarrassed and uncomfortable earlier, but when Ma Yuanzhi showed concern, she forgot all that. She also remembered that Ma Yuanzhi had been bumped into the field, so she quickly cared about him too. They cared for each other, taking this chance to exchange a few private words. Over there, He Yan was helping collect the money, and Zhang Chuntao was responsible for giving out tea leaves, working together smoothly. Seeing the basket of tea almost empty, He Yan handed the money to Zhang Chuntao to collect, then asked, "It's still early. Are you going back now?" He asked as if he was just inquiring whether Zhang Chuntao wanted to leave, but secretly he hoped she would stay a little longer. He hadn't seen her for several days and was truly worried. Now that he saw her, he didn't want to let her go. Zhang Chuntao finished counting the money and said, "I won't leave yet. Since I came, it's important to see my aunt and say hello. Otherwise, it would be rude of me. All right, you go ahead and do your work. I see the tea is gone, so I'll stay and go home with your little sister. I'll brew some more tea and send it over to you." He Yan was very happy and kept nodding, afraid that Zhang Chuntao might change her mind. He quickly pulled over He Yan, who was talking privately with Ma Yuanzhi, and said, "All right, stop fussing. Take your sister Zhang home. She's tired after coming so early. You go back and let her rest in your room, then brew some tea and bring it to her." He Yan glared angrily at her brother, who was being unreasonable with a girl. It was too much. Truly too much. But she didn't dare to oppose her brother, so she reluctantly nodded in agreement. She looked at Ma Yuanzhi again, and he whispered, "Listen to your older brother. Your sister-in-law saved you today. We should thank her for that. Take her home and let her rest well." This was a reminder for He Yan. The one she was most afraid of was He Yan. The one she listened to most was Ma Yuanzhi. Seeing that Ma Yuanzhi specifically told her this, she relaxed a little and carried 2 empty buckets, forcing a small smile. "Zhang's sister, let's go this way," she said, leading the way. He Yan nodded at Zhang Chuntao, who followed behind her, and then He Yan and Ma Yuanzhi went down the field together. He Yan and Zhang Chuntao walked along the ridge, one behind the other, only 2 or 3 steps apart, but they didn't speak. At that moment, He Yan suddenly remembered that her mother didn't know she had brought Zhang Chuntao home. If her mother saw her, what would happen? She couldn't imagine. She had already argued with her older brother several times at home over Zhang Chuntao. If her mother saw her in person, would she argue with Zhang Chuntao too? What should she do then? Ma Yuanzhi was right. No matter what, Zhang Chuntao had saved her life. If her mother scolded her later, she would be ungrateful if she didn't help. But if she spoke up for Zhang Chuntao, could her mother tolerate it? He Yan felt life was so hard. Why did she have to be troubled as a weak girl? The closer they got to home, the slower her steps became. She wished this road would never end. Zhang Chuntao followed behind her, initially not wanting to get involved. He Yan didn't want to talk, so she didn't either. But seeing He Yan's slow pace, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Was she trying to delay a little? Like a child who did something wrong, thinking if she dragged it out, she could avoid punishment? That was too naive. She didn't expect that someone like He Yan would have such a simple sister. He was feeling amused inside. Earlier, He Yan saw someone approaching and her face changed suddenly. She became very nervous and kept muttering, "Oh no! Is my mother coming? What should I do? What should I do?" She turned around, and the 2 water buckets she was carrying also started to spin. The faster they spun, the more unsteady He Yan became. After 2 spins, she almost fell over. Zhang Chuntao couldn't stand to see her like that. She reached out and grabbed one of the buckets to help steady He Yan. Seeing Meng approaching closer and closer, He Yan became anxious. She looked around and saw a haystack nearby. She pushed Zhang Chuntao behind the haystack and said, "Zhang family sister, you hide first. My mother is coming." When Zhang Chuntao didn't want to move, most people couldn't push her easily. He Yan pushed for a while but couldn't make her budge. Zhang Chuntao remained still and, grabbing He Yan's wrist, smiled and said, "Isn't this perfect? I was just going to ask Aunt about something." He Yan was so scared she almost shouted, "Please don't." As soon as she said that, she knew she had made a mistake. Not only did Zhang Chuntao look at her with confusion, but she also sped up her pace, coming over quickly after hearing He Yan's cry. She quickly reached He Yan and pulled her behind her. Then she steadied herself and carefully looked at Zhang Chuntao. After returning home, Meng was busy preparing lunch. She was so busy she felt dizzy. He Yan reminded her to make extra tea and take it to the fields, which was very important. While He Yan was leaving with the tea, Meng didn't stop working. She had to watch the fire in the stove and keep boiling the tea. Fortunately, their stove had 2 burners. One was used for boiling tea, with a steaming basket on top for buns. Once the buns were steamed and the water had been boiling for a long time, everything was ready. People who are particular might think the water isn't clean, or that boiling it for so long isn't good for health. But in the countryside, they didn't fuss over such details. Using the least resources to do the most work was the best way. The time it took to steam the buns was enough to prepare lunch and deliver it to the fields without delay. Not long after He Yan left, the pot was boiling with pork, salted vegetables, and tofu. Since they had used most of the meat earlier that morning, there wouldn't be enough for lunch. However, Mrs. Meng was not worried. This was common among rural families. When they ran out of food, they simply went to their own vegetable garden and picked some vegetables. They would cook everything together in a big pot. As long as there was meat, whether it was tofu or greens, it was all just a hearty stew, perfect for eating with rice. In the village, other families also had their own gardens. Even if they hired help, they were very frugal. For face and appearance, they bought pork skin to cook with cabbage and potatoes, and no one minded. Compared to the He family, which had large pieces of fatty meat, big fish, and prepared dishes with tofu, such abundance was rare. So, Mrs. Meng took out 2 pieces of firewood, simmered them over low heat, and decided to go to her own vegetable garden to pick some vegetables. The He family's garden was accessed through a small gate beside the yard. Outside, it was surrounded by a fence covering about 1/4 of a hectare. Inside, it was neatly managed, with rows of various vegetables planted in orderly rows. Although tomatoes were already past their prime, a few half-green, half-red ones could still be found. These tomatoes looked unripe, but inside, the flesh was fully ripe. When split open, they revealed a pinkish, soft interior. Biting into one, the juice flowed out, sweet and sour, very appetizing. The yard was just the right time for long beans. They had carefully built a trellis, which was now covered with vines. The long beans hung densely on the trellis. There were also autumn gourds. Although the leaves on the vine had started to wither, a few flowers remained at the tips, with tender young gourds hanging from them. Not to mention, in the corners of the fence, pumpkins and winter melons planted earlier were plump and hidden beneath the leaves. There were also purple, round eggplants and half-green, half-red peppers, all concealed beneath the foliage. Mrs. Meng usually took care of this garden. Although her cooking skills were average, she was quite talented at growing vegetables. Any vegetables she grew were better than others. Thanks to her, the He family had fresh greens on the table all year round, except for buying meat. Now, in the garden, Mrs. Meng looked like she was giving orders, surveying the area and thinking about which vegetables to pick later. Suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps outside. She looked up and recognized a familiar face, looking anxious. She didn't know why, but she wasn't a nosy person. If someone was in a hurry, it must be something urgent. There was no need to ask questions or cause trouble. So she took a quick look and then lowered her head to look at the vegetable garden. She didn't expect that the familiar person ahead was running over, and behind her, several other families were also hurriedly returning. Everyone seemed in a rush. She held back her curiosity until she saw another familiar woman. She hurriedly called out and asked, "Auntie, what exactly happened? Why do you all look so anxious and hurried to go home?" The woman was rushing home to get money. When she saw it was Mrs. Meng asking, she quickly turned her eyes and first congratulated her, saying, "Brother Yan's wife, you are really lucky. Your son is hard-working and filial, your daughter is caring, and even the daughter-in-law coming in is very clever. When your current daughter-in-law gets married in, with her skills, you'll probably enjoy a peaceful life." After saying this, she looked at Mrs. Meng with envy several times. She wondered how Mrs. Meng's life was so good. She was sold as a servant girl, but still managed to meet honest men like He Qiao. He married her with proper wedding rites, even separated from his family to live alone, built a big house, and their children are doing well. Brother Yan is capable and filial, and his eldest daughter married into a wealthy family in Chilidan. The younger daughter is even more impressive. Her marriage was arranged with the young master of the town's pharmacy family. That's a prominent family in town. If his daughter married into that family, it would be a big step up. Who wouldn't envy such good luck? Many secretly resented her for being a former servant girl, yet she still has such a good life. Earlier, He Yan was nearly 20 years old and still hadn't found a wife, which made those jealous and envious of Mrs. Meng feel a bit better. No matter how good her life is, if her son can't find a wife, the He family would have no descendants. But, unexpectedly, He Yan was about to get married. The daughter-in-law coming in looked a bit thin, but the rural women had sharp eyes. Just a quick glance told them that although she looked fragile, her figure suggested she could bear children. Moreover, she was good at business. Even just in a short time, someone nearby had calculated a profit for Zhang Chuntao. In her basket was about 20 jin of tea leaves. With 4 coins per jin, just a few words could bring in nearly 100 coins. It's important to know that rural families mainly rely on farming for income. They have few other ways to make money. The villages under Chuntao town, because of the mountains, can pick mountain produce to sell and supplement their income. So life is still somewhat manageable. This family, even if they can harvest mountain goods twice a season, making 400 or 500 silver coins a year, is already good. If they are lucky enough to sell a silver coin's worth, that's impressive. Of course, winning big prizes or finding rare herbs like lingzhi or ginseng is a different story altogether. A grown man from a farming family, besides working in the fields, spends his free time doing odd jobs in town or the county seat. In a few months, he might earn only 100 or 200 silver coins. By this calculation, Zhang Chuntao is quite remarkable. One day, she sold nearly 100 silver coins worth of tea. From her tone, it sounds like she has already sold tea in other villages. That means, during just a few days of harvest, she has already earned several hundred silver coins. The He family didn't just find a daughter-in-law, they found a hen that lays golden eggs. This woman looked at Meng's wife with envy. If her own son hadn't already married, she'd be eager to steal the He family's daughter-in-law away. Meng's wife was stunned and didn't quite understand what she meant. "Annie, what are you saying? My daughter-in-law?" Seeing that Meng's wife didn't understand, the woman thought it made sense. When Zhang Chuntao appeared, Meng's wife had already packed up and gone home, so she hadn't met her. She hurriedly told Meng everything that had happened after she left, in detail. Finally, she couldn't help but envy and said, "I tell you, Yan Gur's mother, with such a capable daughter-in-law coming into the family, your good days are still ahead. Anyway, I won't bother you anymore. I need to go home and get some money to buy that cool tea leaves, so I won't miss out or get them snatched away." She then ran back home quickly. Meng's wife immediately forgot about picking vegetables and had no mind for cooking. Her mind was full of questions. That day, she had said she wanted Zhang Chuntao to come help with cooking and chores, but her own troublesome son had refused. Now, today, Zhang Chuntao had come on her own? In Meng's eyes, although her troublesome son had been difficult with her these days, every mother believed her son was the best. Her filter was very thick. Even if her son were a beggar, she'd think he was the most handsome and promising among beggars, destined to bring glory to the family. Any unmarried daughter in the world would be willing to choose her son. What delicate daughter of a noble family. Even a princess would be worthy of him. Although Mrs. Meng's filters are not yet that deep, she still thinks that Zhang Chuntao being able to marry her son is purely good luck. She also believes her son's eyes are clouded, which is why he could only marry such a good girl. Her first thought is that her troublesome son must care about Zhang Chuntao, so he told her she didn't need to help at the He family. As for Zhang Chuntao, even if she is capable, she is still young and has no family support. Mrs. Meng thinks she probably feels unsure deep down, which is why she hurried over on the first day of the harvest at the He family. But the young girl is shy and might think it's not good to come uninvited, so she made an excuse about selling tea leaves to find her way to Yang village. From this, Mrs. Meng thinks Zhang Chuntao is aware of her situation and knows she will need to please her future mother-in-law. The more Mrs. Meng thinks about it, the more she agrees. She estimates that her daughter, carrying tea, probably ran into Zhang Chuntao at the farm, and soon she might bring her home. Normally, Mrs. Meng should be sitting comfortably at home, waiting for Zhang Chuntao to come to her door, to show her authority as the future mother-in-law. But if Mrs. Meng truly had such cleverness and patience, she wouldn't have been so tense with He Yan these days. It's all because she can't keep things to herself. When something happens, she knows she should be patient and wait, but her feelings often get the better of her, and she ends up saying too much. She waited at home for a while, feeling restless, like she had thorns in her backside. She couldn't sit still, so she went to the gate to look out, then paced around the yard like a donkey pulling a mill. After several tries, she finally couldn't hold back. She thought about a problem. What if her son stopped Zhang Chuntao from coming back with her daughter? When Zhang Chuntao follows her son-in-law, and helpers back, she would be in front of outsiders. She wouldn't just be giving her son face, but also protecting her family's reputation, so she would have to act friendly. This couldn't happen. Mrs. Meng thought she couldn't stand it. She decided to go outside. When she reached the yard and smelled the aroma of meat, she remembered there was still food in the pot. She hurried to the kitchen, saw that only a little ash was left, and felt relieved to leave the house. She stepped out of the house and casually closed the gate behind her. Then she followed the path toward the side. From afar, she saw her daughter, with someone walking behind her. Without guessing, she knew it must be Zhang Chuntao. Mrs. Meng saw the person and became a little calmer. As an elder, she knew she shouldn't look anxious, so she slowed her steps and waited for the person to come forward. Unexpectedly, she saw her daughter walking awkwardly, almost stumbling. Luckily, Zhang Chuntao caught her to prevent her from falling. They seemed to be whispering to each other, but they were too far away to hear clearly. Then she heard her daughter's voice change, shouting "Please don't," which frightened Mrs. Meng. She was so worried about her daughter that she forgot everything else. She was afraid her daughter was upset. Seeing her daughter was safe and unharmed, she carefully looked her over. Because she already disliked Zhang Chuntao, she naturally found her appearance unpleasant. She thought her skin was too dark, her body too thin, her hair too yellow, and her clothes too bright and jarring. In short, she just didn't like her. While Mrs. Meng was observing Zhang Chuntao was also looking at Mrs.
Meng.
Compared to women of similar age in rural families, Mrs. Meng looked relatively young. Her face had some wrinkles, but her hair was black and without a single gray strand. She was neatly dressed in a blue cotton dress, somewhat old but still clean. The sleeves and elbows had faded spots, and there were a few small patches on the skirt. Her features were delicate. He Yan, following her, was a bit more refined. When she frowned between her eyebrows, there was a deep worry line. Her face looked peaceful, but such a line suggested she was carrying heavy worries inside. She didn't show it outwardly, but probably thought a lot and worried often. Looking at Mrs. Meng's eyes, although she tried to hide her dissatisfaction, her poor hiding skills made Zhang Chuntao see clearly her picky, dissatisfied, and scrutinizing looks. Since she was Gao Yan's mother and would likely spend many years with her in the future, Zhang Chuntao smiled politely and greeted her. "Auntie, hello. I am Zhang Chuntao from the Zhang family. I will visit you later." Mrs. Meng heard this and deliberately lifted her chin, glancing at Zhang Chuntao from the corner of her eye. She snorted coldly through her nose but said nothing. Gao Yan was very annoyed. They were outside, and it was not good to be seen like this. She kept trying to signal Meng with her eyes, but Meng was entirely focused on Zhang Chuntao and didn't notice. He Yan had no choice but to cough twice to get Meng's attention. Before Meng could react, Zhang Chuntao stepped forward with concern and asked very politely, "Auntie, what's wrong? Is it the dry autumn weather causing your nose to bleed? Or is your throat sore?" Meng frowned and looked at Zhang Chuntao with a hint of anger.
I'm fine.
"What do you mean? Are you cursing that I am not feeling well?" Zhang Chuntao looked innocent. "Auntie, what are you saying? I just noticed you kept your head high and your neck stretched, but you didn't say anything. I thought maybe you got sunstroke from the autumn heat and was bleeding. Turns out you're fine and your throat doesn't hurt. That's great. I was worried for nothing." Her expression made Meng feel a bit annoyed. Although Zhang Chuntao spoke sincerely and seemed caring, Meng felt something was off, like her words didn't sound right. She looked at Zhang with suspicion but didn't want to cause trouble outside. If others saw them arguing, it would be embarrassing. She forced a small smile and said, "Since you've come, why don't you come inside and sit?" She then took He Yan's hand and led her ahead without caring if Zhang Chuntao was following. Zhang Chuntao didn't mind and happily followed at a comfortable distance. They crossed the village and reached the gate of the He family's yard. Zhang Chuntao's eyes brightened. Although the He family's yard was like that of ordinary people, once inside, it had 3 main rooms facing the entrance and side rooms on both sides. It was tidier than others, especially the persimmon tree in the yard, which was full of bright red persimmons, looking very beautiful. It reminded Zhang Chuntao of a painting she had seen before, an old mountain house with a tall persimmon tree nearby, its leaves fallen, leaving only bright red persimmons like lanterns, beautiful as a painting. She never thought she would see such a scene in real life. Inside the yard, there were various flowers planted in the corners. The bright red hollyhocks were blooming vividly, making the yard look even more lively. The stone-paved path was another detail she loved. In this rural home, even if they built a new big house, they cared most about what kind of wood, stone, and tiles they used. Few people use blue stone slabs for paving roads. Just leveling the soil in the yard is already good enough. Looking at it, the He family's yard somewhat resembles a special mountain in that Zhang Chuntao saw in modern times. As soon as she stepped into the yard, Meng's forced smile immediately disappeared. She pursed her lips and didn't care whether Zhang Chuntao felt awkward staying alone in the yard. Instead, she dragged He Yan into the house. He Yan wanted to speak, but Meng glared at her, so she obediently shut up. Inside, Meng closed the door and looked like she was about to question her. What happened just now? What did you say to that Zhang girl? Did she bully you? He Yan was very speechless. Mother, do you think I'm stupid, or do you think she's stupid? She just arrived and is on our territory. Why would she want to bully me? She must be crazy to do that. Mother, let's go out. Can't we talk about this later tonight? After all, it's her first time visiting our home. Big brother even told me to let her rest comfortably in my room. It's too rude to leave her outside now. If others see, it wouldn't look good. Meng scoffed and grabbed He Yan. What are you afraid of? Since she wants to marry into our family, let her see what it's really like. Let her know that the He family's door isn't so easy to enter. He Yan wanted to go out but was pulled back by Meng and couldn't break free. She sighed endlessly. Meng's head was starting to hurt from listening and couldn't help but say, "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid she'll get angry and run away? Or that she'll be too shy and cry? You're heartless. Who am I doing this for? If I don't show her some toughness now, let her see how strict we are. How will we set rules for her when she marries in the future? People who don't know better might think you're her real sister. Look at how distressed you are." He Yan felt everything was fine, but suddenly she was blamed unfairly. She exclaimed, "What does this have to do with me? How much longer can I stay at home? After the new year, I'll get married. Why should I argue with her? I'm not bored or doing nothing. Mother, stop causing trouble. Big brother's mood has improved today. If you keep bothering him, you might really upset him and cause a rift." Hearing this, Meng's face darkened. She glared at He Yan, realizing she was her own daughter. She knew exactly where to poke to hurt her. It was truly a waste to have her. He Yan remembered that Zhang Chuntao had saved her, and after being advised by Ma Yuanzhi for a while, she finally spoke to persuade her mother, saying, "Mother, I think Sister Zhang from the Zhang family is quite good. Although her reputation is a bit questionable, her character is not bad." She then explained how Zhang Chuntao had saved her. After finishing, she added, "Besides, she is from an outside family, and she saved your daughter. She is, at least, a life-saver. Why should we leave her outside the yard? What kind of situation is this? Moreover, she is the person my eldest brother likes. Isn't it too harsh for us to treat her this way?" When Meng Shi heard this, she was startled and first looked at He Yan from head to toe. Seeing she was fine, she finally relaxed. Still, she was stubborn and said, "If a stranger saved you, we would thank them properly. But who knows if she just did it to please your brother? Besides, if she marries your brother and comes into our family, she would be your sister-in-law. When a sister-in-law is in trouble, saving you is just what she should do. It's natural. What's there to argue about? Are you trying to take credit for it?" He Yan felt embarrassed listening to Meng Shi's words. She shook off Meng Shi's hand and opened the door to leave. When she opened the door, she saw Zhang Chuntao standing under the persimmon tree, carrying a basket on her back, staring blankly at the persimmons on the tree. It looked like she hadn't moved since entering. Feeling a bit guilty and shy, He Yan noticed that Zhang Chuntao seemed to like the persimmons. She casually said, "Sister Zhang, do you like persimmons? These persimmons are still a bit astringent and can't be eaten yet." Hearing the noise, Zhang Chuntao turned her head and looked over. When she heard He Yan, she just smiled and said, "You misunderstood. I don't like persimmons. I just think this persimmon tree looks beautiful with this yard, like a painting, so I looked at it for a while." Following He Yan, Meng Shi came out and happened to overhear this. She felt that these words sounded somewhat familiar, as if someone had said something similar before. She suddenly remembered the past. When she was still a servant in her master's house, there was a large peach orchard in the estate. Every year, it bloomed with many peach blossoms, but the trees never bore fruit. She had once asked curiously why they didn't cut down the peach trees that didn't produce peaches and plant ones that did. The young lady had laughed at her, saying that the peach blossoms were for people to enjoy. When the flowers bloomed, they looked like a painting. She also recited some words she didn't understand, like wet and blessing. The young master's expression at that moment was similar to Zhang Chuntao's current look. Although he was right in front of her, he seemed very distant, as if separated by a great wall. This made her recall the past, the young master back then, and herself. One proud and indifferent, the other naive and unaware of being laughed at. Now, the proud one was Zhang Chuntao, and the one being laughed at was her own daughter. Meng's heart tightened as she looked at Zhang Chuntao with a sharper gaze. She snorted coldly. "As folks from the countryside, we must accept our fate. We work hard in the fields every day just to earn enough to eat. It's best to be honest and straightforward, not always dreaming of things beyond our reach." Her words were vague and confusing, leaving He Yan and Zhang Chuntao puzzled. But Zhang Chuntao noticed that Meng's eyes kept staring at her, so she guessed that these words were meant for her to hear. She didn't understand why Meng was acting so crazy. First time meeting, she hadn't said much, yet she was so aggressive. It was as if she was making a scene on purpose. If any other girl who hadn't married and yet had a mother-in-law as picky as this, she might have been so embarrassed she'd cry. Just being able to hold back tears would be a relief. But who was Zhang Chuntao? At first, she thought Meng was the kind of loud, quarrelsome woman, crying, throwing tantrums, even threatening to hang herself. She thought such a woman was easiest to deal with, as long as she was more aggressive than her. Wasn't that what the worst kind of rural mother-in-law was like? Or maybe she was calculating and scheming, sweet on the surface, but bitter inside, always plotting. That was okay. Even if Meng managed to scheme away a single hair from her, Zhang Chuntao would consider herself the winner. But she never expected Meng to be a rough, impulsive type, fighting with hammers and sticks, not even truly fierce, with crude and shocking tricks. Even her threats were childish and clumsy. This unpredictable behavior caught her off guard. But she wasn't worried. Dealing with such a person just needed some subtle tricks. Luckily, she was experienced in these matters, an old master of subtlety. Her best weapon was honesty, and she knew how to hurt someone deeply with sincere words. She looked at He Yan sincerely and said, "Little sister, I truly envy you." He Yan looked confused and replied, "Why do you envy me?" "Because your family is from a respected scholar's household, with good morals. I bet everyone in your family is educated and understands all kinds of principles. You just said that the persimmon isn't ripe yet and is a bit astringent, so it can't be eaten." But Annie was able to come up with a simple, honest reason for the farmers to stay grounded and work steadily. Truly, she comes from a good family background. Unlike me, I don't understand these big principles. I only know that the persimmon looks nice now, and when it ripens, it will taste good. I think I should ask Brother He more about this. Maybe he can teach me, so I won't always be confused by what Annie says. What should I do then? He Yan looked confused and asked, "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand either." Then she looked at Mrs. Meng and asked, "Mom, isn't it just a persimmon tree?"
What are you talking about?
"What's out of reach?" Mrs. Meng felt that strange feeling again. At first, it seemed like Zhang Chuntao was speaking normally, but something felt off. No matter how she thought about it, it didn't make sense. She also saw her daughter helping to ask questions in a silly way, so she got annoyed and said, "Mom means that if you can't reach something, don't force it. Otherwise, you might hurt your back. Do you understand, Zhang girl?" She directly named her. Zhang Chuntao replied calmly, "I don't agree with Annie. It's just a persimmon. Even if I can't reach it, can I use a stick to knock it down? If you're worried it might fall and break, can't you use a ladder to pick it? If the ladder isn't enough, can't you climb the tree?" As the old saying goes, there's always a way around difficulties. If you want that persimmon, just find a way to get it. Mrs. Meng's face changed, and she coldly said, "What if you can't pick the persimmon?" As the old saying goes, a forced melon isn't sweet. Zhang Chuntao smiled and said, "See what Annie says. It's just a persimmon. Do you still want to listen to her or not? Besides, whether a forced melon is sweet or not, you won't know until you try. If it's not sweet, at least it can fill your stomach. And I personally don't like sweet things. I prefer the thrill of trying to get what I want." He Yan, even if she was a bit slow, understood now. This isn't really about the persimmon. It's clearly a battle of wits between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. It's terrifying. All this fog and confusion, and what are they even talking about? Mrs. Meng was angry at Zhang Chuntao's casual attitude, but she wasn't quick-witted enough. If she were clever with her words, she wouldn't be bullied by her mother-in-law every day, crying all the time. When dealing with villagers, most people are polite and friendly, especially out of respect for the He family. She has never been a mother-in-law before and has no experience. These words were thought up after much reflection, recalling how her own mother-in-law used to speak to her, pieced together from memory. She remembers feeling so embarrassed when she first heard those words that she covered her face and cried for days. Why would she use such words to deal with her daughter-in-law? Isn't that wrong? Isn't the standard answer supposed to be different? How can she continue from here? Looking at Zhang Chuntao, she still smiled warmly at herself. Meng sure didn't know how to react and was stunned for a moment before reluctantly saying, "It's getting late. I need to deliver the meal." She then went into the kitchen to tidy up. He Yan knew this was the real task and hurried inside, scooping out the tea from the jar, planning to send it over later. Once again, the two women ignored Zhang Chuntao. Zhang Chuntao wasn't upset. Instead, she found it interesting. She followed behind them into the kitchen, watching Meng Sure serve the food. The steaming pork, salted vegetables, and tofu stew were being ladled into a bowl. The pork looked pale, the salted vegetables dark, and the tofu was also very white, making it look unappetizing. Zhang Chuntao frowned and wondered, "Are people supposed to eat this?" He Yan saw Zhang Chuntao staring at the food in surprise and thought she was impressed by how good the dishes looked, especially since the Yang family village was famous for their good meals. She couldn't help but say, "Sister Zhang, do you want to try some? I'll ask my mother to save you a bowl." She was about to call Meng Sure when Zhang Chuntao quickly stopped her, sincerely declining, no need. There's not much to go around, and with so many people, these dishes probably won't be enough. Don't bother saving me any. It's more important for those working to be full. If it weren't for the sincere look on He Yan's face, she might have suspected that the girl was trying to get back at her mother by using this dish. Hearing this, He Yan looked down and said, "Mother, this isn't enough. We prepared a full basin this morning, but it's only half gone now." Meng Sure knew very well that it wasn't enough. They had originally planned to pick some vegetables to cook with, but she forgot when Zhang Chuntao arrived and was worried about the situation. If they prepared another dish, there wouldn't be enough time. The workers in the field were already exhausted, and delivering the meal was late. If they delayed further, the people they hired might start to complain. After so many years, they had never made such a mistake before. All are members of the Zhang family. If she hadn't come today and disturbed her peace of mind, she wouldn't have made such a mistake. Meng's first reaction was to blame Zhang Chuntao. She glared at Zhang Chuntao with annoyance, packed all the food into a basket, and asked He Yan to bring tea to the yard. He Yan understood that she couldn't delay, so she followed Meng out, leaving Zhang Chuntao alone in the courtyard. Zhang Chuntao was about to laugh bitterly. She had come today because, during the busy autumn harvest, She thought selling tea and helping the He family cook a few meals wasn't a big deal. Although she guessed Meng might not like her as a future daughter-in-law, she tried to understand her from her perspective. Before getting married, she wanted to visit Meng to show her sincerity and get to know each other. After all, they would live together for many years, and she didn't expect to be like mother and daughter, just to be polite and keep face. Who would want constant fighting between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? She didn't expect Meng's attitude to be like that. Honestly, her tricks couldn't really hurt her, but they made her feel uncomfortable inside. And He Yan, if she was causing trouble, she wasn't really doing so, but she was so clueless that it was hard to know what to say. Any slightly smarter person, even if they didn't like their future sister-in-law, would at least give some explanation before leaving her behind. It seemed they looked down on her, thinking she was trying to climb up to the He family, and so treated her lightly. Maybe they thought that even if they ignored her at home, she wouldn't dare to leave or cause trouble. Unfortunately, Zhang Chuntao didn't like being treated that way. If the He family mother and daughter didn't welcome her, did she enjoy being disliked? The He family's He Yan was good, but not so good that she would lose her self-respect to please them. There are countless men in the world. If one doesn't work out, she could find another. At worst, she would find a chance later to thank and repay He Yan. In a moment, Zhang Chuntao understood that if the He mother and daughter still behaved like that, there was no need to go through with the marriage. Although marrying He Yan would save her many troubles, if she truly married him, dealing with such a mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law would be the biggest problem, an unavoidable one. Since she still has time before the dowry is delivered, she thinks she can still prepare. Besides, she's been busy these days. The mountain goods are gradually increasing, and she has collected many herbs. Recently, she found a hidden small valley that seems rarely visited. Such a place might have many valuable herbs. She plans to explore it soon, but her delay is because of He Yan. Since the He family doesn't welcome her, she prefers to be free. Gathering herbs in the mountains to make money is a good idea. Thinking this way, Zhang Chuntao is too lazy to stay at the He family house. She packs her basket and plans to go into the mountains to gather herbs. In the past few days, she brought a thin quilt and stayed in a mountain cave. Now, she heads into the mountains, collecting herbs along the way, aiming to reach the cave before dark. She plans to stay overnight and, once morning comes, explore that small valley. If she's lucky and finds some rare herbs like lingzhi or polygonum, it would be a big gain. Why mention men? Talking about men only slows her down from making money. After leaving the He family yard, since their house is near the village's edge and close to the foot of the mountain, she checks her direction and begins to climb. Not long after, she hears someone ask doubtfully, "Is that the Zhang girl?" She turns around and sees Zhao Shi, the matchmaker from that day. Seeing Zhang Chuntao, she greets her happily. "I thought it looked like you from afar. I also heard villagers say that today, Brother Yan's wife came to sell tea leaves. I guessed it was you and I was right." She then asks, "Are you heading up the mountain?" Zhang Chuntao calls her aunt and nods in response. Zhao Shi looks puzzled. "It's so early in the morning. Why are you going up the mountain? Why are you alone? What about Brother Yan's mother and sister? I didn't see them." Zhang Chuntao smiles. "They went to the fields to deliver food and water. It's not appropriate for me to stay at their house, so I decided to come out and go into the mountains." Hearing this, Zhao Shi instantly understood most of the situation and couldn't help but change her expression. She feels that Meng Shi really comes from a servant's background. She's just lucky. Plus, He Qiao is honest, which is why they have a good life today. Why cause trouble now? She's really reckless. If his son married an ordinary girl, such methods might not be enough to control others or handle the situation properly. But look at this Zhang family girl. What kind of person is she? Could she suffer such a loss? Then there's Zhang Chuntao, who looks calm and even has a slight smile. She doesn't seem angry or upset. The more she behaves this way, the more Zhao feels that things are getting serious. After all, she is the matchmaker between the two, even if only in name. She should still be professional, right? So Zhao swallows hard and forces a smile, saying, "That's perfect. Since you've just arrived in Yuanzhi village, Annie will show you around and invite you to sit at her house. The dishes you made last time were truly excellent. I've thought about them many times at home, but couldn't replicate the taste. Today, you must teach me. Zhang Chuntao offers a polite smile and replies, "Thank you, Auntie. But I have some things to do in the mountains today. When you come to the town in a few days, I'll tell you my recipe then, okay?" She takes a few steps forward, then pauses, turns back, and looks at Zhao with a surprised expression, thinking she might stay. But Zhang Chuntao casually says, "Annie, please help me pass a message to Brother He. Tell him I have something to do, and I'm leaving early. I'm not angry, so don't come looking for me. The harvest at home is important. We can talk about our matters after the harvest." After saying this, she waves goodbye to Zhao, turns, and walks quickly up the mountain path. Zhao is anxious and stomps her feet, helplessly watching Zhang Chuntao's figure disappear into the woods. Usually, if Zhao couldn't stop Zhang Chuntao, she would immediately go tell He Yan to chase after her. But these days are the most critical for the harvest. This year's income and food depend on these few days. Any other matters can wait. After thinking for a moment, Zhao grits her teeth and turns to walk toward the fields. At Zhao's home, they had just returned from buying land. Since neither of them had farmed for many years, they initially hired others to work the land. Later, they gradually learned to help themselves. However, Zhao was young and had been injured before, so Yang Dachuan didn't allow her to work in the fields. During the busiest time of the harvest, she was only allowed to deliver food and water. Today, she took food to the fields. On the way, she overheard someone saying that He Yan's wife had arrived. She felt quite happy about it, especially since she had kindly given a reminder that day, but He Yan had firmly refused it. Although Zhang Chuntao didn't say anything at the time, her presence today showed that she had listened to her words. Zhao was naturally pleased too, who wouldn't like others to listen to their advice. Because of this, Zhao decided to visit the He family, worried that Meng might say something wrong. She stayed nearby to help clarify things if needed. But before she could reach the He house, Meng and her daughter had already offended someone badly. Plus, Zhang Chuntao had asked her to pass along a message. Zhao felt it was a risky move, but since she had already accepted the bride price, she had no choice but to go see He Yan, despite her worries. On the way back, she couldn't help but sigh about how happy she was when she received the money, but now she felt quite upset. Since her land was far from the He family's land and in the opposite direction, she didn't meet Meng and her daughter on her way back. She hurried to catch up, arriving just as she saw the He family and helpers eating. He Yan wasn't eating but was talking to Meng beside her, looking a bit upset. Zhao's heart skipped a beat. She quickened her steps and heard He Yan say, "Mother, cook more tonight. Everyone's tired, and we can't let anyone go hungry." Then she heard Meng reply, "I heard Zhang's girl came, and I got a bit confused. Do I need you to remind me?" He Yan hesitated, about to speak, but when she looked up and saw Zhao's worried face, she paused. Suddenly, she felt an ominous premonition. Ignoring Meng, she hurried over to Zhao. Taking a few quick steps, she reached Zhao and asked, "Annie, are you looking for me?" Zhao looked at the young man and didn't know what to say. Meng saw her and came over, greeting, "Zhao's sister-in-law, do you have time to visit?" Zhao gave Meng a forced smile and said, "I just want to talk to your brother He." She thought for a moment, then quietly took He Yan away from the crowd, not daring to look at his face, and explained everything Zhang Chuntao had told her. After waiting a while and not getting a response from He Yan, she couldn't help but advise him, "Well, brother He, it's not Zhang's fault. Where are you planning to go?" Just as she was speaking, she saw He Yan lift his foot to leave. She thought he was going to chase someone, which surprised her. She quickly grabbed him. She anxiously advised, "Brother Yan, don't act impulsively now. The autumn harvest is very important. After it's over, your aunt can go with you and explain things to Zhang's daughter. Maybe she will forgive you if you talk nicely. If you act rashly now, it won't help, and if things get worse, it could hurt Zhang's daughter's reputation." She also didn't say this out loud, but if they abandon the autumn harvest at the He family's farm and go look for someone, even if they find them, would Meng's heart feel better? Wouldn't it just make Zhang's daughter more upset? A mother's heart is similar everywhere. She's worked hard to raise her son, and if he cares more about a girl, she might accept it, but if he even leaves the harvest for her, who wouldn't be upset? They aren't even married yet. If they do get married, wouldn't she, as the mother, feel like she's been pushed down a notch? And if she can't control her son anymore, it's her own flesh and blood that's slipping away. All her frustration would then be directed at her daughter-in-law. It's better to stay calm, wait until everyone's anger cools down, and then think things through slowly. But He Yan spoke very calmly. Andy, don't worry. I'm not going up the mountain. I'm going to eat and work. If you see Chuntao these days, please tell her not to worry. Once everything is settled, I'll have the face to see her. He then broke free from Zhao's hand and returned to the He family members with a calm expression, acting as if nothing was wrong. He squeezed into the crowd and quietly gnawed on a steamed bun. Zhao was stunned. What kind of rule was this? She was worried He Yan might act impulsively and cause trouble for everyone. If Meng's family lost face and Zhang Chuntao was left upset, wouldn't everyone be laughed at? But He Yan was not only calm, he seemed completely unmoved. Zhao had never seen such a thing before. In her years as a matchmaker, she had seen all kinds of strange things, but she had never encountered this. Usually, when a woman is wronged, she either endures silently, swallowing her pain and tolerating everything, eventually becoming a pushover and allowing herself to be bullied. Or she can't take it anymore and starts crying or making a fuss, provoking her fiancé or family to cause a scene. First, she had seen someone like Zhang Chuntao, who simply refused to serve and walked away. Now she had also seen how strange He Yan was, someone who responded with no reaction at all when advised. This made Zhao feel uneasy inside. It was like seeing a firecracker about to explode and hurt someone. She was so anxious, desperately trying to stop it from going off. She was so worried that her heart was pounding. But in the end, the firecracker fizzled out silently. That feeling of wasted effort made her feel uncomfortable all over. Thankfully, there was no big trouble. Zhao felt exhausted and thought that if she had to deal with more young people like this, she might not be able to hold on much longer. After Zhao left, others didn't notice immediately, but Ma Yuanzhi was the first to sense something was wrong. Although he couldn't see He Yan's expression clearly, he could feel the heavy, gloomy atmosphere around him. He didn't speak, only ate 2 buns and drank 2 bowls of cold tea. Before he could catch his breath, he was back to working in the fields, tying up rice stalks. By this time, most of the rice had been harvested. In the afternoon, the main task was to bundle the rice and carry it back to the drying yard at home. Usually, after eating, especially on hot, humid afternoons, people rest under the shade of trees for a while to cool down before working again, to avoid heat stroke. This made the hired workers and temporary helpers exchange surprised looks. The main family was already working in the fields, so why were they still resting in the shade? But working under such strong sun for the first time at his farm, what was going on? No one dared to ask He Yan in the field, so they just watched Ma Yuanzhi and Mrs. Meng. Mrs. Meng didn't think much about it. She only snorted coldly, thinking that this young man was working so hard probably because he wanted to finish quickly and go back to see that sly woman, Zhang Chuntao. She would do anything for that woman, even neglect her own health. Why bother to attract trouble? She pretended not to notice and, seeing everyone finished eating and tidied up, was about to call He Yan to go home. He Yan finally managed to talk with Ma Yuanzhi again. Soon after, he had to go back to work in the fields, and it would be evening before he could sneak away to talk again. Without turning around, he said, "Mother, you go back first. I'll stay a little longer to see if I can help." Mrs. Meng didn't believe his words, but she couldn't embarrass her daughter in front of others. She could only remind him gently, then stay a little longer. Come back for dinner later. You haven't eaten yet. He then carried his basket home. The helpers, seeing Meng leave and watching He Yan busy in the field, felt it was not right to just stand around since they were paid for their work. One by one, they gradually went back to work in the fields. Hearing that Meng and He Yan hadn't eaten yet, Ma Yuanzhi couldn't help but say, "Wana, maybe you should go back now. You haven't eaten and you shouldn't go hungry." He Yan didn't want to leave Ma Yuanzhi. She waved her hand and said, There's no food at home now. Mother is upset and confused. Today's meals weren't enough. If there was more time, I would have cooked another dish to bring you. Brother Yuanzhi, are you full? If not, I'll secretly bring you some later. Hearing this, Ma Yuanzhi sensed there was more to the story. Thinking about He Yan's strange behavior, he immediately felt uneasy and asked carefully what's going on. He Yan was a bit careless and didn't think much. She considered Ma Yuanzhi family, and after her mother's argument with Zhang Chuntao earlier, she was very upset and had no one to talk to. When Ma Yuanzhi asked, she spilled everything about what happened when she took Zhang Chuntao back, telling him everything in detail. She even concluded, I was so scared at the time, Ma Yuanzhi. He was now very scared too. If brother-in-law He Yan found out about all this, he didn't dare to imagine what would happen. He swallowed hard and looked at He Yan's expression, muttering Wana, at least that future sister-in-law came to visit for the first time. Visitors are guests. Why didn't you say anything and just left her at home? That's so rude. Anyway, you should go back and check on her. Auntie is angry now, and if she says something unpleasant, it could cause more trouble. It's not good for outsiders to see. He tried his best to persuade He Yan to go back home. Maybe he could help calm Meng down or prevent a big fight. Although He Yan was reluctant, she listened to Ma Yuanzhi and obediently went back home. Ma Yuanzhi sighed, shook his head, and went back to work in the field. He glanced at He Yan with sympathy, feeling sorry for his brother-in-law. His mother was difficult to deal with, and her choice of wife was also strong-willed. Brother-in-law still had a hard life ahead. Looking at He Yan, he thought how lucky he was. His mother was strict but fair, and He Yan was innocent. They would probably get along well in the future. If Zhang Chuntao were here and knew that Ma Yuanzhi had such thoughts, she would definitely advise him. Young man, don't set too many goals at once. Not to mention the He family, just talking about Zhang Chuntao herself, she climbed up the mountain from the back of Yuanzhi village along a narrow, winding path. Along the way, she gathered a few common medicinal herbs. They weren't worth much money, but even tiny mosquitoes are still meat, right? After crossing the mountain behind Yuanzhi village, passing through a valley, and climbing over another hill, Zhang Chuntao finally saw familiar surroundings. By the time she returned to the cave, the sun was about to set. After a long day, Zhang Chuntao was tired and hungry. She lit a torch, and with its light, she felt too exhausted to do much. She took out the remaining bit of flour and mixed it with water to make a batter. She boiled half a jar of water in a clay pot, then used chopsticks to stir the batter into the boiling water. In the countryside, this dish is called noodle dumpling soup, but in her previous time and place, it had a pretty name, floating on water. The batter quickly cooked in the water, forming small dumplings that floated close together on the surface. She sprinkled some salt on top, added a couple of fresh green vegetables to cook, and drizzled a bit of oil. The aroma was delightful. The green vegetables were 2 handfuls of tender wild greens she picked along the way. She washed them clean by the stream and threw them directly into the pot. A quick stir, and they were cooked. She poured the noodle dumpling soup into a bowl, but it was too hot to eat right away. She set it aside to cool while she spread out the collected herbs on the ground to dry. Once everything was done, the soup had cooled enough to taste.
Zhang Chuntao was starving.
She took a few sips of the soup, just oil and salt, but thanks to the fresh aroma of the wild greens, the soup had a slight savory flavor. She picked up a piece of green vegetable, tender and crunchy, with a slight bitterness, but very refreshing. She finished the large bowl of noodle dumpling soup in one go, feeling fully alive again. Outside the cave, it was already dark. Zhang Chuntao closed the bamboo fence at the entrance and propped a stone against it to keep the wind from blowing it down. After a simple wash-up, she crawled onto the thatched bed, wrapped herself in a blanket, and closed her eyes. She thought she would toss and turn all night, unable to sleep, but surprisingly, as soon as she closed her eyes, she fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know what kind of dreams she had. Of course, she had no idea what was happening back in Yuanzhi village with the He family, because in the afternoon, they bundled the harvested rice and carried it home on shoulder poles, stacking it near the threshing area at the gate. However, since the He family has a large yard, they usually carry the bundles into the yard for safety. When most of the bundles were ready and people started carrying them home, everyone noticed that Zhang Chuntao, who was walking with He Yan, was missing. Someone quickly asked, "Brother Yan, why didn't we see your wife?" Meng, who had gone home earlier, was surprised to find Zhang Chuntao missing. Was she upset and left? But then she got angry again, thinking it was rude and disrespectful to leave without saying a word. It felt like she wasn't being treated with respect. Feeling guilty, she worried about how to explain to her son later that evening. She lost her appetite and sat in the yard, lost in thought. It was only when He Yan returned and saw that Meng hadn't seen Zhang Chuntao that she learned she had left early. The mother and daughter looked at each other, both worried. Hearing someone ask, Meng, who was in the kitchen, suddenly felt nervous. She stopped preparing vegetables and listened carefully to the outside sounds. He Yan, calm and steady, replied she had something to do and left earlier.
Sister, Zhao told me.
Only then did Meng feel a bit relieved. By the time everyone had carried back the harvested rice, it was almost dark. Because there wasn't enough food at noon, Meng prepared a richer dinner that evening. She brought out dried wild game, soaked dried mushrooms and fresh beans from the garden, and cooked a big pot together. She also stir-fried half a basin of cucumbers and eggs. Although the cucumbers and eggs were mashed into small pieces, it was still a semi-meat dish. Everyone ate quietly and then started to leave one after another. No one was foolish. The atmosphere today was clearly tense. The daughter-in-law who hadn't married and yet was here, and now she had left suddenly. Thinking back to how Zhao had spoken to He Yan and how He Yan went to work after dinner, everyone understood what was going on. Maybe the helpers were hired workers who believed in working hard and eating more, ignoring the family's gossip to avoid trouble. Or perhaps they were close to He Yan and knew this was a family matter. No matter how good outsiders were, they couldn't interfere, so they pretended not to know. Once the outsiders left, Yuanzhi quickly found an excuse to leave and took He Yan with him. Only He Yan and his mother remained in the house. Meng's heart was tense again, ready for He Yan to get angry. Unexpectedly, when Yuanzhi and He Yan went out, He Yan said nothing and stayed in the house. He lit a torch in the yard and sharpened his sickle. He had been using the sickle for most of the day, so it was no longer sharp. Since he needed to harvest rice tomorrow, he had to sharpen it properly to save time. In the yard, the sound of the sickle rubbing against the whetstone could be heard clearly. Several shiny sickles beside, He Yan reflected the firelight, making people feel uneasy. At first, Meng's was angry, but seeing He Yan silent and hearing the sharpening sound, her anger gradually faded. Somehow, she felt a little scared. Gathering courage, she moved closer to He Yan, wanting to speak. He Yan had already finished sharpening the sickles and hung them on the wall under the porch. Then he went to wash his hands and face and went straight into the house to lie down. This action stunned the three people, Meng's, and they looked at each other, unsure of what to say. He Yan couldn't help but say, "Big brother must be so angry he's lost his mind," but Yuanzhi quickly covered her mouth and pulled her aside. The next morning, He Yan acted as if nothing had happened, working when he should, eating when he should, as if everything was normal. This made Meng's heart tighten with worry, unable to relax. As the saying goes, a mother knows her child best. Since she gave birth to him, Meng's had understood He Yan quite well. But after that incident, she couldn't quite figure out her son anymore. She knew that if He Yan really argued with her or got angry out of stubbornness, it was just a small matter that would pass. But if he truly kept everything inside and didn't speak, that would create distance. There was no way to rush things, and everyone was busy working hard, so they had no time to dwell on this. Meng's had to suppress her worries and focus on household chores. The rice fields of the He family were harvested in just 2 days and brought back home. The workers were paid and went home early. The replacement workers had also arranged who would start harvesting first and who would follow, and each family could finish harvesting in about 2 days. All the rice was evenly spread out on the drying ground. In front, someone was guiding a mule pulling a stone mill back and forth to crush the rice. Behind, someone was using a fork to turn the rice, so the stone mill could evenly thresh and separate the grains. Because he had to help others during the day, they could only start threshing the rice late at night by lighting a torch. Otherwise, the rice would spoil if left out too long. Only He Yan could do this work, while Ma Yuanji just helped out from behind. They worked late into the night, and by the time they finished threshing all the rice, both were so tired they didn't even take off their clothes and just collapsed onto a pile of straw nearby to sleep. Ma Yuanji was okay. He could sleep a bit longer since the next day he only needed to watch over the drying rice. He Yan, however, still had to help at someone else's house. After a long day, when he returned at night, he and Ma Yuanji would carry the rice into the house to keep it dry from the dew. The next day, depending on the weather, they would move the rice outside to dry further. It had to be dried until it cracked with a bite, with a bit of powder, to be properly stored for years. If the rice wasn't dried thoroughly, and it got damp from the weather, it could rot or spoil inside, causing big losses. After a few days, the once strong He Yan had become quite thin. Even Ma Yuanji, who came to help, couldn't stay at He Yan's house all the time. After about 3 or 4 days, once the rice was nearly dry, he had to leave. Before leaving, he couldn't hold back some words. As a future son-in-law, he couldn't say everything openly, so he took He Yan aside and earnestly said, "Sister Wan, look, Big Brother has been working really hard these days. I'm about to go home soon. The rice at home isn't fully dried yet. Big Brother works all day helping others, so tired he can barely walk, and when he gets back, he still has to gather the rice into the house. Tomorrow morning, he'll carry the rice out again. Once the sun is up, you just need to spread it out to dry. Please try to understand and be a bit considerate of Big Brother. He's not made of iron, right? Other families have siblings helping out, so your family should lend a hand too. At least you and Auntie can help. Even if you can't carry a bag of rice, you can carry a smaller amount. It's better than nothing, and it can help lighten Big Brother's load. We're all family. Can't you bear to see him working so hard alone?" He Yan's face turned red. She hadn't really thought about this before. At home, her elders were her parents, her older brother and older sister. She was the youngest and spoiled. Even during busy harvest times, she only made tea, picked rice grains, or watched the drying yard. Later, her older sister got married, but her father and brother were still there. They hired workers, so she was not needed anymore. She got used to this, but now she feels both shy and guilty. After her father passed away, although they hired help, most of the chores were handled by her older brother, He Yan. He Yan never complained about hard work, and she had never done these things, so she didn't understand how tough it was. Now, after Ma Yuanji reminded her, she realized how selfish she had been. She hesitantly said, "I don't know about this. Mother." She hadn't been foolish enough to say that Meng Shi hadn't said anything or shown concern for her older brother. But Ma Yuanji could tell what she meant behind her words. His brow twitched. Since his future mother-in-law was an elder and he was the son-in-law, he couldn't speak openly, so he never approached his fiancée about it. He patiently explained to He Yan for a long time, urging her to advise Meng Shi. Not to mention anything else. Just look at how He Yan, since his father-in-law died, hadn't made them work in the fields. Their life was even more comfortable than before, so they shouldn't treat him like that. There was one thing Ma Yuanji didn't dare say aloud. If her older brother-in-law was living like this at home, honestly, if he saw a girl he liked and they both liked each other, his heart would lean toward the girl. At least, the girl he liked would put him first and treat him sincerely, right? Ma Yuanji had some thoughts. Although he was engaged to He Yan, they hadn't married yet, so he couldn't say certain things or even dare to. He worried that He Yan hadn't thought about it. No matter how close they were as family, such wear and tear wouldn't last forever. Several times, Ma Yuanji wanted to say this, but seeing He Yan's innocent and carefree face, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Forget it. Next year, she would marry him. After they got married, their contact would be less frequent. When she was far away, he could slowly teach her, and everything would be fine. He Yan wasn't truly bad. She was just spoiled and raised with love at home. Her family was kind and understanding, but she didn't think about caring for others. Now, being pointed out by Ma Yuanzhi, she felt ashamed and embarrassed. She honestly promised that she would try to help more, especially since her older brother, He Yan, was working so hard. Ma Yuanzhi could only do as much as he was able, though he was not very confident. He decided to go home and not mention anything further. On the second day after Zhang Chuntao woke up, she washed up and tidied herself. Then, she headed toward the small valley she had discovered a few days earlier. This small valley was not far from the cave, but it was difficult to walk through. After passing through the woods, there was a cliff. At the edge of the cliff, jagged rocks lined the side. Climbing down these rocks for about 20 or 30 meters, she reached the bottom of the valley. The rocks had not been walked on for many years. When it rained, water collected in the cracks and hollows of the stones, which over time became covered with moss. In the morning, dew from the forest dripped onto the rocks, making the surface very slippery. One careless step could cause a fall down the cliff. Usually, hunters wouldn't go down into such a valley because there were no big game animals there, and risking a fall wasn't worth it. Zhang Chuntao carefully grabbed the cracks in the rocks. It was only about 20 or 30 meters down. It took her about half an hour to carefully descend to the bottom and stand on solid ground. The valley wasn't very big, and the ground at the bottom was uneven. Wild grass and thorny bushes grew stubbornly among the rocks. On the cliff walls, a few crooked pine trees grew. In the distance, there were some large trees, some very tall, while others had already withered. Nearby, some trees had fallen over. From afar, those fallen trees were covered with vines and moss. When the wind blew, the vines swayed, and it looked quite eerie during the day. At this time, the mountain was full of snakes and insects. Although Zhang Chuntao was very skilled in fighting, she didn't dare to be careless. She tightly tied her sleeves and pant cuffs, then crushed some herbal ointments and applied them to her hands and face to prevent insect bites. She also carried prepared sulfur powder in her pouch, which she used to protect herself from venomous snakes and insects. Holding a bamboo stick, she carefully moved forward, pushing aside grass and bushes, tapping them to check for snakes or insects. If there were any hidden in the grass, she could find them early. Any medicinal herbs hiding in the bushes could also be discovered and pulled out. Because no one had been to this valley for many years, there were quite a few old medicinal plants growing here, such as stone fern, du hung, and some common ones like golden lock, stone lotus, and others, all growing in small patches. Zhang Chuntao was overjoyed. She carefully dug out these herbs and placed them in her basket. She spent the whole day gathering these medicinal plants. The next day, she went down the valley again, walking carefully along the same path as yesterday. Soon, she discovered a large patch of Cornus officinalis trees nearby, their branches heavy with fruit. Most of the berries were still green, with some half-red and half-green hanging on the branches. These berries are quite valuable, but unfortunately, they are not ripe yet. They need to wait until late autumn or early winter when the fruits turn bright red before harvesting. Although she couldn't pick them now, Zhang Chuntao was still happy. As long as no one else comes into this valley, when the fruits ripen, they will be hers. It seems this valley is full of good things. After passing through the Cornus officinalis trees, she found a patch of huangjing, polygonatum. In many fantasy stories, huangjing is eaten by cultivators seeking spiritual growth. Although eating huangjing in real life doesn't grant magical powers, it is still a rare medicinal herb. Zhang Chuntao dug up more than half of the huangjing, leaving some behind to ensure sustainable harvesting. After finishing, she wondered what she would do next year. She wandered in the valley for 2 or 3 days and was so happy she almost forgot about everything else. The herbs she collected in just these few days could compare to what she might gather outside in 10 or 15 days. However, the valley wasn't very big. After 2 or 3 days, she was nearing the end of it. The view at the end of the valley was just beyond the large trees she had seen from afar earlier. When she stepped closer, she saw that those fallen trees, tangled with vines, were several stories tall. The still-standing trees reached into the clouds. The fallen trees looked very old, covered in about a foot of moss. The ground was littered with fallen leaves, soft to step on. Occasionally, small insects, startled, would crawl out from beneath the leaves and quickly fly away. Nearby, Zhang Chuntao only found some common herbs and dared not get too close to the big trees. The leaf piles beneath the trees were very deep, and she was afraid she might accidentally step into them. She found a clean stone next to a fallen tree to rest for a while, wondering if there was anything good nearby. She had heard that a type of orchid, called dendrobium, sometimes grew on decayed fallen trees. She wondered if she could find any here. While drinking a couple of sips of tea from her bamboo tube and washing her hands in the nearby stream, she took out her morning-made egg pancake and started to eat. Over the past few days, I have been drying these collected herbs and sending them down the mountain to the pharmacy. I think I can sell some of them for money, which will help cover my daily living expenses. But I can't rely on gathering herbs as a long-term job. I need to think of other ways to make a living, like dyeing cloth or starting a small business. Zhang Chuntao was lost in thought when she accidentally tripped over a vine hidden under a leaf. She was pulled forward uncontrollably. Luckily, she was quick and agile. She grabbed a vine that was swinging in front of her with one hand and held onto a branch of a fallen tree with the other, barely stabilizing herself. However, pulling on the vine caused some leaves and moss to fall all over her face and head. She brushed the leaves away and looked up. Her eyes lit up. There, on the branch above her, was a strange mushroom. At first, Zhang Chuntao thought she was seeing things. But when she looked again, the mushroom was still growing there, not far from her. It was small, semicircular, pale yellow, with a long stem. This was a lucky find. She hurriedly took down her basket, set it aside, and then pulled on the vine, stepping carefully on the nearby branches to inch closer. When she reached the mushroom, she saw it was different from the one she saw on TV. It was reddish-brown, shiny, with cloud-like patterns on top. But it was definitely a rare mushroom. Looking at its shape and shine, it probably wasn't cheap. Zhang Chuntao took a deep breath. She remembered knocking around the mushroom with a stick first. In stories, such rare mushrooms and treasures are guarded by snakes and insects, right? Better safe than sorry. After knocking for a while, a few shiny, dark centipedes crawled out of the moss beside the mushroom. Zhang Chuntao quickly flicked them away. Carefully, she plucked the mushroom, not daring to stay long. She quickly tore some large leaves, wrapped the mushroom, and tucked it into her basket. She didn't have the energy to pick more herbs now. She had already made a big catch. Who would bother with other small ones? She hurried back to the strange rock, then climbed up along the stone. It was difficult going down, but coming back up was easier. Zhang Chuntao turned around and looked back. On the strange rock, there were some patches of moss with her footprints left on them. She thought for a moment and grabbed a handful of dirt from nearby, sprinkling it onto the moss. Since the moss already had water, the dirt stuck to it, making it look dull and less noticeable. Most people wouldn't come here, and hunters wouldn't go down either, so probably no one would find her. She tidied up her footprints and other traces around the area before finally feeling at ease and returning to her cave. Inside the cave, she sorted the other medicinal herbs to one side. She held the Lingzhi mushroom in her hand, examining it carefully for half a day, but couldn't identify it. She then wrapped it carefully. She looked around the cave. During these days, many herbs had been dried and hung up. Her food supplies were almost finished. Once the herbs she collected today were mostly dried, she could descend the mountain. Although the Lingzhi wasn't very unusual, she wasn't worried about it spoiling in the cave. She casually prepared some food, then gathered all the herbs, including those already dried, and packed them together. She wrapped the Lingzhi in the middle, covering it with herbs. Only then did she carry her basket and prepare to go down the mountain. It was just past noon, and the sun wasn't as strong. Because of the autumn harvest, she hadn't encountered anyone on the mountain path from the mountain to the town. When she arrived in town, the herbal shops were already closing one after another. The farmers were busy with the harvest, and no one was going into the mountains. They had no herbs to sell and had already gone home early to rest. Only the Xinglin Hall remained open. Since it was a clinic, if Dr. Ma didn't go out to see patients, it usually wouldn't close. Moreover, the clinic's front was for treating patients, and the backyard was Dr. Ma's home. If someone called out, the door would open. Business at Xinglin Hall had been quite slow these days. The Ma family owned a few acres of rice fields around the town, just enough to feed their family. Because the rice ripened early and was harvested quickly, they had already finished harvesting. Thinking about it, Ma Yuanzhi should be back soon. Since no one was around, Dr. Ma and his mother were chatting idly, waiting for Ma Yuanzhi to return home. While they were talking about preparing for Ma Yuanzhi's marriage next year, a person entered Xinglin Hall. Dr. Ma saw that it was the girl from before, the one who had delivered the package of herbal tea leaves to his family. She saw her carrying a large basket on her back and, hurriedly, went to greet her. "Miss Zhang is here again? Still selling herbs?" Zhang Chuntao nodded, put down her basket, looked around to make sure no one else was nearby, and then carefully took out an item wrapped in leaves from the pile of herbs. She gently placed it on the counter and pushed it in front of Dr. Ma. "Dr. Ma, please take a look at this." She then peeled back the top layer of leaves. Dr. Ma lowered his head, and immediately his expression changed. His first reaction was to turn his head and tell Ma's mother, "Close the door." Ma's mother was still surprised and hadn't reacted yet. Zhang Chuntao, startled, quickly snatched back the Lingji mushroom, took a step back, and looked at Dr. Ma with caution. Dr. Ma quickly realized there was a misunderstanding. He hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand. This thing is very precious, and I asked to close the door to keep it safe from outsiders." Zhang Chuntao then awkwardly smiled, thinking to herself, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me to death. I thought you were going to take my Lingji. If I explain later, I might have kicked you in the face. Was it because my foot was too fast or your mouth was too slow?" But she still put the Lingji back. Meanwhile, Ma's mother had already closed the door of the herb shop. Dr. Ma then carefully held the Lingji with both hands, examined it from all sides for a long time, and kept exclaiming in amazement, such as "wonderful" and "marvelous." He even recited a couple of lines of poetry about high mountains and deep valleys, and how purple mushrooms could cure hunger. Zhang Chuntao understood that this was a purple mushroom. She asked casually, and Dr. Ma nodded repeatedly. "Miss Zhang, you are really lucky. This kind of purple mushroom, almost 100 years old, is rare in the world. The one you picked isn't quite 100 years yet, but look at its shine and cloud-like patterns." He then went on to praise it for about 500 words. Zhang Chuntao didn't fully understand the complicated medical talk but understood one thing. This was a good item, nearly 100 years old, and worth a lot of money. Forgive her, a simple person, and a poor one at that. Even if this purple mushroom could cure many illnesses right now, she'd rather exchange it for money to make herself happy. She patiently listened to Dr. Ma brag about the mushroom for half a day, but Ma's mother couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing Zhang Chuntao about to fall asleep from her husband's long talk, she chuckled and said, "Hubby, just tell her how much this purple mushroom is worth. Look at this young girl. Even if she boasts about this Lingji mushroom, for her, it's better to exchange it for silver so she can eat well and stay warm." Dr. Ma came back to his senses and thought for a moment before saying, "Miss Zhang, I'll be honest with you. This purple mushroom is quite rare and valuable. If you take it to the county town, it could sell for at least 30 taels of silver. If you go to the capital city, it might sell for 100 taels. Selling it to mountain goods shops, you could get at least 10 taels. But I have limited funds and can only offer up to 20 taels. That's my limit. I can't afford more because I need to buy other medicines too. So, think carefully. If you're not in a hurry for the money, it might be better for you to go to the county town yourself or find someone trustworthy to sell it for you. If you don't trust me, you can take it home first and ask around at the mountain goods shop tomorrow." Zhang Chuntao thought about it. Going to the county town would take a day there and a day back, with a night's stay in between. As a woman alone, she was worried about danger. Moreover, she had no connections. Even if she took it to the county town, What if she found an untrustworthy medicine shop that bullied her because she was a woman, or offered a low price, or simply stole it? The risk was too high. She knew how mountain goods shops operated. They usually bought mountain produce from farmers at very low prices and sold them in the county town for much more. It might be better to sell it to Dr. Ma, get 20 taels of silver, and make a good relationship. After all, the reputation of Dr. Ma's clinic was well regarded in the farmer's book. Without hesitation, she pushed the purple mushroom on the table toward Dr. Ma and said, "Let's just make it 20 taels." Dr. Ma was surprised and immediately understood. His eyes lit up as he looked at Zhang Chuntao. "Miss Zhang, are you sure you want to sell it to me?" Zhang nodded. "I trust you, Dr. Ma. I feel at ease selling it to you." Dr. Ma was overjoyed, worried she might change her mind. He quickly grabbed the mushroom and ran toward the back room, still saying, "I'll go get the silver right now." He hurriedly left with the mushroom in hand. Zhang Chuntao watched him go, feeling surprised. She hadn't expected Dr. Ma, at his age, to be so quick and agile. Truly, Stonebridge Town was full of hidden talents. The horse mother's face showed some embarrassment, and she stepped forward to explain, "Young lady, please don't mind. Our family rarely encounters such good things, and I didn't mean to make you the joke." Zhang Chuntao quickly waved her hand, saying the horse mother was too polite. The two exchanged a few polite words. Seeing that Zhang Chuntao's back was soaked with sweat and judging by her appearance, she had just come down from the mountains. The horse mother hurriedly asked her to sit and poured her a cup of tea. The horse mother was also a sensible person. Although she was talking to Zhang Chuntao, she didn't ask personal questions like where she was from, her name, or her family. Instead, she only asked if she was planning to sell the basket of herbs. After receiving a positive answer from Zhang Chuntao, she helped her arrange the herbs carefully, comforting her, "Young lady, don't worry. Our Xinglin pavilion has been around for many years. We always offer fair prices for these herbs. I promise you won't be at a loss." Just then, Dr. Ma came out of the inner room, holding a bulging purse. He approached and took out a silver ingot worth 5 taels, along with some broken silver pieces and a silver note, placing them in front of Zhang Chuntao. The broken silver included some 2-tael pieces and some 1-tael pieces. The silver note was neatly written with 10 taels, which was very considerate. It seemed he was worried that a young girl might be suspicious if she carried large silver ingots worth 5 or 10 taels, so he gave her smaller change instead. Zhang Chuntao took the money without hesitation, counted it carefully, and then carefully stored it in her. It was a large sum of money. Without the purple ginseng, the herbs in her basket, like the yellow essence, were quite valuable, especially since they were old and full-sized. However, those who had seen purple ginseng before looked at these herbs and found them less impressive. Dr. Ma examined the herbs again, weighed them, and finally concluded that the basket was worth about 900 large coins. He decided to give her a full silver ingot. He then checked her pulse and told her to continue eating the red dates daily. He also advised that when the yam was ripe in a few days, she should eat some every day, and if she encountered more yellow essence or similar herbs, she could save some for making chicken soup very nourishing. Zhang Chuntao thanked Dr. Ma, took the silver, and was about to leave when he called her back. After a few words, he asked if she still had the herbal tea leaves from last time. He expressed interest in buying some, saying those tea leaves were very good. Zhang Chuntao would never accept Ma Daifu's money. She took out her last package from her basket and gave it to him, then prepared to leave. Ma Daifu and his wife were not the type to take advantage of others. Especially seeing Zhang Chuntao's situation, they knew her family was struggling. Although the package of tea wasn't much, it could be sold for some money. They insisted on giving her money. Just as they were about to refuse, someone knocked loudly on the door outside. "Dad, Mom, I'm back. It's not even dark yet. Why did you close the door? Isn't that Ma Yuanzhi?" Ma's mother hurried to open the door. Ma Yuanzhi saw Zhang Chuntao immediately, and his eyes lit up. "Big sister-in-law? You've come back to town?" "Big sister-in-law?" Both Ma Daifu and Ma's mother turned to look at Zhang Chuntao. "When did our eldest son get a new wife?" Even they didn't know. Zhang Chuntao quickly straightened and said, "Seriously, I don't deserve that title. Just call me Miss Zhang." "Well, I have something to do, so I'll go now." She said this and carried her basket, then turned to leave. Whether her marriage with He Yan would succeed was still uncertain, so she naturally couldn't agree. Ma Yuanzhi watched Zhang Chuntao avoid answering and suddenly felt worried about her brother-in-law He Yan. From his stance, things didn't look good. Should he send a message to his brother-in-law? While he was thinking, he turned his head and saw Ma's mother and Ma Daifu's faces. "Honestly, tell me, how did this Zhang girl become your sister-in-law? Are you hiding something from us, you little rascal?" Ma Daifu was fine, but Ma's mother had already grabbed a feather duster, ready to strike, as if to say, "If you don't tell the truth, I'll make you regret it." Ma Yuanzhi only said that Zhang Chuntao was He Yan's newly engaged fiancé, so that's why he called her sister-in-law. Ma Daifu, being a man, was happy to hear this. He liked the young man He Yan, and if they had a daughter, they would definitely want a son-in-law like him. Because Zhang Chuntao sold him some purple ginseng, Ma Daifu naturally thought highly of her and nodded repeatedly. But Ma's mother was different. When she heard this, she felt something was off. First, if Zhang Chuntao was engaged to He Yan, why did she go herbal gathering while Ma Yuanzhi helped out at He Yan's family during the autumn harvest? And why was Zhang Chuntao denying everything now and refusing to accept Ma Yuanzhi calling her sister-in-law? She didn't look shy, she looked suspicious. She immediately grabbed Ma Yuanzhi and asked him carefully for details. Although Ma Yuanzhi wanted to hide his feelings, his mother knew everything about these matters. With just a few words, she had everything figured out clearly. After understanding the situation, Ma's face darkened quickly. She grew more disappointed with Meng, the mother-in-law, and He Wan, the daughter-in-law. Forget about Meng. She's like a lamp that only shines on others, but not on herself. How can she criticize other girls? Just look at Zhang Chuntao. She's capable and lucky. And what about Zhiji? Is she someone an ordinary person can meet? Ma's family only met her once in the county town, and her husband boasted about it for a whole year. With such good luck and hardworking nature, finding such a daughter-in-law is rare. Why would she be disliked? Ma also thought about her own daughter, what kind of person she has raised. Forget about everything else, but with someone like He Wan, if she wasn't already engaged and her marriage was set, Ma would really want to find a different daughter-in-law. Now, she was determined. Once He Wan moved in, she would teach her well and correct all her bad habits, especially those spoiled by her mother-in-law in the He family. She also scolded her son, not knowing what spell he was under, to be so fixated on He Wan.
It was really troubling.
Zhang Chuntao didn't know that after she left, Ma's mother-in-law was thinking about the He family situation. Back at her small temporary house, she casually prepared some food, washed up, and went to bed early. She initially thought she would marry He Yan, so staying in this yard wasn't a problem. But now, unsure if the marriage would happen, she couldn't stay here for nothing. She considered finding a smaller place in town to live. Because every spring and autumn, merchants from all over come to buy mountain goods. Wealthy traders build their own courtyards in town, hire people to watch over them, making it convenient when they return. Most people rent local houses in town, and once they finish selling their mountain goods, they leave. They come back the next year. Now, more outsiders are arriving, and the empty houses in town are becoming scarce, so prices are rising. After selling Zhiji, Zhang Chuntao had some money, so she felt more at ease. The next morning, after washing up and having breakfast, Zhang Chuntao went out to ask around. Although she had been living in the town for a few days, she kept to herself and often went up the mountain for days at a time, so she hadn't met many neighbors and didn't know anyone well or have any connections. There were no middlemen or brokers in the town, so Zhang Chuntao was not in a hurry. She changed into clean clothes and went for a walk. She headed toward the busy, lively alleyways. Most of the people living in these alleys were local residents, many of whom had lived there for generations. Early in the morning, after breakfast, the townspeople had little to do. Since it was harvest time, there were no big markets, so they gathered at the ends of the alleys to chat and pass the time. Especially the women, who after breakfast, carried small stools and brought vegetables they hadn't picked yet, or shoes that hadn't been mended, or small grandchildren who couldn't walk yet. They sat under the trees at the alley entrances chatting and relaxing. These women might seem unremarkable, but they knew everything about their neighbors' affairs and gossip. Nothing escaped their sharp eyes. Zhang Chuntao confidently sat nearby, listening to their chatter about local families and gossip. Because she was dressed neatly and tidily, the women, although initially wary of her face, noticed she had a bag of sunflower seeds, which she shared freely with others. She playfully pinched some, teased the little children who couldn't walk yet, and looked very relaxed. Her accent sounded like someone from nearby, perhaps a relative's daughter from the town, so they made space for her to listen. Zhang Chuntao listened to all kinds of gossip, who was having conflicts with their mother-in-law, who fought yesterday, whose younger brother-in-law was useless and had stolen his sister-in-law's dowry to sell. As they talked, someone mentioned that the Wu Fugua family's house was no longer habitable. A few days ago, someone had sealed the house. Quick-witted women glanced around and whispered, "You probably don't know. A few days ago, we heard the county sent many officials and soldiers. They stayed on the road to the county seat for several nights and finally caught a gang of bandits and robbers." Some were surprised. Weren't those bandits usually active around winter, robbing mountain traders and stealing their goods and money? Why are they doing this now in the middle of the year? There was no stock available at this time. Don't you understand? They haven't received the goods, but they are carrying a lot of silver money. Carrying silver isn't cheap. Carrying all those mountain goods, they probably find it troublesome. Someone asked again, what does this have to do with Wu Fugue's family? When he was arrested, wasn't it because his little wife caused trouble for his nephew? Are they planning to take in that little wife and her brother too? Upon hearing this, several women laughed. One knowledgeable woman explained in detail. It turned out that a few days ago, the county magistrate sent people to arrest a group of bandits. After questioning them, it was found that these bandits were just local troublemakers who spent their days doing nothing useful. They saw the mountain goods traders had money and became jealous. That day, Ma Ergu, who had slept with Wu Fugue, was also one of those bandits. He and his sister served Wu Fugue, using him as a cover. If Wu Fugue hadn't protected them, they might have been caught early. Wu Fugue had benefited a lot from colluding with those bandits. His big courtyard, with women living comfortably and even a little wife dressed in fine jewelry, was all paid for by those bandits' gifts. Now that everything was exposed, Wu Fugue was no longer getting anything. His big courtyard was sealed off, and he was thrown into the county jail, unlikely to come out. His original wife and his children and their families had their courtyards sealed too. They had nowhere to go and had to quietly return to their old home in Wujiuan. When they went back, his son and daughter-in-law blamed the original wife, Huang Pozi, saying if she hadn't insisted on catching the adulterer, the family wouldn't be in this mess. They said it was her fault for causing trouble, ruining their father, and also harming the son and grandson. They even cursed Huang Pozi to die. Everyone at home talked like that, not to mention the villagers. Wu Fugue had caused his nephew's death and taken his niece-in-law's property. That was bad enough, and people accepted it. But over the years, relying on Wu Fugue's power, his family had also bullied relatives. It used to be tolerable, but now they were like a fallen phoenix, worse than chickens. When they returned to Wujiuan, revenge was inevitable. With Wu Fugue still trying hard behind the scenes, their days had truly fallen from heaven too. Speaking of Wu Fuyong again, I hear he has officially become the town's security officer. It is said that he made great contributions during the recent anti-bandit campaign, and even the county magistrate personally praised him. Some say his family has old ties with the magistrate's family, which helped him get this position. Others mention that according to the laws of our dynasty, anyone who joins bandits or colludes with mountain thieves faces harsh punishment. The captured bandits, including Wu Fugue and his accomplice Ma Danny, are now in jail. It's likely they will be executed after the autumn or be exiled. Some people agree, saying that's why there have been more mountain goods traders in town these days than before. Now that the mountain bandits have been wiped out, not only the big traders are relieved, but even the small ones are daring to come back. The large-scale collection of mountain goods hasn't even started yet, and the remaining rooms in town are already scarce. Zhang Chuntao feels a little nervous. She had been planning to rent a house now that she had some savings, but with so many mountain traders arriving, it will be hard to find a suitable place. Maybe she'll have to keep staying at her Uncle He's courtyard. Some women talk about how the town has changed since the new security officer took over. First, because of the recent anti-bandit efforts, the troublemakers have either been arrested or are too scared to leave their homes. Any sign of trouble makes them hide in the mountains. Not only the troublemakers, but also the town's idle men have become much more obedient. They no longer wander the streets, and young women and wives don't have to worry about being harassed by them. The new security officer even issued a notice. To ensure the safety of mountain traders and townspeople, patrols are now conducted daily on the busiest streets. Anyone causing trouble will not be spared. They will be jailed or sent to the county to work on river repair projects, which are very hard and dangerous work. If something goes wrong, they might never return. In recent days, the town's atmosphere has greatly improved. Everyone praises Wu Fuyong as a capable leader, much better than Wu Fuguei. With such a security officer, life in the town is expected to be much better. Hearing this, Zhang Chuntao feels relieved. At least, compared to Wu Fuguei, Wu Fuyong makes life easier for everyone. At least, there's no need to worry about the revenge from those thugs and Wu Fuguei anymore. This is good news. Zhang Chuntao decided to buy some tasty food to celebrate. So she stopped asking about the house and, since it was still early, she bought 2 ribs, planning to make a potato and rib stew to satisfy her hunger and nourish her body. Recently, life in the mountains has been inconvenient, so her meals are simple. Now that she has money, she is more generous. She went to the town butcher, bought 2 ribs, half a pig's liver, and also bought some soy sauce and a bowl of bean paste from a grocery store. She then leisurely headed home, stopping to buy 2 bunches of greens and a handful of peppers, returning fully loaded. Since she lives alone in the yard, she locked the gate after entering to prevent anyone from coming in. She boiled the ribs, skimmed off the foam, rinsed them with cold water, then added oil and stir-fried the ribs until they changed color. She added chopped green onions, garlic, and dried chili rings, continuing to fry until fragrant. Then she added bean paste and soy sauce, cooking on low heat for a while. Next, she added small chunks of potatoes and kept stir-frying. While cooking, she carefully added a circle of water around the edge of the pot, stirred evenly, and then simmered on low heat for a bit. When the sauce was almost dry, she sprinkled some salt and stir-fried for a little longer before removing it from the heat. She sprinkled chopped green onions on top, and the aroma was irresistible. This potato and rib stew was flavorful, with the potatoes melting in the mouth. The ribs were tender, falling apart with each bite, and the sauce was rich and savory with a hint of spice. It was so delicious that she almost wanted to swallow her tongue. To match this dish, Zhang Chuntao specially cooked a pot of rice, which could easily be eaten with several bowls. While she was enjoying her meal, a complaint came from outside the yard wall. Ever since this family moved in, they've been cooking such delicious food that my kid runs over at mealtime just to smell the aroma and eat. Someone nearby responded, "Yeah, you're right. And look, they're cooking meat, right? It smells so good. I can hardly stand it." A child nearby was crying and shouting, wanting to eat the meat and this fragrant dish. Such unreasonable behavior earned him a sharp slap and a loud scolding. "Little brat, what are you dreaming about? If it were something else, I'd have the nerve to knock on the door and ask for a taste, maybe even trade an egg from home. But this is meat. What am I supposed to trade for it? Why are you still crying? Go back home quickly." The children were crying and throwing tantrums, saying they couldn't walk because of the smell. She was immediately scolded again. "Cover your nose and go home, or don't come back at all. If you don't, you won't get any food." Finally, she chased the children away. She couldn't help but mutter, "Oh, this smell is so good. It's so strong, I can't resist. Now I'm hungry too. I need to go home and eat some bread." While eating, Zhang Chuntao listened to the noise outside, feeling both amused and a bit helpless. She didn't expect her cooking to cause such trouble for the neighbors. But from the tone of their voices, it seemed the neighbors were decent people. At least no one was so greedy that they ignored the smell and pounded on her door asking for food. It seemed that when Uncle He bought the house for his parents to retire in, he had also considered the neighborhood environment, which made Zhang Chuntao feel more at ease. However, this also reminded her that she had moved in for several days and hadn't yet met her neighbors. Now that she had some money, her top priority was to recover her health. She probably wouldn't go back to the mountains soon, but would explore the town for business opportunities. She needed to start socializing with her neighbors. She remembered from a book that when Wang Yongzhu and others went to the county town, they also made some homemade food to share with neighbors. She was initially short on money and didn't dare to share her gold leaves, so she couldn't invite neighbors over. Now, with about 20 taels of silver, she wasn't worried anymore. Thinking this, after finishing her meal, Zhang Chuntao considered what food to prepare to give to her neighbors. It had to be inexpensive but not too simple, something presentable. After some thought, she remembered she had bought some soybean paste and a few eggs from the basket today. In her previous life, her classmates from the Northeast had brought homemade egg sauce, which was very good, fragrant, filling, and could last several days. It was great with bread or noodles. Some neighbors liked to wash fresh greens from the field and eat them with the egg sauce, which was also delicious. This dish didn't need meat, just a few eggs and soybean paste. Once prepared, she could share some with neighbors and keep a little for herself. In the morning, she could cook some porridge, steam a few buns, and enjoy them with a sauce. This reminded Zhang Chuntao that during this cool and breezy autumn, it was a good time to make some preserve sauce. When going up the mountain later, carrying some sauce would be convenient and tasty. She decided to do it right away. Making other sauces usually involves soaking soybeans or peas, but this sauce only needed her to buy some bean paste and eggs. That was all. After tidying up the house, Zhang Chuntao locked the door and went to the grocery store. She bought bean paste, a fermentation jar, salt, and a few spices. These items cost her nearly 100 coins. The salt and spices weren't expensive in quantity, but they were the priciest. Most families couldn't afford to buy many spices. They were happy to have salt. Soy sauce was also rare. The bean paste was common locally, made from peas. Most families made some themselves, each with their own special recipe and flavor. The bean paste sold at the grocery was quite ordinary, though. But Zhang Chuntao didn't care about that now. Making it fresh would take at least a month or two before it was ready to eat. Fortunately, she brought a basket. She put everything inside and also bought some green and red peppers, scallions, garlic, and about 10 eggs. Although some ingredients were missing, it was quite good for this small town and time. Back in the yard, she started working. She chopped the scallions and garlic into small pieces. She found a few Sichuan peppercorns in the spices and crushed them. She sliced the peppers into small rings. Then she took 5 or 6 eggs and cracked them open. She mixed the yolks and whites well, then poured some oil into a pan and scrambled the eggs until they were small bits. She set them aside. In a big bowl, she mixed the bean paste with soy sauce and some water until it became a smooth paste. Next, she heated some oil in a pan, added the chopped scallions, garlic, and crushed peppercorns, and stir-fried until fragrant. Then she added the bean paste mixture and cooked it until it smelled good. After that, she added the scrambled eggs and stir-fried everything together. She added a little more soy sauce, then tossed in the sliced peppers and stir-fried until it smelled spicy and delicious. It was ready to serve. All this busy work filled the yard with the aroma of the egg sauce. When the afternoon breeze picked up, it carried the smell out into the air. The house closest to the He family's yard was the first to smell the delicious aroma. The man stopped lying in the corridor, the woman stopped chopping the pigweed in her hand, and the children who were urinating and playing in the mud in the yard also paused. Even the elderly man on the bed in the house trembled as he came out, sniffing the air and smelling the wonderful scent. The woman from that house looked at the situation and couldn't help but laugh and cry. She threw down her knife and said, "Who lives next door? They're always making these things to eat." Isn't that just bothering people? The children, drooling, forgot about the mud and on their hands. They put their fingers in their mouths and on them, saliva dripping onto their bellies. The man couldn't take it anymore. He turned over and sat up, took a deep breath, and said through clenched teeth, "Go to the meat stall later and see if there's any meat left. Maybe buy some fat meat. We've been smelling this all the time, but we can't eat it. Even a fairy would get tired of that." Hearing about meat, the children cheered and jumped up happily. Just then, they heard a knock at the yard gate. A woman's voice called outside, "Is anyone home?" The man and his wife looked at each other. The wife stood up and replied, "Who is it?" When they opened the door, a strange, tempting smell wafted in. They looked up and saw a thin girl holding a bowl of sauce, smiling happily at the door. The aroma was coming from that bowl. The children in the yard, with their keen noses, sensed the smell getting closer and closer at the door. They heard the stranger's voice and hurried over, eyes wide at the sight of the bowl of sauce. Zhang Chuntao finally spoke. "Sister-in-law, I just moved in from next door. My surname is Zhang. From now on, we're neighbors. I made some homemade egg sauce. It's not worth much, but please try it. It goes well with bread, noodles, or just on its own." She handed the bowl over. The woman from that house was stunned for a moment. The smell was so tempting, and since she was so close, her attention was mostly on the egg sauce. She didn't hear much of what Zhang Chuntao said. When she realized she could get the egg sauce, she quickly came back to herself and forced a smile. "Oh, no, I couldn't. No, I couldn't," she said politely, clutching the bowl tightly, afraid Zhang Chuntao might take it back. A boastful spring peach with no shame said, "No wonder. These days the smell of your cooking drifts over, and it's so delicious. My little rabbits say they can eat 2 big bowls just smelling your food. Sister, where did you learn your skills? I think you're even better than the master chefs at the restaurant." Zhang Spring Peach smiled and said, "All right, sister-in-law, you all try the taste. I'll head back now. I also want to deliver some to a few other families as a small gift." She turned to leave. The woman behind called out, "Sister, do you want my big zhuang to show you the way?" Zhang Spring Peach waved her hand and said, "No need." The woman didn't insist, and just turned around. She saw her family, children, men, and elders gathered around, all staring at the jar of sauce in her hand. Some impatiently shouted, "Mother, mother, let us try it," and reached out to dip their fingers into the bowl. Before their fingers reached the bowl, a large hand slapped their hands aside, saying, "Even your grandparents haven't tried it. Who are you to get some? Get out of here." Though she said that, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva and smiled at her mother-in-law. "Child's mother, how about we make noodles tonight and mix this sauce? It might save us some meat money." "What kind of sauce is this?" Her mother-in-law looked at the dark caramel-colored sauce in the bowl, where a few broken pieces of egg were faintly visible. "I heard it's egg sauce. We've only heard of bean paste, soy sauce, and wheat paste, but never that eggs can be made into sauce. But it smells so fragrant. Made with eggs, it probably tastes good, right?" In this rural household, people usually cook simple dishes with just water and salt. This egg sauce is salty, fragrant, a little numbing and spicy and oily, very tempting. Thinking for a moment, she took a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen, dipped a bit, and tasted it. Her eyes lit up immediately. The family nearby, watching her expression, clearly understood. They all swallowed hard. Since the taste was good, her mother-in-law didn't hesitate. Seeing that it was almost evening, she decided to prepare dinner. The town had just finished the autumn harvest. Every family had a few acres of land, just harvested their grain, so they were still willing to spend. She scooped 2 measures of flour, added water, kneaded into dough, cut it into noodles, and boiled water in a big pot. After scooping out the noodles, one person filled a large bowl, then another poured a small spoonful of egg sauce, stirred it, and hurriedly ate it without worrying about the heat, swallowing it quickly without even speaking. Fast eaters went back to get another bowl, planning to make more egg sauce, only to find it was already gone. Since it was only a small bowl, and there were 7 or 8 people at home, each taking a small spoonful, there wasn't much left. Some clever people snatched the bowl with the sauce, used chopsticks to roll the noodles, dipped them into the sauce bowl, wiped it clean, and then kept stuffing the noodles into their mouths. Those who were slower couldn't grab the bowl and were so anxious they cried, almost causing a fuss at the table. Zhang Chuntao naturally didn't know that one bowl of egg sauce had almost caused a family feud and broken brotherly bonds. Since only 4 or 5 neighboring households lived near the He family's yard, she took the leftover sauce and delivered it to each of them. Most neighbors were friendly and couldn't refuse the sauce. They would reciprocate with some homemade treats. Others happily accepted it, and soon someone returned the bowl along with a few eggs. Everyone praised Zhang Chuntao's sauce and asked if she could teach them how to make it. If she agreed, they planned to visit her someday to learn. Zhang Chuntao happily agreed. In return, these neighbors brought small gifts: homemade flatbreads, fresh vegetables from their garden, and eggs, filling up a small table. That evening, Zhang Chuntao decided not to cook and instead ate a nice meal of the neighbor's flatbread with egg sauce, along with some clean vegetables. The next day, the neighbor's wife came over, praising Zhang Chuntao's cooking skills and asking how she made the egg sauce, as it was so delicious and perfect with rice. One woman said her mother-in-law hadn't been eating well because of the weather, hadn't even been able to get out of bed, and looked close to death. But yesterday, when she smelled the sauce, she opened her eyes and felt hungry. She ate a bowl of porridge with a bun, and if she hadn't been worried she'd overeat and get sick, she could have finished another bun. So today, she came to ask for the recipe for the egg sauce, hoping to make it for her mother-in-law. Zhang Chuntao didn't keep the recipe secret. She said it wasn't complicated, and anyone could learn by watching. Of course, each person might make it taste different, but the basic method was simple. At that moment, she simply mentioned that she needed eggs and oil, and several people hesitated and decided not to do it. They are ordinary folks, and eggs are quite precious to them. Usually, only the elderly or children in the family eat a few to strengthen their bodies. As Zhang Chuntao said, using 5 or 6 eggs at once is quite wasteful, isn't it? And then there's the oil. Normally, people stir-fry vegetables by just wiping the pan with a cloth dipped in oil. Pouring oil directly into the pan to fry eggs, and also making sauce. Wouldn't that make the pan burn? Not to mention, they also need spices like Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and soy sauce. Some people muttered to themselves, no wonder it tastes so good. This bowl of sauce must be made with these good ingredients. It's no surprise if it's delicious. Soon, some gave up on the idea because not everyone can be so generous. They initially thought Zhang's girl had some secret recipe, but it turns out she's just willing to spend money. They don't realize how expensive everyday household items like rice, oil, and salt are if they're not managing a household. Luckily, she's not married yet. Otherwise, who would marry such a wife with such a carefree attitude? But in the end, people's mouths are soft. After all, she just ate some of their sauce yesterday. Since they are neighbors and have been living close for a long time, perhaps they could share some good things in the future. So everyone praised her and changed the subject, asking about Zhang Chuntao's situation. They knew about her courtyard because it was originally bought by the He family to take care of the elderly. When the elders passed away, the courtyard was left empty. Occasionally, a young person would come to tend to it, but no one lived there regularly. Suddenly, a young girl moved in. Naturally, the women wanted to find out more. The clever ones asked if she was related to the He family or a relative. Zhang Chuntao only vaguely said yes, explaining that she had a hard time, lost her parents, and was alone. She was staying at the He family's house temporarily. She managed to fool the women into believing her story. Some women thought that making sauce was too wasteful and remembered that they could make bean paste at this time. They asked Zhang Chuntao if she wanted to make sauce together. Most of the women nearby usually made sauce together, helping each other out, which was also a way to show friendliness to Zhang Chuntao. She naturally agreed happily. She had been thinking yesterday that she should make some sauce to keep. It's useful for cooking daily meals, and when busy, a bowl of sauce is the best side dish. Seeing Zhang Chuntao so straightforward, the women were happy. Who doesn't like dealing with honest people? They worried more about those who hesitated and couldn't make decisions easily. So they planned to go pick soybeans first. Before the autumn harvest, the soybeans had already been gathered. Their family had their own fields and they grew soybeans every year. When young, the beans were called edamame and were boiled to serve with drinks for the men. When a bit older, they would shell the beans and fry them as a side dish. When the soybeans ripened, most families kept some. Before the new year, they would exchange a few blocks of tofu to enjoy at home. Almost every family grew some soybeans, taking up little space around the dry fields. They only planted a small amount in the corners, enough for the year. Any extra soybeans could be sold to tofu makers for some money or roasted with sand during the new year to make snacks for children. Zhang Chuntao hadn't bought soybeans yet. When she heard there was some available, she learned that a neighbor had surplus and was selling cheaply. She asked if she wanted some. Of course, Zhang Chuntao did.
She went to see the soybeans.
The neighbor was honest, and the beans were full and clean, with little debris. She had about 5 or 6 jin, a Chinese weight measure, but she didn't plan to sell all of it, since she was single and couldn't eat so much. She thought Zhang Chuntao would only want 1 or 2 jin, which would be good enough. But after seeing the soybeans, the neighbor decided to sell all of them. The price was 2 coins per jin. She weighed over 5 jin, and the neighbor happily said if she wanted it all, 10 big coins would be enough. Zhang Chuntao quickly paid, and was about to carry the soybeans home. The neighbor hesitated, saying she was worried she couldn't finish so much alone and that she could exchange some tofu during the new year. Zhang Chuntao smiled and said she didn't eat much herself, but planned to give some as gifts, so she thought she might need more. She also asked if any other families had extra peas or soybeans, as she wanted to buy more. Locally, people made various sauces. Some made pea sauce, some soy sauce, and others wheat sauce. It was common. So, the neighboring women didn't think much and saw Zhang Chuntao being generous. They said they had some extras and would bring them over soon at a good price. Zhang Chuntao agreed. She carried the soybeans home and waited. Before long, everyone came by, each carrying cloth bags filled with soybeans of different amounts. This pea is a local name. It should actually be called broad bean or fava bean. When unripe, it is also a tasty dish. When ripe, it can be ground into flour to make snacks. However, in the countryside, most people keep the broad beans to roast with sandy soil or cook them to eat with wine. After weighing everything, 4 or 5 families pooled about 10 jin of yellow beans and 5 or 6 jin of broad beans, spending over 30 large coins in total. Not to mention, seeing how Zhang Chuntao suddenly spent so much money, the women couldn't help but think privately. But on the surface, they were happy. Selling such a small amount of yellow and broad beans was not easy. People didn't like to buy them or offered very low prices. In previous years, when they couldn't sell them, they would turn them into tofu or fry them to eat, which was a cheap way to feed their children. Today, they surprisingly managed to sell all of them. Everyone praised Zhang Chuntao highly and were even afraid she wouldn't know how to make sauce, so they hurried to teach her. The yellow beans needed to be soaked overnight in water, then washed the next day, steamed until cooked, and once cooled, mixed with flour to ferment. The broad beans had to be boiled first, then soaked in cold water to peel off the outer skin. After boiling again and cooling, they were mixed with flour to ferment as well. Zhang Chuntao humbly nodded to show she learned, then looked at the sky and reminded everyone it was time to cook. The women remembered this and, ignoring everything else, hurried home to cook. Otherwise, the old and young at home would be hungry. After they left, Zhang Chuntao wasn't in a rush. She slowly finished her lunch. First, she boiled the broad beans in water until cooked, then soaked them in cold water before peeling the skins. Peeling took a lot of time and hurt her nails and fingers. Luckily, in the afternoon, 2 women came over after eating. Seeing Zhang Chuntao peeling beans, they stayed to help, chatting as they worked. They wanted to ask about Zhang Chuntao's situation, but she quickly changed the subject, which made the 2 women talk more about their own families. One of them was surnamed He, the other Wu. They were both girls from nearby families who had married into the town. Their man is a native local. One works at a mountain goods shop in town, and the other does some odd jobs around town, mostly helping mountain traders load goods. Most of the year is slow, and she just finds some small chores to pass the time. Originally, she thought life should be careful and frugal, which was also a reminder to Zhang Chuntao. As a single woman, how much secret savings could she have? She isn't married yet, and as a woman, she has no steady income. It's better to be careful with money. While talking, she suddenly heard Mrs. He mention her husband's shopkeeper. She said the family had many expenses, and they wished they could split every penny in half. Recently, there was a big expense for a wedding gift. The shopkeeper said they needed to find a bride for his son. It was almost settled, but somehow, the wedding got delayed. If not for that, the family would be tight on money, and they wouldn't have enough to give as a gift. Since it was her husband's shopkeeper, the gift couldn't be small. If it was too small, they might have to work under him, which was not good. This made her worry for many nights. Luckily, the wedding was cancelled. Yesterday, her husband came back and said the shopkeeper seemed to have found another girl for his son. He said because of the last delay, they moved quickly this time. They already paid the bride price, and the wedding would be in a month. Mrs. He was now very worried. Luckily, today she sold some soybeans. If she saved a little more, she could gather enough money for the gift in a month. When Zhang Chuntao heard this, her heart skipped a beat. The story sounded familiar. She couldn't help but ask, is the shopkeeper surnamed Wang? From Chilidan? Mrs. He's eyes lit up. You know? Yes, it's the Wang shopkeeper from Chilidan. He's a good man, but his wife is sharp and harsh. If we don't give enough gift money, life will be hard for us. She sighed. I don't know why that girl's so unlucky. How could she marry into such a family? With a mother-in-law like that, how could she have a good life? I heard the previous daughter-in-law was driven to death by her. The girl whose wedding was cancelled was lucky to escape that. She hoped the new bride would hold on for a couple of years. Otherwise, they might have to give more gifts again. Zhang Chuntao frowned as she peeled the broad bean skins, wanting to say she was the lucky one who narrowly escaped danger, but she didn't speak. Hearing this, the woman named Wu nearby suddenly became lively and interested. Isn't she from our Wuan village? Do you know who that girl is? She's somewhat related to Wu Fuguei. When Wu Fuguei was in power, that family clung to him, eager to flatter him, even to the point of licking his shoes, acting like his grandson, and they managed to get many benefits from him. Later, when Wu Fuguei fell from favor, that family immediately turned their backs on him, wishing to step on him and his family. They quickly cozied up to the new village head, running errands for him every day, which helped their son get a position as a guard. That family's influence grew again. Could such a family marry into the Wang family? Their daughter isn't a simple person either. After marriage, it's hard to say who will win or lose. You should know, in these mother-in-law and daughter-in-law matters, it's either the east wind or the west wind that dominates. Not to mention Wu Fuguei's family. His wife, Huang. Even if the man kept other women outside, she relied on her husband's power. She looked down on others, especially her daughters-in-law. All her sons and daughters-in-law were under her control. Now that Wu Fuguei has no hope left, she's been kicked out by her son and daughter-in-law. She's just sitting in a shed at the village entrance, not even given a bite to eat. It's quite pitiful. The whole family blames her, and even the villagers talk behind her back, saying she's the one who caused Wu Fuguei's downfall. Zhang Chuntao didn't expect that peeling a broad bean skin would bring her such news. Master Wang had checked on Wang Dazhu again, and they had set a date. Wasn't it originally that Lin wanted to marry her relatives from her family to Wang Dazhu? So that didn't happen? It seemed that Master Wang's choice of a daughter-in-law wasn't random. The Wu family's girl was related to Wu Fuguei and was a good match for the Wang family. But why did they like her in the first place? Zhang Chuntao always felt there was something strange about it. She couldn't just go ask Master Wang directly, so she kept her doubts in her heart. With the help of the two women, peeling the broad bean skins went quickly. Before dinner, they finished peeling them all. The women packed up and prepared to leave, promising to come back tomorrow to help again. Zhang Chuntao thanked the two women, spread the peeled broad beans on a basket, soaked the soybeans, and because of the hot weather, made some cold noodles with the remaining egg sauce and finely sliced cucumbers. They finished dinner comfortably. just talking about Yuanzhi village. That day, Ma Yuanzhi's conversation with He Yan actually had some effect. He Yan is someone who can't keep secrets. She went home and told Mengshi everything. Although there were no outsiders, her face kept changing from red to pale. If He Yan had said this, it wouldn't be a big deal. She's family. But it was Ma Yuanzhi who said it, especially since he was her future son-in-law. When he openly pointed this out, it immediately stirred up Mengshi's old worries. She felt both embarrassed and guilty, mixed with a bit of regret. Then she looked at her innocent daughter, who was still muttering nearby, saying that from today on, she would do more chores and not let her older brother do everything. She said he was too tired. This made her very angry. She wanted to ask her daughter if she didn't think this was a family shame. Her future son-in-law was already upset, and she still said such things. How could this silly girl have no other thoughts? But seeing her daughter completely unaware of the situation, she could only swallow her anger. After all, he was her own son. Mengshi thought about how, since the head of the family left, He Yan had taken over the household. She had ignored her own son, who was only about 16 or 17 at the time. In the countryside, at that age, people could get married, and their parents would support them. But their situation was different. Her husband's grandparents had passed away early, her eldest uncle was far away, and she had few relatives. As a mother, she couldn't do much to help. Also, He Yan was the youngest. The head of the family loved her the most. After he left, He Yan couldn't accept it for a long time. She would cry every night. She spent almost all her energy caring for her daughter. She looked after her, comforted her. When her daughter finally regained her senses, He Yan was able to support the household, and their lives returned to how they used to be. From that time on, He Yan became less talkative. He was young but already had a thick beard, and he didn't bother to shave. He often went up the mountain, staying away most of the time. When he did come back, it was usually early in the morning or late at night. Only she and her daughter stayed at home, spending every day and night together, growing even closer. Looking back now, a 16 or 17-year-old child, losing his father and taking on the family responsibilities, must have been very hard. But he never complained or talked about his hardships. He always worked quietly, which made her get used to ignoring his struggles. As the saying goes, a crying child gets fed. He Yan didn't say much, so he naturally wasn't as loved as He Yan. She knew she was a bit biased, but she thought her daughter would leave home someday. How many years could she stay at home? Only during these few years at her mother's house could she live comfortably. If she didn't feel sorry for her daughter, how could she expect her to be cared for by her in-laws after marriage? Once her daughter leaves home, only she and her son will be left. She will take care of her son, teach his wife, and look forward to grandchildren. Moreover, the land in the family is reserved for her son, and he isn't being unfairly treated. Now that her future son-in-law has clearly expressed his intentions, Mengshi realizes, even if she tries to deceive herself, that she has been too harsh on her son. No wonder over the years, the relatives of the He family often said at gatherings that she should treat her children equally, reminding her that she still depends on her son in old age. They also said that her caring and considerate daughter would someday marry into another family. Mengshi naturally felt unfair. Her own daughter, she loved more, so what did it matter to them? Besides, she wasn't relying on her daughter for old age, since she had a son. Now hearing these words, she couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. She realized she, as a mother, had been neglectful. Could it be that because of this, her son had become distant from her? Did he have to marry a daughter-in-law she didn't approve of? Thinking this way, Mengshi felt a little upset again. But after all, her son was part of her, like a piece of flesh fallen from her body. Could she really not feel heartache? It was okay not to know before, but now she knew. How could she bear to see him suffer? So she and He Yan honestly watched the sun set. They began collecting the sun-dried grains, packed them into bags, and carried them into the house. Both of them were weak and could only carry half a bag at a time. After struggling to bring them inside, they used baskets to fill the bags further. In just 2 or 3 trips, they were exhausted, panting and sweating heavily. especially with the chaff from the grains sticking to their faces and bodies. Sweat made it hurt and itch. They felt uncomfortable all over but dared not wipe it, as wiping only made it worse. The Meng mother and daughter had never done this kind of work before when they were alive in Heqiao. It was their first time, and they realized how hard and tiring it was. Hejuan had never experienced such hardship. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she wanted to give up. But she remembered that her older brother had done all this work alone before without ever complaining about the tiredness. Now, after only a short time, she and her mother couldn't bear it. She felt ashamed but gritted her teeth and kept going. Meng also felt the same. After marrying into the He family, even though she was from a humble background and her marriage was not very honorable, Heqiao was kind to her. He only let her do household chores and never let her handle outdoor farm work. Today, she finally understood how hard it was to be a man in a rural household. Seeing Hejuan's face flushed and her hair wet from sweat, she felt very worried. She told Hejuan to go inside, wash her face, and rest, while she stayed to finish the work. While Hejuan hesitated, He Yan returned. Seeing the scene, he said nothing but took the wooden shovel from Meng's hands. In a few quick moves, he filled the bag that Meng had been filling for half a day, then carried it into the house. Meng immediately sighed with relief, signaling Hejuan to go inside. She waited for He Yan to come out, holding the bag for him. The mother and son silently filled the remaining grain into the bag, watching He Yan carry it all inside alone. Hejuan saw He Yan come back, and Meng told her to go inside again. Since her face and body itched and hurt, she didn't think much, and went inside to wash and change into clean clothes, feeling refreshed afterward. When He Yan and Meng finished their work, they hurriedly fetched water, pleased, and placed it in front of He Yan. "Brother, wash your face and rest. You must be tired. I'll fan you," she said, then went inside to get a palm fan and fanned He Yan. He Yan looked at Hejuan and simply said, "Take this to mother. She's tired too." He then went straight inside to get a change of clothes, fetched a bucket of water from the well, and walked to the corner of the yard where a small shelter was built. After the children grew up, Heqiao said that even among family members, it's important to avoid suspicion. Most men in rural families, when it's hot, come home with a bucket of water to wash quickly in the yard. There's no cover or privacy, and usually, the girls in the family stay inside and don't come out during this time. Heqiao loves his daughter very much. After the children grew older, he built this small shelter at home. He and He Yan take showers there in the summer, which is quite convenient. He once saw that He Yan didn't accept her kindness. She blinked and looked at Meng. Meng's heart skipped a beat. Since that day, He Yan had become even more silent, hardly speaking more than 2 words a day. Especially when he helped others, working early and late, not eating at home, coming back exhausted and barely able to straighten his back. He would wash quickly and then fall asleep on the bed. Meng is not a stepmother and doesn't want to force He Yan to work himself to exhaustion just to talk to her. Moreover, a few days ago, Yuanzhi was at their house, so she couldn't say much. She also knew that He Yan was upset and was just sulking with her. She thought, there's no real grudge between mother and son. After a few cold days, even the biggest anger would fade. But she didn't expect that after several days, He Yan still showed no sign of forgiving her, just like that day. Feeling anxious, she took a handkerchief, washed her face and hands casually, and exchanged a look with He Yan. "Is your older brother still not over it?" He Yan thought, isn't that obvious? If he had really forgiven, would he act like this? Even when he was angry before, as long as she showed some humility, he would smile and let it go. Today, she and her mother worked hard helping out, exhausted and fanning him, but he didn't even smile. It was clear he hadn't forgiven them. In the past, He Yan would have let them, and she had never seen him act like this before. The mother and daughter looked at each other, unsure of what to do. But Meng couldn't bring herself to apologize. She couldn't swallow her pride. It was obvious He Yan was upset because of that girl from the Zhang family outside. Her rational mind told her to lower her head and say some soft words to coax her son back. She couldn't let her son and motherly love be broken over that girl. But emotionally, she felt more and more wronged. She wondered what was the point of raising a son. For an outsider woman, he already looked down on her before she even entered the family. When she married in, where would she stand in this household? Moreover, today she helped He Yan, which was already a sign of her submission. Yet that brat still didn't appreciate it. Did she have to force herself to apologize to that Zhang girl? Would she still be able to hold her head high in front of her? So, they just held their ground, gritting their teeth and fighting fiercely to see who had given first. Inside the shed, He Yan washed himself from head to toe, scrubbed with a sponge, rinsed thoroughly, changed into clean clothes, and came out. Seeing Meng and He Yan still in the yard with unhappy faces, he just nodded and said he would rest first, then went into the house. Soon, faint snoring could be heard. This work was hard, and naturally, they couldn't hold back their strength. Otherwise, someone might stab them in the back. Besides, the families helping each other were good friends, and they treated each other's work as if it were their own. When they helped, they worked even harder. They had been working like this for several days straight, and even the strongest people couldn't take it. He Yan really had no mood or energy to argue with Meng about what happened a few days ago. He understood clearly that once this busy period was over, he would have plenty of time to deal with it. There was no need to rush now. As for Meng and He Yan helping today, He Yan didn't think Meng was lowering herself or being soft. He was used to doing these chores. When he was just 16 or 17, he had endured through it all. So, today was nothing special. Besides, they didn't help much, just moved 2 or 3 bags. To him, it was not worth mentioning. Instead of wasting time thinking about it, he might as well sleep early. Tomorrow, he had to help someone again, then he could go home. At home, he needed to dry the grains, sell what should be sold, store what needed storing, and then bundle the straw into haystacks. There was no day when he could relax. The mother and son simply couldn't be on the same wavelength. After 2 or 3 busy days, families with many members had mostly finished their work, and only the final stage remained. They just waited for their rice to dry, then took it to town to pay taxes, sell what needed selling. Throughout the year, rural families mainly relied on these 2 harvest seasons, especially the autumn harvest. Because the eldest uncle of the He family passed the imperial exam, the family's fields were registered in his name, so they were exempt from taxes, saving them some money. Many other families in Yuanzhi village also had their fields registered in the name of the eldest uncle of the He family. This was an established custom. Besides the He family, other families had to give some respect or gifts to the He family elder when they sold their grain each year. The elder of the He family hadn't returned for many years. In the past, these respects were collected by the old master of the He family, who used them to support the family in old age. After Mr. He passed away, it should have been He responsibility to handle the funeral arrangements. However, Mr. and Mrs. He had already made it clear before leaving that once they closed their eyes, they would be buried in the ancestral graveyard. From then on, the family in the second house would be responsible for paying respects. He Lin lived far away and had no children after many years of marriage. Now, among the 2 houses, only He Yan, the only grandson, remained. Naturally, everything left by the elderly couple belonged to He Yan. He Qiao tried to refuse, but the eldest uncle of the He family readily agreed. His current status made him indifferent to his parents' belongings. Plus, he had no children, and He Yan was his only nephew and the only male heir of the He family, so it suited him well. After some thought, he decided to generously include the annual filial respect payments from their village to He Yan. Since they all lived in the same village and shared good relations, the filial respect was modest, only about 20 or 30 taels of silver a year, which wasn't enough for his wife to buy a hairpin. Moreover, since his parents had passed away, he probably wouldn't return there again. His current position was hundreds of miles away from Yuanzhi village, and it wouldn't be worth traveling back and forth for such a small amount of money. So, he simply gave everything to the second house, especially since his younger brother had helped him a lot to support his studies. He thought that was enough for the second house. He used the excuse that before He Yan got married, he, as the eldest uncle, couldn't return home, so he decided to give the wedding gifts early. He Qiao couldn't openly refuse, but he was not very eloquent. He was less clever than He Lin, who quickly settled the matter with a few words. However, He Qiao was worried that if this news got out, someone with bad intentions might try to use money to He Yan, which could ruin everything. He also knew his wife had some issues with the main family, and worried she might cause trouble over this. In the end, he carefully arranged that the inheritance and the annual filial respect payments, apart from the elderly couple and their brothers, and He Yan, no one else knew about it. He also reminded He Yan that these silver coins could not be touched before his marriage and must be kept sealed in the old He family house. Only then would the matter be considered settled. Recently, things had been less busy, and He Yan could finally take a breather. The trip to sell grain was organized by the village head, with everyone waiting together before heading to the town to pay taxes. After that, the remaining money was his. Such tasks were usually done by the men of the village. Women were not involved. With the recent end of the autumn harvest, everyone has some free time now. They can visit neighbors and chat about gossip. However, Meng feels unhappy inside. Yuan rarely senses that the family atmosphere is off. She still remembers Ma Yuanzhi's words. She won't go out to play with her friends like before. Instead, she stays at home. Now, Yuan stays at home every day, but He Yan goes out early and returns late. He spends his days bringing grain outside to dry. With Meng and Yuan watching, he doesn't seem to go anywhere else and only comes back in the late afternoon. Yuan doesn't dare to complain. She quietly guards her family's grain every day. One day, while bored and counting ants on the ground, she hears a familiar voice. "Little sister?" She looks up and is surprised to see her sister, so she quickly drops her bamboo stick wrapped with cloth and runs to greet her. "Big sister? Why are you back?" "It's He Jiao. She married into Chili Dun. Her husband's family has many people, and they finished harvesting their grain early. Recently, everyone was busy, but now most are free. The village gossipers are busy again." He Jiao didn't have time to listen. She was busy sewing at home. The last time she visited her parents' house, her mother asked her to help. She said her little sister was about to get married next year, but her wedding dress wasn't finished yet. She still needed to make pouches, shoes, and socks for her in-laws. As a mother and older sister, she could only secretly help her, making some things to help her get by when she moved to her husband's house. He Jiao wanted to say that her mother was too indulgent of her sister, and that wouldn't be good for her marriage. But her mother rarely asked her for help. Every time she visited her parents, her mother was kind and caring. When she went back to her husband's house, her mother never let her leave empty-handed. Her confidence grew because she was the strongest among her sisters-in-law, and even her mother-in-law looked at her more favorably. Her family supported her, but she refused to ask for much. She couldn't help but speak her mind, right? Besides, no matter how bad things were, she was her own biological sister. What could she do? She only hoped for her good. So she agreed quietly, secretly bringing back her sewing kit. She didn't dare leave traces outside, and only worked inside her room. But she was married now, a daughter-in-law. She didn't have much free time. Even if she had many sisters-in-law and shared chores, having many people meant more conflicts. She had to be extra careful. So, during the autumn harvest, when she finally had some free time, she didn't go out but stayed inside the house, not coming out. Her sister-in-law went out for a walk and, upon returning, asked her if she had heard that her younger brother from her natal family was engaged. Why did she, as the older sister, show no reaction? Could it be that she was upset with her family? Otherwise, why stay inside every day and not come out? Maybe she was secretly crying? He Jiao was surprised. Her younger brother was engaged? She didn't even know. Such a big event, and she, as the sister, only heard about it from others? What was her family doing? She was both shocked and angry. But after fighting with these sister-in-laws for years, she knew their tricks well. Seeing the sister-in-law look concerned but actually happy about it, she forced herself to hold back her anger and frustration. She told her sister-in-law off, saying she was meddling in other people's affairs. The matters of the He family weren't her concern. If she had free time, she should focus on her own children. The sister-in-law was so angry she argued with her for a while before stomping back to her room. He Jiao couldn't sit still. Her mind was like a bunch of cats scratching inside her, eager to return to her family that very night to find out the truth. In the end, she held back. She didn't sleep much that night. Early the next morning, after breakfast, she prepared her 2 children and left with an excuse to visit her parents. Her 2 sons usually went to their maternal grandparents' house after the harvest. Meng sure loved her daughter and her grandson. The He family was well off. He Yan often brought back game, so having the boys stay there also helped support them. They liked going to their grandparents' house. Good food, spacious living. Their grandma and aunt loved them, and their uncle, though quiet, could hunt many animals to give them meat. They were happier there than at home. So, when they heard He Jiao was going to her grandparents, they cried and begged to go too. He Jiao was anxious and didn't know what had happened in her family. She didn't want to take her children into trouble, so she comforted them, saying she had some things to do at her parents' house and would come back to pick them up later. But her sons refused to listen, throwing tantrums and insisting on going. For a moment, they were at an impasse. Her mother-in-law also heard the gossip and was puzzled. The engagement of her younger brother-in-law was a big event. Why was there no news? Especially since her daughter-in-law, who always took pride in her family, hadn't mentioned anything. 2 sisters-in-law were arguing, and she listened quietly. She wondered if it was really because her daughter-in-law had a falling out with her family, so she stayed away and didn't return home, hiding inside and crying instead. Not to mention, the He family's connection was very important. Besides He Jiao, the daughter-in-law who married into the family, her dowry was much better than others. Every year, when He Jiao visited her family, she always brought back wild game from the mountains, which benefited everyone at home. He Jiao's 2 sons also spent their free time with the He family, playing for months and saving the family money. Such a good family connection was too valuable to lose. Now, seeing that He Jiao wouldn't speak, she knew something big was happening. She was worried her 2 grandsons might get involved, so she signaled to her son to take the boys outside. This way, He Jiao could leave early and return safely. If she needed help, she could just ask. He Jiao nodded, quickly tidied up, and headed to Yang village. She was worried all the way, thinking about everything, both good and bad, and her confidence was fading. When she saw He Yan, she first looked her over. Seeing that she looked fine and healthy, she relaxed a bit, thinking there was no big trouble at home. She wanted to ask He Yan right away, but since they were outside and afraid others might hear, she held back. Little sister, where are mother and big brother? He Yan pulled He Jiao toward the yard. Mother is resting inside. Big brother isn't home. He went out. He Jiao knew He Yan was careless and might reveal secrets if something serious happened at home. So she relaxed even more and joked, this little sister is really growing up, ready to get married. She's sensible now, helping at home instead of playing outside. In the past, when she made such jokes, He Yan would blush and stomp her feet, then go complain to Meng. But today, after hearing this, He Yan lowered her head, showing some shame. I used to rely on being the youngest and lazy. Now I realize how hard Big Brother has worked all these years. Even if I'm still a bit careless, I shouldn't keep fooling around. Hearing this, He Jiao remembered what she had heard earlier. Seeing her daughter-in-law already inside the yard, she couldn't hold back and asked softly, I heard Big Brother is engaged. Who is the girl?
I don't know anything about it.
He Yan heard this and immediately looked worried. She remembered what my Yuanzhi said before leaving, telling her not to get involved in this matter anymore. She quickly made an excuse. Sister, outside there's still millet drying in the sun. Someone needs to watch it. You should ask Mother. Mother is resting inside the house. Then she hurriedly slipped away, unable to resist wiping the sweat from her forehead. He Jiao was confused by He Yan's reaction and quickly went into Ming's room. Ming, hearing the noise outside, knew her eldest daughter had returned. She was about to get off the bed when she turned her head and saw He Jiao coming in. Her eyes immediately reddened, and she tremblingly called out, Dayao, you're back. Her voice was almost crying. These past few days had been very hard for her. He Yan's attitude was cold, and he didn't speak unless necessary. Little He Yan didn't understand her feelings of frustration, so she had no one to talk to. Since marrying into the He family, Meng had never felt so oppressed. Now seeing her eldest daughter, she felt like she was seeing her closest person, and her suppressed feelings burst out. He Jiao was startled by Meng's behavior. "Mother, what's wrong? Has something happened at home?" She helped Meng sit steadily on the bed and gently comforted her. Meng finally came to her senses, blushing with embarrassment for losing her composure in front of her daughter. But since her eldest daughter was back, she felt a sense of stability. Before He Jiao could ask, she poured out everything that had happened at home recently, telling her everything in detail. "In the end," she said, "now Yuanzhi is upset about this. He's not talking to me properly, just sulking. I really don't know how to live like this anymore. That Zhang girl hasn't even married in yet, and Yuanzhi already favors her. Once she's married, where will I stand in this family? If she were a good girl, that would be fine. But look at her temper. As a mother-in-law, I can't even get a bit of respect from her. She doesn't speak kindly at all. What can I expect? I'm old now, and I can only hope to get a little bit of food. But what about you and your sisters? With such a sister-in-law and sister, if she keeps whispering in Yuanzhi's ear, messing with the family's money, and refusing to help you, won't your days in the in-laws' house be even harder?" Other things didn't matter much, but these last few words really touched He Jiao's heart. She knew very well that when a woman gets married, to live well in her husband's family, she must first have a healthy pregnancy to have a son, and second, she needs support from her own family. Now, He Jiao's standing in her husband's family is because she has done both. She has given birth to 2 sons, and her family often provides help. Other things are not so important, but if what her biological mother said is true, then Zhang's daughter is so fierce and domineering, always arguing with her future mother-in-law and not willing to accept her. What about her older and younger sisters-in-law? Wouldn't they be even more overlooked? With her younger brother now showing favoritism, once he gets married, wouldn't they be left behind? He Jiao refuses to accept this. Her sister-in-law should be gentle, obedient, respectful to her mother-in-law, and also respectful to their 2 older and younger sisters-in-law. Immediately, she and Mrs. Meng united against this. Grinding her teeth, she agreed with Mrs. Meng. "Mother is right. A woman who is unruly and unfilial to elders can't enter our He family. Not only does Mother disagree with this marriage, I also do. Our He family only has 1 son, so we must choose his wife carefully. How can we pick someone with a bad reputation? I don't mind, but won't that also affect my younger sister? Mother, don't worry. I will go find our older brother later and talk to him properly. Marriage is for a lifetime. We can't let him do whatever he wants. What does he know? He's easily fooled by some sweet words from that girl outside, not knowing how serious things are here. Besides, we are his closest family members, only wanting what's best for him. How could we harm him?" After hearing He Jiao's words, Mrs. Meng felt much relieved. This daughter is smart and resourceful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married out so well and lived comfortably in her husband's family all these years. Moreover, He Jiao had taken care of He Yan when they were young, and their sibling relationship has always been good. If He Jiao told him, he would probably listen. But she was also worried that He Jiao was impatient, so she told He Yan, "Speak nicely to Brother Yan. Don't scold him. He is soft and doesn't stand tough methods." He Jiao nodded, having a plan in mind. She couldn't help but say, "Mother, next time there's such a big event at home, please tell me in advance. If I knew earlier, I could come back sooner to talk some sense into him. Maybe it wouldn't have gotten so bad." Mrs. Meng, hearing this, thought He Jiao was blaming her for not telling her earlier and quickly explained, "It's just that the harvest season was here. Who isn't busy? If I had called you back just for this, would your in-laws be happy?" Although He Jiao knew this was the right thing to do, she couldn't help but complain a little about her sister-in-law's face in front of Meng. She also mentioned that today they came because her 2 sons missed their grandmother and insisted on coming along. She was worried something might happen at home, so she didn't bring them, and now she didn't know how they were causing trouble there. Meng loved her 2 grandsons the most besides He Yan. They were her only 2 grandsons, and she cared for them as if they were her eyes. Hearing this, she immediately felt sorry for the brothers and said, "Oh, poor them. When you go back, tell them that Grandma misses them too. Once this matter is settled, I'll bring them over to play. They can stay until the new year, then go back. I'll make each of them a new set of clothes." She couldn't help but mention her 2 older grandsons to He Jiao. Just as they were talking happily, they heard He Yan outside shout, "Big brother, you're back." He Jiao and Meng stopped talking and looked at each other, then turned to look outside. They saw He Yan, who seemed to be busy somewhere, covered in dust and dirt. He only responded to He Yan with a quick nod and then headed into the yard toward his room. He Jiao hurried out of the house. "Little brother, you're back." He Yan stopped and looked at He Jiao, nodding. "Big sister is here." After saying that, he tried to go into the house again. He Jiao, who was quick-tempered, couldn't help but say, "You've just finished the busy autumn harvest, and now you're not resting at home? Where have you been that you look so dusty and dirty?" He Yan didn't answer. He lowered his head to go inside, but was stopped by He Jiao. "Don't leave yet. I want to talk to you." "Why are you going inside?" He Yan only looked at He Jiao and then released her hand. "I'm going to change my clothes," he said softly. Then he went inside, took out a set of clothes, and fetched a bucket of water from the well to wash up in the shed. He Jiao turned around awkwardly. Seeing Meng, she couldn't help but complain, "My little brother now has such a bad attitude toward me." Meng patted He Jiao's hand to comfort her. "All right, you don't know his bad habits yet? He came in such a hurry this morning and probably didn't eat well. What do you want to eat? Mother will cook it for you at noon." She then pulled He Jiao to the kitchen to help. After He Yan finished washing and changing clothes, he casually wrung out his clothes at the well and hung them on the drying rack in the yard. He Jiao saw it in the kitchen and was startled. She couldn't help but ask Meng, "Sure, mother, he's been working outside all day. Why does he still have to wash his own clothes? You're too old to do it, and isn't little sister there? How can brother Yan do it himself? If others see this, they'll talk behind our backs." Meng sure looked a little guilty and said that that's just because brother Yan is quick to do things. "I asked him to let me do it, but he wouldn't. What can I do?" He Jiao couldn't listen anymore. "Mother, I'm not criticizing you, but you have to be fair. All 3 of us came from you. Aren't we all your children? Why treat some better than others? Besides, brother Yan is the only son in our family. The He family will rely on him in the future. Our sisters, whether we do well in our in-laws' homes or not, also depend on brother Yan. When you're old, he'll be the one taking care of you. Not to mention, in our village, everyone treasures their sons. Even if you favor little sister in your heart, you should treat us all equally on the surface. Which man works all day, comes home covered in dirt, and still has to wash his own clothes? If others hear about it, they'll say our He family's women are helpless. You spoil little sister so much, but next year she'll get married. She'll have to do laundry, cook, and tidy up the house as a daughter-in-law. Come on, our daughter from the He family. You're reluctant to let her wash a couple of shirts for her brother, but you're happy to see her marry into the Ma family and work like a beast? If you keep this up, not only brother Yan, but even I feel uncomfortable. I'm a daughter who married out. I'm just water spilled on the ground, out of sight, out of mind. But with brother Yan at home, seeing this every day, he's not made of stone or wood. Doesn't it hurt his heart?" He Jiao, naturally quick-tempered, started scolding Meng Shi loudly in her rush. "It's her fault, really. Every time she visits her mother's home, she stays only a little while for a meal and then leaves. Plus, with He Yan not at home, she didn't notice anything. Now, seeing how skillfully He Yan handles things, she realizes it's not just a recent habit. Thinking back, she feels sad. When her father and grandparents were alive, she didn't say much. She was raised by He Yan when he was young. When he grew older and had a little sister her mother couldn't manage, so her grandparents mostly took care of He Yan. Back then, He Yan was the darling of his grandparents. Did he ever have to wash clothes or suffer like this?" Meng was scolded by his own daughter, causing his face to turn pale and then red. He couldn't help but become anxious. Why are you back? Are you just here to criticize your mother?
What?
Now that you've married, you don't care about your mother's life and death? Do you rely on Brother Yan and only speak for him? What's the use of raising you, my daughter? He spoke with tears in his eyes. He Jiao had no choice but to turn around and comfort him briefly. She was furious inside, planning to find a good chance later to tell He Yan that she was the real troublemaker. She thought, she's already grown up, but she just eats and sleeps without doing anything.
How can that be?
When she gets married and needs her family, what will she do then? After comforting Meng a little, He Jiao saw He Yan come into the room and stay there for a while without coming out. She decided to say directly, "All right, mother, I'll go talk to Brother Yan." She left the kitchen and went straight to He Yan's room. The door was slightly open. He Jiao pushed it open and saw He Yan putting something into a box. She wanted to ask but hesitated, so she didn't speak and changed the subject. Have all the family chores been finished? He Yan nodded. Seeing He Jiao's hesitant look, he asked directly, "Big sister, just say what you want to say. Is it about my marriage?" Since He Yan had made it clear, He Jiao took the opportunity to speak. "You know, I am your sister. Why didn't anyone tell me about such a big matter? I only found out when our sisters-in-law outside heard about it and asked me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been embarrassed in front of that little rascal. What's going on with this marriage? I think mother isn't very happy about it." He Yan snorted softly. He didn't say anything, but his expression said everything. He Jiao couldn't help but blush when her brother saw through her. She decided not to pretend anymore and said directly, "I've heard mother talk about this marriage. If mother doesn't agree, I also don't agree. Brother, you are the only son in our He family. How can you marry so casually? Besides, that Zhang girl's reputation is bad. How can she enter our He family? Moreover, she has a bad temper and isn't respectful or filial to elders. When she first met mother, shouldn't she have been respectful and obedient? But she almost argued with mother. She said one thing and then another, and in the end, she just left without a word. How can she be a proper daughter-in-law? Brother, dad has passed away, and only mom is left. The three of us haven't even had time to show her respect, so how can we be angry at her? Mom raised you with her blood, feeding you with her milk after taking care of you day and night. How can you turn against her just because of an outsider woman and hurt the bond between mother and child? Don't you agree?" He Yan simply said, "Big sister, mom and dad raised me, and I owe them respect. But what does Chuntao have to do with this? Not to mention that mom doesn't agree with our marriage. Chuntao hasn't even married into the He family yet. Why should she be so respectful and eager to please mom? Mom raised her, nurtured her. Does she owe her anything? Why should she be so eager to flatter? Moreover, Chuntao came willingly, not to argue with mom. She happily came and even helped save our little sister. Our family is good, but when she was brought home, they wouldn't even let her inside and kept her outside in the yard. They came out with weapons, making her feel unwelcome and unwanted. That's bad enough, but after mom told her off, she was left outside alone, and then mom just left without caring. Even a clay figure has some spirit. She is also the daughter of her parents. The first time she came to visit, she was slapped in the face. Should she just turn the other cheek? Would you, before marrying your brother-in-law, go to your in-law's house and be treated like that? Could you smile and pretend nothing happened, continue to flatter them, and let them step on your face? This question left He Jiao speechless. She didn't know about this. Her mother, Meng, never said such things. She only said that the Zhang girl was very arrogant. She entered the house and talked back to mom, making her so angry she almost fainted. The girl then just ran off in a huff. Who would have thought there was such a story behind it? Suddenly, she froze, and all her remaining words of advice got stuck in her throat. She immediately resented Meng and felt she hadn't told her the truth about her own daughter. Now, how could she persuade her? After thinking for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. Even if she's not wrong in this, she's going to marry into the He family. As a younger person, she should show some humility and say a few soft words, right? Why is she so stubborn against her mother? If she acts like this before marriage, What will happen after she marries in? Won't mom be bullied to death? He Yan suddenly stood up and looked at He Jiao. In mom and big sister's eyes, is my He Yan really that bad? Do you really want to marry a woman who bullies your own mother? Or am I just so useless for Yan that I can't even protect my own mother? He Jiao dared not respond to this and quickly waved her hands to explain. Big brother, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I'm just worried. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not their heart. I'm just worried. What if that girl looks good on the surface, but is secretly bullying our mother behind your back?
Right?
He Yan's eyes turned cold. He looked at He Jiao without speaking. She hurriedly stopped talking, realizing that reasoning might not work. She had to try another way. She took a handkerchief and rubbed her eyes until her eyes turned red, her voice trembling as she said, Big brother, please don't think I speak harshly. I just have no choice. Do you forget that the girl from the Zhang family once talked about marriage with the Wang family? The Wang family is still related to your brother-in-law's family, not more than 5 degrees apart. If you really marry that girl into our family, how can my sister face the Wang family? We're all from the same village and relatives. They might say a few words, and my sister will hear them. You also know that although I live well in my husband's house, there are still a few sisters-in-law watching for my mistakes. If they find out that my brother from my maiden family married a girl who was rejected by the Wang family, wouldn't they spit on me? I could accept that, but there are also your 2 nephews. Do you really want them to hear those rumors too? And little sister, she will be married next year. If the Ma family hears about Zhang family's background and reputation, won't they have concerns? Big brother, we are all close relatives, born from the same mother. Besides, just considering how I took care of you for many years when we were young, please, just give up this marriage. Later, I promise to find you a good match. Okay? Would I really beg you for this? He Jiao covered her face with a handkerchief, almost crying. He Yan was silent for a long time. He Jiao, hiding her face behind the handkerchief, didn't see his expression. She thought He Yan was softening because of her tears. Just as she was feeling pleased, He Yan finally spoke, his voice full of exhaustion. Since you came in, you first criticized Chuntao, then worried that I, as your son, can't protect my mother. Now you're asking me, as a brother, to think about all of you, about your children. Am I just a little wronged? And everyone is happy? He Jiao suddenly froze. Are you saying that in your eyes, I should sacrifice myself for my mother, my eldest sister, my younger sister, and my nephew? I can't like the person I love, marry the girl I want, or do what I wish. Then, what is the point of me living? Is it for you? Was I born just to suffer and make sacrifices for you? You keep saying you care about me, but do you really? Why can't you accept the person I like? Why can't you accept the girl I want to marry? My father once told me that I am a man, the backbone of the He family, and in the future, I will be the head of the family. But now, it seems I can't even decide my own marriage, and I have to suffer and give in for you. It's a complete joke. There seems to be fire and ice in He Yan's eyes. Seeing this, He Jiao was completely stunned, not knowing what to say. Finally, He Yan just said, elder sister is now part of the Wang family. You don't need to worry about the He family anymore. If there's nothing else, eat and go home. Then he left directly. He Jiao felt so ashamed from his words that she couldn't think straight for a long time. She had never known that her usually quiet brother could speak so sharply. His words were like knives, cutting into her heart and revealing her little secrets. They also felt like slaps hitting her face. She held her face and cried loudly, about to rush outside. She felt she had embarrassed herself at her mother's house today. Her brother's words made her lose face, telling her she was part of the Wang family and that she didn't need to worry about the He family. How could she stay there anymore? She used to be proud that, although she married out, her family still respected her, her mother loved her, and she had a say in family matters. Sometimes, she even had to give her opinions. But He Yan's words told her clearly that she was no longer part of the He family and couldn't speak for them. This was a huge, and she couldn't handle it. Meng Shi had been listening quietly to the commotion. She heard the brother and sister whispering for a while, then her son threw his hands down and left. The eldest daughter had been crying for half a day, and suddenly she panicked. She put down the spatula and rushed out, just in time to meet He Jiao. She quickly grabbed her and asked anxiously what happened. Everything was fine. Why are you crying? Did Brother Yan bully you? You tell your mother, she will decide for you. Then she scolded He Yan again. Why did you make your older sister cry? What exactly did that girl from the Zhang family put in your head? Your own mother and father, and even your sisters, don't you care anymore? After coming out, He Yan sat by the well sharpening his hunting knife. Hearing Meng's words, he looked up at her, and He Jiao then loudly called, "Little sister, come in." He Jiao, who had been listening carefully from the yard, quickly responded and ran inside, bowing his head politely. "Big brother, you called me? What's the matter?" He Yan lifted his sharp hunting knife, looked at it, then said, "Since my older sister is back today, it's a good time to clear things up in front of everyone. I am the only man in this family. I am in charge here, so I make the decisions. My older sister is already part of the Wang family. She married into them many years ago and has been obediently staying with her in-laws. Don't come back to our family for no reason, and don't interfere with the He family's affairs. Little sister, remember this, you're not married yet, so you're part of the He family. But next year, when you get married, remember, you will be Mrs. Ma, part of the Ma family. If you're bullied in your in-laws' house, come home and tell me. I will definitely seek justice for you. It's fine to come back sometimes and see your mother, I'll be happy. But if you keep coming back for no reason and try to interfere in the He family's matters, don't blame me for being harsh as your brother." He Jiao was so scared, he didn't dare make a sound. She had never seen her usually quiet and obedient brother, who always spoiled her, get truly angry like this. He didn't shout or smash things like other brothers, but just these calm words made her lose her courage to even shake her head. Shivering, she couldn't help but look at Meng and He Jiao, hoping to find comfort together. But she realized that not only she, but her mother and older sister were also silenced by their brother. They didn't dare say a word. Forget about comfort. The three women could only huddle together and tremble. Especially when He Yan's gaze swept over, He Jiao immediately straightened up and loudly replied, "Big brother, I understand. Whether I go out or not, you are the boss here. Whatever you say, that's what I'll do. I'll listen to you, big brother." Meng, standing nearby, looked at He Jiao in disbelief. Why was this unlucky girl so eager to show her loyalty? Where did she put her own mother and older sister? He Yan couldn't care less about her mother and older sister right now. She thought about her brother's gaze. Just one more look, and she might have nightmares tonight. Besides, what her older brother said wasn't wrong. Isn't every family like this? In their family, with the father and mother present, they listen to the father. When the parents are gone, they naturally follow the older brother. If there's no older brother, then even the eldest sister must listen to the younger brothers. He Yan remembered that when their father was alive, they naturally listened to him. After their father passed away, at first, the older brother made decisions. Later, when the mother recovered, she was often sad and gloomy. To give her something to do, the older brother handed over the family's financial control to her, letting her decide many matters to ease her mind. In recent years, the mother mostly made decisions about family affairs. These were usually small things like the autumn harvest or selling grain, which were shared with the village. Big outside matters, of course, didn't involve her. Their family mainly dealt with daily small matters, like wedding or funeral invitations, or giving allowances to the married eldest sister, or providing her with some dowry. The older brother didn't interfere in these. The mother was the one who decided. Over time, it seemed like the three women in the family had forgotten the past, feeling as if the mother was the one truly in charge. It was only when the older brother spoke that she was awakened, as well as Meng Shi and He Jiao. Yes, no matter what, the head of the family should be He Yan, right? Meng Shi's face turned pale. Over these years, her son's obedience and concessions, regardless of external matters, meant that in the household, as long as she said something, He Yan never opposed her. No matter how she gradually took more and more, spending most of the family income on wedding preparations for He Yan or secretly supporting He Jiao, He Yan always agreed. She forgot that this family was actually led by He Yan, that everything belonged to him. The money she spent, according to old rules, belonged to He Yan. Even as her mother, she had no right to use it recklessly. She relied only on He Yan's filial obedience and patience. Now that He Yan was no longer willing to tolerate, she realized she had no way out. If she told others about this, they would only say she was a foolish mother. How could she have spent the family's savings on her daughter? Wasn't she just pushing her own elbow outward? In the world, only daughters who marry out benefit from their husband's family by gaining good things to support their own family. Where is there such a thing as wanting to empty out the husband's family to support the wife's family? This is also because He Yan has a good temper. If it were a son with a bad temper, there would have been a big fight long ago. Not to mention He Jiao. She only just realized that before her father left, her family did give her some support, but it was within the rules. She vaguely remembered that when her father went away, she returned to her family for a funeral. She was scared and uncertain because her family only had a younger brother who was still young. How could they support her? It was He Yan. When she was scared, that skinny young boy told her not to be afraid. As long as he was there for one day, she would have someone to rely on. From that moment on, her family gave her more support, helping her maintain her dignity in her husband's family. No one dared to look down on her. He Jiao isn't foolish. Now she realizes that it was her younger brother, He Yan, quietly keeping his promise, protecting her and giving her support. She feels a mix of sadness, happiness, and sorrow. Her feelings are complicated, but in the end, they turn into a bit of resentment. If he once said he was her support, why is he now saying such things? If her husband's family found out, how could she hold her head up in the family? She was told not to interfere in her family's affairs last time she went back. If she does that again, will she lose her support? Her heart tightens at this thought, but looking at the current situation, she knows she can't ask about it. Looking at He Yan, his face is cold, and there's no sign of softening. He turns to look at Meng Shi and He Wan, hoping they can say something to help smooth things over or give her a way out. But Meng Shi, at this moment, seems lost in thought and doesn't notice her eldest daughter's pleading look for help. As for He Wan, she's barely holding herself together and certainly wouldn't speak up for her sister. Besides, she's a bit annoyed with her eldest sister. Every time she comes back, she acts like she's the boss and the second sister is just a subordinate, as if the He family belongs to her. She criticizes her for being spoiled and lazy or says her mother favors her. It's always some complaint. Does she think she's the fairest and best? She knows very well that her eldest sister often flattered their mother and supported her, saying that their father was biased. She even said their father originally married a rural girl, but for her younger sister, he married into the town's Ma family. My younger sister married and moved to the town to enjoy a better life, but she is still struggling in the countryside, working hard in the dirt. Her husband's family hasn't divided the land, so even if there is some good food, it is shared among their household and soon gone. Her 2 nephews are living a hard life. Then she persuaded her mother to bring the 2 nephews to the He family. She wishes she could stay there for 2 or 3 months each year. Who else does that? Everyone is taking advantage of the eldest brother. Why does she think she is justified? Why is she acting so rebellious? Seeing He Jiao get upset, He Wan feels happy but also knows everyone is feeling guilty and upset. She wouldn't dare to stand out at this moment. She just looks up at the sky and avoids looking at He Jiao. He Jiao feels like the sky is falling. She can't stay in her maternal home anymore. Her younger brother said such things, and her sister pretended not to hear. She doesn't understand what her mother is thinking. Since she got married, she has never been treated this way. She suddenly feels very sad. She covers her face and cries loudly, then rushes outside. Normally, Meng would be worried and would send someone to bring her back. But right now, Meng is still stunned. He Yan and He Wan naturally wouldn't stop He Jiao. They just watch her run away, far out of sight. He Yan finally speaks, "Since sister has gone back, let's eat." He Wan quickly agrees and goes to the kitchen. Meng's meal is almost ready. Only the last dish needs to be served. After a little work, They bring out the food and sit Meng at the table. Meng finally comes to her senses, looks around, and doesn't see He Jiao. She asks, "Where is your sister?" He Jiao, who is worried about Meng, is already on the mountain road heading home. She screams and cries as she runs out of the He house. Although her running posture is determined, her speed isn't fast.
She still holds on to some hope.
She's crying, so her family should bring her back and say a few words. She plans to soften her tone and say some good words to smooth things over. She hopes to resolve today's issue. As for the future, they are family, and she hopes they will see her living well. But unexpectedly, as she wipes her tears and walks, she is almost out of the village. No one from the He family comes out to stop her. Even when she looks back, she sees several groups of people. They see her crying but don't try to stop her. Instead, they point and whisper among themselves. He Jiao's ears were not deaf. She listened to a few women talking. That eldest daughter of the He family is back home again? I've never seen anyone like her who loves to visit her family so much. She runs back every few days, and she never comes empty-handed. Well, isn't that because she has a biased mother? Brother Yan's mother is so muddle-headed. Her son isn't even married yet, but she's eager to give all her belongings to her two daughters. Will those daughters be able to take care of her in old age?
Exactly.
She treats the grandson from the Wang family like a treasure. Does the Wang family need the He family to support their son? An old saying goes, "Grandsons are like dogs. They eat and then leave." No matter how much you give, it's useless because he's from the Wang family. Today is rare. Why didn't she carry a big bag of gifts back this time? No wonder she looked so upset. Could it be that Brother Yan's mother finally realized her son is getting married and has started to hold back? That's a blessing from heaven. He Jiao listened to this, her face flushing with embarrassment. She dared not delay any longer. She lowered her head and quickened her steps, hurrying away. She had walked several miles feeling angry and exhausted. Her mouth was dry and her tongue parched. She finally stopped to rest on a large stone. She wiped her sweat with a handkerchief, fanning herself, and worried about how to explain herself to her in-laws when she returned. Just as she was feeling anxious, she turned her head and saw a few people walking toward her in the distance. Wasn't that the Wang shopkeeper's family? He Jiao's heart raced. Meeting them now was so awkward. She was panicking, looking around. She spotted a dense bush behind a stone and decided to hide. She quickly moved to the bush and squatted down behind it. With the bush and the stone blocking her view, she thought she wouldn't be seen unless someone looked carefully. She listened as their voices and footsteps gradually approached. It turned out that the big joke the Wang shopkeeper's family caused that day had become a laughingstock in the entire area. Meanwhile, Granny Lin was still desperately seeking attention at home, insisting that Wang Dezhu marry her niece from her family. But Wang's shopkeeper refused to agree, and they were deadlocked. During the harvest season, Granny Lin heard rumors outside that Wang Dezhu was not the son of the Wang shopkeeper, but that Zhang Chuntao was. She panicked. If those rumors spread further, her son might be considered A. She dared not mention marrying her niece anymore, fearing the rumors would spread again. Granny Lin was clever. She didn't want her family's wealth to fall into outsiders' hands and was determined to keep all the Wang family's assets within her own family. At that time, I'm afraid it wasn't just the husband who disagreed. Perhaps the entire clan would come knocking on our door. After the incident with Manager One causing a fuss, he didn't stay home much. The autumn harvest of mountain goods was starting, and he had to prepare, so he was busy. Finally, after the busy harvest season, he took a few days off to go home. When he heard the rumor, his face turned green immediately. That evening, the whole family shut the door and didn't talk much. Anyway, the next day, word spread in the Wang family that Manager Wang had already found another marriage prospect for Big Zhu. The girl was from Wu's Bay near the town. Her family was average, but she had an older brother who was a local official, and her current guardian, Wu Fuyong, was a close relative of the local leader, which made her quite well regarded. Normally, a girl like her wouldn't be a match for Big Zhu, but her luck was bad. She was engaged before, but her fiancé died of illness shortly after the engagement. Her future in-laws were unhappy and spread rumors that Wu's girl was unlucky and cursed her husband. No one dared to ask for her hand anymore. So, the matter was delayed. When the rumor spread, everyone was busy harvesting rice and had no time to gossip. Second, everyone thought it might be a false rumor spread by the Wang family to save their reputation. Unexpectedly, right after the harvest, the Wang family hurriedly went to Wu's bay to propose marriage. Learning from the last experience, they didn't bring Wang Yongjin this time. Grandma Lin was also scolded by manager Wang and became more honest for her son's sake. They hired a matchmaker again, but since the last one was too shocked and worried she might cause trouble again, she refused firmly. Early that morning, the family packed the betrothal gifts and, with the matchmaker, headed to Wu's bay. Now they were on their way home. Grandma Lin asked nervously, "Master, is this marriage really settled? Won't Wu's girl really be unlucky and curse her husband?" Manager Wang replied impatiently, "The birth chart matches, and the date is set. What's your problem? Still not satisfied? Want to marry your niece to our Bigju?" Grandma Lin felt guilty and hesitated, but she didn't dare say more. The matchmaker, hearing this, also said some kind words. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I think Wu's girl has thick eyebrows and big eyes. She's a healthy girl and should be easy to marry. Moreover, the 8 characters also match, which is a good omen for marriage. It suits your family's eldest son very well. In the future, it's unlikely that the Wang family will have to raise 17 or 18 boys." Lady Lin heard this and showed a slight smile. She pulled the matchmaker aside to discuss how good the Wu girl is at raising children and how many good grandchildren she might have in the future. Behind them, shopkeeper Wang and Wang Dashu were listening. Shopkeeper Wang impatiently said, "What's wrong? Are you still not satisfied with the Wu girl? You already disliked the Zhang girl before, and now you're criticizing the Wu girl too. Besides the fact that her previous fiancé died, what's wrong with her?" Wang Dashu whispered, "I think the Wu girl has a fierce look. I'm worried she won't be good for Yongjin if she marries in." Shopkeeper Wang almost laughed in anger at Wang Dashu. "Let's not talk about whether you should marry the Wu girl for the sake of continuing the family line. If she can give us a son, she'll be a great contributor to the Wang family. Whether her face looks fierce or not doesn't matter. Your previous wife wasn't fierce, but she couldn't even give birth to a son. Besides, Yongjin is already grown. Your mother can take care of her. Why do we need the Wu girl? Just have Yongjin be nice to her. And don't forget, Wu's brother is quite popular in front of the village chief. If we get along well with her, maybe we can use Wu's connections to find a good family for Yongjin in the future. I warn you, don't learn from your mother and teach Yongjin some improper words. Don't encourage her to cause trouble with the Wu girl. She's not like Zhang's girl, who's unloved and neglected by her parents. We can't control her, and even if she causes trouble, it's no big deal. Her brother isn't an ordinary person. If we really upset him, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect Yongjin. Honestly, other girls her age are already sensible, but you and your mother are so muddle-headed, spoiling her and making her unaware of her limits. As for the Zhang family situation, if she hadn't listened to your mother's instigation, could it have gotten so bad? They would have married her in a long time ago, and I wouldn't have had to worry so much. Who's to blame? Blame yourselves. Now you're talking nonsense. Instead of wasting time on this, think about how to teach Yongjin well at home. If the Wu girl gets upset after marrying in and causes trouble for Yongjin, delaying her from giving us a grandson, don't blame me for not tolerating her. Do you hear me?" The harsh words made Wang Dashu so angry he couldn't even speak, and he just lowered his head in silence. The father and son walked away, and only then did He Jiao quietly step out from behind a stone, looking surprised. She hadn't expected the Wang family to find a new match so quickly. Was there someone else behind that girl? Hearing this, she didn't think it was a big deal. What should she do now? If her younger brother really marries that girl from the Zhang family, what if the Wu family girl causes trouble for them? The more she thought about it, the more worried and hopeless she felt. She wandered back to the Wang house in a daze. As soon as she entered, she bumped into her sister-in-law. Seeing He Jiao come back, She was first surprised, then noticed her face looked bad. She couldn't help but smile. Third sister-in-law, why are you back so early? Did your family not keep you? Oh dear, your face doesn't look good. Did you come back empty-handed? Did you have a fight with your family? This was Hu Shi, He Jiao's older sister-in-law, who usually didn't get along with her.
Why?
Because she was the eldest sister-in-law. As the saying goes, the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother, and everyone knows that the eldest daughter-in-law is most valued by the parents-in-law. But He Jiao, with her capable family background, always overshadowed her. In the Wang family, she was more respectable than Hu Shi. The parents-in-law also favored He Jiao because of her family. They always put the third house first, and even her 2 children received extra attention. If He Jiao knew how to behave and was gentler, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. But she was raised strictly in the He family, and with her strong family backing, she often brought things from her family to show off in front of others. What Hu Shi couldn't stand most was her own children. Because of some food, they constantly put He Jiao in front of them. They always called her third aunt, and secretly wished they could be her children. They admired how she was secretly given good things by her family, and how every year they could go back to her family's house and stay for a few months, coming back plumper each time. He Jiao's 2 brothers also said that at their relative's house, their uncle hunted and their grandmother loved them. They ate meat often and never went hungry. This made others so jealous their eyes almost turned red. What made Hu Shi angrier was that these little boys complained that their own mother wasn't as good as the third aunt. Every time they went to their maternal grandparents' house, they not only ate well, but also secretly took things back to help their family. As a mother, how could Hu Shi listen to this? She was almost so angry she nearly fainted. She couldn't bear to blame her own son, so her built-up resentment all focused on He Jiao and the third household. She thought He Jiao was deliberately using small favors to win over her son's heart. But she also knew that the whole family favored He Jiao and the third household. If she truly opposed He Jiao, not only would her in-laws not allow it, but her own husband and son wouldn't agree either. So she only kept an eye on He Jiao and would complain for days over any small mistake she made. He Jiao was not naive. She was valued by her in-laws and had 2 sons, so her status in the Wang family was secure. Why would she care about Hu Shi? She also believed that she often brought things from her family, and she didn't think she was taking advantage of the main household. But she had never seen the main household behave like this, eating well, taking benefits, and not showing gratitude, only causing trouble and being ungrateful. Wasn't that just like a treacherous wolf? Because of this, the conflicts between the 2 households grew, and they often argued fiercely. At this moment, when Hu Shi asked He Jiao about something, she immediately snapped back reflexively. What? Are you waiting at the door for me to bring things back from my family? My family wants to give, but I think if I bring things back, not only will others get the benefits, but I also won't get any good. Why bring anything back? Giving it away for free so others can gloat behind their backs? So I decided not to bring anything, to avoid making some people jealous. These few words made Hu Shi blush with anger, speechless. He Jiao then lifted her head and entered the third household. Once inside, she relaxed completely, losing her earlier spirit and lying on the bed lost in thought. When the men from the Wang family returned home, they sensed something was wrong. Hu Shi was crying in front of her mother-in-law, saying, I am the eldest daughter-in-law, and I've endured so many years in the Wang family, given birth to several sons. Now I feel like I have no standing at all. Anyone can step on me. Mother-in-law, you responded casually, saying that the eldest daughter-in-law's behavior was unappealing and that it was no wonder the third daughter-in-law said so. She added that Hu Shi hadn't taken advantage of others or relied on others' favors, and she was always finding trouble for no reason.
Who could tolerate that?
If she wanted to be strong, she should stand up for herself with her own family. If her family couldn't support her, she shouldn't expect others to do so. But because she had given birth to several healthy grandchildren for the Wang family, she was too lazy to criticize her. Furthermore, the Yu family has their own private interests. The third daughter-in-law's family is wealthier and supports her financially, giving her a strong position. She also doesn't show much respect to her mother-in-law. So, in daily life, they often let Hu and He Jiao compete, mainly to keep He Jiao from getting too proud and disrespectful to her elders. I also casually comforted Hu, thinking that as the eldest sister-in-law, she shouldn't be angry with her younger sisters-in-law. In my mind, I also wondered, according to the eldest daughter-in-law, the third daughter-in-law always visits her family empty-handed, going early in the morning and returning late at night. Today, she came back early, but didn't bring anything. Her face looked strange. Could she have had a serious argument with her family? Thinking of this, you felt worried. The He family is a good match, and it's hard to find such a family. They gained a lot of benefits by marrying into the He family. If the third daughter-in-law truly argued with her family and lost her support, life at home would become difficult. She wanted to ask about it, but also cared about Face. Just then, her husband came home. So she quickly pushed to his side and pulled Wang Laosan aside to whisper for a while. Wang Laosan knew his wife well. If she had a serious disagreement with her family, she wouldn't be able to ask about it because she cared about her pride. So he reassured you. That night, He Jiao said she had a headache and didn't want to eat. Wang Laosan asked you to take care of the two children and secretly brought her 2 red sugar and lotus seed eggs. He personally brought them to her room to coax her to eat. He Jiao had only eaten a little in the morning, skipped lunch out of anger at her family, and had traveled a long way. She was very hungry now. If she didn't hold on, she might have gone looking for food. Seeing her husband come to comfort her, she accepted the eggs, ate them quickly, and drank the sweet soup in one go, clearly starving. Wang Laosan couldn't help but ask, "How are you so hungry? Did you not eat at your family's place?" This made He Jiao feel very upset. Her eyes turned red, and she started crying softly, holding Wang Laosan and sobbing. Finally, she still wanted to express herself. "Who am I doing all this for? It's for him, for us. He just doesn't understand. I am still his older sister, born from the same parents, and yet he treats me like this." Wang Laosan finally understood, and when he saw his wife crying until her eyes were swollen, although she looked pitiful, he still needed to say what was right. As the saying goes, teach your children face to face, teach your wife in bed. In the past, he didn't care much about his wife's faults when it came to the Yu family, enjoying the benefit of her leniency, so he didn't mention it. But now, it seems that his younger brother-in-law from the Yu family thinks his wife is overstepping. If he doesn't remind him now, he fears his wife, who seems clever but is actually simple-minded, might still think things are the same as before. So he advised Brother Yan is right. The He family is his household to run. Don't forget, before our father-in-law passed away, he told us all that Yan's marriage was his decision. He could marry whoever he wanted, even the mother-in-law couldn't stop him. We all agreed in front of him. If we now want to change our minds, aren't we going against his last wishes? Hao Jiao suddenly stopped crying when she heard this. Wang Laosan continued, "Even without our father-in-law's words, whether Yan wants to marry a certain girl or not, the final decision is up to the He family. You're just a daughter-in-law from outside. How can you interfere in this?" Hao Jiao muttered, "I'm his older sister." Wang Laosan was both amused and helpless. So, what does my older sister say when she goes back to her parents' house? And what about your sisters-in-law? She's a married daughter. She's like water poured out. Why do you keep interfering in her family matters? Have you forgotten that? Hao Jiao had nothing to say. Wang Laosan carefully explained again. "Look, Yan is the head of the family. Since he wants to marry Zhang's girl and even brought back her birth date to match, that means it's settled. Otherwise, if the head of the family says one thing today and the family disagrees tomorrow, then he's not really the head of the family. Yes, it's true that the mother-in-law is upset with Yan, but can she really overrule him? If she really had a way to make your married daughter stand up for herself, wouldn't she have done it already?
Think about it.
After Yan marries Zhang's girl, the He family will be run by the young couple. The mother-in-law will accept it, since she's an elder and she should show respect. But if your older sister-in-law keeps interfering and opposes it, do you think Zhang's girl will like you in the future? She and Brother Yan are married. How many misunderstandings can't be cleared up? You can't blame mother-in-law, and you can't blame me either. As time goes on, Brother Yan might grow distant from you, and then you'll be better off. The rest of the words, Old Man Wang didn't say. I think He Jiao can guess that if she really becomes estranged from her family, do you still expect her family to keep supporting her and the Wang family as before?
Don't dream about it.
By then, they will have children of their own and won't have time to worry about the older sister and nephew who married out. He Jiao's heart skipped a beat, and she started to feel scared. Still, she stubbornly said, I don't believe Brother Yan would abandon his sister and nephew just because of that sly girl outside. Even she didn't have confidence in her words. If Brother Yan truly cared about her as his sister and nephew, he wouldn't say such things. Old Man Wang sighed. Naturally, the Yu family can't be estranged. He has to find a way to smooth things over. He had to coax He Jiao, saying in a few days, let's go to the Yu family together. Apologize properly to Brother Yan and say you were confused and said the wrong thing. Let him see it's just a misunderstanding between siblings, and don't take it to heart. Also, prepare some gifts for the Zhang girl and say a few kind words. Would Brother Yan really refuse to acknowledge you as his sister? Even the Zhang girl has already lowered her head. Whether she's sincere or just saving face, she'll probably give you a way out. Though He Jiao still felt a bit resentful, she knew Old Man Wang was right. She snorted twice, accepting it. The couple reached an agreement, and Old Man Wang sighed in relief. At this moment, after dinner at the He family, He Wan was ordered by Brother Yan to go to her room and sleep. No matter what sound she heard, she was not allowed to come out. He Wan didn't dare to look at Mother Meng. She nodded repeatedly, agreed, and after clearing the dishes, she went into her room and locked the door. Mother Meng looked at Brother Yan in surprise, unsure of what he was going to do. She couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Today, you were so proud, making your older sister cry and send her back to her husband's house. Now, are you going to send your mother out too? Brother Yan closed the main door of the hall, then turned and knelt silently in front of Mother Meng. He looked expressionless and said, Mother, I have made up my mind. If you really disagree with my marriage, that's fine. Starting tomorrow, I will move to the old house to live, so I won't bother you anymore. I've already tidied up the old house. I will pack my clothes and move there tomorrow. I won't be a burden in front of you anymore. I understand your feelings and your worries. In the past, my son still had hopes, and over time, you saw his filial piety and thought he might resolve these worries. Now I realize that all of that was just his wishful thinking. I'm afraid that as long as he is alive, and in front of you, these worries will never be truly gone. Everything in this family is left to you, old lady. Whether you want to help your younger sister with her dowry or support your eldest sister, it's all up to you. I don't want anything from this family. Just the harvest and grain from the few acres of land my grandparents left me are enough. Don't worry, you are my mother. You won't need to worry about the yearly support payments. In the future, I will hire people to take care of the farm work. You can just stay at home and wait to collect the grain. When your younger sister gets married, I will help with the arrangements so she can leave happily. If the eldest sister or younger sister have any problems in the future, as a brother, I will step in when needed and won't back down. Before He Yan could say more, Mengshi couldn't hear clearly anymore. Only one thought was in her mind. He knows. He actually knows. Mengshi's face turned pale with panic and guilt. She opened her mouth to say something but found she had nothing to say. Suddenly, she seemed to understand why Brother Yan was willing to give most of the family's estate to his two sisters without any complaints. It was because he knew everything. After a long moment, she managed to ask, When did you find out? He Yan's throat tightened. Before my father passed away. Mengshi felt dizzy, as if the world was spinning. Her first reaction was to rush to He Yan, grabbing his collar, eyes wide with anger, even a little fierce. Then your father. Your father. She couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence. Her trembling hands and bulging veins betrayed her feelings. He Yan looked at Mengshi calmly. Maybe he knew, maybe he didn't. In that moment, Mengshi suddenly lost all strength. She collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Her lips trembled as she let out a painful sob. "It's my fault. I failed him. I failed him." He Yan looked at her with an expressionless face, but a flicker of pain appeared in his eyes. Quickly, he composed himself again. He just watched silently as Mengshi knelt on the ground, crying loudly. Next to the side room, He Yan heard Meng's heartbreaking crying. She got up and went to the door, touching the latch. In the end, she clenched her teeth and stomped her feet, then returned to the calm bed, not daring to sleep. She just kept her ears open, listening for any movement from the main room. She didn't know how long Meng cried, but eventually her crying gradually stopped. After a while, faint voices came from the main room, and He Yan felt a little relieved. Inside the main room, after Meng's intense crying, she finally calmed down. Her voice was hoarse from crying, and when she spoke, her throat hurt. This matter, besides you and me. Who else knows?" He Yan shook his head. Meng took a deep breath, ignoring her thirst and not drinking water to soothe her throat. She blinked her swollen eyes and gritted her teeth. "This secret must stay between us. Not a word can leak out." He Yan stayed silent. Meng knew He Yan didn't agree. At this moment, she became truly anxious. If she had known He Yan knew the truth earlier, she wouldn't have been so excessive all these years. Now, just seeing Brother Yan makes her feel guilty and short of breath. She muttered to herself, "It won't happen. The head of the family definitely doesn't know. Otherwise, he wouldn't treat you so openly, wouldn't say at the year's end that he would give all the family property to you. It won't happen." She was probably comforting herself, but after a few more words, she gained some courage. Her tone became more confident, even convincing herself. Her voice gradually steadied. "No, you can't move to the old house. If you do, how can we explain it when outsiders ask? Won't they suspect?" "No, absolutely not." Seeing that He Yan didn't speak, Meng got up from the ground. She paced around the room a few times, then said with a resolute tone, "Mother agrees to your marriage with Zhang's girl. I promise to treat her well, just like a daughter. Tomorrow, I will go to apologize to Zhang's family and promise in front of her that once she marries into our family, I will treat her well. Since the harvest season is almost over, the remaining days won't delay much. Let's quickly pick an auspicious day, prepare the wedding items, and bring Zhang's girl into the house early, okay? Mother agrees to everything you say. From now on, you are in charge of the household. Whatever you say, I won't oppose anymore. And also your older sister, I've told her to come back less often. Your younger sister, I watch over her, making sure she learns manners and doesn't argue with Zhang's daughter. As for your wife, once she joins the family, can we just stay the same as before? Just like in the past? I don't ask for much, but for your late father's sake, we should leave him with some dignity. We shouldn't let him be talked about behind his back after he's gone. For your father's sake, and for your older sister and younger sister, we can't let them suffer too." Meng's words grew weaker, and in the end, she couldn't help but hold Han's hand, looking at him with pleading eyes. She no longer had the firm resolve she showed a few days ago. Han only felt a tightness in his throat, a strange sense of relief mixed with sadness. He lowered his head, hiding his reddening eyes, and said, "Since Mother says so, I will naturally listen. Also, don't worry, Mother. After I marry Chuntao and she moves in, I will stick to what I said before. I won't take advantage of my older sister or younger sister anymore. Let's just say Chuntao and I are temporarily staying at home. The harvest and income from the farm, after deducting the few acres left by grandfather and grandmother, will all go to Mother, older sister, and younger sister. From now on, Chuntao and I will give money to support Mother every year. I will help manage the land, and you can rest assured that I and Chuntao will not take a single penny from it. Mother, please don't worry. I have no desire for the land of the He family. Even after you pass away, if these fields can't be openly divided among the older sister and younger sister, I will work hard to earn money and buy these fields, then share the proceeds with them." Hearing this, Meng's face grew angry and anxious. "What nonsense are you talking? Of course, these fields and houses are yours. At most, you can give your older sister and younger sister a share of the harvest each year. Do you have to say such things that hurt me so much? Mother doesn't love you any less. It's just that you have the old house and the fields and money left by your grandparents, so your life is definitely better than your older sisters and younger sisters. These things of the He family, really, they are all yours. It's just that I have a little selfishness. When I close my eyes and can't see anymore, you can do whatever you want. Han let out a quick, sneering laugh. When Meng looked his way, he quickly composed himself and calmly said, "It's late. Mother, rest early. Tomorrow, I will take you and your younger sister to town to see Chuntao." She spoke and then climbed up from the ground, brushed the dust off her knees, and left the house without looking back. Mrs. Meng reached out as if to call Zhou Yan, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Only after Zhou Yan entered his house and closed the door did she squat down, biting her fist as tears flowed again. She knew she had hurt her son's feelings, but she couldn't help it. She couldn't get over that hurdle. Only by favoring her older and younger daughters could she feel a bit better. She thought she would only have the courage to face her husband after many years. The sins she carried, her son, Yan, was born from her own body. She felt wrong for making him stay and share her guilt. In the next life, she promised to make it up to him properly. That night, the Zhou family didn't sleep well. Early the next morning, everyone got up. They looked at each other, all with dark circles under their eyes. Mrs. Meng's eyes were swollen like fish bubbles. She soaked a cloth in well water, kept it cool for a long time, and finally managed to reduce the swelling a little. Mrs. Meng prepared breakfast. Her cooking skills were average, and with her mind preoccupied, the taste was even more plain, just cooked food. But no one felt like eating much. They all ate like chewing wax. Afterward, Mrs. Meng spoke up, telling Zhou Yan to change into her going-out clothes because she was going to see Zhang Chuntao today. Zhou Yan was confused and was pulled into the house by Mrs. Meng. She didn't know what she muttered, but she obediently changed into her new clothes. Mrs. Meng spent half the day in the house, changing into her visiting clothes. She also decorated her hair with 2 hairpins and prepared a few gifts. When she came out, she saw Zhou Yan waiting in the yard. Seeing his gaze fall on the basket in her hand, she hurriedly explained that that's because the girl from the Zhang family helped rescue your sister last time. We were rude then, so today we can't go empty-handed. Zhou Yan didn't say anything further. Just as she was about to leave, the village official arrived to inform them that the town had announced it was time to sell grain and pay taxes. The Zhou family didn't need to pay taxes. Their land was registered under Zhou Lin's name, which exempted them from corvée and taxes. Zhou Lin was a juren, a successful candidate in the imperial exams. He owned 400 mu of tax-free land. He had bought many properties in other places. Because Yuanzhi village was his birthplace and hometown, and his mother, father, and younger brothers still lived there, he left about 50 or 60 mu of tax-free land for the village. Apart from He Yan's family and a few other households in the He family, the village head's family, several respected Yang family elders, and some families with good relations to the He family, all more or less entrusted their land to He Lin's name. The most important reason was to avoid paying head taxes and corvée labor. As for the so-called respect for He Lin, it was basically the taxes paid per acre of land. In recent years, Yang village has become wealthier, thanks largely to He Lin, who is a successful scholar. Therefore, the village head specifically sent someone to ask He Yan whether he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to sell his grain at the town. Their family doesn't have many members, just 2 or 3 people, so even if they marry again, He Yan will be married off next year, and they won't need much for daily use. They plan to keep enough food and seeds and sell the surplus. Farmers rely on this income all year round. Plus, I heard He Yan is getting married soon, which will cost a lot of money. It might be better to sell the grain early and use the money to prepare for the wedding. Selling grain in this era isn't easy. The long mountain road makes it impossible to rely on carrying it by hand. Fortunately, the village has a few ox carts and 2 horse-drawn wagons. Most families have their own wooden carts to transport grain, neatly stacked. Those with more family members can take turns pulling the carts, and others can help push. Families with fewer men have a harder time. Traveling from the village to the town can take a whole day. The whole family, adults and children, need to help. More people pushing the carts means the person at the front pulling the cart can rest easier. In previous years, He Yan also went along, mainly because of his status. Others knew he was He Lin's nephew, a successful scholar, and treated him with more respect. The scales also wouldn't cheat too blatantly, and the quality of the grain wouldn't be undervalued. Every year, with He Yan's presence, the grain from Yang village was of higher quality than other villages. If others counted 100 jin, they only counted 90 jin, but their village could count 95 jin. Because of this, outsiders envy Yang village. Everyone in the village has benefited from He family and He Lin. He Yan initially planned to wait a few days before hiring a cart or ox-drawn wagon to take the goods to town, but since he had already discussed everything with the Meng family yesterday, it was not proper to use Meng's money again. He was also feeling a bit tight financially these days, as he had no time to hunt in the mountains. He thought that once they reached town, he might want to buy something for Zhang Chuntao, but he would be short of money. So, he decided to sell the grain from the few acres of land his grandparents had left him after setting aside enough for their own food. This way he would have some cash on hand. He agreed to this plan. The village officer handled the matter quickly, and soon a carriage and an ox cart arrived at the head family's door. 2 strong men from the same village came in, greeted them happily, and helped load the grain onto the carts. Seeing that the head family was dressed to leave, likely heading to town and visiting their daughter-in-law, they joked a little, saying it was no wonder they wanted to sell grain so early, perhaps to pay for a bride. He Yan just smiled and ignored it, but Meng's family felt a bit uneasy when they heard this. After thinking for a moment, she said openly, "Brother Yan, you still have some time, so why don't I and your younger sister go ahead? We walk slowly, and maybe you'll catch up soon." He Yan had no objection, and Meng hurriedly took Headwan and left. Meng was right, their pace was slow. Before they had gone halfway, the grain-selling team from Yuanzhi village caught up. The procession was lively and bustling. After a while, other villages also sent people to sell grain today. This was a rare sight on the mountain road, long lines of carts and people stretching as far as the eye could see. Villagers from different villages greeted each other happily and exchanged small talk about this year's harvest. Because they were transporting grain, they moved slowly. They only reached the town around noon. The grain collection point was in a slightly remote part of town, where several large granaries were built. The officials collecting the grain checked quality, set prices, weighed the grain, supervised villagers loading it into the granaries, and finally settled accounts with the farmers. One of the officials inspecting the quality held his head high, with an iron skewer tucked under his armpit. The tip of the skewer was sharp and pointed, capable of piercing a grain bag or poking into a basket to pick out the best rice in the middle. This work requires many years of experience. When taking out the rice grains, the worker pinches 2 grains with their fingers, then puts them in their mouth. They bite down with their teeth, and if it crunches loudly, it means the rice is dry and has low moisture. Only such grains can be stored well and are considered higher quality, which also raises their price. This is the most important step. Many villages lose a grade of rice because they don't have a good relationship with the small official who checks the quality. This results in less silver earned from selling the rice. Therefore, you must never offend this person. Usually the village chief is the most important person. Everyone respects him and speaks kindly. But here, even when dealing with the quality inspector, you have to be careful. After carefully inspecting the rice and deciding its grade, the workers line up to weigh it. Weighing is also a skill. The officials in charge of the scale have special techniques. Even if the weights might be slightly off during weighing, they can subtly manipulate the scale to reduce the weight by about 10 pounds. That's considered somewhat honest. However, some dishonest officials are very cruel. They can take away 15 or 20 pounds from 100 pounds of rice. You have no way to argue. In the past, there was a young fool who caused trouble. He weighed his rice at home and was sure it was exactly 100 pounds. But when weighed officially, only about 90 pounds remained. He was furious and demanded an explanation from the official. The official didn't bother to listen. He just said, "If you don't agree with this wait, then stay aside. Wait until others finish weighing." Not only that young fool, but everyone from his village was also told to wait on the side. They watched others from different villages finish weighing, store their rice, settle the silver, and leave. Their village waited all morning and even into the night, but it was not their turn. After waiting all night and seeing the dew settle, they queued again the next day. But the rice was no longer good quality, and the grade was lowered several levels. When weighed again, only about 85 pounds remained from 100. When asked, the officials confidently said, "Your rice wasn't dried properly. Such rice shouldn't be stored. Since you worked hard to harvest it, we must deduct some moisture and impurities." That's clearly stated in the rules. They rolled their eyes and said, "If you don't want to sell, then go away. Don't block others." The rice had to be brought in to pay taxes. If they didn't sell it, what else could they do? Paying taxes cannot be delayed, or else those fierce officials will break into homes and seize valuable belongings. Someone nearby advised the village to be humble and sell quickly, or these petty officials will find ways to cause trouble and make things difficult. The farmers in the village are simple folks who work hard in the fields. They don't understand the rules. Today, they might owe 100 jin, but tomorrow it's only 85 jin. If they delay for a couple of days, that 100 jin could be counted as only 50 jin, wasting a whole year's effort. They might even run out of food. The villagers suddenly realized this and made the young, naive man apologize and bow, secretly giving some gifts to settle the matter. After this incident, people in the nearby 10-mile area understood the situation clearly. No matter how upset they felt, what could they do? They could only swallow their anger. As the saying goes, it's easy to see the king of, but hard to deal with little devils. Every year, these officials come around, and no one dares to offend them. This made the petty officials even more reckless, especially the head of security, Wu Fuguwei, who was friendly with these officials. In previous years, he would send his subordinates to patrol the area, claiming it was for maintaining order, but in reality, anyone who caused trouble would be dragged away and beaten. Who would dare to speak out? It became a routine. Although the Yang family village started early, there were even earlier people in front of them, forming a long line. The villagers from Yang's village couldn't cut in line because the front was packed tightly, making it impossible to squeeze in. It looked like it would be a while before it was their turn. He Yan checked the time and saw it was still early. The town's courtyard wasn't far, so he decided to greet the village chief, saying he had some matters to handle. He would take care of his mother and sister first, and then come back, promising he would return soon and not delay anything. The village chief knew He Yan's character. He was honest and straightforward. Seeing the nervous mother and daughter following him, he couldn't help but feel sorry for He Yan. Other families' mothers and sisters would be helping their own, not expecting others to take care of them. They would at least look after their food supplies. But these two women hoped He Yan would take care of them. It was only because He Yan was filial that they could rely on him. Otherwise, who could bear it? The village chief nodded in agreement and told He Yan not to worry. Based on past experience, it would probably be their turn afternoon. They could have lunch first and come later. He Yan nodded in agreement and led Meng and Hyun toward the town courtyard. Meng and Hyun hadn't been to the market for a while because it was hard to go. The mountain road was dozens of miles long and had to be walked on foot, which was very tiring. Also, if the family needed something, they just had to tell He Yan, who would bring back game or goods from the market. Furthermore, since Hyun's fiancé's family was in town, Meng felt a bit inferior, thinking she was trying to reach too high by associating with the Ma family. She knew her daughter was carefree and only had eyes for Ma Yuanzhi, so whenever she saw him, she forgot everything else. In Yongjia village, it was okay at his house, but in town, if she behaved like that, people might think she was disrespectful. It could give her in-laws a bad impression. So, after the funeral, she kept Hyun at home and didn't let her go to town. It was about respecting herself and her family's reputation, hoping the Ma family would see her as more respectable. Hyun originally planned that since they were in town, she should meet Ma Yuanji talk to him, and maybe go shopping. But Meng kept a close watch on her and was afraid He Yan would get angry, so she obediently followed behind. After walking quite a distance, He Yan looked at the place they were heading and suddenly said, "Isn't this the road to the courtyard where Grandpa and Grandma used to live?" Hearing this, Meng immediately stopped in her tracks. He Yan's family had bought that house for the old master and grandmother to live in. He didn't get along with them, and because he had to take care of the children, he often made excuses not to visit. Mostly, He Qiao would take He Yan to visit the grandparents and bring some things. During festivals, the old master and grandmother wouldn't go back to the village. He Qiao would bring the children to pay respects and visit. So, the children knew where the courtyard was, but Meng had never been there herself. Now, hearing He Yan's words, she understood everything and asked He Yan, "Did you really arrange for Zhang's girl to stay in your uncle's courtyard?" He Yan kept walking and didn't stop. He hadn't seen Zhang Chuntao for many days, and after what happened, he was very worried about her. He wished he could see her soon. Hearing Meng's question, he simply nodded and said, "After Chuntao was driven out, she stayed in a cave. It's not safe there. Since this courtyard has been empty, I let her stay for a while. I think my uncle would understand." With that, he stopped talking, blocking the rest of Meng's words.
No wonder.
This house was bought by Uncle He Lin. Whether people live here or not, it's not up to her sister-in-law to say anything. Meng knew the truth. The unmarried niece-in-law staying for a few days before marriage was normal in the countryside. Once married, she would move out. The small yard was empty, which was very common. Although her face looked a bit unhappy, she didn't say anything. The yard wasn't far from the grain-selling place. With He Yan walking quickly, he arrived soon. As he got closer, he saw the yard gate open and voices coming from inside. "Zhang's girl, your mold is really good. My family and yours do the same, but why is my mold not as good as yours? It's only half as tall as yours. Do you have some secret recipe? Look at this beautiful fragrant mold. In 2 days, the soybeans will need turning, or they'll clump together and won't turn easily. I tell you, the mold must grow thoroughly and evenly before it's ready." What are they talking about? He Yan was confused as he walked into the yard. He saw Zhang Chuntao and 2 women in the corner, gathered around something. He didn't dare to approach suddenly, so he stopped and decided to wait a little. Suddenly, He Yan, who was running quickly from behind, caught up. Her legs were tired after walking to town, and she had finished her water. Her throat was dry and hot. Seeing the open yard gate, she wanted to go in to rest and drink water. She didn't notice He Yan stopping and bumped straight into him. Luckily, He Yan was steady, but He Yan was pushed to the gate, which squeaked loudly. This startled everyone in the yard, and they all turned around. They looked at each other and asked in unison, "Who are they?" Since that day, Zhang Chuntao hadn't seen He Yan again. Now, seeing him quietly standing at the door, she couldn't help but glance at him. Was it just her feeling? Did he look a bit thinner? The only thing that hadn't changed was He Yan's eyes, which held a faint smile and a hint of nervousness. He was looking steadily at her. Looking again, He Yan's mother and He Yan behind him suddenly understood. They smiled and said, "This is my family's relative. They said they would visit today. Sorry, 2 sisters-in-law, we have guests at home. Let's talk about the mold tomorrow, okay?" 2 women are not so unkind-hearted. Seeing He Yan, she found him somewhat familiar. After all, He Yan has been watching over this house for the past few years and occasionally staying here for a night or 2, so neighbors would naturally notice him. Knowing he was just helping to look after the house, they felt reassured and left together. Zhang Chuntao then stepped forward and invited Mrs. Meng and He Yan inside. As soon as they entered, they were guests, especially since she was now living in the He family's yard. Zhang Chuntao was very polite and thoughtful, offering tea first. He Yan, Mrs. Meng, and He Yan, having walked a long way, were naturally thirsty. Seeing the 3 jars of cooled tea, Mrs. Meng couldn't hold back her embarrassment and took a bowl, drinking it all in one gulp, feeling refreshed. Seeing that He Yan and the others had calmed down, Zhang Chuntao finally spoke. "What are you doing?" Mrs. Meng felt a bit shy and hesitant to speak. He Yan explained first. The family has finished their chores. Today, the village is selling grain and paying taxes. My mother and younger sister came to apologize for what happened last time. He quickly pushed Mrs. Meng and He Yan forward. Mrs. Meng blushed deeply, feeling as if needles pricked her face. She thought how unlucky she was. Her daughter-in-law hadn't even married into the family yet, and she was already apologizing to her. She felt she had lowered herself compared to her daughter-in-law. Earlier at home, it seemed easy to say, but now face-to-face, she found it hard to speak the apology. He Yan, however, knew her brother's temper somewhat. If she didn't apologize to Zhang Chuntao today, she probably wouldn't be able to go home. Seeing Mrs. Meng keep her head down and remain silent, He Yan boldly stepped forward. Big Sister Zhang, it was entirely our fault the other day. We were too rude. My older brother has already scolded us. My mother and I know we were wrong. We came here today to apologize. Please forgive us? Don't worry. Your marriage with my brother, my mother won't oppose it anymore. I will treat you as my sister from now on, and my mother will treat you as her own daughter. From now on, we are family. Please don't be angry with us. If you don't forgive us, my brother might not forgive me today either. I beg you, Sister Zhang, no, please, sister-in-law, have mercy on me. He Yan originally frowned when he heard He Yan speak. When she mentioned sister-in-law, he relaxed and couldn't help but glance at Zhang Chuntao. Zhang Chuntao's face was calm, showing no sign of happiness or sadness. However, Mrs. Meng clenched her teeth. She had already put aside her earlier words. Since everyone was already here, there was no point in being awkward. Moreover, that young girl had spoken without restraint, saying everything she wanted. The girl from the Zhang family probably realized this too. Since it was clear there was some teasing involved, it was better to be straightforward. She blushed with embarrassment and stood up, placing her packed belongings on the table and pushing them toward Zhang Chuntao. Zhang girl, about a few days ago, my sister-in-law, was mistaken. She heard some gossip from outsiders and misunderstood you, saying hurtful things. After you left, Brother Yan told me about your character, and I realized I was wrong. I should have come earlier to apologize, but our family was busy with farm work until today, when we finally had time. Please don't be upset. This is just a small token of my sincerity. Keep it for yourself. As for your marriage, I have no objections. Tomorrow, I'll find a good day to invite someone to marry you. Rest assured, just like your younger sister said, once you marry into our He family, you'll be like my own daughter, and one will be like your own sister. She kept repeating her kind words to Zhang Chuntao several times. Zhang Chuntao listened to Mrs. Meng's apology, raised an eyebrow, and glanced at He Yan, unsure of what to say. She truly didn't expect that He Yan would go this far, not only winning over his mother and sister but also persuading them to come and apologize. That was no small effort. It also showed He Yan's sincerity. Meanwhile, she had been asking around about renting a house, preparing for the possibility that the marriage might not happen. Seeing the contrast, she felt a little guilty about her own conscience. Listening to Mrs. Meng and her daughter, it was clear they had come early in the morning, probably before lunch. They were here to apologize, and out of respect for He Yan, they wouldn't let her go hungry. She smiled and said, "You've been traveling since morning and haven't had lunch yet, right? Sit down first. I'll prepare some food for you to fill your stomach." She then went into the kitchen. Seeing Zhang Chuntao like this, He Yan understood that her worries hadn't disappeared. She signaled to Wan to stay with Mrs. Meng in the main hall while she followed into the kitchen. Mrs. Meng looked at her son, who was like a little follower, always sticking close to Zhang Chuntao and unable to leave. She felt a twinge of frustration inside and decided to turn away, pretending not to see or be bothered by it. This was her first time visiting this house. Her mood was complicated and hard to describe. She couldn't help but get up and walk around inside the room. The main hall where they were now was divided into two parts, the front for guests and the back where Mr. and Mrs. He used to live. Although they had been gone for many years, the furniture and decorations remained the same as when they first bought the house. Mr. and Mrs. He loved old things. When they bought this house, They found it uncomfortable to live there, so they moved many pieces of furniture from their old home, saying they were used to it and didn't like the new stuff. He Lin and He Qiao were obedient children. Because of a small matter, they naturally obeyed. They sent someone to move everything that could be taken from the old house to this one. Since the elderly couple often returned to their old house to stay for a while, they also had a new set of furniture made to match the original style. At first glance, these two houses looked exactly the same. Seeing this, Mrs. Meng suddenly felt as if she had traveled back in time to when her parents-in-law were still alive and they all lived together in the old house. Since the family split up, she hadn't been to the old house or this town's courtyard. She hadn't seen it for many years. Now, seeing this familiar scene, her face changed. She felt suffocated just standing in the room. She quickly stepped outside, wanting to get some fresh air in the yard. Hawan also hadn't been to this house since her grandparents passed away. She was still young then and couldn't remember much. Now everything looked new and interesting to her. Following Mrs. Meng, she looked around the yard with curiosity. Since Zhang Chuntao moved in a few days ago, she hadn't made many changes to the yard. But since someone was living there, it felt lively and well-kept. The weeds in the brick cracks had been cleared away. The two osmanthus trees were in bloom, filling the yard with their fragrant scent. She couldn't help but say, "Mom, these osmanthus flowers smell so good. Why didn't we plant some in our yard back then? In autumn, it would be so nice and fragrant." Mrs. Meng's face darkened. She covered her nose, seeming to dislike the smell of the osmanthus flowers very much. Hearing Huan's words, I wanted to glare at her, but held back. After a long moment, I barely managed to say, "If you like it, when you get married to the Ma family in the future, planting a tree in your own yard would be fine." Huan didn't look at my face. She was under the osmanthus tree, closing her eyes and smelling the fragrance. Hearing my words, she happily said, "Mother is right. By the way, after we eat later, can we go?" Before she finished, I firmly interrupted, "No." Huan immediately looked disappointed, pouting and saying unhappily, "Mother, we finally came to town. If we don't visit Brother Yuanzhi's house, wouldn't that be rude? He helped us a lot during the harvest a few days ago, working so hard. I wonder if he's doing okay now." At this moment, I was upset and annoyed. Hearing my little girl so naive about manners, I couldn't hold back my anger. If I said no, then it's no. Can't you be more reserved? If a girl rushes around like that, people will look down on her. Besides, which family's son-in-law doesn't visit his mother-in-law after the engagement? Is your son-in-law so precious? Every time he helps us, we never treat him badly. Has he ever gone home empty-handed? You've only been here for about half a year, and you're about to get married. How can you not endure for half a year? Why won't you listen to your mother? Do you think I want to harm you? Don't you know how important a girl's reputation is? If someone talks behind your back, what will your in-laws think? Will you be suffering after marriage? You, child, why can't you listen to reason? I told you before, but you just ignore me, right? You haven't even married yet, and your heart is already elsewhere? How did I give birth to such an ungrateful girl? Just like your brother, are you trying to make me angry to death? As she spoke, tears welled up in my heart. My son disobeyed me, and even though we had disagreements over his marriage, that was fine. But my little girl, whom I have pampered and loved dearly, how could she be so disobedient? I loved her the most, always thinking of her. Why wouldn't she listen? Last night, I was in a good mood, but Huan's words brought back those sad memories from yesterday, and I couldn't help but cry. Huan felt upset when she heard this. She had only said she wanted to see Brother Yuanzhi in town, so why was her mother scolding her so harshly? Huan initially thought Meng was being unreasonable and just worried she couldn't win against her older brother's feelings, so she took her frustration out on herself. But when she saw Meng crying, she suddenly panicked and asked, Brother, why is mother crying?" In the kitchen, He Yan was helping to add firewood under the stove. Zhang Chuntao looked around and saw there weren't many good dishes left, only half a bowl of scrambled eggs from this morning. She thought for a moment, then poured most of a pot of water into the pot, covered it, and asked He Yan to light the fire. While waiting, She found some flour and started kneading dough. He Yan added a few sticks of firewood to the stove, then washed his hands with water, and quietly said, "Let me do it." Zhang Chuntao didn't refuse. Kneading dough is hard work, and since they were making food for He Yan and his sister, she let him do it. She took the opportunity to pick 2 tender yellow cucumbers from the last harvest of the vine, wash them, and slice them into thin strips for later. When the water boiled and He Yan finished kneading the dough, he cut the noodles into strips and put them into the pot, stirring with chopsticks. They watched the noodles cook quickly, and just as they were about to ask He Yan to fetch a bucket of cool well water to rinse the noodles, they heard He Yan shout. Both of them froze and looked at each other. Honestly, the yard wasn't big, and with Meng angry, her voice wasn't lowered. Their words were all heard inside the kitchen by He Yan and Zhang Chuntao. Zhang Chuntao initially teased He Yan with a raised eyebrow, but when she heard Meng was crying, she didn't say anything more and just looked at He Yan. He Yan frowned, then stood up and said, "Don't worry, I'll go see." He left the kitchen and was immediately dragged in front of Meng by He Yan, as if rescued. He Yan didn't say much, just left a sentence. "It's hot outside. Go inside and cry, don't get heat stroke." Meng's sobs stopped abruptly after hearing that, and she took a deep breath, seeming to want to cry more. He Yan calmly said, "This isn't the countryside. There are people around here. If someone hears," and considering how close we are to the Ma family, Meng immediately stopped crying and, in anger, dragged He Yan into the main room. While listening for sounds in the kitchen, Zhang Chuntao's hands stopped stirring the noodles in the pot. What kind of absolute straightforward man is he? When she came back to her senses, He Yan had already entered the room and looked at the pot, saying, "The noodles are almost done, right?" Zhang Chuntao looked down quickly and said, "Hurry and bring a bucket of well water." He Yan didn't ask questions. After a short while, he brought in a bucket of cool well water. Following Zhang Chuntao's instructions, he poured the water into a basin. Then she saw her scoop out the noodles, rinse them in cold water in the basin, then scoop them out again, put them into the bucket, and rinse them once more in the well water. Finally, she spread the noodles out in a basket, sprinkled a little cooked oil over them, mixed everything well, and signaled He Yan to carry it out. She also brought out the egg sauce and shredded cucumber. In the main hall, He Yan arranged the table, placed the noodles on it, and saw He Yan still standing there foolishly. He couldn't help but say, "Aren't you going to help your sister-in-law with bowls and chopsticks? Are you waiting for them to be handed to you?" He Yan just woke up and hurriedly ran to the door of the kitchen, just in time to meet Zhang Chuntao. Feeling embarrassed, she said, Sister-in-law, I will help." Zhang Chuntao was not polite. She gestured for He Yan to take the bowls and chopsticks, and then they all went to the main hall. The He family had never eaten this kind of noodle dish. Usually they just boiled the noodles, took them out, added some sauce or oil and salt, and maybe a fried egg on top. They had never seen this way of eating before, so they were all stunned. Zhang Chuntao took a bowl, scooped most of the noodles into it, drizzled a spoonful of egg sauce on top, added 2 chopsticks of shredded cucumber, mixed everything well, and handed it to Meng Shi. "Sorry, we don't have much to serve at home right now. This is cold noodles. With the hot weather lately, this is the most refreshing lunch." Meng Shi blushed, feeling that Zhang Chuntao was implying something about her. But seeing her calm expression, she doubted her own suspicions. Since this morning, she had been very hungry, especially after crying for a while. Now she was even more hungry. When she took the bowl, a fresh cucumber aroma hit her face, making her swallow hard. The smell of egg sauce also wafted over, tempting her to pick up her chopsticks and take a bite of the noodles. The noodles were firm and smooth, cold and refreshing, coated with savory egg sauce, and topped with crisp cucumber shreds. With each bite, the heat from the sun seemed to fade a little. Suddenly, no one felt like talking, and they all focused on eating. He Yan had always known Zhang Chuntao's cooking skills. Recently at home, besides missing her, the thing he missed most was her cooking. So when Zhang Chuntao was mixing noodles for Meng Shi, he followed her steps and made a bowl for himself. After taking a bite, his eyes brightened, and he didn't care about anything else. He Yan was a bit slower and stumbled through making his own bowl. After the first taste, everyone in the room fell silent. Only the sound of slurping noodles remained. They were all very hungry. Zhang Chuntao knew He Yan's big appetite. She cooked more than half a pot of noodles, worried it wouldn't be enough. Unexpectedly, Mengshi and He Yan each finished 3 bowls. If they hadn't been full, they might have wanted more. He Yan, seeing that Mengshi and He Yan had stopped eating, packed up the remaining noodles. In the end, there wasn't enough egg sauce, so Zhang Chuntao took out her homemade chili oil from yesterday and drizzled a little on the noodles. The chili oil was bright red and shiny, fragrant, with sesame seeds. When mixed with the noodles, the spicy aroma made He Yan swallow hard. A thought crossed his mind. Besides everything else, his future sister-in-law's cooking skills were really good. If she married into their family, they could enjoy such delicious meals every day. Thinking of this, He Yan's previous faint discomfort disappeared instantly. He was already planning that on the way home tonight, he would persuade his mother to agree quickly, especially because of his sister-in-law's cooking skills. It would be best to marry her soon. Maybe they could even have dinner at her house tonight? No one knew He Yan's plan, except Mengshi. Maybe she was too full now, and her resistance to Zhang Chuntao was easing. She thought at least the girl was really good at cooking. After He Yan finished eating, Zhang Chuntao got up to clean the dishes, but He Yan stopped her with a hand. He glanced at He Yan and said, "Your sister-in-law worked hard in this hot weather to cook for us. She should rest now. You ate 3 bowls of noodles and are just sitting here? Go wash the dishes." He Yan really wanted to say, "And you ate half a basin too." I didn't dare to say anything, so I simply got up and started cleaning the dishes. Zhang Chuntao sat steadily, smiling as He Yan took the bowls and went to the kitchen. Mengshi opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but for some reason, when she saw Zhang Chuntao smiling at her, she couldn't speak. Zhang Chuntao naturally understood that according to the rules, visitors are guests, and there is no reason to ask guests to wash dishes. First, the guest came suddenly. According to the rules, they should have notified her in advance, so she could prepare. Coming so suddenly, she was just happy to be able to host them. Second, since He Yan had already helped her and protected her, why should she ruin He Yan's reputation? Mengshi and He Yan had treated her badly before because they looked down on her and thought she had no support. If she had been more humble and refused to wash the dishes, Mengshi and He Yan might not have thought she was generous. Instead, they might have thought she was helpless, which is why they came to say a few kind words, showing she was soft. It would be better to show her attitude clearly and be a bit more firm, so Mengshi and He Yan might have some reservations. Looking at Mengshi's attitude earlier, that's exactly what she was doing. The 3 sat facing each other. Mengshi didn't speak, and Zhang Chuntao naturally had nothing to say either. Even if He Yan had many things to say to Zhang Chuntao, he couldn't say them in front of Mengshi. The 3 sat for a long time, and it was only thanks to one person holding a bowl of cold tea, or it would have been a very awkward social scene. Fortunately, He Yan, though not good at cooking, was quick at cleaning up. Since only 3 people were eating, it was easy, and she quickly came out of the kitchen. After coming out, she looked at the sun and couldn't help but say, "Big brother, it's about time. You promised to go back to Lijiang in a little while." He Yan looked outside the house. It really couldn't be delayed any longer. He hesitated for a moment. The sun outside was still very hot, and it was quite warm. He didn't want Mengshi, and he wanted to go back now. Taking them to the grain shop wasn't suitable either. There was no place to sit, and it was hot and sunny. But if he left Mengshi and He Yan in the yard, he was still worried. It wasn't anything else. He was afraid Mengshi, his mother, might cause trouble again, maybe cry or secretly say things to Zhang Chuntao that shouldn't be said. If Mengshi hadn't opposed him before, it wouldn't matter. But yesterday, he had already explained everything to Mengshi. Zhang Chuntao didn't know this. If the Meng family persuades Zhang Chuntao to agree to something and then uses that to control them, that's not something he wants to see happen. So, he shows a worried expression. Bian Hejuan doesn't care about others' opinions and keeps urging He Yan to leave quickly. She says they can wait here for He Yan, telling him not to rush. If needed, they won't go to Yuanzhi village tonight. They can rest here and go back tomorrow. He Yan plans to have dinner made by Zhang Chuntao tonight, and also looks for a chance to secretly meet Ma Yuanzhi. Forget He Yan for now. Meng doesn't want to continue. Although Zhang Chuntao's cooking skills are good, just thinking about this house, where the old master and lady of the He family once lived, makes her feel uncomfortable. She definitely doesn't want to stay. Moreover, her own daughter's little thoughts are obvious on her face. Anyone can see through her. And Zhang Chuntao looks like someone who's not easy to deal with. Even her future mother-in-law has softened and personally apologized. If it were another girl, wouldn't she forgive and forget? Not necessarily grateful, but at least she should soften her attitude and be more friendly to her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. But look at Zhang Chuntao, she's the hostess. Isn't it proper to cook and serve guests? How can she let her future sister-in-law wash the dishes? That's not good manners. It's clear she's still upset inside. This girl's mouth, she's already experienced it. Once He Yan leaves, she's lowered her head. If Zhang Chuntao says something unpleasant again in this house, and she's just promised to be kind and treat her like her own daughter, what if she responds harshly? If she does, how will her son react when she reports it? Her son's mind is all on this girl now. He'll definitely cry if she does. Now she's holding her son's leverage. If she makes him angry enough to bring up old issues, how will their family survive? Would her efforts to humble herself be in vain? So she insists on not leaving yet, saying it's getting late and they should go home. The chickens and pigs at home need feeding, and they can't stay overnight. He Yan wants to persuade her kindly, but Meng gives her a sharp look and doesn't dare to speak further. He Yan thinks it might be good to ask the women and children from the village who came out with them. They probably plan to go back soon, so traveling together would be safer. Besides, with these three together and him not present, he's worried. It's better to arrange it this way. After selling the grain, he was just about to talk privately with Zhang Chuntao to explain everything clearly. She simply got up and decided to take Meng and He Yan away. Zhang Chuntao didn't bother to say much, only filling the bamboo tube she brought with cool tea, then sending the people out of the yard without saying another word. Watching He Yan and the others walk away, Zhang Chuntao turned back, closed the yard gate, and, feeling uneasy, went to check the kitchen. She almost exploded with frustration. The kitchen floor was soaked with water, and the water on the stove was not wiped up. The rag was greasy and casually draped over the edge of the pot. The dishwater was still in the pot, not poured out, and the cabinet doors were open with dishes still dripping water. Zhang Chuntao usually has a bit of a cleanliness habit. When she cooks, she tends to tidy up as she goes. So, after making this cold noodles dish, she only left some hot water from boiling the noodles for washing dishes. She had already tidied up most things while waiting for the noodles to cook. But He Yan only came to wash a bowl and ended up making the kitchen look like a pigsty. It was really terrible. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chuntao rolled up her sleeves and started cleaning. First, she checked the bowls He Yan washed. At first glance, they seemed fine, but when she touched them, they felt greasy and sticky. She had no idea how they were washed. She had to take all the dishes and bowls out, then pour out all the water from the pot. She boiled half a pot of hot water again, added some ash, stirred it, and then washed all the unclean dishes and basins again. After rinsing them at the well and placing them in a clean basket, she turned them upside down to drain. She then poured out the water from the pot, scrubbed it again, and used the remaining heat in the stove to dry the last bit of moisture. The water on the ground was shoveled away, and ash was sprinkled over the wet spots. Once the ash absorbed the water, she swept the entire kitchen again. After working hard for a long time, the kitchen was finally clean and tidy again. The dishes outside had dried in the sun, so she put them back in the cabinet, covered with a clean white cloth. The rags were also washed and hung out to dry in the yard. Just finished working hard, poured myself a bowl of tea, and took a sip when I heard a loud knocking at the yard gate. I also heard He Yan's voice. "Chuntao, it's me." "Open the door," Startled, Zhang Chuntao almost dropped her tea and hurried to open the door. When she opened it, He Yan was carrying a large basket, sweating heavily, and walked straight in. Seeing Zhang Chuntao holding a bowl of cold tea, he took it easily, drank it in a few sips, wiped his mouth, and headed straight to the kitchen. Zhang Chuntao followed and saw He Yan place the bowl on the stove. He was taking things out of the basket: pork trotters, pork liver, some green beans, eggplants, water spinach, green peppers, and other vegetables. Finally, he brought out half a bag of rice. Seeing Zhang Chuntao come in, he didn't forget to remind her, "I was late today, so only this pork trotter and liver are left. You can make do with them to nourish yourself. I've already talked to the butcher. He'll save me a good piece of meat tomorrow. In a few days, I'll go up the mountain to hunt some wild game and bring it back. Don't be too frugal with food. I've got your back." He then poured the half bag of rice into the rice jar and added, "This is this year's new rice, just harvested. I exchanged 20 jin of it. You can eat it first, and I'll bring you some more in a few days. Your health is the most important thing. Never skimp on food, understand?" He looked at Zhang Chuntao's weak body with concern and felt guilty. Earlier, when they were making lunch together, he quietly observed the kitchen. There were only a few cucumbers and peppers in the basket, no rice in the rice jar, only a few jin of flour left, mostly used by Zhang Chuntao for cooking. There was no meat in the cupboard, in the water well, or under the eaves. Did He Yan not understand? He was worried she had little silver money left and, after a disagreement with Meng Shi, felt uncertain. Even if she had money, she might not dare to spend it freely, which was why their meals were so simple. Although the sauce tasted like it had some egg flavor, how many eggs could there be? Besides, could eggs really nourish a person with meat? If he had known how hard Zhang Chuntao had it that day when she returned, he wouldn't have been able to hold back. He would have sent her food overnight. Therefore, he entrusted Meng Shi and He Yan to the women returning to the village. After watching them leave the town, He Yan only went to the granary to check in with the officials there, promising to send them some wild game next time. Everything was settled smoothly. He naturally prioritized the grain he brought, setting a high standard for its quality. They didn't deduct much from his weight, and he paid the final bill happily, signing and sealing the deal before collecting his money. The rest was no longer his concern, as the village official was watching over everything, ensuring no mistakes. He carried a specially left bag of grain on his back, exchanged it for about 20 jin of fresh rice at the town's rice shop, then hurried to a familiar butcher to buy a pig's hoof and some pig liver. On the way, he visited a neighbor's farm, picked fresh eggplants, beans, and peppers, paid for them, and brought everything home in one go. Zhang Chuntao watched He Yan busy moving things around and tidying up, and suddenly, her heart softened without knowing why. People say that to see if a man truly likes you, don't just look at what he says, but at what he does. Although He Yan doesn't talk much, he always follows through on what he promises. His careful and thoughtful actions show he genuinely cares, like noticing her rice jar was running low or that there wasn't much food left. She usually buys the freshest vegetables in the morning because Zhang Chuntao doesn't like to stockpile food that might spoil. Since she lives alone and planned to finish her noodles in the next few days and buy new rice, she wasn't prepared for He Yan suddenly bringing his mother and sister over today. Her cooking looked a bit plain because she hadn't prepared much. But in reality, she still pays attention to her health. After all, no one else does. She cares for herself because no one else does. But when someone cares for you and keeps you in their thoughts all the time, that feeling is different. Watching He Yan finish organizing the ingredients and stand up, still sweating, she didn't bother to wipe his face and was about to leave. Zhang Chuntao couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" He Yan paused. I want to check the granary." He waited a moment, but didn't hear her reply, and his heart sank. Not knowing what to say, he just kept walking toward the door. When he reached the gate, he heard Zhang Chuntao's voice behind him. "Remember to come back for dinner later." "Okay, I will. I'll be back soon." He Yan's voice was full of energy, and he looked visibly happy. Initially, Zhang Chuntao planned to just cook something simple tonight, but she resigned herself and went back to the kitchen. She took out pig's trotters and pig's liver, intending to cook them for herself and He Yan to nourish themselves. The autumn harvest is very tiring. He Yan has become quite thin from it. He is mainly thinking about himself, so she decides to be a little kinder to him. Thinking this, Zhang Chuntao chopped the pig's trotters into small pieces. She blanched them in boiling water to remove the smell, and at the same time, she put in 2 clean eggs to boil. After removing and rinsing the eggs, she cleaned the pot, added water, and brought it to a boil. She put the pig's trotters in. Luckily, she bought a small jar of wine yesterday for making sauce, so she poured 2 spoonfuls into the pot and added a little salt. She then added some smashed soy sauce, a pinch of Sichuan peppercorns, a couple of dried chili peppers, and some spices like bay leaves and star anise. She was supposed to add a bit of sugar to enhance the flavor, but since there's no sugar in the small town, she used some brown sugar instead. She peeled the cooked eggs and added them to the pot. Then she covered it and kept the fire low, letting it simmer slowly. She sliced the pig's liver very thinly, washed it until no blood remained, then mixed it with starch, salt, and soy sauce to marinate. She cut the chili peppers into pieces and set them aside. For the leafy greens, called Wenkai locally, she washed and chopped them into sections. This vegetable is very spicy and lively. After pinching the tips, new tender shoots quickly grow back. It's an essential vegetable in rural gardens. Some wealthier families even pick the leaves, coat them with batter, and fry them for a crispy snack, which is also very tasty. When it was almost time, she rinsed the rice and started cooking. The stove has 2 burners, one for the pig's trotters and the other for cooking rice. Zhang Chuntao hadn't eaten authentic rural boiled rice in a long time. Now was a good chance to try it. She rinsed the new rice thoroughly, added water to the pot, and cooked until the rice was about 3/4 done. Then she scooped the rice into a bamboo basket to set aside. The rice water is very valuable. Zhang Chuntao kept a small bowl of it. After the meal, drinking it would be very refreshing. Finally, she poured the partially cooked rice back into the pot, covered it, and simmered on low heat. Soon, a pot of fluffy rice would be ready. This rice is best, especially the crispy rice crust at the bottom of the pot. It has a fragrant, crispy texture that gets more delicious the more you chew. People with poor teeth should avoid eating this, or else their cheeks might ache for a long time. After finishing all this work, he checked the sky. It was about the right time. Not to mention, Zhang Chuntao has now learned to tell the time by the sky since she doesn't have a watch or clock. Moreover, nearby neighbors' voices could be heard faintly calling their children home for dinner. He opened the lid of the pig's trotters stew, and the rich aroma of braised pork filled the air. This strong smell made him salivate uncontrollably. He poked the pig's trotters with chopsticks. They were already very soft, and the sauce had almost dried up. He took the trotters out and set them aside. After cleaning the pot, he quickly stir-fried some garlic with hollow vegetables, then made a spicy and sour green pepper pork liver dish. The kitchen was soon filled with a tangy, spicy smell. He Laowen smelled a strange, delicious aroma from afar and hurried his steps. When he reached the door, he gently pushed it open. As he entered the yard, the smell of braised pig's trotters was overwhelmed by a tangy, spicy scent. He couldn't help but sneeze several times. Hearing the noise, Zhang Chuntao peeked out and told He Yan to wash his hands, as dinner was ready. He closed the yard door. Most rural families eat dinner outside in the yard because it's bright and breezy. He went into the main room, moved the dining table outside, and helped Zhang Chuntao set the dishes on the table. Then he washed his hands and waited for her to come. Although there were only 2 people, the meal included a braised pig's trotters, spicy and sour green pepper pork liver, and garlic hollow vegetables, all generous portions. The pig's trotters were braised to a bright, reddish color, steaming hot, topped with finely chopped green onions. It looked very appetizing. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks. The tendons were soft and tender, trembling slightly on the chopsticks, coated with sauce. When he took a bite, it was soft, chewy, and flavorful with a hint of spiciness. Sweat broke out on his forehead. Pairing it with 2 bites of freshly cooked rice made the meal truly satisfying. Neither of them was the type to pretend politeness. They each grabbed a piece of pig's trotters and started eating eagerly. Especially He Yan, who had been worried during the recent harvest days and hadn't eaten well, partly because Meng's cooking was average. Lunch had been a good appetizer, but this meal was a real feast. He almost wished he could swallow his tongue in happiness. Just 2 people finished all 3 dishes, half a pot of rice, and a small bowl of rice soup. He Yan was very attentive. After eating, he quickly got up and took the dishes to the kitchen to wash. Although Zhang Chuntao knew that He Yan was quick to work, because of the shock that Meng and He Yan experienced earlier that noon, she couldn't help but follow him inside. She saw He Yan efficiently washing the dishes with hot water from the pot. Due to the pork trotters and liver, the food was a bit greasy that night. He skillfully scooped out some ashes from the stove and put them into the water to soak, then used that to wash the dishes. This was common knowledge in rural families. Some more particular households used soapberry soaked in water to wash dishes and clothes for convenience, but most used ashes. Of course, in most rural families, just getting enough to eat was good. They mostly ate simple food like porridge or noodles with little oil and salt and just rinse with water to clean. Seeing this, Zhang Chuntao relaxed. She leaned against the door of the kitchen and started talking to He Yan. She didn't expect Meng and He Yan to come and apologize in person today. She had thought about it over the past few days. Although He Yan had spoken sincerely before, in this era, filial piety was very important. If Meng really started crying, throwing a tantrum, or threatening to hang herself, could He Yan, as a son, really force his own mother to death just to marry her? So she was prepared for the possibility that their marriage might not happen. Sometimes she also thought that if He Yan could handle his family affairs well, Meng might reluctantly accept it, and in the future, they would just live apart and not communicate. But she didn't expect He Yan to be able to make Meng and He Yan soften first and apologize. That was impressive. Earlier, it was not appropriate to ask in front of Meng and He Yan, but now she had to get a clear answer. He Yan naturally understood why he asked Meng and He Yan to go back first, and stayed behind. One reason was to see if the grain tax collection in the village was completed, and the other was to have a good talk with Zhang Chuntao. So when she spoke, he honestly recounted what he discussed with Meng yesterday, especially ending with, "Chuntao, don't worry. When the He family divided the land, it was split into 2 parts. Originally, it was supposed to be 1 part for the eldest uncle and 1 for us. Since the eldest uncle was away, it was kept under Grandpa's name, as a way for him and Grandma to support themselves. Before my grandparents passed away, they already said that the land was left to me. The land deeds are in my name, 6 acres of water fields and 10 acres of dry land. Since they are registered under my eldest uncle's name, I don't have to pay taxes. Just these fields alone are enough to support us both. I can also go hunting in the mountains, and the income from hunting will be given to you. Don't worry, I can support you." This was meant to reassure Zhang Chuntao. He felt confident that marrying him wouldn't mean a life of hardship. When Zhang Chuntao heard this, he felt happy. Was this a way to show the property after marriage and to indicate that he would give her control over the family finances?
He seemed quite serious about it.
But the real issue wasn't here. It was about He Yan's background. She initially thought He Yan was the son of He Qiao and Meng. But hearing this, she thought, wait, that doesn't seem right. It sounds more like He Yan is the child of Meng and someone else. He Yan said this openly. Was he not afraid she would overthink? She looked up and saw that although He Yan seemed to be washing dishes seriously, he had been washing one bowl for a long time. It looked like his hands were almost bald from scrubbing, but he still hadn't put the bowl down. His gaze was cautious, always looking at her carefully. Well, he was just waiting to see her reaction. Zhang Chuntao decided to sit on a small stool in front of the stove and prepared to have a serious talk. He asked, "Can you tell me about your background?" He Yan lowered his eyelids and took a long time before speaking softly. It all started with the story of He Linzhong's exam. The 2 elders of the He family had once pressured He Qiao and supported He Linzhong as a successful candidate. After the family became more prosperous, they also felt guilty toward He Qiao, the younger son. They wanted to find ways to help He Linjong support He Qiao more as a form of compensation. However, He Qiao insisted on marrying Meng, a girl from another family, which nearly made the He elders furious. The eldest son married a young lady from a noble family, and the younger son married a girl from a common family. What kind of situation was that? How could the younger son work alongside the elder? It would be like they were at odds with each other. In the future, when they went out, even if the elder son and his wife were willing to help, everyone knew that the younger daughter-in-law was just a girl. Who would want to bring her along? And when they had children, others' mothers were all wealthy young ladies, while their own mother was called a servant girl in front of others. Was that something to be proud of? Even the elder son and his wife would be affected. Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable having a daughter-in-law from a lower class? For some reason, Hedong Heqiao was determined to marry Meng, even claiming to have influenced Helen. The two elders relied heavily on Helen and could only accept the situation reluctantly. However, Helen and the eldest daughter-in-law's family could no longer stay there. Returning to their hometown in Yuanzhi village, no one knew about it, and living peacefully was enough. So, once Heqiao married Meng, the two elders from the He family took her back to Yuanzhi village. Meng was originally sold to the Li family after fleeing from famine, with no relatives or friends. When she arrived at her new home, her only family was her in-laws and Heqiao. No one else knew her. Adding to this, the old lady of the He family was holding a grudge. Now back home, she naturally wanted to vent her anger. As the mother-in-law, she wanted to find fault with her daughter-in-law and set rules for her. That seemed natural. Plus, the eldest daughter-in-law was the daughter of a noble family, while Meng was just a country girl. Her son's career depended on his wife's family, so the mother-in-law felt insecure and dared not criticize her daughter-in-law openly. But the youngest daughter-in-law was different. Her dissatisfaction was directed at Meng. What could Meng do? She was just a daughter-in-law and was grateful that Heqiao married her. At first, she worked hard and endured everything, no matter how the old lady of the He family tried to trouble her. Until she became pregnant with Heqiao, the old lady eased up because of the baby in her belly. But when she gave birth to a girl, the old lady was unhappy again. She had two sons. The elder had not married yet, and the younger had a daughter. Despite her displeasure, she still took care of her first granddaughter because she was the first granddaughter. She complained about Heqiao but didn't truly mistreat her granddaughter. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. However, after Heqiao was 6 months old, the old lady urged Heqiao and Meng to have another son. Meng knew that only having a son would secure her position in the family, so she listened to the old lady and worked hard with Heqiao. But no matter how much they tried, after a year or two, Meng's belly showed no sign of pregnancy. The old lady of the He family was anxious. As the saying goes, flowers bloom first and then bear fruit. Their youngest son's family had at least started to bloom, but the eldest son's family still had no signs of a flower. Was the He family going to lose its lineage? The eldest daughter-in-law didn't dare to push too hard, so she placed all her hopes on Mrs.
Meng.
She prayed to gods and Buddha everywhere, not knowing where to find bitter herbal juice for Mrs. Meng to drink, claiming that it would help her have a son. Later, she even became obsessed, asking fortune-tellers when her younger son and his wife could have a baby, counting days and hours, and forcing the young couple into the house. Meanwhile, she prayed to all the gods outside in the yard. This approach didn't bring a grandson, but it almost drove He Qiao and Mrs. Meng crazy. Old Master, he saw that this couldn't go on, so he scolded the old lady of the He family, ending this episode. Only then did He Qiao and his wife manage to have a few peaceful days. Soon after, the old lady of the He family became very upset and fell ill, bedridden and unable to get up. This scared the family, who hurriedly sent a message to He Lin, asking him to come back quickly to see his mother. If he delayed, he might not get another chance. He Lin was shocked when he received the message. Since she was his biological mother, he hurriedly took leave and went home to visit her. His wife, Li, naturally did not come back with him. When He Lin arrived, Mrs. He first asked her eldest son if there was any movement in his wife's belly. Hearing no, she burst into tears, crying out that she was sorry to the ancestors of the He family. She feared the family might have no descendants at all. She believed she would never have a grandson in her lifetime. The family comforted her for a long time until her mood settled. Privately, Mrs. He asked He Lin if, since Li couldn't have children, he could take a capable maid as a concubine. After all, her son was a successful scholar, and they couldn't just end the family line. Did He Lin not want a son? He had been married for several years, and Li's belly had never moved. Was he not worried? But he relied on the Li family, so he couldn't be too reckless. If Li herself offered to take a concubine, he might agree, but since she hadn't mentioned it, he felt he shouldn't bring it up himself. He only showed hesitation. Mrs. He understood clearly. After crying again, she came up with an idea. She would find a good, healthy maid in the village for He Lin, so he could marry her quickly while he was at home. Maybe, with luck, she could get pregnant. Li, proud of her status, wouldn't return to her rural hometown. If the maid had a child, she could stay and raise the child there. If he really has a son, He Lin will have a successor. In the future, if Li sure has a son, that son will stay in the countryside with a house and land. He Lin can secretly give some support, which will be enough. If Li sure cannot have a son, then a son born in the countryside would avoid He Lin's worry of having no heir. When He Lin heard this idea, he thought it was good. As long as it is done carefully, Li sure won't find out. If they can really have a son with parents and the second brother's family to take care of him and some extra money, it wouldn't be a problem. But it's still about saving face, so he said he would think about it. The old lady of the He family was happy to hear He Lin agree, and immediately felt better, no longer feeling chest tightness or headaches. She felt refreshed and got out of bed the next day. She wanted to find a beautiful girl who could also have children for He Lin, especially while her son was at home these days. It would be best if they could have a child right away. This news naturally didn't stay secret from the family. The old master of the He family had long been worried about his grandson and agreed. In his mind, since his son was a respected man, having a concubine was no big deal. He and Meng Shi, as well as He Jiao, couldn't say much more. Seeing that the old lady was now focused on finding a concubine for He Lin, they felt relieved. He Lin was free to choose a girl from nearby villages, and he quickly picked a girl who looked lucky and healthy, especially good for having children. He brought her into the house quietly, since they still considered Li sure. They didn't make a big fuss, just held 2 small banquets. A few days after He Lin took a concubine, someone from the village was getting married. Since they had a good relationship with the He family, they invited the He family to the wedding. Because He Lin had returned, they also asked him to be the matchmaker, which was a polite gesture. Everyone in the village was close, and He Lin couldn't refuse, so he went. At the wedding banquet, everyone came to toast He Lin. He hesitated but drank a few cups. There were so many people offering drinks that he ended up getting a little drunk. The old master of the He family saw this and told He Jiao to take him home to rest. He Jiao, because of his good relationship with the bride's family, took He Lin home and then went back to help out. The old lady of the He family, with a new concubine, Meng Shi, and He Jiao, was drinking wine. When she heard her eldest son was drunk, she asked the concubine to go home and take care of He Lin, making him some hangover soup. Just then, He Jiao was sleepy and ready to go to bed, so Meng Shi and the concubine took He Jiao home. On the way, the concubine met her old friend, and they stopped talking for a moment. Mrs. Meng couldn't wait any longer, so she took He Jiao home, placing her on the bed before leaving. Suddenly, she heard something crash in He Lin's room, an object hitting the ground with a dull thud, followed by the sound of things falling. Startled, she ran to see what happened. She found that He Lin, probably wanting water, had drunkenly fallen off the bed and knocked over the teapot. Mrs. Meng hesitated for a while, unsure whether to help her up or call someone. Seeing the teapot broken on the ground and fearing she might hurt herself, she quickly grabbed a broom to sweep up the shards. She planned to go out and call for help. Unexpectedly, a dazed He Lin pushed her onto the bed. Mrs. Meng tried to resist, but a woman's strength is no match for a man's, especially when drunk and out of control. After venting her frustration, He Lin turned over and fell asleep. Mrs. Meng, feeling ashamed and scared, hurriedly dressed and left the room. She heard He Jiao crying inside and only then remembered to go in and soothe the child. Mrs. Meng felt like she couldn't face life anymore, but seeing He Jiao, her suicidal thoughts faded for the moment. If she really died, what would happen to her daughter? What about her own family? She loved her daughter and her family too much to give up. Back in her own room, she held He Jiao, comforting her while trying to calm down and think clearly about what had just happened. She guessed that He Lin might have mistaken her for the new concubine she recently took in. Such a disgrace if it got out. He Lin, being a scholar and a man, was expected to be responsible. At worst, they could say he was drunk and didn't realize what he was doing, and it would pass. Who could really blame him? If they pressed her, she might be accused of seducing him willingly. It was just the two of them in the room. How could she explain clearly? What could she do? What about He Jiao? Would everyone laugh at her in the future? How could she face others? He Jiao wouldn't even lift her head. She could only grit her teeth and pretend nothing happened, as if she had just been bitten by a dog. She hoped He Lin wouldn't remember this. If he truly knew, being a scholar, he might keep quiet for the sake of his reputation. Perhaps he wouldn't say anything and would cover it up. Thinking this way, she managed to calm herself down. But little did Mrs. Meng know, she thought no one saw, yet the old lady of the He family had witnessed everything. The elderly lady of the He family was worried about her eldest son. She was concerned that the new concubine wouldn't take good care of him, so she quickly decided to go back home after a short while. When she entered the courtyard, she noticed something was wrong. The door to her eldest son's room was not properly closed, and there were sounds inside. She tiptoed closer and almost gasped out loud. Her son was lying on top of Meng's wife, who was crying and struggling to get free. This was a terrible scandal. If it got out, not only would her son lose his official position, but the entire family would lose face in Yang village. The elderly lady quickly decided to pretend she saw nothing. She left the courtyard, worried about being seen, and stayed outside listening for any movement inside. When the noises stopped, He Jiao was crying, and Meng's wife went back inside to soothe the children. She then acted as if nothing had happened and entered the courtyard. She hurried into her son's room, tidied up quickly to avoid suspicion, and waited for him to wake up. She asked if He Lin had sobered up and if he knew what had happened. The concubine was talking to someone else and was delayed, so she hadn't returned yet. Meng's wife held He Jiao and stayed inside the house. The old master of the He family and He Jiao were still at the other family's house for a wedding. With their relationship, they probably wouldn't return until after dinner, and they might cause a fuss all night. The elderly lady waited anxiously, unable to bear it any longer. She worried that if she waited too long, the family members would come back, and if Meng's wife had cried to her younger son, it would be even worse. So, she couldn't wait any longer. She took a basin of well water, soaked a cloth, and pressed it on He Lin's forehead and neck. Although He Lin was deeply asleep, he was startled awake by his mother's actions. When he woke up, his first instinct was to get angry. Before he could speak, his mother asked him a question, which made him freeze. He was a very clever and sharp person. Seeing his mother's stern face, he immediately realized something was wrong. He rubbed his forehead and thought for a long time before saying he remembered drinking too much and being taken back home. Then, it seemed a new concubine had come in, and things happened naturally after that. His first thought was whether he had hurt the concubine because he was drunk and reckless. He was a bit dismissive at first, thinking it was just a bought concubine. Even if she was hurt, what could be done? Was it worth waking him up? The elderly lady of the He family was both angry and anxious when she saw her eldest son's behavior. She quickly explained the situation and then asked He Lin what he planned to do. Hearing this, He Lin, even drunk, became fully alert. He realized this was a serious scandal. If others found out, his career could be ruined. He immediately asked if anyone else knew about it. When the elderly lady said no one else did, he felt a little relief. After thinking for a moment, He Lin made a quick decision. Since Meng didn't shout or cause trouble at the time, it was unlikely she would cause a fuss later. If she did, it would ruin her reputation and lead to a bad outcome. He thought that if Meng was smart, she would keep this secret and pretend nothing happened. That way, she could keep her dignity. If she caused a scene, he could claim he was drunk and didn't know anything. He could say Meng seduced him willingly. He could also apologize to his second brother and maybe find him a better wife in the future. But if Meng really caused trouble, what could happen? Such a woman who doesn't follow proper conduct would likely be dismissed. Would the second brother accept being cuckolded? He Lin was more worried about whether someone was behind this. Why hadn't the concubine come back after half a day? If she had gone home quietly, this wouldn't have happened. Could she have been bought by someone to set this trap? Was there someone behind her?
Who was the mastermind?
What was their goal? These questions were the most important. He told the elderly lady not to worry or interfere with Meng. He explained the seriousness of the situation to her. The elderly lady was relieved at first, but then became worried. She said, "Wouldn't that mean we've wronged second brother?" She also hated Meng, calling her a wicked woman who could ruin her two sons. He Lin was very impatient. What was the big deal? She was just a woman. If he didn't like her, he could quietly deal with her later. Was it worth making such a fuss? Now, he still hoped the elderly lady could find out more. He patiently comforted her, saying he was sorry for second brother, but this matter involved the whole family and couldn't be spread around. He promised to make it up to his second brother later. Otherwise, would he really have to kneel before him? The elderly lady of the He family listened to this, and her guilt about her younger son immediately faded away. The mother and son discussed for half a day. He Lin asked the elderly lady to find out about the origin of the wines so he could think about what to do next. Just then, the concubine returned. When she entered the room and saw the mother and son, she was quite surprised. The elderly lady asked her where she had been all day and why she hadn't served her husband. She wondered if this was how other families treated their concubines. The young concubine, who was still quite young and from the countryside, was simple-minded and not clever. She quickly explained that she had met her childhood friends earlier that day. They saw her dressed and adorned differently from before and looked healthier, which made them very jealous. She told her friends that after getting married, life was good. Several of her friends admired her and said that the scholar, who was handsome and refined, was so impressive that they wished he would take them as concubines too. That's why she was delayed for half a day before returning. He Lin didn't know what he was thinking, but the elderly lady was furious. She scolded the concubine for a long time and told her to kneel outside. She hurried to the family handling the wedding to find out about the wine. Later, she learned that on the day of the toast, there were too many guests and there wasn't enough wine. Someone poured out the wine made by the head of the household. Because He Lin had been toasted many times and drank a little more, he was involved in what happened next. The concubine also checked her identity and couldn't find anything suspicious for now. He Lin decided quickly. He had initially planned to stay a few days at his hometown to enjoy his new wife, but after this incident, he was eager to leave. He could hardly wait until the wine issue was resolved, and then he would leave immediately. He packed his things and was ready to go. The concubine, who was supposed to stay at his hometown, was also packed up and taken away with him. Later, He Lin wrote a letter saying that the concubine had gone with him, and because she was unwell from the change in climate, she was sent back to her family with a few silver coins. The matter was considered settled. During those days, Meng only stayed inside, claiming she was unwell, and only dared to come out after He Lin left. Since then, Meng's words became fewer, and she stopped going out, staying quietly at home. The elderly lady of the He family was unhappy when she saw Meng. She kept bothering her until over a month later, Meng fainted. When a doctor was called, he found out she was pregnant. Old Master He and He Qiao were naturally very happy, but old Madam He felt conflicted and pleased at the same time. She wondered if the child was her eldest son's, based on the timing, but she dared not speak about it. keeping her thoughts to herself. Meng often did not get along with old Madam He, but at this moment, they shared the same thought. Neither could tell if the baby in Meng's belly was He Lin's or He Qiao's. Trembling with worry, they waited until the baby, He Yan, was born. When they saw it was a boy, the He family was overjoyed. Finally, they had an heir. Old Madam He increasingly believed that this grandson was her eldest son's, especially since her younger son and Meng had been trying for years without success, even taking many medicines, but no children had come. She also blamed He Lin, thinking, why is the good seed not growing in his field, but thriving in Meng's poor soil? News that He Qiao had a son soon reached He Lin. Not long after, He Lin sent a gift back, which was much more generous than the one given when He Jiao was born. The letter said the He family now had a successor, and He Lin was happy about it. But old Madam He and Meng suspected that He Lin also believed the child was his, which was why he sent such a generous gift, an attempt to secretly support his own son. As He Yan grew older, he showed a talent for reading, which reassured He Qiao. He thought his son inherited his intelligence and planned to nurture him well, hoping to make up for past regrets. He Qiao would hold He Yan in his arms and teach him the 3-character classic and the 1,000 Families writings, and by age 3 or 4, he could recite them fluently. When He Yan was 5 or 6, He Qiao found the best private school nearby for him. Normally, such a child would be cherished by any family. But Meng, due to her own worries, was distant from He Yan and paid more attention to He Jiao, especially after she became pregnant with He Yuan. Old Madam He saw this and felt Meng was mistreating her good grandson. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law often quarreled. Meng would cry inside her room, almost to the point of redness, and nearly lost the baby. It was only after He Qiao secretly spoke with old Madam He and insisted on separating from the family, moving out to build a new house with Meng. After the house was completed, He Yuan was born. After building a new courtyard, the family added another member. He Yan still needed to study, so the family didn't have enough money. Mrs. Meng suggested that He Yan stop studying because it was too expensive. She said he was already grown up and should go home to work on farm chores with He Qiao to help support the family. He Qiao naturally disagreed. The family's elders, the old master and the old lady, stepped in and said that they would pay for He Yan's education. They also scolded Mrs. Meng for being narrow-minded and short-sighted, saying she only wanted to save money and was blocking He Yan's future success. They said she was not fit to be his mother. Though He Yan continued to study, he and Mrs. Meng grew more distant. Later, He Yan showed talent in his studies, and his teacher praised him. When he was almost ready, the teacher decided to let him take a small local exam to gain experience. However, the day before the exam, after drinking a bowl of soup given by Mrs. Meng, He Yan soon started vomiting and had diarrhea. He couldn't get out of bed, let alone go to the exam. He woke up in a daze in the middle of the night. Only he and Mrs. Meng were in the room. He heard her quietly crying and saying not to blame her. She explained she had no choice. If He Yan went to the exam and became a scholar, what would happen? Mrs. Meng worried that if He Yan was recognized for his talent, someone might take him away. She felt she had already let He Qiao down. If He Lin took He Yan away, what would happen to He Qiao? She thought it was better to let He Yan be ordinary. As long as he was not outstanding, He Lin wouldn't want a simple farmer's son. Her words shocked He Yan so much that he was stunned. Luckily, he was too shocked to react, so Mrs. Meng didn't realize. After crying for a while, He Qiao came in and persuaded her to go back and rest. He Yan was only 12 years old. For a typical rural child, he was already considered grown-up. But after such a shock, combined with his illness and vomiting, he soon developed a high fever and nearly fainted. When he woke up again, he heard complaints from the old lady and the old master. The old lady suspected Mrs. Meng was causing He Yan's illness. The old master said she was talking nonsense and asked where a mother would stop her son from trying to succeed. The old lady accidentally said that He Yan was not her second son. Hearing this, the old master questioned her, and she couldn't hold back. She finally admitted the truth. The old man was both angry and anxious, scolding the old lady and He Lin for being careless. He also asked how it was possible to say that He Yan was He Lin's son. The old lady confidently replied that He Yan looked exactly like He Lin did when he was young. She said that his cleverness was just like He Lin's, otherwise how could he be such a good student? She also added that if He Yan really was the son of He Qiao, could the Meng family really give He Yan a small farm to prevent him from taking the county exam? She then scolded Meng for being cruel and heartless, hurting her own son like that. The old man wasn't sure whether to believe her. He stopped her and warned her not to say such things again, or else what would the second son think? The old lady finally stopped talking. Both of them sighed and wished that He Yan had been born in He Lin's wife's belly. It would have been so much better. Poor He Yan, so young, had to hear such rumors about his background and family. It felt like the sky was falling on him. His illness lasted for nearly half a year. When he finally recovered, he no longer wanted to read or write. When He Qiao asked about it, He Yan said he couldn't remember much about the illness, and his mind wasn't as clear as before. He thought taking exams again would be a waste, and asked not to bring it up anymore. He Qiao quickly called a doctor to examine He Yan. The doctor couldn't find a clear reason, only saying that high fever might have damaged his brain, and that He Yan was lucky to have survived. Although He Qiao was disappointed, he had no choice but to give up his hopes. When the old master and old lady of the He family heard about it, they felt very upset and passed away not long after. Perhaps they felt guilty or had other reasons. Before they died, they left all their property and land to He Yan. He Lin returned quickly before the old couple closed their eyes.
He didn't know what they had said.
After they passed away, He Lin and the others left the house, and before leaving, he handed the deed to the house in town to He Yan. Later, after 3 years of mourning, He Lin sent a letter saying he had been transferred far away, probably only returning when he was very old. He asked He Qiao and He Yan to burn 2 sticks of incense each year during Qingming to show respect to the old master and lady. After that, He Qiao's health gradually declined until he passed away. Before he died, he held He Yan's hand and looked at him for a long time. Then, in front of everyone, he said that when the time came, He Yan could marry and have children, and he would make all the decisions. No one, including Meng, could interfere. He also made Meng openly declare her stance in front of everyone, then closed his eyes. After saying all this, He Yan's eyes turned red. Remembering the scene before He Qiao's death, he already knew that He Qiao probably knew everything long ago, but he had been silent and patient. In the end, whether out of fear that Meng might make a rash move regarding He Yan's marriage or for other reasons, he expressed this last wish. He Yan grew up under the protection of his father, He Qiao, who arranged everything for him until he died. His father's kindness was so great that it's truly heartbreaking to think about. Because of He Qiao's kindness, Meng, He Jiao, and He Wan only needed to avoid crossing certain lines for He Yan to tolerate them. He Yan looked at Zhang Chuntao, knowing he had revealed everything about his background, family, and dirty secrets, all waiting for her judgment. After hearing this, Zhang Chuntao looked up at He Yan's hopeful eyes and said, "This isn't right. Don't you think something's wrong?" He Yan blinked and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Chuntao clapped her hands and stood up. "Let me summarize. Your grandmother and mother believe you are the child of your eldest uncle, He Lin, for 2 reasons. First, because you looked like He Lin when you were young. Second, because you are good at studying, just like He Lin. Is that correct?" He Yan nodded, looking a bit confused. "Isn't that true?" Zhang Chuntao sneered. "Let's not forget that your eldest uncle, He Lin, has been married for many years without having children. Whether he can have children is another matter. I'll ask you, does your father look like your eldest uncle?" He Yan tried to recall. "When I bought the courtyard for my grandparents, my eldest uncle looked somewhat like my father, but he had a fairer complexion and looked younger. My father, who worked in the fields all year, was darker and looked older than my uncle." At this, his mood sank a little. Zhang Chuntao snorted and said, "Of course. Your eldest uncle passed the imperial exam and became an official, living a proud life, always well cared for. Your father, on the other hand, gave up studying early and worked in the fields under the sun and rain, so he looks older. But they are brothers only a few years apart, so it's natural they look somewhat alike. Furthermore, newborn babies are usually chubby and healthy if well-fed. As long as your features resemble those of the two people, with one being black and the other white, it naturally looks like the white one.
What's so surprising about that?
Besides, in this vast world, there are many cases where people without blood relation look very similar, about 70 or 80% alike. It's very common for a nephew to resemble his uncle, especially in the countryside. Also, regarding your talent for studying, from what you said, it seems your father is less talented than your uncle. But do you remember Aunt Zhao, the matchmaker? She once said that your father's talent for studying was not worse than your uncle's. It was just that your family was too poor to support two students. Your uncle refused to give up studying, so your father had no choice but to stop school, work in the fields, and support your uncle's education. Why do you think you didn't inherit your father's talent for studying? Instead, you bring up your uncle. I remember you said before that your father taught you the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character text when you were young. Think about it carefully. At this point, seeing He Yan frozen in surprise, I couldn't hold back and added one more thing. Since you're not hiding anything from me, some things might sound harsh or shocking, but it's okay to say them. Listening won't hurt. Your uncle, now over 40, even if he fears your aunt, can't stop the fact that he's over 40 and childless. It's likely he's taken several concubines, but all of that might have been in vain. He nodded in response. As for your uncle's situation, well, it's probably that he simply can't have children. The problem isn't with your aunt or the concubines, but with your uncle himself. Your father and mother had 3 children, which proves that their bodies are healthy. Think about it carefully. Zhang Chuntao couldn't believe how He Lin's strength alone could make Mengshe pregnant in one try, or how she could get pregnant with a boy in one go. She swallowed her words. It's probably because the old lady of the He family refused to believe her eldest son was incapable in that regard, so she stubbornly thought that He Yan's grandson was He Lin's. As for Mengshe, she's been under psychological pressure or guilt since this happened. Plus, after giving birth to He Qiao, there was no further activity for many years, which made her suspicious. The old lady of the He family also added fuel to the fire, leading her astray. In modern times, this would be easy. Just a DNA test would settle everything. But in this time, we can only analyze from these clues. It's a pity about He Yan and the deceased He Qiao. If he knew the so-called truth, I wonder what kind of feelings he would have. In this whole event, the most innocent are He Qiao and He Yan. It's really frightening to be uneducated. Even though there is over a 90% chance that He Yan is He Qiao's biological son, 2 confused women at home were just thinking and imagining things. They mistakenly sold official salt as private salt, and now they are caught in this awkward situation. He Yan is not stupid. Deep down, he doesn't accept that he is the son of He Lin. Unfortunately, his mother and grandmother both said so, forcing him to accept it. But even so, his only true father in his heart is He Qiao. For He Qiao, he could tolerate Meng's favoritism and unfairness for many years. Many nights, he asked himself if he was really He Lin's son. Could he have been mistaken? Is it possible that he is He Qiao's son? At this moment, after hearing Zhang Chuntao's words, all the confusion and unwillingness in his mind disappeared. Thinking back to before He Qiao passed away, besides telling him to handle his marriage himself, he was holding his hand tightly, unable to speak, and kept looking at him with longing and hope in his eyes. That kind of gaze, that deep emotion, if they weren't father and son. How could it be? After recovering from his illness, he used the excuse that he was mentally unclear, couldn't remember books, and couldn't hold a pen. He Qiao was worried about him at first, but later, when he looked at him, there was pain and self-blame in his eyes. Every time they talked afterward, he would say, "You are my son. Of course you should follow me." Or, "You are my son. I'm not sure about that either," and so on. Could it be that, deep down, He Qiao knew he was his son? He Yan felt his mind was a bit overwhelmed. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and slowly told Zhang Chuntao about some of He Qiao's actions at that time. He was now confused and worried, unable to analyze He Qiao with emotion, and could only hope in Zhang Chuntao. Seeing Zhang Chuntao's calm face and steady analysis, he also calmed down. Zhang Chuntao raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, so this He Qiao, I thought he was the most innocent and pitiful father figure, but it turns out he's quite interesting. If what He Yan said is true, then He Qiao probably has many secrets too." Zhang Chuntao couldn't help but put herself in his shoes. If she were He Qiao and her husband's older brother insulted her, she wouldn't dare to speak out. No one at home stood up for her or sought justice. Her older brother acted as if nothing had happened, simply leaving without a word or apology. That would be bad enough, but then her husband's wife gave birth to the long-awaited son. Just when he thought life was hopeful again, he found out that his own mother and wife believed the son was actually his older brother's. What a terrible shame. He endured it for his son, planning to raise him well and nurture him. He placed all his hopes in this child, almost reaching his goal. But his foolish wife, with a dose of laxative, ruined their son's future and completely destroyed his own chance at happiness. Not only that, she let their son know about this shameful secret, making him carry the burden. From then on, he was afraid to write or take exams. As the saying goes, ruining someone's future is like a deadly enemy. Even a saintly father, faced with such things, might turn dark because they come from the closest people. If it were her, what would she do? She'd probably fight with all her might to smash He Lin's head, just to vent her anger. Unfortunately, she isn't He Qiao, and He Qiao isn't her. Leaving these vague words might not even help. If He Yanru hadn't met herself, she might have believed her entire life that she was He Lin's daughter, suffering greatly because of it. As for whether He Qiao is truly a saintly father or has other motives, that's not what Zhang Chuntao is thinking about now. Her mind is already working on how to firmly prove that He Yanru's son is actually He Qiao's. The old couple from the He family, who are biased and disrespectful of their elders, are already gone, and no one outside knows the truth. She tells He Lin to just misunderstand for now, but her main focus is on convincing He Yanru that He Yanru's son is actually her own and He Qiao's. DNA testing isn't an option. What about a blood test to confirm kinship? In palace dramas and novels, isn't that always the most dramatic trick? In Song Si's Injustice record, there's also mention of a blood test to confirm kinship. If the blood quickly seeps into the bones, it proves they are biological relatives. If not, then they aren't. Of course, the scientific explanation is that when a person dies, over time, the skin and tissues on the bones decay and dissolve, leaving behind the white bones. Any blood that drips onto the bones will seep into them. Another method is the blood recognition test, where two people's blood is dropped into a bowl of water. If the blood merges, they are related. If not, they are not. Now that He Qiao has passed away, this bone-dropping method seems more suitable. When Meng's family sees this with their own eyes, they probably won't doubt anymore. If He Lin comes looking for trouble later, the blood recognition test can still be used, just do it when needed. So, when He Yan looked eagerly, Zhang Chuntao firmly said, "In that case, why not use the bone-dropping method to confirm kinship?" These 4 words surprised He Yan. He had heard of this method before, but out of respect for filial piety, he didn't want to disturb He Qiao, who was resting underground, so he had kept it hidden. Now, he hesitated a bit. But Zhang Chuntao's words immediately made him drop that hesitation. "I want to marry He Yan, not because you're He Qiao's son or He Lin's son. But don't you want to live openly as He Qiao's son? Why become something that can't be shown in the light? Even if I don't mind now, if this isn't cleared up and things remain uncertain, what will you do if He Lin has no children and decides to take you away in the future? Later, if Auntie loses her mind and pushes you aside for your sister and younger brother, what then? It's better to take this chance to let her see for herself that she was mistaken. That way, she can also let go of her guilt and regret from all these years." He Yan was a decisive person. He nodded immediately and said, "If that's the case, I'll go back tomorrow." "Chuntao, he paused before asking, 'Are you coming with me?' Or, since Zhang Chuntao suggested this and wanted to do things properly, she definitely needed to stay nearby to watch, so nothing would go wrong and waste the effort. She happily agreed. Of course, I will go with you. Hearing this, He Yan couldn't help feeling excited. Ignoring his still wet hands, he stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Chuntao's hand, unsure of what to say next. He Yan's hands are broad and warm, but his heart is truly anxious. His confident attitude just now has vanished, and he can't help but feel conflicted again. What if I really am He Lin's son? Zhang Chuntao thinks to herself. Don't worry, with me here, I will make sure everything is handled properly. She doesn't show it on her face but tries to comfort him. If he is your father's son, then everyone will be happy. If not, then you haven't lost anything, right? It's no different from now. He Yan's hand stiffens, as if he's considering this, but he doesn't feel reassured. Instead, he feels a bit hurt. However, this one sentence makes He Yan feel much more relaxed. After all, the worst outcome is just how things are now. What could be worse? Moreover, he suddenly remembers what Zhang Chuntao said earlier. The person I want to marry is He Yan. His face lights up with happiness. Does this mean she has forgiven him and is no longer angry? He forgets about all the complicated family ties for now and focuses on winning her over. Then, Chuntao, let's go back and set the wedding date. Next month? No. This month, we'll get married. What do you think? Zhang Chuntao laughs at He Yan and throws him 2 words. Dream on. She shakes off his hand and walks straight out of the kitchen. In this weather, from morning until late afternoon, Zhang Chuntao usually soaks a big basin of water in the yard. That way, she doesn't need to heat water at night for bathing. Now, she checks the basin. The temperature is just right. After a busy day in the kitchen, covered in oil and smoke, she needs to take a quick bath and wash her hair. Recently, Zhang Chuntao has set up a small room at the back of her side of the courtyard, built against the back wall, as a bathroom. She also picked a lot of soapberry and soapnut from the mountain. She even spent an afternoon boiling the soapnut into a thick pulp, which can be used to wash her hair and body. Not to mention, washing her hair with this thick soapnut pulp has made her hair much softer these days. It's still yellow, but at least it's not so dry. And her skin feels much smoother and fresher after washing with it. She goes inside to get her clean clothes. Outside, He Yan has already thoughtfully carried the water into the small room. When he sees Zhang Chuntao come out, he politely steps back out of the yard. This time, he didn't go far but stayed at the door, waiting for Zhang Chuntao to finish washing. Once she was done, he pushed the door open and came in. Zhang Chuntao washed her hair and, taking advantage of the remaining daylight and the breeze in the yard, sat under the porch letting the wind through her hair. When she saw He Yan approaching, she quickly reached out to stop him, signaling that he should also go wash up. He Yan, being a grown man, was not very particular. He carried water from the well into the small house, planning to rinse quickly. But when he heard Zhang Chuntao calling outside, he realized the water in the jar was made from soapberry, meant for washing hair and bathing. Only after cleaning himself thoroughly could he come out. He patiently poured out the thick mixture from the jar and applied it to his hair. It created quite a lot of bubbles, much more comfortable than the soap they used at home. He kept his spare clothes in the yard, which Zhang Chuntao found, washed, and hung to dry. She also carefully mended them, sewing up torn cuffs and underarms. When He Yan put on his clothes, he immediately noticed how clean everything was. No dust anywhere. The bedding on the Kong, heated bed, had been washed and dried, smelling of sunshine, which made him feel warm inside. Was this the early taste of the good life with a wife? He Yan didn't care that his hair was still dripping and casually wiped his face with a cloth before heading out to find Zhang Chuntao. After washing, his mind was completely clear and he understood what was urgent and important. Seeing Zhang Chuntao sitting under the porch, letting the night breeze her hair, he first sincerely thanked her. Earlier, he had told Zhang Chuntao everything about his background and the shameful things about the He family, without hiding anything. He had his own reasons for doing so. Although he and Zhang Chuntao had not known each other long and hadn't spent much time together, he felt he understood her personality. He knew she was clever. Even if he kept things from her now, once she married in and saw her mother's behavior over time, she would eventually notice something was wrong. When she asked about it later, he planned to tell her everything. He was afraid she would be disappointed in him. Though he was just a countryman, he knew that a person should be honest and open, especially in marriage, where they would be together for a lifetime. If he kept everything secret, how could they be true partners? Furthermore, he had always believed he was He Lin's son, a child born from a surrogate. This identity had long troubled and oppressed him. Before meeting Zhang Chuntao, he had no desire to marry. He thought marriage would harm others, and if he had children, he would only bring trouble to future generations. Even after falling for Zhang Chuntao, he initially tried to be patient. But his strong desire to marry the girl he liked was overwhelming. So strong that even knowing he was forcing things, he still wanted to try. Since learning about his supposed background, this was the only thing he truly wanted to hold on to and never let go. He did everything he could to make it happen and then left the choice to Zhang Chuntao. If Zhang Chuntao didn't mind his status, she would be the most important person in his life, more important than himself, someone he would always cherish. If she disliked his background, he could accept losing her and face a lonely life alone. He would rather suffer himself than see disappointment in her eyes, so he took a gamble. Now, he knew he had won that gamble, and unexpectedly, he learned the truth about his real background. While taking a shower, He Yan carefully recalled Zhang Chuntao's words and thought back to the past. He was now certain that he was He Qiao's son, a legitimate member of the He family. All of this was brought to him by Zhang Chuntao. Because of that, his gaze at her was truly intense and passionate. Seeing this, Zhang Chuntao felt her limbs go weak and her face flush. She was a bit restless but couldn't say anything, only giving He Yan a sharp look. She looked at her drying hair and saw that He Yan's hair was still dripping water. She handed him a cloth she had used to wrap her hair. "Here, wipe your hair," she said. He Yan happily took the cloth, casually wrapped his hair, and slightly turned his face. It seemed he could still smell the faint scent of Zhang Chuntao's hair on the cloth. His ears turned red, but luckily it was already dark outside, so it wasn't obvious. Zhang Chuntao thought He Yan was almost addictive. After her shower, he kept staring at her without blinking. Even with her strong will, she found it hard to endure and felt restless. She got up and went to the side corridor, dividing 2 handfuls of dried mugwort. She lit them, and each room was filled with the scent to repel mosquitoes. This Stonebridge town is a small mountain village. In autumn, the mosquitoes are very fierce. A bite leaves a big red bump that itches terribly. Adults can usually endure it, but children often can't. They tend to scratch fiercely when adults aren't paying attention. The more they scratch, the itchier it gets. Eventually, they scratch until their skin breaks and yellow fluid seeps out. Even if it heals, it leaves a scar. So, wealthier families buy special mosquito repellent ointments from the pharmacy and hang them in their houses. Ordinary families usually go to the wild to pick mugwort or similar herbs, dry them, and burn a bunch at night to fumigate the house. After fumigating 2 rooms, Zhang Chuntao looked at the sky. The moon had already risen. She couldn't help but yawn. Since crossing over, she, Zhang Chuntao, used to stay awake even when the moon was out. Now her biological clock has adjusted. She feels sleepy at night and wakes up at dawn, very healthy and lively. She said goodnight to He Yan and went straight into her room to sleep. He Yan's hair was almost dry. Seeing Zhang Chuntao go inside and close the door, he looked away. He tightly clenched the headscarf wrapped around his head, then stood for a while. When he heard no movement from inside, he returned to his own room. He thought he would be too excited to sleep, but smelling the scent on the scarf from Zhang Chuntao, who was lying beside him, he was too tired physically and mentally. Soon, he fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, in Yuanzhi village, his family, Meng Shi lay awake, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she remembered scenes from the old house. She seemed to smell the scent of osmanthus again. Back then, just after the autumn harvest, osmanthus was in full bloom. The whole yard was filled with its fragrance. It was said that He Yan had ordered the trees to be planted for good luck, something called Gao Zhong Guizi, meaning auspicious osmanthus, fragrant and noble. At first, she liked the sweet smell of the osmanthus, but after that day, just smelling it made her feel sick and she had nightmares and couldn't sleep for many nights. Many years had passed, and she thought she had forgotten it. But today, seeing the same decorations as in the old house, her humiliation was stirred up again. Next to her, He Yan was already fast asleep. The trip to town was exhausting, and by the time they got home, it was almost dark. The mother and daughter casually prepared some food. He Yan had tasted Zhang Chuntao's cooking at noon, and in the evening, she would try Meng's cooking, which was really hard to swallow. Usually, she would complain softly and act spoiled, but today, since Meng looked angry after coming out of the yard from the town, she dared not make a sound. She obediently ate a little, washed up, and then went to bed. Unbeknownst to her, Meng hardly slept all night. Whenever she closed her eyes, she would wake up suddenly. When she got up in the morning, the sky was already bright. She went outside and saw that Meng had already prepared breakfast and tidied up the house. She was sitting in the yard, lost in thought. Hearing the noise, she looked back at He Yan and simply said calmly, "Breakfast is on the table. You can eat by yourself." Then she went back to her days. He Yan only saw Meng's peaceful face and thought she was fine. She held her breakfast and sat next to Meng. "Mother, about Big Brother's marriage." Meng looked at He Yan and said, "Didn't I already agree? Why are you still trying to speak well for your brother? He's very determined. Now his mind and eyes are only on that Zhang girl. And you, ungrateful one. Yesterday you even called her sister-in-law. You're rushing to please her, even washing her dishes?" He Yan chuckled, took a bite of bread, and then said, I'm doing this for us. Besides, Mother, yesterday you also ate Zhang's cooking. Just for her skills, marrying into the family wouldn't be a loss for us. Once Zhang's sister-in-law moves in, all the cooking and washing will be hers. Mother, we can save some effort, right? You won't have to keep nagging me about cooking. Even if I dared to cook, I wouldn't be able to do it as well as her.
I'm just worried about you.
At your age, shouldn't you be enjoying the happiness of being a wife? Usually the chores, washing clothes, cooking, are done by the daughter-in-law. She only takes care of the grandchildren. If anything needs to be done, she's the one to do it. Life isn't as comfortable for you. Why give up this good life and choose hardship? Isn't that right? Somehow, what He Yan said seemed to touch Meng's heart, or maybe she truly understood. She was lost in thought for a while before speaking. "Soon your brother will be back. Tell him to invite a good day for the wedding so we can get it done early." When He Yan heard this, her face lit up with happiness. She thought to herself, once her older brother returns, she must urge him to decide on a date soon and get married quickly. That way, she can enjoy her future sister-in-law's cooking sooner. Yes, at that time, she should send a message to Yuanzhi to invite him over to taste the food as well. While both of them were lost in their own thoughts, they heard the door creak open. He Yan entered with Zhang Chuntao. He Yan and Zhang Chuntao woke up early because they needed to go to Yangzhi village. Zhang Chuntao immediately went to the kitchen and spent half the morning preparing a pot of braised noodles. He Yan tidied up the yard. When the sky brightened, he went to the butcher they had agreed with yesterday and retrieved the meat, which weighed about 3 to 4 jin. It was a thick piece of pork fat, the favorite of rural families. During this time, Zhang Chuntao's stomach was well fed, and since she was going to He's house, she didn't know if she would return today. Leaving it for a day might spoil it, which would be a waste. So she rubbed a layer of coarse salt on the meat and hung it under the porch to dry out the blood. Then she wrapped the meat with banana leaves from the yard, waiting to take it to He's house later. Breakfast was braised noodles with green beans and chili. Although it was meatless, the green beans and chili were stir-fried with a little pork lard left over from a few days ago, making it fragrant and tempting. The noodles had absorbed the flavors, making it very appetizing. Yesterday, after tasting Zhang Chuntao's chili oil, He Yan couldn't stop himself. He poured a big spoonful over the noodles, mixed well, and ate greedily, feeling very satisfied. After finishing the meal and tidying up, they packed the meat they had cut and headed towards Yuanzhi village. Both of them moved quickly, especially since He Yan knew the shortcuts, saving a lot of time. When they arrived at Yuanzhi village, many families had just finished breakfast. Seeing He Yan and noticing the woman behind him, Zhang Chuntao, everyone couldn't help but smile. Normally, He Yan would chat with them for a while, showing off his new wife, but now he had something on his mind. He didn't feel like talking much and only exchanged a few words before hurriedly leaving with Zhang Chuntao. Once inside the yard, ignoring Meng's family for now, Yuan's eyes brightened. Look who's here. Could it be that she'll get to taste Zhang Chuntao's cooking at noon? Just as she was about to speak, He Yan glared at Yuan and handed her the basket, telling her to hang up the meat. Then he looked at Zhang Chuntao, hesitating whether to talk to Meng himself or to go find Meng. Zhang Chuntao only followed He Yan inside because she was confused, revealing Meng's scars. She quickly stepped back and said, "I'll just take a walk in the yard." He Yan nodded and, rarely serious, said to Meng, "Mother, I have something to talk to you about." Meng was surprised and couldn't help but glance at Zhang Chuntao, feeling nervous. Was this her chance to speak? Was she going to ask for a lot of bride price or no dowry? She was so eager to speak, but didn't say anything. She just nodded and forced a smile at Zhang Chuntao, saying, "Well, Chuntao, you can sit for a while. Don't leave at noon. Stay for dinner." Then she went inside. He Yan remembered to pour a cup of cold tea for Zhang Chuntao before taking a deep breath and walking into Meng's room, closing the door behind him. To avoid suspicion, Zhang Chuntao moved farther away so she couldn't hear what was being said. She stopped and listened quietly. Yuan took a big piece of meat and hung it outside the eaves. She rinsed her bowl casually and then left, waving her hand. Seeing Zhang Chuntao, she immediately smiled and approached, nudging her with her arm. "Sister-in-law, today when I went to my brother's place, was it to discuss your wedding? I already persuaded my mother." She agreed. She even said that when my brother comes back, he should ask for a good day to marry you quickly. Zhang Chuntao. Suddenly, she felt a little sorry for Ma Yuanzhi. She politely smiled, but didn't tell Yuan her real reason for visiting. From He Yan's tone, neither He Jiao nor Yuan knew about this. Yuan looked so innocent and sweet that it was better not to tell her. She couldn't find anything to say to Yuan because their thoughts seemed so different. But Yuan, without needing a topic from Zhang Chuntao, pulled over a stool, sat down, and started chatting non-stop. "Sister-in-law, have you seen Brother Yuanzhi in town? Is he doing okay? He's been working hard with us during the harvest for several days. I saw he looked thinner. Do you think he's gained weight back these days?" Zhang Chuntao widened her eyes, wanting to say, "Girl, have you lost your mind? Who works hardest during harvest? Don't you know?" She saw Ma Yuanzhi that day. Besides being a little darker, she didn't think he looked particularly thin. But He Yan looked much thinner. "Has no one in the family noticed? Are you all used to this now?" Again, I feel sorry for He Yan. Such a girl, she hasn't even married yet, but her mind is already on her future husband and in-laws. Her own older brother doesn't care at all. It's really enough. Yuan isn't really worried about Zhang Chuntao's response either. She's just complaining again. "Yesterday, I finally went to town, and I could have seen Brother Yuanzhi, but my mother wouldn't let me." She kept talking about reasons. These older relatives just don't understand. They keep talking about rules and face. Zhang Chuntao realizes that Yuan is really lovesick. No wonder the old saying goes, "A girl grows up and leaves home, but she might come back with resentment." Although they aren't enemies yet, she's starting to dislike her marriage prospects. Just as she was about to say something, she heard a loud cry from inside the house. "What did you say?" Zhang Chuntao knew that He Yan was talking things over with Meng, which is why Meng was so surprised. That made her feel very steady. When Yuan heard Meng scream, she immediately tried to rush inside. Zhang Chuntao quickly grabbed her arm and sincerely advised, "Yuan, I think it's best if you don't go in right now." Before she finished, he won her hand away and said harshly, "You're just talking comfortably from outside. Do you think that's your real mother? Or are you just doing this on purpose?" Are you trying to make my brother upset with my mother? I knew it. Why are you here at her house? My mother already apologized to you. What more do you want? Do you really want to drive my mother and me out? Zhang Chuntao withdrew her hand, secretly deciding that if she kept being kind, she'd be like a dog. He Yan can't tell right from wrong or hear good from bad words. This is their He family home. He Yan and Meng are mother and son, and it's broad daylight. What kind of inappropriate behavior could they possibly have in front of her? What bad words could they say? Besides, they are talking inside, unhappy, and it's none of her business. If she really knew, would they hide it from her and not let her listen? Anyone with a bit of sense can see through that. It's obvious that He Yan, despite her young age, has learned how to be a good daughter-in-law. As soon as her son has a wife, any actions that don't please them are definitely the wife's fault. And if there's any benefit, it's because her son is filial. Since He Yan couldn't tell right from wrong, she saw no point in doing good deeds and being seen as a bad person. She decided to step back and signaled she wouldn't stop her, telling He Yan to go ahead freely. He Yan glared at Zhang Chuntao, then lifted her skirt and rushed toward the house. Unfortunately, He Yan probably expected this and locked the door from inside. He Yan pushed but couldn't open it. She became anxious and asked Mother, "Are you okay? Did Big Brother upset you again? Big Brother, please open the door. Don't let him fool you and take his anger out on Mother." Hearing this, Zhang Chuntao couldn't help but sneer coldly. Inside, Meng's voice came out. "Mother is fine. Very well. Why are you chattering? Don't come in. It's none of your business. Stay out of it." And surprisingly, her tone was stern. He Yan was stunned by Meng's scolding and wondered if her mother was confused from being upset. She was only trying to help her. She stood there for a while before saying, "Mother, are you so upset that you're confused?" "It's me." Before she finished, He Yan's voice rang out. "He Yan, are you out of your mind? I'm talking serious stuff with Mother. You don't understand anything and are just talking nonsense. Apologize to your sister-in-law. I've finished talking with Mother and I'll come out soon." He added, "Stay away from this room. Don't eavesdrop. If you have free time, go pick some vegetables in the garden instead of gossiping." He Yan was scolded by her mother and brother one after the other. When she looked back and saw Zhang Chuntao looking at her with a half-smile, she blushed, stomped her foot, and ran to the vegetable garden nearby. Inside, He Yan and Meng whispered for a while longer. The door finally opened. He Yan slowly came out, looking somewhat more relaxed than before, probably because Meng agreed to recognize the bone marrow donor. Of course, as long as Meng was sane, she wouldn't refuse. She was likely still emotional at the moment, which is why she hadn't come out yet. Zhang Chuntao also didn't bother to argue and just watched He Yan. He Yan nodded, decided the room was too cramped, and simply told Meng he wanted to take Zhang Chun out of the back mountain to fetch some traps from the day before yesterday to see if they could catch some prey. He said they'd be back soon. Meng replied vaguely, and He Yan took his hunting knife, some rope, and 2 bamboo water containers, then signaled Zhang Chuntao to follow him up the mountain. He Jia's courtyard is not far from the back mountain. On the way, they met a few people. Seeing He Yan's attitude, it was clear he was bringing his future wife into the mountains. All men, everyone knew who was who. Before they got married, they rarely saw their wives. Even when they did, it was in front of many people, and they didn't dare say much. Sometimes they found an excuse to take their wives into the mountains, just to talk a little more or hold hands happily. Because of this, they all gave He Yan a sly smile, but didn't say much. He Yan had finally found a wife, and they didn't want to scare her away. Moreover, they all told each other to keep their children close today and not go up the mountain. The back mountain has a narrow, winding path. The 2 of them walked one behind the other, with bushes on both sides. It looked open enough that they couldn't see many people or hideouts. He Yan then whispered that he and Meng Shi were straightforward, directly sharing their doubts and plans. Meng Shi initially didn't believe it, but became interested when she heard about the blood recognition method. She vaguely remembered hearing about blood recognition before. If it could prove He Yan was the head son, she could finally face He Qiao with some pride. So she quickly agreed. But now, with filial piety ruling the world, It was strange to dig up her father's grave and take out the bones to do a blood test. Without a good reason or excuse, it wouldn't work. Furthermore, Mengshi calmed down and wondered if He Yan had told Zhang Chuntao about their family troubles. Even if He Yan was He Qiao's son, it was a fact that he lost his innocence with He Lin. If Zhang Chuntao found out, she, as the mother-in-law, would be seen as unfaithful. How could she hold her head up in front of Zhang Chuntao? He Yan had already thought about how to tell Mengshi and how she would react. After hearing this, she immediately rejected it and explained her prepared words. He Yan said he was talking to Zhang Chuntao about her background. He wondered how they could recognize her if her relatives came someday. Maybe a special item or birthmark would help, but if not, what then? Then she realized that Zhang Chuntao went up the mountain to dig herbs to sell. She heard from some outsiders that they used methods called blood recognition and bone recognition to confirm kinship. These methods were said to be very detailed, involving a wealthy man, his favorite concubine, and their child, who was deeply loved. However, the wealthy man's wife claimed that the child was not his, but his brother's. This caused a big fuss. Later, the family used the blood recognition method, and it turned out that the child's blood matched the brother's, but not the wealthy man's. This caused a big stir in the area. Many people went back home to check if their own children were truly theirs, using this method. It was said that several children were found not to be their parents' biological children. Zhang Chuntao remembered the story, and when He Yan asked her about it, she said that if someone came to claim kinship in the future, they should first use blood to confirm. She spoke without thinking, but He Yan heard her and thought about it all night. He decided he still wanted to try this method. He was worried about alerting others or spreading rumors, so he tricked Zhang Chuntao into coming to his house, saying it was to pay respects at He Qiao's shrine, which also gave her a reason to visit the ancestral grave at the He family. Meng's mind was still buzzing. When He Yan mentioned this, it eased her doubts, and she couldn't help but feel a bit grateful and relieved. If the blood test really proved that He Yan was the real son of the head of the family, she would remember Zhang Chuntao's kindness. When Zhang Chuntao heard He Yan's words, her face showed a complicated expression. Was this what they called a man's words? Lies and tricks? Even someone like He Yan could make up stories convincingly. She felt happy that He Yan was helping her explain and even taking credit for it, hoping that Meng would treat her better. She understood his intentions. But did He Yan really know what he was doing? The operation was tricky. If the bones of Gao Qiao's body had already decayed, leaving only the skeleton, it would be easy. Even dog's blood could seep in if dripped on the bones. But if the blood was spilled on the wrong spot or on tissue that hadn't fully decayed, it wouldn't unless they used something like sulfuric acid. Even if everything went smoothly, what if Meng refused to believe and wanted to try herself? If she also dripped blood and it seeped in, could she still deny that Gao Qiao was her biological father? Seeing He Yan still acting innocent, she couldn't help but sigh. Please discuss with yourself before making excuses or giving statements, right? What should we do now? Seeing Zhang Chuntao's worried expression, He Yan was confused and cautiously asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Zhang Chuntao patted He Yan on the shoulder and said, "Yes, you're right about everything. But have you forgotten the most important thing? Do you know how to recognize family bonds through bone identification?" He Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he replied softly, "Just put a drop of blood on my father's remains. Isn't that enough?" Zhang Chuntao gave him a meaningful look and then took a few steps forward. He Yan quickly followed, and they had already left the narrow path and entered the woods. Remembering the trap he set earlier, he pulled Zhang Chuntao behind him and carefully moved forward. He then saw movement in the bushes. Approaching closer, he saw a plump pheasant caught by one leg, flapping its wings. He picked up the pheasant, weighed it, and nodded with satisfaction. "We'll cook this into soup later tonight, and it will be just right. Plus, it will help you regain your strength." Seeing He Yan's satisfied look, Zhang Chuntao softened and whispered a few words into He Yan's ear. His face changed, and he looked at Zhang Chuntao with complex emotions, then nodded. Maybe because of what Zhang Chuntao said, or perhaps because it was getting late, Since they had caught a fat, tender pheasant, they decided not to go further into the mountains. They carried the pheasant down the mountain and into the yard. He Yan had already returned from the vegetable garden, pulling Meng aside and whispering sweet words. Meng was distracted and seemed not to have listened. It was already noon, and He Yan and Zhang Chuntao had been going up and down the mountain all morning, but the house was still cold and empty, with no one thinking of cooking. Meng was overwhelmed by the shock and couldn't think clearly, but He Yan showed no intention of cooking. Seeing He Yan and Zhang Chuntao return, and noticing He Yan carrying the pheasant, she couldn't help but look twice and wanted to say something. But seeing He Yan's tense expression, she shrank back shyly behind Meng. He Yan glared at He Yan and said, "Come help quickly. Go to the kitchen and heat some water." He Yan muttered a few words and hurried into the kitchen, lighting the fire and starting to boil water. Over there, Meng Shi finally came to her senses, looked at the sky, and quickly stood up. "Oh, I'm so forgetful. I'm getting old. It's time to cook." She called out to Zhang Chuntao, "Chuntao, you sit in the yard. Don't feel out of place, just pretend it's your home. Auntie will go cook, it'll be ready soon." Then she went into the kitchen to get busy. He Yan whispered a few words into Meng Shi's ear. Zhang Chuntao, with sharp ears, heard clearly what was being said. Why wasn't she allowed to help? After all, her mother was an elder. It's only proper for elders to do the work and younger ones to sit and wait for the meal. Meng Shi patted her twice, and she shut her mouth. Zhang Chuntao pretended she hadn't heard anything. At this moment, the yard was getting warm. He Yan asked her to sit inside, so she naturally went into He Yan's room. The room was tidy and simple. On the Kong-heated bed, there was a thin mattress, and the cotton quilt looked thin too. When she pinched it, the cotton inside was already clumped in places and felt hard. It was suitable for now, but in winter, relying on this quilt wouldn't be enough. At the foot of the Kong, there was a box, but she didn't know what was inside. Near the window, there was a small desk. No books were on it, only some papers, a bald brush, and a slightly damaged inkstone in the corner. Looking carefully, she saw dried, leftover ink in the inkstone. The brush was bald but clearly used often, with black stains not washed away. Next to the desk, there was a small box locked with a brass latch. The latch was shiny, showing it had been touched many times. Hunting tools like bows and arrows hung on the wall, well maintained. On the Kong there were a few clean clothes, probably dried and folded from yesterday, casually tossed there. The whole room, apart from those papers, the brush, and the inkstone, didn't look like someone who had once gone to school or was about to take the imperial exam. Zhang Chuntao looked around but didn't examine everything closely. She just sat by the desk, gazing out the window at the yard. He Yan finished boiling hot water and was killing and plucking a chicken. His skills were practiced, and he quickly slaughtered the mountain chicken, carried it to the kitchen. Then he washed his hands, came into the room, saw Zhang Chuntao sitting by the desk, and couldn't help but smile. They exchanged a few words before they heard He Yan calling outside that the meal was ready. When I went out to look, Zhang Chuntao's cooking was truly astonishing. The table was full of dishes, but they had nothing to do with good color, aroma, or taste, completely unrelated. It was like a perfect example of dark cuisine. I guess Meng didn't feel like cooking today, and her skills are quite average. Plus, she was in a hurry. So, she only cooked a pot of noodles, probably inspired by the cold noodles she ate at Zhang Chuntao's place yesterday. She put the noodles directly in a bucket, soaked them in well water, and brought them to the table. Since there was no egg sauce, she cut a few pieces of fatty pork, fried them in a pan, then added some bean paste and stir-fried everything together. She poured in a ladle of water and boiled it until almost done, then served it as a topping. The fatty pork pieces floated on the soup, looking very white and unappetizing. To make it look less plain, she also cooked some water spinach and a gourd. Both vegetables were probably cooked with just water, without oil, so they looked like boiled water. They were served in simple soup bowls. There was also a dish of potato strips fried with eggs. The potato strips were burnt, and the eggs seemed to be added directly after the potatoes were cooked, then stir-fried together. The egg mixture clung to the burnt potato strips, looking sticky and unappetizing, more like something just out of the oven than food you could eat. For an ordinary farmer's family, this many dishes would be considered quite good. There was meat and eggs. A family that rarely gets meat and only tastes it during the new year would probably be very happy. As long as there's meat and eggs to fill their stomachs, they wouldn't be picky about the taste. Plus, yesterday at Zhang Chuntao's, although her noodles were delicious, she didn't have any meat. So Meng didn't think her cooking was bad. Even though He Yan knew her mother's cooking was just so, having meat and eggs still felt like a big treat. At this moment, Meng even spoke warmly. "Come on, sit down and eat. Look at you, so thin. Eat more meat to nourish yourself." She also asked He Yan to quickly serve a full bowl of noodles to Zhang Chuntao. He Yan was obedient at this moment. Without hesitation, she used chopsticks to scoop noodles and water from the bucket, slowly filling a bowl to give to Zhang Chuntao. Zhang Chuntao quickly waved her hand to refuse. "Auntie, you've been working hard all morning. You're the elder, so please you go ahead." "Please, you first. I'll serve myself." She was still worried that He Yan might take some for herself, so she hurriedly grabbed her chopsticks and bowl, planning to scoop some noodles to make do. At most, she would just leave out the fatty meat sauce. After all, these noodles soaked in cold well water were already cold, and pairing them with the greasy meat sauce could upset her stomach. Those with weaker digestion might end up staying in the outhouse today. Hearing this, Meng's expression softened a bit. She was indeed hungry, so she didn't refuse and took the bowl of noodles. He Yan quickly served herself a bowl too, remembering the proper manners. She first used her spoon to scoop some fatty meat sauce onto Meng's noodles, then did the same for herself. Zhang Chuntao held her chopsticks, feeling a bit uncomfortable. When she looked down, she saw remnants of rice paste on the tip of her chopsticks. Looking at her bowl, the bottom was sticky, and the rim also had some dried paste, which had hardened in the heat, making it hard to hold. Zhang Chuntao's stomach churned violently. She couldn't even extend her chopsticks anymore. With this bowl and chopsticks, she truly didn't dare to use them. But she knew the basic manners and etiquette. If she just put down her chopsticks and left, it would be rude and uneducated. So she had no choice but to grit her teeth and scoop some noodles, secretly rinsing her chopsticks in the well water afterward. She tried to comfort herself. Maybe this way they'd be a little cleaner. Besides, isn't the old saying true? If it's not clean, it won't make you sick? She decided to endure this one meal. Her hands trembled as she scooped a small bowl of noodles and then stopped. Meng saw this and asked, "Why did you only scoop so little? Isn't that enough to eat?" She didn't suspect much. After all, these days, a girl who hadn't gone out wouldn't be too bold in her new family. If she ate too much and scared the family members, that wouldn't be good. She then looked at He Yan and said, "Brother Yan, give Chuntao a bit more. She still needs to eat enough." Although there aren't many dishes today, the noodles are plenty. This was already showing off. In other families, who would say such things? Usually, rural households, unless they were close relatives, wouldn't invite guests or keep extra food. Everyone's grain was tight. Only Meng could speak like this. After all, she married into the He family, which had a better life. With He Lin, the scholar, the He family was doing well. They didn't wear gold or silver, but they had enough to eat. Moreover, today's meal included meat and eggs, which was only slightly better than New Year's or the Harvest Festival. She never thought anyone would be dissatisfied. He Yan couldn't say he fully understood Zhang Chuntao, but he could roughly guess her feelings. From her hesitant and stiff movements, he thought this meal probably didn't suit her taste. He also noticed her discreetly rinsing her chopsticks in the water bucket and frowned suddenly. He had forgotten about this. Quickly, he picked up a bowl and chopsticks, scooped half a bowl of noodles, and drained the water carefully. Then he placed the bowls in front of Zhang Chuntao and handed her the chopsticks. "Eat this." He casually took her chopsticks and bowl, then scooped some cold noodles and sat down. Zhang Chuntao came to her senses, looked down at the clean, fresh chopsticks she was handed, and then at her bowl of noodles, which was also clean and larger than others. She picked up the bowl, noticing the bottom was spotless, and couldn't help but breathe a small sigh of relief. He Yan had been watching her closely. Seeing her pretend to be calm and cautiously relax, he couldn't help but smile slightly. From tasting her cooking a few times, he knew Zhang Chuntao was very particular. She cared a lot about how she prepared meat dishes, so she probably wasn't happy with fatty meat sauce. He didn't scoop the fatty meat but only poured some meat broth over her noodles. Zhang Chuntao quickly moved her bowl to avoid it, saying, "I have a weak stomach and can't eat such heavy meat. You can have it." Meng and He Yan didn't doubt her. Seeing her thin appearance, they knew she had a hard life before and probably hadn't eaten well. Her stomach, unused to greasy food, would suffer if she suddenly ate rich meat dishes. Not only that, she might be mocked for not being able to enjoy good things, or for not having a good life with meat. He Yan paused with his spoon, then withdrew the broth and poured it into his own bowl. The noodles had been cooled by the well water, and the broth had sat for a while. Pouring it over wouldn't immediately freeze the fat, but since the noodles still had water on them and mixed with the broth, it looked unappetizing. He wasn't picky. He scooped a spoonful of broth, stirred it casually, and started eating heartily. Zhang Chuntao looked at He Yan with sympathy. Eating such simple food every day and still living so long was truly a miracle. She didn't dare eat the potato strips with scrambled eggs or dip into the meat sauce soup. She only managed to eat a few bites of spinach and loofah, then forced herself to finish the half bowl of noodles. He Yan didn't indulge in the big feast either. When Zhang Chuntao stopped eating, he casually prepared some hollow vegetables and added fried potato strips with eggs. After eating 2 bowls of noodles, he put down his chopsticks. After all, he had just enjoyed a flavorful braised noodle dish that morning. Even if he wasn't picky, his stomach was protesting. Meng's family and He Yan ate 2 bowls of the minced meat and eggs. There was still a little broth left in the minced meat, and they didn't want to waste it. They combined the leftovers from lunch into a big bowl, planning to save it for dinner. This was common in the countryside. Usually, families with many members ate everything, and there were rarely leftovers. When He Yan was around, he could usually handle all this. Today was a rare exception. After finishing the meal, Zhang Chuntao helpfully cleared the dishes and took them to the kitchen. He Yan then pulled her out of the kitchen and said, "You're a guest. There's no need for you to clean up." He also told He Yan to wash the dishes. He Yan rolled her eyes. Truly her brother. Yesterday, when she was at Zhang Chuntao's place, he didn't say that. What's going on? Yesterday, weren't they just visiting? Is her sister-in-law so important? And her own sister, was she just a foundling? He knew his brother couldn't be trusted. But it was her brother Yuanzhi who cared for her most. If Yuanzhi were here, he definitely wouldn't let her wash dishes. Though she was unhappy inside, she dared not argue out loud. She could only grumble and stomp as she entered the kitchen. Zhang Chuntao saw this and noticed He Yan also went inside. Soon, he brought out 2 sets of dishes and utensils and headed to the well. Those 2 sets looked familiar. Weren't they the ones He Yan had given her at noon? He Yan washed the dishes quickly. He had half a bowl of ash in his dish, soaked in well water, then scrubbed the chopsticks a few times. After rinsing the bowls a few times, they were clean. He Yan's dishwashing skills amazed Zhang Chuntao. She finally understood why the kitchen was so messy yesterday and why the dishes today looked like that. It was probably because there was a little hot water left in the pot. She dipped a piece of loofah scrubber into the hot water and scrubbed around the rim of a bowl. In no time, 1 bowl was cleaned. She was very skilled, clearly experienced. Soon, all the dishes, bowls, and plates were washed. Then, the most shocking scene unfolded. He Yan scooped half a basin of water from the side, rinsed the cleaned bowls briefly, then transferred them to the next bowl for another rinse. Finally, she poured the water into a basin, spun it around once, shook the chopsticks inside twice, then lifted them out. Everything was done. The dishes were clean. She then poured the water used for rinsing the dishes back into the basin, stored the bowls and chopsticks in the cabinet, and took a bamboo brush to scrub the pot. She scooped out the water from inside the pot into the trash bucket, then poured the rinsing water into the basin again, scrubbed twice more, and poured the water out. That was the end of it. The stove wasn't wiped, and the floor wasn't swept. She clapped her hands and left. Zhang Chuntao took a deep breath. Such a wealthy household was beyond her reach. She decided to say goodbye. Turning around, she saw He Yan had already found a clay jar, which was cleaned and set aside. He then went to the kitchen, brought out the chicken they had earlier slaughtered, cut it into small pieces, and put it into the jar. Thinking for a moment, he found a piece of, roughly pounded it twice, and added it along with the chicken into the jar. He poured in more than half a jar of well water. He once saw this and couldn't help but smile happily, leaning in and asking, "Brother, are you making chicken soup this afternoon?" He Yan nodded and replied, "Yes. Let's go to the old house to see it, and also pay respects to my father and grandparents." Zhang Chuntao didn't understand what was happening. Was he taking raw chicken to pay respects? Was it a tradition in Yuanzhi village to cook soup fresh for ancestors so they could drink it hot? She dared not ask or say anything, afraid of revealing her lack of knowledge about ancient customs. He Yan, hearing this, quickly said, "I want to go too. I want to go." But Mengshi stopped her inside the house, saying, "What are you going for? Stay at home, honestly." Angrily, He Yan stomped her feet and went into the house, sulking. When Zhang Chuntao finally regained her composure, she found herself being pulled out of the He family's house by He Yan, slowly walking toward the village. Seeing no one around, she couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Is it a rule in Yuanzhi village that you have to carry a chicken and cook soup on the spot for ancestor worship?" He Yan was momentarily confused, paused, then saw Zhang Chuntao's puzzled look and couldn't help but let out a short laugh. But he quickly composed himself and explained, "I think the lunch might not suit your taste, and I guess you're not full. We are going to the old house now. There is a small stove there. First, we will cook chicken soup, then go to visit Dad's grave. When we return, you can slowly finish cooking the chicken soup at the old house. Later, you can bring a bowl to Mother and little sister. The rest is for you to eat. Don't let yourself go hungry." Zhang Chuntao didn't know what to say at first. She didn't expect He Yan to see everything and have everything arranged. Seeing Zhang Chuntao like this, He Yan thought she was worried and comforted her. "Don't worry, everything on Mother's side is taken care of by me. I said it was my idea. I know you're good at cooking, so I wanted you to show your skills and make a good chicken soup to honor Mother. Besides what I made for Mother, I couldn't resist and ate the rest myself." Zhang Chuntao, "You've said everything. What else can I say?" Originally planning to say goodbye and go home, she silently followed He Yan from behind. The old house was still a bit far from the He family's current yard, one in the south and one in the north, spanning the whole village. It was the hottest time of the day, so there weren't many people on the road. When they arrived in front of the He family's old house, although no one was living there now, it was well maintained and kept quite clean. There were no weeds in the yard, and 2 osmanthus trees exuded a gentle fragrance, refreshing and pleasant. He Yan pushed open the door of the kitchen. Inside, the firewood was stacked high, and the stove was very clean, as if it had just been cleaned. There was a faint, slightly heavy smell in the air. He opened the cupboard and took out several clay jars, gesturing for Zhang Chuntao to look inside. To her surprise, they contained salt, Sichuan pepper, soy sauce, vinegar, and bean paste, everything needed for cooking. Not to mention, the bowls and chopsticks in the cupboard were also complete. They were the local kind of earthenware, but they formed a matching set, both bowls and plates, which was quite rare. He then found a traditional stove made by local craftsmen in the neighboring shed, lit the fire, and placed a clay pot on the stove. Seeing Zhang Chuntao curiously looking around the old house, He Yan simply got up and pushed open the door of the west wing. Inside, everything was clean and tidy. The table and cabinets were all in place. Although the furniture was not new, it had been cleaned thoroughly and arranged neatly. "I had everything ready that day. If Mother didn't agree, I planned for you to stay here at the old house. So I came early to tidy up. Besides the bedding and covers, everything else, furniture, etc., was ready. You can move in and live right away," He Yan explained quickly. "This west wing was where our family used to live. Opposite, the east wing was my uncle's house. The main hall upstairs hasn't been moved yet. It still holds the memorial tablets of Grandpa, Grandma, and my father. I was thinking at the time to first welcome you inside, and after you come in, then see how to change the yard and move the house. Listening to He Yan's somewhat nervous explanation, Zhang Chuntao was silent for a moment before raising her head to look at He Yan. The chicken soup is already simmering. Should we go pay respects to Uncle now? He Yan's anxious heart finally settled back into his stomach, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Yes, let's go now. He then tied a sickle around his waist, took Zhang Chuntao by the hand, and they walked out through the back door. Not far ahead, they saw a small hill with several graves. The funeral of a simple rural family is straightforward. Most families in the village share the same surname and ancestors, often just burying their loved ones around the original ancestor, without much fuss. Most graves are covered within coffins and dirt. If descendants are filial, they will visit the graves every year during Qingming, remove the grass or small shrubs growing on top, and add fresh soil. If the descendants are unfilial and neglect the graves, rain over the years will wash away the soil, making the graves smaller, with grass growing taller and sometimes even trees sprouting on the graves. Over time, the graves may become completely unrecognizable. The ancestral grave of the He family is located a little farther away, with about a dozen lonely graves. Because of He Lin, a stone stele was placed in front of the graves of the old man and woman, making them quite noticeable from afar. He Qiao's grave is behind and slightly to the side of theirs. Since He Yan often visits to tend it, the grass on his grave isn't very deep. He Yan walked to He Qiao's grave, squatted down, and casually pulled the wild grass from the top. Then he knelt before the grave, knocking his head a few times in respect, and softly said, "Dad, this is your future daughter-in-law, named Zhang Chuntao. She's a good girl. I brought her here to meet you and make you happy. Father, I am unfilial. To confirm if I am truly your son, I might disturb you tonight. You are in the ground, so don't be angry with me. I just want to be your son, not someone aiming for fame or status. I believe you agree, right?" He kept talking softly, saying many things, probably because he felt he was unfilial, fighting with Meng Shi over marrying her, but he didn't regret it. He also thanked He Qiao for the words left behind, which showed he cared for him in every way. Zhang Chuntao looked at the pile of yellow earth and thought about He Qiao's life. It was truly a big tragedy, and she couldn't help but feel pity. Since she was going to marry He Yan, He Qiao was also her elder, so she knelt behind He Yan to pay her respects. After the worship, they stood up. He Yan hurried to cut the grass on the graves of more than 10 ancestors of the He family. Only then did they go down the mountain together. On the way back to the old He family house, they saw some villagers in the distance looking in their direction. Seeing He Yan with Zhang Chuntao, they guessed he was bringing his bride-to-be to pay respects, so they didn't pay much attention. When they reached the old house, they washed their hands. The fire in the stove was almost out, so they added more firewood. The chicken soup was already giving off a fragrant smell outside the clay jar. Zhang Chuntao opened the jar and looked inside, then covered it again. She asked He Yan, "When will you bring out Uncle's bones?" "Just a few, maybe a finger bone will do." He Yan had already thought about this. Seeing her ask, he honestly told her. He planned to let Zhang Chuntao stay at the old house tonight. First, to avoid suspicion, and also to show the villagers that they were respectful and proper. Second, he could use the excuse of bringing Zhang Chuntao to stay at the old house to sneak to the back mountain at night and retrieve a part of He Qiao's bones. Soon, he went to He Qiao's grave with a shovel. He wanted to add a layer of soil to the grave. If someone asked, he would say he was bringing Zhang Chuntao to pay respects and that the summer rain had washed away some of the dirt. Seeing the fresh soil, they would think he was just doing some maintenance, and when he dug out the bones at night, they wouldn't suspect anything. Zhang Chuntao didn't expect He Yan to have everything planned out, so she didn't say much. Seeing she had no objections, He Yan reminded her a few words and then took his shovel to the back mountain. Zhang Chuntao had nothing to do. The chicken soup didn't need constant watching, so she wandered around the yard, thinking about what had happened that year. The side room was separated from the main yard. Near the east wing, there were 2 osmanthus trees, and near the west wing, 2 pomegranate trees. This showed that the He family at that time hoped He Lin would do well in the exams, and later, they probably wanted He Qiao to have more children. Although the door to the east wing was closed, it was not locked, and it opened easily with a gentle push. The room hadn't been cleaned for many years, and as soon as it was opened, a strong musty smell filled the air, which was quite harsh. Zhang Chuntao took a few steps back, waiting for the smell to fade before stepping inside. Inside, the furniture was complete. It was clear that although He Lin was rarely at the old house, the belongings inside were still many, and they looked even more complete than in other rooms. The materials seemed better, and despite many years, the furniture still looked sturdy and undamaged. Near the windowsill, there was a large desk covered in dust. The brush rack was empty, and next to it was a dried-out inkstone. 2 old books, yellowed and with pages starting to curl, lay nearby. Zhang Chuntao picked up the 2 books, flipped through them slightly, and was immediately hit with a wave of dust, causing her to sneeze several times. The books weren't anything special, just 2 beginners' texts, the 3-character classic and 1,000 Families, both handwritten in a standard style. The characters were well written, and there was a sense of pride and strength in the writing. Next to the desk, there was a large white porcelain jar, inside which were a few faded calligraphy paintings, covered in dust and spider webs. Further along was a brick-built Kong, heated bed, with several old-fashioned trunks at the foot, all locked. The locks looked very old and rusty. Zhang Chuntao took a quick look and then stepped back out. She then went to check the west wing, which was cleanly swept. Although it had fewer pieces of furniture than the east wing, everything was neat and tidy. The door to the upper room was slightly open. Inside, there were ancestral tablets of the He family. Zhang Chuntao looked at them. The 3 tablets on the edge belonged to He Qiao and the old master and mistress of the He family. She couldn't help but wonder, if the spirits truly existed underground, would they be angry if they knew someone was digging up their graves tonight and send a dream to He Yan? Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard footsteps and quickly stepped outside. She saw He Yan returning with a shovel, sweating profusely. After washing up, the chicken soup was ready, filling the yard with its delicious aroma. Zhang Chuntao added some salt to the soup, tasted a sip. It's both fresh and hot, so hot that she grimaced but couldn't bring herself to spit it out. He Yan hadn't eaten much at noon, so Zhang Chuntao took 2 large bowls from the kitchen, washed them clean, and served each of them a bowl of soup. Half of each bowl was chicken meat, and the smell made her saliva flow. The chicken drumstick that He Yan specially didn't cut into small pieces was now placed in his bowl, while Zhang Chuntao scooped a chicken wing. He Yan saw this and quickly tried to give Zhang Chuntao the chicken thigh from his bowl, but she avoided it. Her favorite was the chicken wing, so she wouldn't exchange it for the thigh. He took a bite of the chicken, which was already tender and falling apart. The meat and bones separated easily with a light bite. Although the meat was soft and lacked chewiness, the delicious flavor of the chicken seeped into the broth. He enjoyed a bite of meat and a sip of soup, feeling like a heavenly experience. He Yan hadn't eaten well earlier and had worked hard in the afternoon, so he was very hungry. The aroma of the chicken soup made him swallow a piece of chicken without saying a word and focus on eating. Soon, both of them finished a bowl of chicken soup each, calming their hunger. Looking at the half remaining in the clay pot, they knew they couldn't eat more, especially since Meng Shi and He Yan hadn't tasted it yet. Zhang Chuntao guessed that even if they stayed at his house tonight, they wouldn't get much to eat. With Meng Shi's cooking skills, good ingredients were often wasted. She couldn't help but quietly ask, "Do you have potatoes or sweet potatoes at home? Maybe I can secretly bring a couple tonight, and we can roast and eat them?" He Yan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He went to the kitchen, rummaged through a basket and a rice jar, and asked Zhang Chuntao to look. In the basket, there were half a basket of potatoes and sweet potatoes. The rice jar also contained half a jar of flour. This was a pleasant surprise. Zhang Chuntao felt happy inside. When she came over tonight, she planned to cook something nice to reward herself. She looked at He Yan and asked straightforwardly, "Andy's cooking isn't really to my taste, so I plan to cook something myself tonight. Do you mind?" He Yan shook his head. "My mother's cooking skills are average. When my father was alive, She was better, but after he passed away, she probably lost interest and stopped caring much. But for us farmers, just being able to eat enough is good. Most families cook about the same as my mother did, so everyone is used to it. I understand. When you came to our house today, there were many things you weren't used to. My sister's way of washing dishes isn't very good either. I've told her many times, but my mother always protects her. As her older brother, I can't say much. But today, I'm sorry if the food didn't suit your taste. Don't force yourself. Just eat a little and feel free to cook your own food here. You seem to have no complaints at all, and you even added if you do a bit more, that would be even better. I could also benefit from it. After eating your cooking, I find the food others make doesn't taste as good anymore. Zhang Chuntao smiled and agreed. After resting for a while, seeing that it was almost time, He Yan carried the half jar of chicken soup and, swaying gently, took Zhang Chuntao back to the He family. Although the jar was covered, the aroma of the chicken soup leaked out a little during the walk, attracting several children heading home for dinner. They followed the smell for a long time, watching the two enter the yard, then reluctantly went back home. Meng was restless all afternoon. She was upset after He Yan had her baby and came over to fuss and tease her, but she had no mood for it. Remembering that there were guests at home, she prepared dinner as it was almost time. She cooked a pot of rice, made a stir-fry with pork slices and green beans, and fried some vegetables. She also planned to have a pot of chicken soup later, so she didn't mind. When He Yan and the others returned, the smell of chicken soup greeted them. Meng couldn't help but swallow hard and eagerly waited to eat. As soon as the chicken soup was served, He Yan, who was a bit upset earlier, immediately forgot her bad mood and focused only on the soup. She scooped a bowl of it for Meng, then a bowl for herself, both with chicken and chicken meat, and started eating quietly. Zhang Chuntao also ate a bowl of rice soaked in chicken soup, which was enough. He Yan also ate 3 large bowls of rice soaked in chicken soup, along with the green beans, but didn't touch much of the chicken meat. Most of the chicken meat had been eaten by He Yan and Meng. In the end, He Yan couldn't help but say, "Brother, why is there only one chicken leg and a wing? Did you secretly eat them before? You should have first shown respect to your mother, right?" Her tone was a bit sharp and sarcastic. Meng, who was already enjoying the meal, looked over when she heard this. But she wasn't looking at He Yan, she was watching Zhang Chuntao. She also showed displeasure. To Meng, her son had never had the habit of secretly eating delicious food outside. Whatever he ate, he would bring back first to honor his mother. But before the daughter-in-law had even entered the house, half of the chicken thigh and wing had already been given to her. How could they go on like this? Her suppressed displeasure surged again. She had her own worries and thoughts, so she didn't say anything aloud. He Yan slammed the bowl onto the table heavily.
What?
Can't you shut your mouth even with this chicken soup? As the saying goes, eating makes the mouth soft, and taking favors makes the heart short. I see you eat the most, but I haven't seen you shut your mouth. Your sister-in-law cooked a pot of chicken soup on such a hot day, and she even made a mistake? She cares about me working hard this afternoon, so she let me taste a bowl first, and I ate the chicken drumsticks and wings. Isn't that okay? Besides, I didn't even touch the chicken in the big pot of soup left over. Did you see that? Over the years, I've brought home many hunted animals. I always eat with my mother and you first. I've never said anything about it, right? Today, I just ate a chicken leg and wing, and you say I am unfilial? When he said this, He Yan looked embarrassed. She forgot that the mountain chicken was caught by her older brother. Even if he ate 2 chicken legs, it was normal. The chicken soup was so tasty, and the chicken meat was so delicious that she felt she hadn't eaten enough, so she asked casually. Usually, her older brother wouldn't care about this. It shows that once he has a wife, his heart is biased. She pouted and looked at Meng Shi. Meng Shi was still hoping that He Yan would dig up the bones of the head of the family to recognize kinship. Now that this matter was most important, she naturally couldn't act like before, subtly suppressing He Yan in her words. But she didn't want to offend He Yan, so she tried to smooth things over. All right. It's just a few pieces of chicken and a bowl of chicken soup. Do you really need to argue over this? If you like, tomorrow we can kill a chicken and Spring Peach can cook another pot. The chicken legs can go to you. That should be fine, right? Throughout the afternoon, Meng Shi was either lost in thought or being nagged by He Yan, who kept talking about how delicious Zhang Chuntao's cooking was, even suggesting she stay at home for a few days to cook and satisfy her cravings. She took it to heart. Now, after drinking this chicken soup and thinking that Zhang Chuntao had already come to visit, the marriage was not going to fall through. Letting her stay for a while was a good idea. Not to mention, having her cook was quite a good plan. Thinking this, she casually ordered Zhang Chuntao around. He Yan frowned and was about to speak, but Zhang Chuntao gently held him back. She originally thought that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Since it was her first visit, there was no need to make everyone look bad. Although she was strong and outspoken, she was also a well-behaved girl. She wanted to give He Yan face and pretend to be gentle and virtuous. I didn't expect that Meng's future mother-in-law and future sister-in-law are really the kind of people who get angry easily and dare to cause trouble over small things. It seems they have forgotten her reputation as Zhang Chuntao, or the unpleasant experience the other day. Do they really think Zhang Chuntao is someone easy to bully? She sneered and said, "Auntie, I don't quite understand what you're saying."
What?
Is this my first visit just to cook for your family? Does the He family look down on anyone? It seems you're not just marrying a daughter-in-law, but bringing in a maid to serve you. I didn't know the He family was so wealthy. Do you and your sister usually eat and drink without doing anything yourself? Do you even need others to feed you after preparing food? Or to chew it for you? Or even swallow it? Some people really don't have the princess's luck. Don't pretend to be a princess if you don't have the princess's illness. If you want chicken and soup, make it yourself. Do you lack hands or feet? Or are you 15 or 16, living like a useless person who can't take care of herself? If you can't do it, learn. If you're too lazy or unwilling to learn, just expect others to do everything for you. Is there such a good thing in the world? I think you don't look very impressive, but you want to be beautiful. Even if you expect others to do things for you, you should speak nicely. Instead, you just bark orders at me to do it? Am I your family's servant girl? Hearing this, He Yan lost her temper immediately. Wasn't she just about to curse her by name? She's always been spoiled. How can she stand this? She started crying and pulled Meng aside, asking her to speak up for her. Before Meng could speak, Zhang Chuntao added more harsh words. "Sister, how old are you?" Only a 3- or 4-year-old child would cry and call for help from parents over small things. You're already 15 or 16 and about to get married next year. Is this all you can do? Isn't that embarrassing? Aren't you ashamed? Let me ask you, if you suffer unfair treatment at home and Annie helps you get back at them, and then next year when you marry, you suffer unfair treatment in your new family, will you come back crying and ask Annie to support you? Annie might have to run herself ragged just to protect you if she follows you to your new home. If you have the ability to cause trouble and complain, then you should also have the ability to argue with me. Why cry? You only hide behind and whisper behind people's backs, telling small stories and making small complaints. What kind of skill is that? Your older brother is your real brother. He shows you respect and tolerates you. What's the matter? He only gave you the illusion that everyone in the world is your mother and brother? That everyone should give in to you? Stop dreaming and go to bed early. The Meng family was fed up. Being scolded by a younger family member she looked down on, pointing her finger at her and her daughter, made her feel insulted. No matter how much she argued, it didn't make sense. Moreover, He Yan was her most loved child. Seeing her being scolded and crying made her heart break. She slammed the table and shouted, "This is too much. How can a daughter-in-law who hasn't even married and be so rude to her mother-in-law and sister-in-law? She's clearly an untrained outsider, not knowing basic manners." She then turned to scold He Yan. "Look at her. Is this the kind of daughter-in-law you want? She's not even married yet, and she's already insulting us. When she gets married, what will happen to us? We'll be left with no choice but to wait for death. If you still care about me as your mother and your sister, then tell her right now that this marriage is off." He Yan just looked silently at Zhang Chuntao. Meng couldn't wait anymore. She cried and cursed, I've raised you for nothing. What's the use? I even tried to keep the family together, apologized to this troublemaker, and treated her like my own daughter. But look at the result. What's the point of living? I might as well die. Although He Yan was mentally prepared, she knew that after Zhang Chuntao married in, life might not be peaceful. But she hadn't expected that even before the marriage, the two sides would start fighting fiercely. She wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. She opened her mouth, but then closed it again. Zhang Chuntao pushed He Yan aside and said, I knew you're useless. Stop causing trouble. Go away, and don't interfere with me. Then she smiled at Meng and said, Auntie, your words are really hurtful.
Eva listened carefully.
You treat me like your daughter, and I see you as my mother. Aren't we close family? My sister is also my real sister. I didn't mean to treat you as outsiders, so I shared these heartfelt words with you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't say these things because I might offend them. I'm naturally blunt and quick-tongued, with a bad temper. I can't hide my words and tend to speak honestly. I know my temper isn't good, and I want to change, but I can't seem to. As the saying goes, it's easy to change the world, but hard to change one's nature. I thought since Annie treats me like her own daughter, and we will be together for a long time, there's no need to hide anything. It's better for Auntie and my sister to know my true nature, so we can get along well in the future. Although my words might sound harsh, they are the truth. I don't see you as my real mother or sister, so I can't lie. I'm not stupid. I know that speaking honestly might offend people. But I think, since Annie treats me like her own daughter, my sister probably sees me as her sister too. If I tell the truth, you shouldn't take it badly. That would make us strangers. I don't believe that when the older sister returns, if she gets upset with Auntie or argues with my sister, you would really hold it against her. I just want to be treated kindly, like a big sister. Annie's sister, nowadays, honest people like me who speak the truth are rare. If I were outside, no one would want to offend others. Haven't you noticed my sincerity? But don't worry, Auntie, as long as you treat me like your own daughter, I won't hold a grudge. I will speak what needs to be said in the future and won't keep things inside just to make you happy. That wouldn't be fair to your kindness. After I finished speaking, Meng was so stunned her face turned pale. She wanted to say, nonsense. I was just making polite remarks. Who would treat a daughter-in-law as their own daughter? But before she could speak, He Yan, her troublesome son, chimed in from the side. Mom, I think Chuntao is right. She doesn't see us as outsiders, which is why she's willing to say these things to teach her little sister. Otherwise, outsiders wouldn't dare to speak honestly, right? Don't misunderstand her. Meng wanted to curse him out, thinking, I misunderstood you. But when she looked into He Yan's eyes, she felt guilty and short of breath. She swallowed her words and clenched her chest, feeling a sharp pain inside. Over there, Zhang Chuntao refused to give up. She wiped her eyes with a handkerchief and pretended to cry, saying, Annie, do you really not see me as your own daughter? I think my sister is honest and she talks openly with her brother and with me, her sister. Why don't you ever say anything about my sister? Maybe I am too naive, she continued. Annie gave me a slap, and I took it as a needle. I thought you genuinely treated me like your daughter. Turns out, it was all just to fool me. Poor me, I don't know who my parents are, and I've been living with my foster parents for so many years. I just wanted an elder to care for me. When I heard what you said, I truly believed you cared for me and my sister. But I never thought you were just being polite. It's all my mistake. Boo-hoo. Her fake crying and sobbing sounded so annoying that Meng felt dizzy and saw black spots in front of her eyes. He Yan, who was hit with this sudden outburst, started to doubt whether Zhang's sister really listened to her mother's words and didn't see her as an outsider, which was why she scolded her so harshly. It seemed that every time her older sister returned home, she also didn't have kind words for her. Did she really care about her? Was that why her words sounded so harsh? Meanwhile, Meng, being a bit older, almost doubted himself. Maybe he was wrong. But he quickly snapped out of it. He thought the girl in front of him was truly hateful. Her words could twist the truth so much that even black could be called white, and death could be described as life. He felt he couldn't argue with her anymore. Looking at his own daughter, who looked confused and uncertain, he was worried she might have believed what that girl from Zhang's family said. His resolve grew stronger. No, this girl from Zhang's family couldn't come into the house. If she did, her words might fool his daughter completely. He clenched his teeth and said, "Zhang's girl, today I'm telling you clearly, this marriage." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Zhang Chuntao slapped the table in front of her, causing it to in the middle. Clattering sounds followed as bowls, dishes, and plates slid off the table. Some shattered instantly, others rolled far away, leaving a mess on the ground. Zhang Chuntao slowly withdrew her hand, cleaned her ears, and smiled as she looked at Meng. "Auntie, what do you think about this marriage?" Meng shivered all over, looked at the ground in fear, then glanced at Zhang Chuntao. She opened her mouth, struggling to say something, and finally managed, This marriage, I think it's fine." She showed she understood the situation well. Zhang Chuntao sighed softly, looked over Meng and He Yan from head to toe, and seemed quite disappointed that they had given up so quickly. Meanwhile, Meng and He Yan felt a chill down their backs. Wherever Zhang Chuntao's gaze fell, they felt like they couldn't escape. They never knew that Zhang Chuntao, chosen by He Yan, was so strong. The table they had used in the new courtyard, made of pine wood, was broken so easily with a single slap. If she had hit them instead, they couldn't even imagine it. They believed their bones weren't as tough as pine. For a moment, they felt like they had escaped a disaster and were grateful. Seeing Meng and He Yan behave themselves, Zhang Chuntao couldn't help but sneer inwardly. She realized that Meng and He Yan were both afraid of the strong and only bullied the weak. Because of her background, He Yan had tolerated them for many years, which made their minds a bit confused. They truly thought they could take charge of the family for He Yan, ignoring the fact that He Yan was their own son and brother. They seemed to believe that if He Yan was good, it was natural for them to be favored first. If He Yan really was a soft, indecisive person, having such a mother and sister would make life even more chaotic after marriage. After all, Meng was foolish, often doing silly things like losing a big melon only to pick up a small one. He Yan, seeing her personality, was also quite confused. Now, she hadn't married yet, and with Meng's favoritism, she acted recklessly without thinking about the future. Her previous words weren't very nice, but if she had been clever or had some brains, she would have realized that her words were actually a warning. Yet, neither mother nor daughter understood the meaning behind her words. If they really had some ability or strength, or some backing, it might be different. But they argued poorly, only shouting or making empty threats. They weren't stable themselves, relying on others, yet still wanted to boss around. At their age, it was hard to understand how they managed to live like this. Suddenly, she couldn't help but feel sympathy for He Qiao. However, Zhang Chuntao quickly regained her composure. Seeing that the two had calmed down, she understood that the shock and surprise they experienced as mother and daughter had been enough. If it happened again, she was afraid both of them would be very frightened. So she smiled gently and said, "I'm really sorry. I'll clean up." She looked kindly at Meng and He Yan, ready to start tidying the mess on the ground. At this moment, He Yan surprisingly became a little smarter. She trembled and peeked out from behind Meng, saying, No, I don't want to trouble sister. I'll do it myself." It seemed her mind had just become clear. Zhang Chuntao thought to herself that maybe she should scare them a few more times in the future. She then looked at Meng, who forced a smile and said, Yes, let one go ahead and clean up. You, be careful, your hand might hurt." Seeing that they were so frightened that they could still care for each other, Zhang Chuntao was very pleased. She turned her head to look at He Yan. He Yan suddenly understood and realized how to get along with his mother and sister. In the past, he was always accommodating, speaking kindly even when he disagreed. Even when he scolded them, it was mild and not serious, so Meng and He Yan didn't take it to heart. Today, he saw that they could actually listen and understand what was said. He realized he had been using the wrong approach all along. He felt both amused and a bit sad, feeling a mix of helplessness and frustration. He thought that his mother and sister were also good at reading people and speaking tactfully, just that they didn't take his words seriously. With this understanding, when Meng looked at him for help, he lowered his head and pretended not to see. He then said to Zhang Chuntao, "Let little sister clean up. It's getting late. You can stay at the old house tonight. I'll prepare a bed for you and send you over." He turned to Meng and said, "Mother, let's get a set of bedding from our house. Tonight, Chuntao can stay at the old house. I'll send her over early so she can work." Meng suddenly remembered the matter of the bone recognition, which she had forgotten because she was so frightened by Zhang Chuntao earlier. If she didn't know about Zhang Chuntao's strength, she might have grumbled a bit about the trouble. But now, she had no such thoughts. She was just worried that this fierce girl might stay in the yard and, if she lost her temper in the middle of the night, might hurt them. She hurriedly went inside to find 2 clean bedsheets, carefully saying, "These were just washed and dried the other day. They were meant for your 2 nieces. They are made of good cotton." Zhang Chuntao thanked her and was about to take the bedding when He Yan reached out, took it from her, hugged it, and started to walk out. He then signaled Zhang Chuntao to follow. Zhang Chuntao smiled kindly again, said goodbye to Meng Shi, and followed He Yan out of the He family courtyard. As they left the courtyard, Meng Shi quickly rushed to the gate, locked it, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Worried about He Yan, she held her weak legs and went inside. Seeing He Yan still diligently tidying up, she couldn't help but feel sad. She hugged He Yan and burst into tears, crying out, "My poor Yan." He Yan's first reaction was to cover Meng Shi's mouth, saying, "Mother, don't cry, or it will wake up sister." Meng Shi grew even more distressed. "That wicked stepmother and your brother went to the old house. Oh, my Yan, why are we so unlucky? This isn't a daughter-in-law, it's a wicked stepmother. Once she's inside, how will we survive?" Hearing this, He Yan felt her own fear rise and couldn't help but hug Meng Shi again. They both cried together. Their voices faintly reached the ears of He Yan and Zhang Chuntao outside, who paused their steps but pretended not to hear and continued walking. Seeing no one around, Zhang Chuntao thought for a moment and decided to speak up, to explain. After all, she had been quite bold today, scaring Meng Shi and He Yan. She also wanted to clarify how she planned to get along with Meng Shi and He Yan after the marriage. If He Yan agreed, that would be perfect. If He Yan didn't agree, then, before the wedding gifts were exchanged, they could part ways without trouble. Today's matter was too impulsive on my part. I scared aunt and little sister. I admit my words were harsh. I did it on purpose. First, because I couldn't stand how aunt was favoring your sister, and second, because I saw that aunt and your sister wouldn't listen to good advice. Moreover, you know I'm not a patient person. I can't stand being wronged or insulted. If I'm upset, I usually speak out immediately and don't wait until the next day. That's just my nature, and I don't want to change it. Our marriage, barring any surprises, will last a lifetime. I didn't want to hide anything from you, nor from Annie and my sister. If they can accept it, that's best. If not, I won't change. Before the wedding, I want them to see for themselves so they have some understanding. That way, it will be easier to get along in the future. I'm not someone who refuses to listen. That's just my personality. In the future, when dealing with Andy and my sister, as long as they don't provoke me, I won't seek trouble with them. We respect each other and live under the same roof politely. I will not neglect Auntie when it comes to food and drink. The clothes she needs and the pension money I should give her, I will definitely not refuse. I thought about mentioning He Yan, but since we haven't married yet, I held back those words. He Yan listened carefully to every word Zhang Chuntao said. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, "Don't worry. After you marry in, this family will be yours to lead. I will respect my mother, and if she acts inappropriately sometimes, just handle it like you did today." I see my mother and younger sister's personalities today. They're all afraid of the weak and favor the strong. If you step back, they step forward. But if you show kindness to them, they become even more unreasonable. Your calm and patient nature can suppress them, and it might make them more restrained. He sighed again. My mother, that's one thing. She's older now, And at home, with us watching over her, everyone in the village knows. Because of our family, they won't argue much with her. But my younger sister's personality is truly worrying. Ma Yuanzhi seems to be sincere with her now, but the Ma family isn't his decision alone, his parents are involved. Plus, she's not particularly diligent or clever. Even if Ma Yuanzhi protects her, can he always be by her side? He had deeper worries he didn't voice. As a man, he naturally understood men's thoughts. Currently, He Yan is still young and attractive, and she and Ma Yuanzhi are very close. Everything seems good now. But after living with her for a while, her flaws become clear. Even his own conscience can't say He Yan is perfect. At home, they are close relatives, and many issues can be overlooked with a smile. But once she marries out, can her in-laws tolerate her like that? Even if they can endure it temporarily, can they endure it forever? He Yan is a person who cannot stand on her own. Will she always run back to her mother's house to cry when things go wrong? If there are really serious issues, her family can support her. But for small disagreements between her and her mother-in-law, her family can't interfere. Given Meng's personality, she will probably cause more trouble later. Thinking about this, He Yan felt a bit guilty when he thought about needing Zhang Chuntao's help in the future. He looked at Zhang with some apology. But at this moment, it was getting dark. Zhang Chuntao also realized that after marriage, there might be many problems, so she didn't notice He Yan's look. Now, no one was outside in the village. Everyone was trying to finish dinner, wash up, and go to bed before it got too dark to save lamp oil. Sometimes, some children were naughty and refused to sleep. Their parents would pick them up and give them a quick spanking, causing them to cry loudly, which would wake up the neighbor's dog, and it would start barking. When they arrived at his old house, there was an oil lamp. He Yan helped Zhang Chuntao lay the bedding on the bed and then went to the next room to find a wind lamp. He looked at the sky. It was already completely dark, but the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was still possible to see the path clearly. He Yan didn't light the wind lamp to avoid being seen. He carried a shovel and was about to leave. Zhang Chuntao reminded him to be careful. She watched He Yan walk slowly toward the back mountain before closing the door. She lit the oil lamp, boiled some water to wash up, and then picked a few potatoes and sweet potatoes to stew in the stove. After that, she returned to the room to rest. The bedding had just been washed and dried, with a fresh sunlit smell. Zhang Chuntao touched it and found it was about 70 to 80% new. The cotton padding inside was still soft. The quilt was soft, and the mattress underneath was also comfortable. She couldn't help but think of He Yan's bedding in his room. It was thin and hard with lumps. She felt a bit sorry for him. Meng's was too careless. Even if she misunderstood that He Yan was He Lin's son, wasn't he the one she gave birth to? In the future, she would rely on He Yan for her old age and care. Who wouldn't say she favored her son? She shouldn't ignore him so completely. Just from this detail, you can see how little Meng cared about He Yan or deliberately ignored him in her daily life. Looking at He Yan's clothes, it seems his outer appearance is decent enough for outside. The details underneath are not visible, so they can be ignored. Thinking this, Zhang Chuntao lay on the Kong bed and started to think about her dowry. She is alone and can't rely on others, so she must depend on herself. In the countryside, especially with a mother-in-law like Meng and a younger sister-in-law like He Yan, she needs to put in some effort for her dowry. There is also the eldest sister-in-law, He Jiao, whom she hasn't met yet. She doesn't know who she is, but if she truly cares for her brother He Yan, she should have seen that He Yan is often ignored. Why hasn't she spoken up for him? Her character is questionable. With Meng's temperament, even if she finds out that He Yan is the son of He Jiao, she might only be happy for a few days, then feel guilty and forget about it. She probably wouldn't pay much attention to He Yan's marriage either. Of course, even if Meng cares, she probably won't care enough. It's better not to count on her. He Yan's room doesn't have many pieces of furniture, but she needs to make a few cabinets for storing clothes and other items. A face-washing stand and basin are also necessary at this time. She recently bought a new set of bedding, so she just needs to change the covers when the time comes. To prepare for winter, she can also bring out a large winter quilt. All the pots, bowls, and utensils are also brought along for safety. As for clothes, she has recently met a few sister-in-laws nearby who are skilled at making clothes. She can buy fabric and pay them to help make some. Considering all this, her dowry will be quite substantial. She might even need to use the 20 taels of silver from selling the purple ginseng. But she's not worried. After getting married, she can go to the back mountain to gather herbs and sell them for money. Once she has some savings, she can visit Jing County to look for business opportunities or sell some recipes. After all, the dye recipes used by rural women were the start of Wang Yongzhu's wealth. But she needs to find a reliable person to sell them, or else she might not only fail to make money but also invite trouble. After thinking for a while, she couldn't resist her sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know how long she slept before suddenly hearing the sound of the back door being knocked, which woke her up instantly. Originally, she was lying down dressed in her clothes, but she quickly turned over and went to the yard. She heard He Yan's deep voice coming from the back door. "Chuntao, open the door." Zhang Chuntao hurried a few steps forward, opened the back door, and He Yan, covered in dirt, entered. She couldn't help but yawn. She looked at the moon in the sky. It was already leaning west, so she guessed it was late at night. He Yan put down his tools and was about to go to the well to wash up, but Zhang Chuntao stopped him. She was still heating a pot of water in the kitchen. Although it was late, she guessed the temperature was just right. When she checked the water, it was perfect. Since he had touched the bones, she knew there were bacteria, so she insisted on using hot water to wash. He Yan obediently carried the hot water to the corner of the yard to rinse and carefully washed his hands several times. After he finished, he changed into a clean outfit she had prepared. Zhang Chuntao had already taken out the potatoes and sweet potatoes that had been simmering all night from the stove. The potatoes and sweet potatoes still had a bit of warmth and weren't hot to hold. She knocked off the ash on top, peeled the skins, and the fragrant smell of potatoes and sweet potatoes wafted out. He Yan, who had worked hard all night, was indeed hungry. He quickly peeled the potatoes and ate one in a few bites. Seeing how much He Yan enjoyed his food, Zhang Chuntao couldn't resist peeling one for herself. However, the potatoes lacked flavor, and the sweet potatoes at this time weren't very sweet either. She thought for a moment, grabbed a handful of straw, lit it, and threw it into the stove. She also found some chili peppers and added them to the fire, slowly stirring with a stick. When the peppers were slightly charred, she took them out, brushed off the ashes, and crushed them in a wooden bowl. She added a little salt and mixed well. The peeled potatoes and sweet potatoes, dipped in this burnt chili, were spicy and appetizing. He Yan tried it, and his eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that dried chili could be used this way. Not only was it good with potatoes and sweet potatoes, but it might also taste great with grilled meat. When hunting, he thought, bringing some along and burning a handful in winter would not only stimulate the appetite but also keep him warm. Zhang Chuntao, who cared about health, only ate one piece and then stopped. Watching He Yan finish 7 or 8 potatoes and sweet potatoes, she seemed a bit reluctant to stop. She poured herself a bowl of cold tea, feeling instantly refreshed. Finally, Zhang Chuntao asked He Yan, "Have you been released?" He Yan nodded, then went out to change his clothes. He took out a small finger bone that he had cleaned earlier with hot water and a cleansing agent during his bath. It looked fairly clean now. Zhang Chuntao glanced at it through He Yan's hand, then went into the kitchen to find something. She took the finger bone, resisted the goosebumps, and rubbed it for a while before returning it to He Yan. While washing his hands, she advised, "You should go home now, wake up your aunt, and drip blood onto the bone in front of her. If she's suspicious, ask her to get a drop of Huan's blood and drip it again in front of her. If she still doubts, have her take a drop of blood too. But remember, her blood can only be dripped on this end." She pointed vaguely at one end of the finger bone with her hand. He Yan was initially confused, but then noticed a slight oily shine on that part under the light. He quickly realized what it was and looked up at Zhang Chuntao. She remained calm and said, "This is a backup, just in case. I'm just telling you, whether you listen or not is up to you." Now that she had the item, how to test it was He Yan's responsibility. She yawned, waved her hand at He Yan, and went straight into the house to lie back on the bed. He Yan stood in the yard for a while. When a breeze blew by, he suddenly snapped out of his thoughts, looked at Zhang Chuntao's sleeping room with a complex expression, clenched the finger bone in his hand, then turned and left the old house heading toward the He family. Zhang Chuntao caused a fuss and finally fell asleep, tossing and turning on the bed for hours. It was only when dawn was near that she drifted into a vague sleep. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. The yard was quiet. She pushed open the door and saw He Yan sitting in the yard, lost in thought. Hearing her, he quickly turned around. "You're awake? Breakfast is warming in the kitchen. Wash up quickly and come eat." After washing, Zhang Chuntao saw He Yan had already brought out a simple breakfast, a bowl of mixed grain porridge, a steamed bun, and a boiled egg. She sat down, took a sip of the porridge, which contained brown rice, corn, millet, and sorghum. It was a bit mushy, but still edible. While peeling the egg, she asked casually, "Everything settled? Your aunt has no more doubts?" He Yan's mouth twitched slightly. His mood was low, and his voice sounded a bit heavy as he recounted what happened after he returned last night. Mrs. Meng also kept thinking about it and couldn't sleep. She stayed awake into the late night when she was about to give up. He Yan returned. The mother and son shared a silent understanding and didn't wake He Yan. In He Yan's room, they lit an oil lamp. In front of Mrs. Meng, they pricked their finger, and a drop of blood fell onto the white bones. Mrs. Meng watched as the blood quickly seeped into the bones, but tears started to fall. She bit her hand while crying softly for a long time, mumbling things like, "Finally, I've done right by your father, and sorry for all these years of hardship." Somehow, seeing Mrs. Meng cry so sadly, He Yan felt no real emotion, no sadness or regret. Instead, he felt empty, like he had nowhere to go. Mrs. Meng's years of worry and guilt finally eased. First, she cried for her late husband, then for her own suffering, and later she remembered she had wronged He Yan. She felt sorry for him. She thought that if Brother Yan knew, he would also feel sad, upset, and happy all at once. As a mother, she wanted to apologize to him and comfort him so that they would no longer be estranged. She planned to hold He Yan and cry with him, to comfort him. After all, she hadn't hugged or comforted him since he was about 2 or 3 years old, because she thought he was He Lin's child. Now that her worries were gone, mother and son could be close again. She felt a faint relief. She used to think that the 3 siblings had a barrier because they weren't from the same father. But now she knew they were all siblings, and that was the best. Just as she looked up, she thought her son was crying so hard he looked like a dog, but she saw that He Yan's face had no tears at all. He was quietly watching her. Mrs. Meng suddenly found she couldn't cry anymore. The mother and son looked at each other for a while. He Yan finally spoke, "To be safe, we should also have the girl do a blood test." Mrs. Meng wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but the words wouldn't come out. Under He Yan's calm gaze, she quickly wiped her eyes and avoided his. After a pause, she said, "Come with me." She opened the door and left. He Yan followed her back to her room. Because He Yan was afraid, they naturally slept together. At this moment, He Yan was sleeping peacefully. Mother Meng took a needle and carefully pricked her finger. He Yan winced in her sleep from the pain and moved her hand slightly. Fortunately, Mother Meng was quick and held her hand still, squeezing out a drop of blood. Taking advantage of the moment, He Yan handed over a small bone and applied the blood onto it. Like He Yan's blood, it quickly seeped into the bone. Mother Meng visibly relaxed, breathing a sigh of relief. Seeing that He Yan might wake up, Mother Meng gently patted her shoulder. Once she was asleep again, Mother Meng quietly left. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Brother Yan, can I try with my blood too?" She didn't know why she said this. Logically, everything should be clear now. He Yan and He Yan are both children of He Qiao. Isn't that what she hoped for most? Yet, she couldn't stop herself from saying it. After speaking, She felt a bit embarrassed about facing He Yan, but didn't take back her words. He Yan watched Mother Meng's actions and remembered Zhang Chuntao's words. Suddenly, he realized everything was part of Zhang Chuntao's plan. He felt a strange mix of feelings inside. Looking at Mother Meng, his expression became odd. He couldn't quite tell. Did Mother Meng hope he was He Lin's child, or did she hope he was the son of his father? Previously, He Yan thought Mother Meng wanted him to be his father's child, which was why she acted that way. But now, it seemed not entirely true. Perhaps deep down, Mother Meng truly wished he was He Lin's child. Maybe He Yan's complicated and strange gaze made Mother Meng feel guilty. She asked, "What are you looking at me for? Is it not okay?" He Yan lowered his eyes, hiding his emotions, and said, "Mother said to try, so I'll try." Mother Meng finally let out a breath of relief. She took the needle, pricked her finger, and squeezed out a drop of blood. He Yan did the same, placing her blood on the small bone. They watched as the blood floated uncertainly on the bone's surface, refusing to seep in. A breeze blew in, and the blood rolled off the bone onto the ground, leaving the bone clean and white, with no trace of blood. This stark contrast made Mother Meng's thoughts disappear completely. After all, He Yan and He Wan's blood could quickly seep into the bones, but his own blood, no matter what, couldn't. Especially when the wind blew, blood fell to the ground. For some reason, Meng felt that the wind was a bit cold and kept swirling inside the house. Her face turned pale, and suddenly she remembered the old sayings about how the resting spirits of the deceased should not be disturbed, or else the spirits underground might be disturbed and follow the living back home. She felt the house grow colder, especially since only one oil lamp was lit. The wind outside the door blew in, swaying the lamp, almost blowing it out. In the darkness beyond the light, it seemed as if something was about to emerge. Meng screamed and hurriedly pushed away He Yan's hand holding a finger bone. She nervously said, "Quick, take this back. Bow to your father and tell him you are his real son. He'll be happy, very happy. But please, don't scare me like this." He Yan, despite feeling he had many faults, looked at her and said, "For the sake of you three siblings, I can't be treated like this." He was so frightened, he covered his head and crouched on the ground. He Yan paused silently, picked up the fallen finger bone from the ground, brushed off the dust, and put it in his pocket. Without saying a word, he left the house. That night, he went to He Qiao's grave, placed the finger bone back, and restored the grave to its original state. To avoid being seen, he even raised the mound a bit. By the time he finished, it was already dawn. He hadn't slept all night. Luckily, he was young and strong enough to handle it. He had no mood to go back, so he decided to come directly to the old house. Worried about disturbing Zhang Chuntao, he climbed over the wall into the yard. He took a quick nap on the Kong bed and then returned to the He family house at dawn. Meng only fell asleep at dawn. She kept the door tightly shut, and the house was very quiet. He Yan simply brought some miscellaneous grains from the He family and also went to the chicken coop to pick up an egg. Then he carried the breakfast he had prepared at the old house. His cooking skills were not as good as Zhang Chuntao's. The porridge was a bit burnt, but it was thick and soft. He also exchanged some flour with the neighbors to make bread. He planned to get more, but who could eat such hearty bread early in the morning? Since it was harvest time, 2 families with better conditions steamed a few to taste. Finally, he managed to get 2 or 3 for He Yan. He Yan ate 2, leaving 1 for Zhang Chuntao, and also left the eggs, worried she might not be full. He said, "There are still 2 potatoes buried in the stove." Zhang Chuntao didn't sleep well and naturally had little appetite. Plus, she now follows a regular diet and eats well at each meal. Her body's deficiencies are slowly being made up, so she doesn't eat as much as at the beginning. Just talking about these things is enough. Looking at He Yan, who was forcing himself to stay strong, she could tell he was probably feeling very upset inside. She thought for a moment, and, recalling the harsh motivational sayings she had been force-fed in modern society, she started to give He Yan some of that toxic positivity. Life will make you suffer for a while, but once you get used to it, you'll suffer forever. That's life. There are no insurmountable obstacles, only obstacles you haven't finished overcoming. Don't dwell on the past because it's gone. Don't fight with reality because you still have to go on.
And so on.
Later, she got a bit careless, saying things like, "There's nothing difficult in the world, as long as you're willing to give up." She also said, "The more you endure temporarily, the angrier you get. The more you step back, the more you feel like you've lost." He Yan wasn't sure if he was comforted, but Zhang Chuntao felt she had done her best. She thought she couldn't say anything more, so she reassured him, "Don't worry, I will love and care for you. I will make up for the hurt you've suffered. In the future, I will give you a complete home." People, if they don't love themselves, how can they expect others to love them? Seeing He Yan looking a bit down, Zhang Chuntao became a little irritable. She thought she was overdoing it. She decided not to serve him anymore. She grabbed He Yan's collar and, in a calm tone that made people want to hit her, said, "Don't be sad. Anyway, the person who made you sad doesn't care that you're upset. Your mother is so biased it's automatic. Don't dream of getting her unconditional love and compensation. Just make do. She's your real mother after all. It's just that she doesn't love you.
You're grown up now.
Why expect your mother to kiss and hug you or lift you high? Forget it.
You're a grown man.
If your mother doesn't like you, just stop expecting anything. She can do whatever she wants. Just do your duty as a son. Don't talk about all that. At least your father has loved you for so many years. Compared to orphans whose parents have died, you're much better off. Not to mention, compared to me, I don't even know who my real parents are. I've been working for foster parents for so many years. If I were you, I might just give up altogether. Stop being so dramatic. I tell you, don't blame me if I turn hostile." He Yan looked at Zhang Chuntao's irritable face. Somehow, his inner frustration suddenly disappeared without a trace, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he suddenly reached out, pulled Zhang Chuntao into his arms, and whispered, "I'm not being dramatic anymore. You're right. I will just do my duty as a son." He then changed to a hopeful tone. "So, Chuntao, shall we set the wedding date now? I want to marry you soon." Zhang Chuntao rolled her eyes. She had only agreed to let He Yan hug her today because she saw he was emotionally hurt, but now she heard him quickly get in a good mood and start talking about the wedding date. She pushed He Yan, but he didn't move, so she gave up and said openly, "Then, when you have time, pick a good day. Preferably in a month after my jars of sauce are ready. I want to get married then, no moving things around and ruining my sauce, or I won't agree." He Yan was both annoyed and amused. But thinking of Zhang Chuntao's cooking skills, her sauces are very delicious. He knew he had to be careful. Otherwise, he might miss out on her cooking. So he agreed wholeheartedly. Seeing He Yan in a good mood, Zhang Chuntao tidied up and prepared to leave for the town. He Yan would choose several auspicious days, and Zhang Chuntao would decide which one to pick. With a month left, they could still go into the mountains a few times. After all, getting married also meant earning money, right? She went to say goodbye at He Yan's house. Meng Shi and He Yan were already up, having breakfast. Both looked a bit distracted, especially Meng Shi, whose dark circles were quite noticeable. When Zhang Chuntao said she was leaving, they didn't try to stop her. They were afraid that if they spoke up, this fierce mother might insist on staying. And then what? They kept urging He Yan to see her off. After the mother and daughter left the yard, they finally relaxed. On the way back to the town, Zhang Chuntao naturally talked about her dowry and mentioned which furniture she planned to bring. He Yan refused to let Zhang Chuntao pay for anything. He said he knew a skilled carpenter and just needed to tell him what to make. When it was finished, he would deliver it to the town along with the dowry. He also asked what style she wanted, and said he could handle buying things like wooden basins and other items, knowing many people and who had good craftsmanship. It did remind Zhang Chuntao that while the weather is warm now, it will be difficult to bathe in winter. She thought it might be good to prepare a bathing basin. At that time, buckets were usually made with hoops. Wealthy people used copper hoops, ordinary folks used iron hoops, and those with fewer resources used bamboo hoops. Farmers often used wooden tubs, which were made by skilled hoop makers. He Yan also knew these craftsmen well, since many of He Yan's dowry items included such things. Meng was eager to buy all the good things she could for He Yan, but as a woman, she naturally relied on He Yan to handle these errands. Since Meng had high standards, finding the right craftsman took some effort. Now that it was for his own wife, He Yan wouldn't be careless.
He wanted to give his wife the best.
Zhang Chuntao understood this too. The last time she bought something from the general store, it was just an ordinary item. Usually, when a family marries off a daughter, they find familiar craftsmen to make things that last a lifetime if cared for properly. So she straightforwardly asked for 3 wooden basins, a bath basin, and a face-washing stand, something to hold the face cloth near the basin. She also specified the size and style of the cabinets, whether decorated or plain, focusing mainly on function. There would be a storage cabinet for miscellaneous items, a wardrobe for clothes, and small boxes that could lock inside a larger chest. There were quite a few items. He Yan remembered everything clearly and repeated the details to Zhang Chuntao for confirmation. Only after she agreed did he confidently promise to handle everything. As for the betrothal gifts, he reassured her they wouldn't be any less than others and that he wouldn't ask Meng about it. Instead, he would ask Sister Zhao to add a little more if needed. The two discussed the dowry and betrothal gifts happily, without feeling anything was wrong. They thought it was good that everything was open and honest, avoiding worries about gifts being too little or too much. For He Yan, he secretly wished he could pay for all the dowry himself and quietly deliver everything to the town, then bring it all back together. In the end, the dowry would be registered under Zhang Chuntao's name, making it her property. Even if others liked it, they wouldn't dare ask for it. He Yan didn't dare tell Zhang Chuntao these thoughts directly. He just thought about what the family might still need or what Zhang Chuntao might want, and planned to ask Sister Zhao to help buy everything. Anyway, he wanted to make sure that the wedding gift and dowry for Zhang Chuntao were impressive and not embarrassing for her. The dowry should be displayed proudly, so everyone would see that Zhang Chuntao was not marrying into the He family empty-handed. She had a generous dowry. A good dowry shows a woman's value when she marries, and if others see a rich dowry, they will think carefully before speaking badly about her. With this idea in mind, He Yan took Zhang Chuntao to the town. They had a lunch prepared by her, and he also ordered a piece of pork for the next day. He was reluctant to leave her, and had to go back. On the way, he stopped at the carpenter's house. He explained his request, which was a rare big order. The carpenter, knowing that the He family was wealthy, happily agreed. Usually, for furniture, the family would provide the wood, especially in villages near the mountains, where families stored some timber to use when their children got married or when they needed furniture. The He family also had a few logs of cedar wood, which was very rare for ordinary families. However, some of these logs had already been used by Meng to make furniture and cabinets for He Yan, so there wasn't enough left for He Yan. But He Yan was not worried. The old house still had some good wood, including beech and 2 pieces of tulip wood, which were also rare. If he didn't need to make beds, these could be used to make cabinets, boxes, and tables. Coincidentally, the carpenter still had an old fragrant camphor wood, which He Yan bought directly. It could be used to make 2 boxes for storing clothes, keeping them dry and free from insects. He paid a deposit and arranged to deliver the wood to the carpenter later. Only then did He Yan take his leave.